Yo, Dada. 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 Yo, hold on. Me, man, bread bar. Just don't put on the paper. I'm talking about if I apologize to Batty boy. Apologize for what? If I apologize. Gunshot them forget. Now this is an anthem. Blaze up the fire, push up your hands, them. Big up the lioness with the lion, them. Fire burn! I'm going to say Holy Emmanuel like King Selassie, I jump. Rastafari. It is good to give thanks unto the Most High King Selassie and sing praise unto his name, Most High jump. Rastafari to show forth his loving kindness in the morning and their faithfulness of the night. Upon an instrument of 10 strings. Alright, thank you to them, King. Beautiful people, collect your love. But here's the judgment. Rastaman,
don't apologize to nobody, boys.
I'm a gunshot, your boy. Let me do one of the girls, the cause of them have the joy. And the lake of fire, me dash your boy. Bad man, don't apologize to nobody, boy. If you're this black people, I'm a gun shot your boy. Let me do one of the girls, the cause of them have the joy. And the lake of fire, me dash your. Girls that sexy and them pussified, yeah. All the girls, the boys, them looking at some boy. Bow down doing what? Nothing in the world could ever have me doing that. I don't care if they ban me. Now myself a gun Batman, you can't ram me. Yo, me no ban over England, no real African this. Real Rastaman this. Rastaman don't apologize to nobody, boy. You're this black people, then me gun with such a boy. Them do all the girls that cause of them no come to die. And the lake of fire, me that's a boy. Me no apologize to nobody, boy. This King Selassie, then me gun with such a boy. And the lake of fire, me that's a boy. Them the girls that cause of them no come to die. One like them smart and fun and them crafty. I'll shoot them in them hand them food. Fucking nasty. The girl them have the pussy and the stiff titty and the cute face and the bossy. Damn, it's the lyrical face. This alone make them front in the biblical. But then, whoa, the sex of cars. I went to say, good man, you might know vex. Apologize to nobody, boy. If you're this black woman, then be gone with such a boy. Them do all of the girl, them cause of them no go be dying. And the lake of fire, me dash a boy. Rastaman don't apologize to nobody, boy. If you're this black woman, then be gone with kill you. Boy, them the girls, the girls. Well, where them come from? No must come parents, so how the fuck them run the wrong way and I ride out rear end, alright? Big piece of glad disappear them, but I don't know so we don't fear them. We don't want to back to money yard, we don't give a fuck with them back with from Scotland yard. Yo, King Selassie gun, Babylon because them are fraud. We are the king and all. Rastaman don't apologize to nobody, boy. If to this black woman, them the gun with such a boy. Them the get the gun because of them not be drying and the lake of fire, me that's your. Rastaman don't apologize to nobody, boy. If you're this the black woman, them the gun with such a boy. You know the lake of fire, when not the some that's your boy. Give me the girls because of them not got the joy. But sir, push up the light to them, blaze up the torch. When we don't burn them motherfuckers, them roast them all in the patch. Fuckers, well I want soon march. And yes to the ranch, why would I start? Wow, bad man don't apologize to nobody, boy. If you're this black woman, me gunshot your boy. Give me the one of the girls because of them above the joy. And the lake of fire, me dash your boy. Yo! Yeah, go read the Bible and read Leviticus. You live in a clean land and you can live with us. Hey!
Yo, y'all gotta come on, you know how we do, man. Breakfast settings, you get me? Yeah, man, we got a real question today, innit? Because some man tried to pass over God's mistakes onto humans, innit? Like, you know, God made everything, innit? Yeah? God created everything and knows everything you're gonna do before you do it. It's all planned out and all that. But man still wanna say that it's not part of God's creation. So my number one thing is, yo, if God creates if God creates homosexuals, yeah, gays or whatever, and if God creates homosexuals, yeah, and he's made it official that he's against homosexuals, doesn't God make mistakes? Huh? Does that mean that's God's mistake or is that human's mistake? Well, let us know, man. Let us know, man. Come on. Big up Ultra Funky in the building. Old type Mr. Lee. Yeah, man. Old type Ale. Old type Torok. I see you in the building, G. Come on, old type Ultra Funky NLP. Come on, you know how we do, man. Yeah, man. We're gonna make Duppy spin, bro. Making Duppy spin 5 days a week, yeah? Right there, you see it? Yeah, man. I'm gonna talk about yeah, man. We're gonna talk about God, baby. Jeez. Mm. Yeah, man. The link is in the description. Yeah. I need to get a new laptop as well, man. So yeah, man. Yeah, man. That is a strong point. Strong point. Yeah, because yeah, Pat's saying it's a weak point again, yeah. And it's like, bro, think about it like this, yeah. You're gonna tell me God created everything, yeah? So God didn't create no Batman. Is that what you're trying to say, really? God created everything, but he didn't create Batman. You get me? Them man wanna claim all the glory, yeah, and not take none of the fucking bad sides of it. You feel me? So you get me? All Pat is like a secret, he's like a secret Abrahamic guy. And when I wanted to stand on this square, confirm which one he's repping for. Him now say a word. Yeah, man. I didn't say a word. Cause he knows, man. G Block will dirty up him shirt. Trust me. Yeah, man. So you're saying that yo, Pat, did God create gays? Or did gays huh? Eh? Yo, Pat, I'm asking you a direct question, cuz. Did God create gays? Yeah, big up Mr. Alio. I follow none of them, yeah, but I'm just asking you a question, cuz. Big up DC Brad in the building. Yeah, man. Come on. Yeah, hey, you know what, bruv? You need to change that name to G Block General, innit? Yeah, because we're all generals. Any man that's in G Block is one of the generals. You get me? Yeah, majority shareholders. Yeah, trust me. No fucking boss around here, sir. I'm no one's boss. Yeah, every man in G Block is the boss of themselves. Yeah, fool. You get me? So man's not lieutenant. You know, that's General Ultra Funky there. You get me? Come on. You know how we do. I'll take TYO, man. But like, it's funny, isn't it? Like, TYO, did God create homosexuals? God creates people. Their sexuality, as said, is early development years. So you're saying that people can do stuff that God doesn't create. Can humans do things that God don't create? Let's answer that question. Can any human do anything that God can't create? Yeah. I know it's man want to give everything. Yeah. Humans can do things that God can't create. Yeah. Okay. Means humans are more powerful than God. Then, yeah. I need to go and post off this still. Yo, G Block members, make sure you come true, man. Yeah, old tight impressive newbie. I know how much you love that G Block in this bitch. Jeez. All right. So the Muslim Donnies are saying that that you can do stuff that God hasn't created by default. That means that man is stronger than God. Yo, big up, Brad. What you say, my brother? Chelsea. Yeah, man. Yo, Ultra, come on. DC Brad, what you saying, bro? Come off mute, bro. Say hello to the people. Them can't need to go in the post office, man.
Oh, yo, peace and black power to everybody, yo. All I'm gonna say,
Come on.
African gods, we don't create no gay shit, bro. Ain't no gay shit. No Bati men in Africa, bro. Get the blade if you the Bati man, bro. We need our black women, bro. That's why we have a whole pantheon of goddesses, bro. Okay, if we ain't got no black women, bro, what's the point of existing, bro? We need the curves, bro. Gracious.
Hello.
It's scientifically proven, bro. The butthole isn't meant for nothing but to be released, bro. Ain't nothing in there, bro. So that's why I'm saying, bro. I agree, bro. This Abrahamic stuff, bro. Yeah, bro. The Abrahamics, bro, they created that, bro.
Thank you.
Come on now. I mean, have you seen parties though? Like how Muslims be having, bro? They have like all men parties. All right.
Yeah,
Oh, what's up, Magic?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you, man. Got Torok in the building.
You a little early, bro. We
Ayul
have
in
a
the
black
building.
supremacist in here. What's good?
Hello.
Hey, yo, Israelite. Listen, it's literally 3 a.m. here.
Thank you.
Don't start nothing.
Morning, sir. What's happening, bro?
What'd you say, bro?
All right. Yeah, I forgot the message.
Come on. Yo, Dark Magician. I tell you what I'm going to do, yeah? I'm going to ask the question to everyone on the panel, and then everyone on the panel can get to... Yo, are you talking?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. So everyone on the panel is going to get a chance to build on the actual question. Like I said, the main question was, did God create homosexuality? Number one. And does God make mistakes? Number two.
Ultra G Blocker. I love this.
G Block.
Who wants to go first?
Yeah, let Dark Magician give his answer. Actually,
Yeah, go
DC Brad, you gave your answer, innit? Yeah, you gave your answer about obviously the
Africans,
first one, and then let
the whole
Dark Magician. Let Dark Magician build in his one, and then boom, and go to the next one. Sorry, I got to mute, man. I'm just gonna get some breakfast still.
Well, from my perspective, from a scientific perspective, homosexuality is perfectly natural. It's found in. Okay, let me finish. It's found in many species of animals. There's no such thing as a heterosexual gene, the same as there's no such thing as a homosexual gene. Therefore, if there is a God, then either God does make mistakes and therefore it's not God, or it's not a mistake and it's completely natural. That's my opening ambit.
Wait, may I ask? Are you a homosexual?
No.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
Are you a homosexual?
Say that again.
Are you?
No. I'm against homosexuality. I'll put all of them to death before I rule the world.
Okay, why is that?
So
they're disgusting.
So who has came across these?
Because you find something disgusting, you want to kill people.
So
yeah.
So who came across these gay animals by chance? Because
homosexuality is found in many species of animals.
Yeah, but you know how corrupted the world is. There's all chemtrails in the sky now. A lot of things has been disorientated as well and been manipulated. So I differ again. Where did they find these homosexual animals?
In many at least 150.
Far bottom of the sea to see this.
Sorry?
You have to go to the far bottom of the sea to see it.
No, not at all. You can find it in insects. You can find it in insects, fish, birds, mammals, all types. Types. Giraffes.
Which homosexual termites? What?
Giraffes. Yeah. I think education is a big thing in this. I think education is a massive thing in this. I think
Yeah, I agree. I agree. This is the thing, right? This is the problem when personal bias just, and then you've got religious scripture to just like reaffirm your personal prejudices, which is
Absolutely.
mostly, yeah, it's a bit. But saying that, I'd like to come in now. This is G Block. This is Ultra G Block.
What's happening, mate?
Yeah, like listen, my opinion on this is this. Does God make mistakes? And The honest truth is, I don't know, because I can't pretend to know this Abrahamic God, the Sikh God, the Hindu gods. I don't know. However, we're being told consistently, it's being rammed down our throats at every fucking juncture. God created everything. He's the creator. So, by definition, if this creator, if this God created everything in the universe that we see and know, and even the things we don't see and don't know, then by definition, this God is responsible for the gays. And I'm going to call them the gays because it sounds funny. Right. Yeah. So if you agree that whatever God you subscribe to created everything in the universe, if that by definition he then created the gays. Now, if the gays are part of creation, then the gays are part of quote unquote your God's creation. Now, whether or not God likes the gays is like down to you lot to decide. It's not really me. But I think, yeah, if the gays are here, they're part of creation, whether or not they're an abomination or not. Remember, it's your God that started the ball rolling. So if your God is all knowing, all powerful, all knowing, all just, all perfect, then he knew the minute he snapped his fingers or whatever the fuck he did, he knew that in about 13 million years, there's going to be the gays.
Yeah, but
So
no,
wait, hold on. If this entity, being, creator, energy decided to go ahead with this particular route, knowing in advance that in 13 billion years there's going to be the gays, and still chose to go ahead with the gays, then that's on you boys. G Block. I'm going on mute.
yeah, but the thing is, not everybody shares the same God.
Oh,
So,
I know. I was speaking in general. I'll say, look, if I said specifically, if you subscribe to a God that is all powerful, all just, and all this stuff, if that's your God, and you believe that this person, entity, thing is the source of everything that we can see and know and unsee and don't know, then if you subscribe to that belief, then like you're gonna have to dump the cognitive dissonance for like a second. You don't have to leave your religion. Just dump the fuckery. Use your brain, because if you have a God, you know He gave you one. Turn it on and just use it. Yeah.
yeah, but couldn't it not be through the chemicals what's going through the air nowadays from Alright, then could you imagine if now?
No, because listen, Greek culture. No, wait, no, Greek culture. It was rife with gays, and there were no aeroplanes and no cars.
No, not like that. I'm saying also nowadays is more rife with the chemicals imbalance. But I think with there's been one could say a extra or outer or basically I think there's been some next sort of influence that's put on the earth. What made everybody a bit gay? Not everybody.
Yeah, if I'm honest with you, like think about the number of people we have on the planet today. Think about the amount of people we had on the planet 4,000 years ago, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you're comparing numbers, the number of gays will go up exponentially just because of the sheer numbers. Now, I'm not going to lie to you. I do actually agree with you that there are certain influences and certain things happening today in pop culture that can, I don't know if encourage is the right word, or I don't know if that's the right word. I'm going to go with it anyway. Like, encourage people to just start acting fruity and rare. However, I will contend that before we had the Industrial Revolution and Industrial Complex, like we have written, documented evidence about homosexuality in cultures around the world. I'm not saying it was ever accepted and it wasn't ever frowned upon. No, that's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying gays have been there since early. Now, with that said, use your brain, G-block.
Yeah. So what does that mean then, G-block? Then, if there's been gays around the world?
Basically, G-block. When I say G-block, it just means full stop. Period. I'm going back a bit.
Yo, didn't Israelites have to didn't they have to cut their dicks or something like that so they can identify themselves?
Yeah, it's a style.
Circumcision.
Style, and style can't spoil.
That is nasty. Oh my God.
There's African tribes that do that to women, mate. So you can't go on that.
No, I'm not trying to go. I'm just saying circumcision, you know. And then you have to pull your thing up, be like, yo, I'm an Israelite too. You see my dick? I'm circumcised. You know what I mean? So I'm saying like that kind of shit, man.
Yeah, because that we can tell who is our children or not.
But bro, what if an African come up to you and be like, yo, because they're Igbos are circumcised, and they be like, yo, I'm Israelite. So
they say
so all you need to do is get circumcised. Wait a minute. Dark Magician is actually a Jew. So let him.
No, he's a fake Jew. He's not a real Jew.
He's a fake Jew. Bro, you gotta be careful, bro. His people are connected.
I'm not Jewish.
You ever heard of Bloomberg, bro? Are you kidding me?
Jewish law.
Well, even better that he's not a fake Jew. That's good.
Jewish law states that for you to be a Jew, your mother has to be Jewish.
No, it's your dad. It's your dad. I'm a Jew.
It's your mother. It's your mother. It's your mother.
It's documented in Deuteronomy that it's your dad that has to be a Jew.
Okay. Where is the Torah?
So again?
They're saying that because they had Israelite women. That's why, and the Israelite women converted them into their beliefs. Just like how they done Solomon.
There could be in it. Yeah, I was chatting to one guy yesterday. He said, "Did Solomon worship stone?" And I said, "Yeah, he actually did, but afterwards he stopped." So yeah, that kind of highlights what I was saying yesterday. But to answer the question, I'll say, God didn't create faggotry. He gave them free will, and they ruined their free will by doing faggotry. And I'll say, no, God doesn't make mistakes. I'm keeping my answer short because there's traffic here. Well, yeah, ban out all the fags, and they all need to be exterminated off the earth. Boom, by the women too.
I think they're the angels that came down. Some of them are their children. So that's why I think that's why they carry on how they behave like that.
The angels that came from heaven.
Yeah, I don't believe any of that stuff.
Why did he? Can I ask a question? Why did the angels come from heaven to earth to live on earth? Why?
Because they according to the story, they saw earth women and thought, "Yep, I'm having that," and started sexing up the place.
So in heaven, potentially.
Oh, the Nephilims.
Yes.
Can I ask a question? So potentially in heaven, there is such a thing as jealousy and envy.
No, there's such thing as desire.
Because the thing what you people don't realize, there's not women angels. Angels are just one type of form. Most human.
Heaven is not perfect, is it?
What happened now? A lot of those actually, I think they fancy a lot. You think about it, not actually women.
But I thought it was sin was brought into the world because Adam and Eve ate the forbidden fruit. So it's potentially there is sin in heaven.
Yeah, but that's all the Khan family, Cain and such.
Now, because you got to get to him and you got to get to the test.
If there were angels in heaven looking down at women and lusting after them, that's adultery, by the way. yeah, there must be sin in heaven as well.
Heaven or
Wait,
Then
wait,
why
wait.
did
But
they
if the world is made
after
in
winning
God's
then?
future, if
these
the world
angels.
is made in God's image, wouldn't there be sin in heaven? Like there has to be like some degree, like
They're
I
not
want to see
going
this.
there. That's the thing.
The story does not the story say that sin came into the world through Adam and Eve eating the forbidden fruit?
But there was times and other parts in history where things has happened.
Did y'all read
But
this?
they were
In
the
the future,
first
lots of
people.
men will prefer to be transsexuals to have sugar daddies to pay for their baby.
Had Abel, then you had somebody else that was called Set. Then you had Canaan, the Khan, the Khan lot.
Seth was a descendant of Adam and Eve and Cain and Abel.
Exactly.
Yeah, so Adam and Eve were the first two people on the earth. They brought sin into the world. So why was there sin in heaven?
Because you have all our other people as well. There wasn't no sin in heaven. They came down onto earth. And they had a pact.
They were in heaven and they looked down at the people in earth and they lusted after them. No?
Yeah, so they came from. This is what I'm trying to say.
There
And
must
this
be sin in heaven. Is not lust and adultery a sin?
no.
It's not.
Wait, guys, can I just say something? Yeah,
Robert White, if you can hear me, I agree with you. Like, there's always guys ready to just use LGBT when they're talking about atheists, and to me, it makes me wonder too. What's really going through your mind, bro? Is there something you want to tell us? Do you know what I mean? Like, also as well, to anyone saying G-spot, I'm not gonna lie to you. I suspect that all your wives are unhappy. If G-spot is a bad thing, like if the G-spot is a bad thing, if you're using it as an insult, like bro, you better find out where your wife is right now, because
funky. I've been saying for about a week now. A lot of these trolls, they need girl. I'm showing you. A lot of these trolls, they need woman.
No, but that's the gays' excuse. They say, "Oh, G-spot."
No, a lot of these
so we saying they don't even need girls. They're saying G-spot because they're gays.
Yo, is that the Jupiter, bro? Is that
like
Jupiter, bro? The one that has like a. Is that? Are you not pro LGBT?
Who me?
Oh my goodness, bro! Why do people keep Why do you come up with these fake profiles? Just be real with yourself, bro.
I think
most of them are botiologists, bro. They're botiologists, bro.
Who me?
The Egyptians did.
No, don't. Under what period did the Egyptians do it? The Ptolemaic period when the Greeks ruled it? Yeah, fuck out of here, boy.
Because they used to go by the river now and chuck off.
What are you talking, bro? How would you know, Tark? Weren't you indigenous to the Caribbean? You guys don't know.
This is what the Egyptian mystery school is all about, mysteries, and this is what's Freemasonry today. The hocus pocus boogery.
All right, first of all, Tark. First of all, bro, Egypt was conquered by multiple people. If you're talking about the first inhabitants of Egypt, then yeah. You know something though I think would destroy your whole doctrine? You guys gotta prove the Exodus exists.
What about Geb?
There's nothing.
What about Geb tossing in that Glug's mouth?
If you pull up Geb and his phallus, bro.
Geb tossing that sand.
Yeah, y'all are botiologists, bro.
No, I'm not afraid.
Killer.
You guys are botiologists.
Are you sure?
Only
Are you
time.
I'm not afraid. I like women alone.
He thinks the lady does protest too much.
Yeah, but
Say again.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think the lady does protest too much. So you see guys that are like screaming gay block. You see the guys that are screaming G-spot. First of all, I think there might be some closeted homosexuality going on.
I think there is.
I think a certain man that couldn't find a G-spot with a sat nav.
Oh, please.
Hey, yo, can you fellas help me out with something though, bro? I'm trying to get me like one of them like old white, like that and Albie type white women, so I can just like live in the manor and be like, you know what I mean? Like I'm trying to find me like an old white woman.
We're seeing the root where all of this is coming from. It's mostly coming from Asia and Mediterranean and Africa.
Yo, Drew, but that's not true.
Citation. If you're going to say that, you got to back it up with some citation. Come on.
How is it coming Egyptians and Babylonians.
Bro, just saying things isn't citation, bro.
Yeah, bro.
Come on.
Nimrod.
Also as well, this is another problem that I have, right? If you say I'm a Christian, right, that means Bible, Jesus, the cross, resurrection, heaven and hell, blah blah blah. There's loads of connotations that come with that, and then obviously if you start breaking it down via sect, it gets even deeper, right? Okay, if you say I'm an atheist, it means I lack a belief in a God, and that's it.
Absolutely.
That is it. It doesn't go any further than that, right? So people saying if you're an atheist, then you have to be pro-LGBT. If you can understand how asinine that is, that's like saying because I eat oranges, I must hate the sky. It's so stupid. It's so stupid when someone says you're an atheist and therefore you're no, bro. Listen to me. If you want to know my worldview personally, look up humanism. That's how I get my. That's where I get my kind of my moral code. That's what I kind of lean on. I lean on mostly. Yes, Baba. Tell them we lean on humanism because we, as a human species, are all we've got. We ain't got long. Enjoy your fucking life. You know what I'm saying?
When did you come to the narrative of that from living in England?
What? Say that again, bro.
When did you come to that narrative from living in England and you read that book and you said, you know what, that is right?
Read what book, bro?
You're talking about humanism.
Yeah, humanism is just the concept that, like, we don't believe, humanism rejects the supernatural, and we believe the human being, we believe making life here on earth as pleasant as possible, just because.
I want to say,
it, bro.
Are you getting that view of somebody that's only lived in England?
What do you mean?
Morals
yeah,
and
of course.
ethics.
This is where I'm born and grown. Yeah, of course.
Humanism is the idea that morals and ethics come from humans and not from some supernatural higher being.
Basically, yeah. And not even that. I'm telling you, you don't want to go there with me, right? Because I'm an ordained minister. If you want to find immorality, all you have to do is take off your rose-tinted glasses and look at scripture. Doesn't matter whose religion it is. I'm telling you, if we go through it, there's something you'll find in everyone's holy book that you will object to. Something. And if that's the case, then everything's subjective. Fuck it.
Yeah, but ain't that all life together?
What do the Israelites call gays?
Sodomites.
What happened in the story of Sodom?
Basically, God fucked the place up. You know, in fact, God dropped a nuke.
Graphically, you have to know Sodom is. Where was Sodom? Where was that?
It was in modern day Iraq.
All right, Babylon.
Right, and that Babylon was full of sin, yeah, and God wanted to destroy it, right? Yeah, but who did they visit? The family. Who was the family that was the only God-fearing family in that town?
The Jews, the Hebrews.
No, there was a specific family that was saved.
Oh boy. No. If you know what Dark Magician is talking about, this is about to get sticky, dog.
Come on, let's do this. I said Hebrews.
Yeah.
No, he's talking about what one family got saved from Sodom and Gomorrah, bro.
What did the father do? What did the father do with his two daughters? Go and read the scripture. Go and find out. Yeah. There's your morals. There's your ethics right there.
But what do you expect in a Batman place? His two
No,
daughters had
bro,
to
you're
rape
not listening to me. Go and find out what the father of who was saved, what he done with his two daughters, what he offered his two daughters for.
No, it's not no morality. That's the morality what you're gonna leave people with in these societies. What you lot are building today,
I
because the
don't think you've read your own scripture. That's what I'm saying.
daughters had to rape their own father. That's what happened.
It wasn't. He was offering his own daughters to be raped.
Yeah, but
To
what
save
happened?
himself.
But it was a
himself.
trick. What did the man say? No, I want a man. That's what the man say. Did you hear what the man said when the man offered his daughter to
Yeah,
the people?
Torah, I think you're overlooking the point, bro. Even though the crowd rejected the daughters, a father still offered his daughters for a gang raping.
No, but he
Exactly.
knows he's a real
What do
batty
you mean, no, but?
He knows these men are a real batty man. They're gonna say no
All right.
because
Yeah,
they
I'm
come.
not gonna lie, bro. I don't think you have children. I don't think you have children, bro. Because
Going on here.
what you just said is crazy.
This is what I'm saying. Put all things aside. These mans know these mans are some raving homosexual mans. Because the man is saying,
Raving, you know, fucking out.
what kind of man you take us for? We come for the batty. That's how
Wait, listen
You're getting so upset about this. Why?
that place was. Wicked them people was. The man said, no, what me I do with a woman? We come for the man. That's
Why does it bother you?
Bless up.
Why does it bother you?
Because the man was wicked. He coming for man. Look at it.
Tell me why.
Yo, wait. Is that a woman on the panel? Hello?
Yeah, I thought
No. It ain't just a woman. It's a goddess. It's a goddess.
So it's a black woman. Yo, I'm gonna say this big up to the black women with a British accent. Oh my God, y'all sound sexy. Like, what's good?
Hey, man, listen.
What's
You're driving the man
good?
them
I'm
wild
throwing my
now. You have to
shot
mind
out
that.
there. What's good?
Yeah, bless up yourself.
Yes, keep
I don't
speaking.
want to come and fuck up the argument, but I just need to kind of. So, what are we saying here? Because you know what I mean. I don't want us to go too far from the topic, and you know when black men start to
basically,
talk
no,
about
right.
sexuality.
Basically,
Yo, big up 9
Yeah.
but let me clear it up for you, yeah? Sorry, man.
Big up
I finished my
yourself,
breakfast now. My belly's full and all that. You get me?
Come on.
Yeah, big up.
What's breakfast in the
breakfast
UK?
and all that. Yeah, but I just had some pancakes and egg muffin.
I thought y'all
And a
eat
hot
like
chocolate.
toast and beans for breakfast. That's how they have it on TV all
Beans
the
on
time.
toast. Yeah,
Yeah,
beans on You have to go to Rogers Yard for the beans on toast, cuz. Yeah, but all right. So the
watch
first
your mouth, Mr. Alien. I ain't gay, bro. Watch your mouth, bro. I eat all pussy for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, nigga. You crazy? Ain't no bati man over here.
Oh shit. Yo, yeah, but anyway, yeah. So the question is, does God create gays, homosexuals, and does God make mistakes? Because in all these religious texts, it's apparently against each religion to be a homosexual. But in these religions, God created everything and everyone. And God knows everything you're going to do before you're going to do it.
Right.
So, yeah, that means God either makes mistakes and creates gays, or humans are more powerful than God and can do anything they want.
Okay, then. So, what's the panel? I mean, because I've got a little view, but what? So, hold on a minute. Do the religious people believe that persons that are gay that they are not born gay, and that it's just
Yeah, that's what they. Okay, yeah. Pat's put a study. Well, Pat's gonna send me a study. Yeah, that's gonna show that he reckons you can't be born homosexual. So when you're born, you don't have a You get me? You don't have a sexual orientation. I'm not sure about that. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure about that still. Yeah,
Absolutely wrong. Absolutely wrong.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that still because, like I'm saying,
So then,
in that sense. Wait. Let me finish this point. Sis. Yeah, in that sense, yeah, that
you're not born gay, that means you would be able to be cured of your sexuality. So you'd be able to change. Someone will be able to hypnotize you and change your sex and all that. You know what I mean? Like, because it's not something you're born with. It's not an instinct or whatever.
So for instance, there's such a thing as gay conversion therapy.
Yeah.
Has the panel heard of that?
No, but carry on.
Yeah, I've heard of people trying to do that. Yes.
And it's an absolute spectacular failure.
Well, so that would suggest that they're born gay, then, would it not?
And then that leads on to that God makes mistakes and God makes better, man.
I've put a link in for people to read and have a look at. Okay.
So Pat, hold on a minute. So Pat, for example, you believe that people that are gay, it's more of a social thing. Is that correct then? And that we're all born as heterosexual, and then those that choose the gay life, it's actually a choice. Is that what you're saying, Bab?
I'm not sure what Pat's saying. You know, obviously he was typing that in the chat, innit? So he's using a previous study in which twins, so identical twins, were looked at. Let me read a funny comment out after, yeah? The science has moved on since then, yeah? So technically there is a potential homosexual gene that's found in male fathers, okay? And it's hereditary, but it's if you compare that, there's no such thing as a heterosexual gene either. So you can't show ultimately whether somebody's heterosexual or homosexual. There's no genetics to actually show that. So what was that? There's a gay gene, yeah? Potentially, there has been something that's been isolated, but it's not. So in the scientific community, on the scientific standard, there's nothing that is what's called a scientific fact at the moment. But conversely, there's no such thing as a heterosexual gene either. So you can't say that you're born straight either. So it's a case of
organically. I came from a pussy. I'm going back to the pussy.
Organically, but it's not.
Yeah,
but it's
that's right.
not normal, bro.
That's right. You gotta eat that pussy.
Before there was aeroplanes, yeah. Before there was chemical warfare, there has been gay people. So saying that
it's a simple thing. It's just people that are corrupted. They try to push the boundary every minute. They want to push the boundary. They want to go skydiving. They want to go rock climbing. They want to go
Someone's
deep sea
got their
diving.
YouTube on in the back, and I can hear it too. Right?
Yeah, it's just people that want to push the boundary and push the limit on free will. They want to go skydiving. They want to go surfing. They want to go rock climbing. They want to go deep sea diving. Just people that want to push things to they hit a ceiling and hurt themselves, and the NHS have to pay for it, and the taxpayer.
What?
Zorak is funny, you know, still. Yeah, anyway, yeah. Let me read this comment out. Mr. Ali084 says, no one is born gay, but everyone's born Muslim.
What is that? That's an idiot thing.
That's an idiot thing, I like.
Idiot
Welcome to
thing.
this brother.
Yeah,
idiot.
fucking no. Welcome to some boy.
I did not come from no sand, bro. Nah, bro, that ain't happening.
Oh, shit.
Well, me personally, I think in 2019, I think there's sort of two types of gay, as it were. I definitely think that there's some people that are just born with that tendency 100%. And now I also think that there's a society type of gayness where you can sort of, because back in the, not back in the day, but time gone by, I know that there was this thing called bi-curious, you know what I mean? That's the kind of, that was like the transitional thing where people could be bi-curious and all this nonsense. So I think there's definitely people today that just, you know what I mean, use sexuality like, you know what I mean, pick and mix sweets or pick and mix religion, you know, them one just, it's there to do it, so you just do it like that. So I just call them kind of social, you know what I mean, I don't even know what to call it. But I definitely believe that there's some people that are just definitely born with that type of tendency. because for myself, you're not gonna live in certain countries where you know what the result can be in you being gay. You understand what I'm saying? Especially in the black community, for example. You're not just gonna be wantingly to be gay. There's just no way. You understand what I'm saying to
Go
you?
on.
There's just no way. So there has to be an element of it being something that you're born with. 100%. There's no way that certain black people want to be gay. No way. No way. No way. No way. So that's my little take.
And that's all right. I agree. If you've tasted pussy, then you know being gay is dead. Do you know what I mean?
Well,
Tastes
on
like
that,
sweet
because
ice
when you
cream.
hear a man say, "Boy, you gotta make me feel sick," and all of the, you know what I mean? When you hear something gay, you get me? Then it has to be something. It just can't be, you know what I mean? And then the worst thing on top of that, enough body man look good in the blood clean. No man.
Nah.
But yeah, man. So I think it's both. Basically, I think it's both.
Here is the
You can be born.
Because I'll be honest, as a young boy, I didn't like how Prince
But
used
then
to
the
behave.
question of if the Most High created us with this now, that's another thing again, you get me? Because it could be a thing whereby someone done them people copies from back in the day, and then it just becomes part of, I don't want to say sort of evolution, but that's the only word I can think of right now still. Otherwise, God made Batman, innit? Simple. And everyone's God's children.
Wait, Veli, what up to Alio? Right, he's saying when you're born, you're submitting to the will of a God, right? I'm saying
No, don't fall for it. Don't fall for it, Ultra.
The only thing you have an urge to do is put a nipple in your mouth and eat. So just stop your blood clot noise, fool. Just stop the noise, man.
Top your noise, my yo.
Yeah, top your bamba noise, man. Shut up.
You're blowing out. Yo, I just feel like that. You know that.
Can I make
they say blowing out. They don't even want to say blood clot. They say blowing out. Stop your blowing out.
Can I make an observation?
Yeah. Yo, big up everyone on the panel. Yeah, if anyone's not wanting to contribute towards this topic, could we free up a space for someone else to jump on, because there's other people wanting to jump on as well. If not, don't worry, no one has to jump off. It's just if anyone wanted to jump off at the moment, yeah, we could free up space for someone else.
Just a quick thing, yeah. I put a comment in the chat this morning saying a question that I've been wondering about is, what is righteousness, and can anyone achieve it? So once we're done, maybe we can.
Yeah. We'll get into that one next. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very good topic. You know that word's been remixed, re-scratched, rebranded, and all kind of things. So yeah, let's get onto that.
Shout out to the two.
Because I've got to go to a conference meeting and then I'll be leaving my house soon, so I don't have a lot of time. But I just wanted to say, like, what makes you think that somebody could actually be born gay?
What makes you think that someone can be born gay?
The same thing that makes someone be born heterosexual, I guess.
I put a link in.
What I would say, yeah. Sorry, you finished up.
Yeah, go. Sorry.
Yeah. So, what I would say, yeah, is that like the example that Nainefa gave about certain communities and certain lands where people live, you can get killed for being a homosexual or whatever. Do you think that these people that are living there actually want to be born that way in their society? I'm struggling to find it.
Who the fuck wants to live in a gully? You get me?
You get me? Like, I'm struggling to find the reason why someone would want to be gay like that.
Right, exactly.
I struggle to find a reason why somebody would want to be gay, but is there no room in your mind?
Yeah, but fine, if that's because you're not gay and you like what you like, and like I say, if you've tasted pussy, you know the gay thing ain't the way. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I know
Like,
girls that's tasted dick on many occasions, and they like a bit of pussy too. You know, so this is where it boils down for me that's what I'm saying to everybody in the comments and on the panel, to the people that do believe you can possibly be born gay. I totally object to that. There's no scientific evidence for that whatsoever. It's just all in the mind.
I've just put a link. I've just put a link, and I'll put it in again if you'd like. If you care to read it.
Yeah, I will. But I've read up about this before, and I know
obviously you haven't. Obviously you have not.
Nowhere in the world. There's no scientific evidence nowhere in the world
there is.
to prove
that
people are born gay. It's all fabricated.
Wait, can we ask a bigger question? Can Africans be born gay? Or is this something that's like something we inherit from the West?
Bruh, listen, yeah, even that is like
I don't think that any
I don't even think that's a real question, because
any race or any culture, you're not born gay. It's in your mind. It is a choice.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It's a choice that you make. It's a mental health issue.
That's what
it is. It's not that you're born that way. It's a mental health issue.
No, it's wrong. That's wrong. Absolutely wrong.
That's wrong.
I'm me, dark magician.
Dark magician. So what are you then? What are you saying?
What do you mean, what am I? Why are you even asking me what I am?
Because I am.
Even if what? So are you asking me whether I'm gay?
Yeah, don't get tied down into that.
Yeah.
Why would it matter? Why would it matter whether I'm gay or not? The fact of the fact.
It's a question. It doesn't.
Yeah,
you're quite sensitive to the matter, so it highlights.
Yeah, I am because
for me.
because what I wanted to point out here is that gay people. This is a pretext to people being arguing to say that we should kill gay people.
What?
Okay, you're going really off context. But
yeah, that's way out.
For me, why I asked what are you is because you seem to everybody else seems to be having a generalized, free-flowing conversation. It seems quite sensitive to you.
It is sensitive to me, yeah.
So that's why I was just wondering, are you Hector?
No, I'm not.
Lord Jesus Christ, it's
no,
Monday morning.
I'm straight. I'm straight. I have children. I'm completely at ease with my sexuality.
All right, where's the female G box located? That's the test.
The clitoris.
Oh dear. Yeah, so as I was saying anyway, my personal opinion. I'll have a read of that fabricated article because I've actually looked into this a lot, like ages ago, about 2 years ago. I've watched a lot of documentaries. I've listened to scientists. There is absolutely no scientific evidence anywhere in the world. And if I've got some time at some point, I will drag this up for all you people that do actually want us to believe that scientifically you can be born gay. It's impossible. There is no, just because, do you know how they try to switch it and say you could be born gay is because they say, oh, you could have more of the X chromosome or more of the Y. Like, it's all bullshit, yeah? It's all bullshit. It's a choice that people decide that they want to be, and it's down to parents that encourage that type of feminineness in
boy. That's some big information there, Wiley.
I've watched documentaries about it. I've watched documentaries. I've listened to people that have actually changed from transgender, and they have actually openly admitted there is no scientific evidence anywhere in the world. It's physically impossible.
Oh my God. Okay, we should move on.
Yo, Finest, let me ask a question. Let me ask Finest a question.
Buju? Which one of them boy then?
Nah, Ninja Man's son. Ninja Man's son's gay. Yeah, but Finest. Finest. Do you think? Have you ever seen a study to see that people are born straight?
No, because we don't need a study because we are.
Like, is there...
What study do you need? There is no study. You're born with a willy or you're born with a pussy. If you're born with a pussy, you then start growing breasts. Men only grow breasts if they
Oh my
get fat.
God, this is the level
Yeah, but
of.
that's not
Hey,
sexual.
What scientific evidence do you need? You're born with what you are.
This is coming from a lady who's told us.
Hang on a second. Ruiz was the heavyweight champion of the world, and he's got breasts. Yeah,
because he's fat. Did you hear what I said? You have man breasts because you've overgrown your weight.
Hey, yo, shout out to Anthony Johnson.
No, actually, men have breast wine because we all started
do you know,
as
Nanifa,
females.
I've never come across a man that has breasts yet till this day, unless they are a bit overweight and they are then called.
Oh no, you
man.
can have breasts if you have like steroid issue. If you take too much steroids, you can grow
Right,
breasts.
but that's because you're taking some type of supplement to give you breast.
You're right.
Anyone on the panel that has a son, does your son have boobs or does he just have nipples?
I ain't gonna lie. I know I ain't gay because you sound amazing. Keep talking. Go ahead. Do you, sweetheart?
Ain't
no Bati man over in this corner. Jeez.
You're terrible, man.
What do y'all say? Yes.
No, but can any gentleman or woman on the panel, because I have a daughter, anybody or even in the comments, but I can't see the comments because I'm using my mobile, just waiting for my Uber to turn up.
You using your what? Say that again.
Anyway,
using a mobile.
Can anybody confidently say their son was born with breast, or were they born with two little nipples?
To do with being gay.
No, because somebody
wait, hold on. Your daughter's not born with breast either, though, man. Your daughter's not born with breast.
You're damn right. She grows, she develops. When her hormones start changing, when she's like now at her age, her body starts changing, her hormones start kicking in, so her period's gonna start coming. She is starting to grow breasts because that's what happens to the body.
You do know that women can be gay.
Your hormones. When men get to 13 and 14, they don't naturally start growing boobs. They start their ball bags start dropping. I don't know.
What has breasts got to do with being gay and any kind of indication of being gay?
Was you listening to the conversation? Because if you was, you would understand why I'm talking about men having breasts.
Yeah, because it just turned, didn't it? But wait. Let me make another point though. Yeah, but the reason why I asked you about the finding of the straight gene, if there's a straight gene or whatever, yeah, because obviously if they can find a straight gene, then ain't that going to make it easier? The homosexual gene.
Of course, I totally agree. But this is where, and that is a great point what you just made, yeah? Because if there was such gene, then it would be so much easier for us to be able to say, yes, people are born gay. But because there is no such gene, it's just physically impossible. But as the years have gone on, people have fabricated this, you are born gay, and there's so many different stories and things to read about how you could possibly be born gay. But I could bet money in it, certified, it's scientifically impossible to be born gay. Because was it Bigger, Belly that just said, if there was a straight gene, why couldn't you be able to tell if you could be straight or gay? Because it's physically impossible. So thank you for bringing that point up.
Can I just destroy what you've just said?
Go ahead.
Please? Because you really do need to educate yourself. Okay?
I do every day.
No, you don't. So, scientists have been able to isolate gay and straight markers, genes that are markers to show that somebody could possibly go on to be gay or straight, right? But in the scientific method, let me finish. In the scientific method, okay, you're right, you're correct. They haven't been able to isolate an actual gene that shows someone is gay or they're straight. But that being said, okay, the basis of genetics is there's no such thing as a predetermination. All right, so to some extent, genes will always be affected by the nature that they live in. Okay, so it's not.
But there's no scientific evidence.
Excuse me.
Oh,
no,
sorry, I
there
beg your
is.
pardon.
Yeah, there is markers that can show a predisposition, but not a predetermination. Okay, so you have to understand the nuance of that. You coming on and saying there's no science to show that somebody
There
is gay.
isn't no science. You just agreed that there's no scientific evidence. You just said it.
It's far more, Finey, with all due respect, It's far more nuanced than you can understand.
Say that again. Sorry, your phone cracked
It's
out.
it's far, with all due respect, this subject is far more. It's too complicated for you.
Oh, how insulting! But that's your opinion.
Well, I think it's insulting for you to come on here and spread lies.
Well, if you're not gay, what's your problem? You got a wife and kids, apparently.
Because I'm actually.
What are you, transit?
I'm an ally for gay people. I'm an ally for gay people.
Pardon me?
I'm an ally for gay people.
All right, listen, just quickly, while you two need to get a room, yeah, somebody's mic is doing the most.
It's his. You're an ally for gay people, so
yeah,
that's nice.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Nothing. That's your prerogative. I don't mind.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
Go for it.
Are you black?
No, I'm white.
You're white. Okay. Do you know someone who's black?
Yes, I know plenty black people.
Okay, so
she's
do you
trolling,
know that
bro? She's trolling. She's trolling. She's trolling.
It's fine. It's fine. If she wants to troll, that's up to her. But at the end of the day,
I ain't trolling. But why does it matter the color of my skin?
Let me explain. Okay.
Please go ahead.
What choice did anybody have to be born black?
You don't have any choice. Somebody asked me the other day, if you was born Pakistani, would you be upset? And I said, no, I wouldn't, because that would have been in my family's heritage, and that would have been the color of my skin.
Is it wrong to be prejudicial to somebody because of the color of their skin?
Yeah, it could be deemed
Right.
as that.
So is it wrong to be prejudicial towards somebody because they're gay?
Yeah, it could be deemed as that, but everybody's entitled to their opinion, no?
Okay, so people are entitled to be racist to you, yeah?
Pardon me?
People are entitled to be prejudicial and racist to you and oppress you.
Well, they're not entitled to, but if that's their choice, what can I do about that?
Right. Okay.
Everybody
So
has the choice in life. It doesn't mean that it's acceptable. It doesn't make it right.
Okay, so I will apologize for coming across strong, but this is my point. Okay, when you have the idea, or you push the idea, which is wrong, by the way, yeah, that people are not born gay, and
well,
therefore
you're pushing the wrong idea. So we're gonna definitely agree to disagree on this one, but that's fine.
Yeah, we can agree to disagree, but
yeah,
the point is.
The point
Yeah,
is.
I'm just reading someone in the comments, but anyway.
Oh, I can't see them. I got.
Sorry, my point is this one, yeah, okay, right. If you ask from the standpoint of, you know, we can't show that people are gay, therefore it's something in their mind, we can change their mind. That leads to bad practices. That leads to people saying, okay, we can change these people. They're not right. We've got to change them.
Can I interject for 1 sec, or would you want to continue? Because I've never said that I want to change.
But if you push that idea, if you have that and you reinforce that,
I'm reinforcing the truth and the scientific evidence that there is no You even admitted a few moments before that I am right in saying that there is no sense of the strain of being born straight or gay. There is none. No scientists, they fabricated it as they've gone on to try to make it acceptable for people. It's easier to say, oh, there's scientific evidence, so that's more acceptable. It's easier for people to digest. However, there is no scientist, no scientific evidence whatsoever anywhere to prove that you are born gay. You're not. There is. So if there was scientific evidence to state that you could be born gay, like my brother said, and I'm so glad, because I'm not ever gonna forget this one. Where's the strain to show that I'm born straight? Maybe I'm lying to myself. Maybe I'm deep down Finest Wines gay as fucking hell, but I'm just pretending to be straight.
Obviously you're not. You would know by now, wouldn't you?
Sorry?
So, Finest, let me ask you a question here. Obviously, this is very hypothetical, yeah? Mm-hmm. So what if one of our children came home and
I'd be devastated. I've said it numerous times.
No, of course we would be devastated.
I would be devastated.
I'm with you, sis. Huh? Sis, I'm with you. Don't worry about that. But the question that I want to ask now is, are you then gonna put that down to yourself as how you brought her up or society? And that's what I'm saying to you. Or are you going to be thinking you
Go
would?
on, finish. No, I want you to finish.
Oh, so what I'm saying then, yeah. So in that instance, sis, would you then say that Rotted, it was myself or us as a couple, our parenting, you with me, that's turned her like this? Is it? Or the wider society, etc., etc.?
Definitely say it would never be my fucking household. Excuse my language.
All right,
for sure, it would never be my household.
Okay,
changing
then.
up no child's mind, making them think that they all of a sudden don't want to be the sex that they were born.
Okay.
However, I wouldn't even actually necessarily, you know, before when I was very ignorant, I would have been like, oh, society, blah blah. But to be fair, it would be easy for me to blame it on society, but I would have to be real about the situation. God forbid that ever happened to me. And actually, no, that was my child's choice. For whatever reason, maybe in this day and age, and my child's more exposed to my daughter has a lesbian friend in her class, a bisexual friend. So because she may be more exposed to that, I've even asked my daughter, has anybody tried to kiss you, a girl, or blah blah? So I could say maybe she might have been a bit exposed to it, so she might have tried it, and because she tried it, now she likes it. But I wouldn't be ignorant and be like, oh, society.
I kissed the girl and I liked it.
I would, for me, say it's a choice. Because even if it is society and she's seeing that around her, and even it's just like if someone offers you a crack pipe, are you going to decline or are you going to accept? So even if you try it, doesn't mean that's what you have to be. So for me, it always boils down to, at the end of the day, the choice of that person. That is their personal preference.
And if so, what? Okay, let's agree. Let's move forward and say that it's a choice. Okay, yeah. Why is it wrong to choose that?
Because that's not my belief. That's not my upbringing.
Where's your belief coming from?
I just told you that's not my belief or upbringing.
Yeah, where do you know where that belief comes from?
Well, first and foremost, in the Bible, it says about Adam and Eve. There ain't no Adam and Jane and Eve and Yvette. Right, so there we go. First and foremost, and yes, I come from a Black Caribbean household, and it's bonfire pun batty man all day, every fucking day, and that's it. That's it.
That's incredible. That's because if you come from
incredible,
if you come from that family,
my family, I'm very proud of where I come from.
There's no gay people in your family at all.
Well, there's definitely no gay men in my family, that's for sure. We got a few women that are lost along the way, and now they're bisexual or whatever the hell they are. But there's no gay men.
So, like you said, that it's very much a lot to do with culture as well. So
because look at my cousin. I'll use my cousin as an example.
No, that's not part of our culture. Fuck that.
Wait,
no.
Let me bring up my cousin. Yeah, my cousin is a big oxtail. She's in her 30s. Yeah, she's like 35 or she's like 35 plus, just a couple years. Yeah, she's got 2 beautiful children. All of a sudden now, well, actually not now anymore, but she like women or whatever foolery. What? You just had a bad time. Men have treated you like shit. You got introduced to a girl. You liked it. Cool, innit? You ain't no fucking lesbian. You like dick. Who you kidding? Who you kidding?
What dog have you got?
Yeah, so with that example, Finest, I could definitely say that that's like a societal thing. Because I understand the point that you were making there. You see
you had a bad time.
Or Finest, or she was a lesbian all the time, is it?
No, she wasn't no lesbian all the time. I don't have a problem with people that want to be gay and that. If you want to be gay, you want to be bisexual.
Because it's bum batty man every day, all day, yeah?
But it is bum batty man. But
so
if that's what you want to be, that's your problem. I'm not gonna treat you any different, but I'm bun.
Yeah, but the thing here is not about whether the web. Let's try and keep the conversation, you know what I mean, slightly intellectual, innit? Like, so forget the bum batty man thing. I'm saying to my man, at the end of the day, you know, sir, that's the thing, that's the settings, innit? So let's not even try and question her on that.
Why not? Why can't I question on that?
But Well, look, Bon Batty man is the same as saying thou shalt not lie down with man, innit? Like it's just not that big a deal. It's just our way of saying
okay,
it. You
so
It's
understand?
the same as saying bun crack, bun
why is it?
heroin.
Why is it?
What's the
Why is it?
difference?
Why is it?
Okay,
Why
so
is it?
listen, Pat, you have to
Because it's a
remember,
toxic
yeah,
thing that you're
right?
doing to yourself.
Is that it's only 1 second, wine, yeah. Pat, it's only in recent history, yeah. That even in England, Pat, yeah, that you know, this homosexuality thing is kind of being normalized, yeah. And it was
No,
the British.
that's not true at all.
What do you mean it's not true? Wasn't
It's not true at
it
all.
a crime to bugger a boy in the 60s, man?
What
Wasn't buggery a crime?
what has buggery got to do with, what has buggering little boys, paedophilia, got to do with homosexuality?
All right, forget buggery. Was homosexuality not a crime, man?
It was a crime, yeah, but
it
hasn't always been like that.
Wait. It was a crime, yes?
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Okay, then, right? And the British put these things on the statutes books, correct?
That's right, yeah. And you could either go to prison or you could be chemically castrated.
And okay, excellent. Yeah, and these same laws and statutes they took to the Commonwealth countries, yes?
I'm not 100% sure about
well,
that.
let me tell you that is the case.
They did.
Yeah? Okay.
Now, I'll take your word for that. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Fair
Yeah. Take my word for that. Okay. So they put these laws and statutes on the books. You understand? And these were the laws in these countries, including Jamaica. You understand me? And other Commonwealth countries. Yeah. So the thing is now, just because now England has decided for whatever reason that, you know what I mean, they are now homosexual friendly. Yeah. They're now trying to make that case to the other places in which they've exported that law. You understand what I'm saying to you? Now, a lot of these places are saying, no, fuck that. We're not on that. We still Bon Batty, man. Yeah, i.e., we still want it to be illegal. That's all it is,
right.
Bab. So what I'm saying is don't take the euphemism of Bon Batty, man. You know what I mean? Like, you understand me? All the people that are saying that, they're just reiterating, they're just reiterating what it is that they've grown up on. That's what I'm saying to you.
Okay. So where did that come from in the first place? Where did the British get that idea from?
Because we're mostly Christian. Most
come from Christianity.
Most Caribbean people have a faith.
What's your point?
Yeah.
My point is that we don't have Christianity in law either. So
people follow what they believe.
So what do you expect to happen? Hold on a second, sis. So Dark Angel, what do you expect to happen? These things are on the law books for hundreds of years, whatever. These are the what's the word? Can be punishable by whatever. Yeah. Now Britain changes its mind. Do you then expect Dark Magician that all the other countries should fall in place with England and change their mind also? Is that what you expect?
No.
Okay, so what do you expect?
I expect the people that live in this country to listen to reasoned argument.
What is the argument?
Well, hold on a
minute.
minute.
To convince us that you can be born gay.
Yeah,
no, but
absolutely.
Is that your reason?
Yeah.
1 minute, finest. Is that your reasoned argument? No.
A reasoned argument is based upon logic. It's based upon substantiation. It's based upon citation. And I've just put a link in the several times for people to read, in which it shows quite clearly that many studies have been able to isolate.
Who wrote that article?
It's in the New Science. It's citing several different all the way from.
Article?
It's someone called Andy Coghlan.
Andy Coghlan, and how did he get these findings?
Because I don't know, but he's obviously.
You don't know, but you're trying to convince.
You can see the citations in the article. You can see the citations in the article. This is a reputable source. Just
for you, and I hope that.
Please do, and I promise you, I'll read it. I'll promise you, I will read it.
I'm not. Listen, I just want you to understand as well. Yeah, I'm not trying to make you think what I think, innit? At all.
Yeah. I'm not trying to make you think I'm not trying to make you think. What I want you to understand is that there is a prevailing ideology, which we've just discussed, which has come from Christianity and it's been spread across the world, that you not only can you not be born gay, but it's wrong to be gay, and we should be able to make it legal.
Well, who said it was wrong to be gay first?
Because if
Did
it's
anybody
illegal,
here say it was wrong?
because if you're saying at the basic level that it should be illegal to be gay, then you are saying it's
Who
wrong
said
in
that
society
it should
to be
illegal
gay.
to be gay?
The other lady was just saying that if we've had it transported to our country and we agree with that from scripture, then obviously you believe that it's
No,
wrong.
I mentioned. Hold on.
You said you
Don't
would
misquote
cry
me.
if
I
somebody in your
mentioned that.
family
Wait.
was gay.
But I mentioned that it was on the laws and statutes. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And you agree with it?
Do I agree with it?
No, I'm not you, but in general, people agree with it.
No, but but dude, if that's the law of the land, don't you get me?
No, not at all. If the law is wrong, then you should rebel against it always. It's your duty to do that.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Belly, your mic is doing the most, man.
Yeah, sorry, man, I'm on the motorway, innit? So, yeah, obviously I wanted to tie in quickly, innit? Because it's like the debate's actually changed, innit? Yeah. The debate wasn't about whether homosexuality is right or wrong. The debate was about whether God created homosexuals or not. You get me? Because, like, obviously the first premise is that if God's created everything on this earth, every human and blah, 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 and this, that, and the other, then God created Mighty Man too, innit? So whether you're for or against the Mighty Man thing, it don't matter. That wasn't the debate. You get me? No one cares who's for and who's against. Yeah, that's not the debate. The debate was, did God create homosexuals or not?
Yes, he did.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying, yeah, man. So God created Mighty Man, innit?
Murders, pedophiles, everything.
Yeah,
God
created evil. If God created evil, then everything that's evil is a part of God's creation, isn't it?
Facts.
Like everything that's good is a part of God's creation. So all these
the devil himself, isn't it?
Talking crap about you're not supporting gays. But your God made the gays. What do you mean? That's what you need to remember. Whether you run it out, you support it or you're against it.
No, you know what?
God that made it.
This idea, yeah, of whether God made gays, it leads to humans believing that it's either wrong or right, that it's moral or ethical. And if you understand the serious oppression and abuse that gay people have to go through just to be themselves.
But that's a different issue though, Dartmouth. Because God created black people, you understand? And we go through oppression and this and that.
Exactly.
So
and I think that's absolutely abhorrent.
That's not even a reasoning, man.
I have the same reasoning.
That's a whole different debate. What it was, yeah, is that there's gay people in religions, in it, yeah, and the religion says it's against gays, yeah. So, but the religion claims that God made everything. God created everything. Remember, God created the sun, the earth, moon, star, everything. Yeah.
Do you believe in the Most High, Dark Magician?
No, I don't. I'm an atheist.
Oh right, okay.
I'm more than an atheist. I'm an anti-theist.
Okay, I got you, Bab. I got you. But you support Liverpool, though, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely.
Come on, you never walk alone.
You never walk alone, yes.
I need to introduce you to Rob, yeah? So you and Rob would be good friends still. South African Rob, he used to be a police officer. I'm like,
Can I just quickly say something? Can I quickly say something? I just want to send a message out to Finest that I apologise for coming across strong. Yeah, and I apologise for being rude, okay? That was unacceptable and I shouldn't have behaved like that. I'm very sorry.
That's very gentlemanly of you.
Big man apologise, no.
It's just a strong subject for me, yeah?
But the thing is, though,
that dark magician, like, how the feelings, how it is, yeah. So when you hear them sort of talk, yeah, you shouldn't really be too shocked. Do you know what I'm saying? Like really and truly, that should be water off a duck's back now, man. Because obviously, man was there saying the same things as well. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I was saying exactly the same. Like, so I'll give the viewers, the listeners, a bit of context. I came from a Jehovah's Witness family. Okay, I was born in what was called the Truth. Yeah, and I'm sure people know who the Jehovah's Witnesses are. Yeah, I was a homophobe. Okay, but through education and through my life and experiences in my life, I've been able to see that is wrong. Just like racism is wrong, just like anti-Semitism is wrong, just like any kind of prejudice is wrong. It's wrong because it causes harm to people.
Yeah, but you're changing the topic, though, Dark Magician, because the topic is did the Most High, make, what's it say Monday? Does God make mistakes, and can you be born gay? That's the question, isn't it? So this shouldn't even be a morality argument. You understand what I'm saying to you? This should just really be sticking on, does God make it? And the fact is that you don't believe in the Most High. So do you know what I mean? I don't know how much you can really say.
No, but I do believe that there are people that do believe, though.
You do believe that there's people that do believe?
Yeah.
Yo. Yeah, but obviously, like, where obviously you don't have to believe in something to have like an opinion on something, innit? So it was that. It's more that obviously, even if you're religious or not, if you're a religious person, you believe God created everything, then God has to have created the bad things as well as the good things, innit? You can't just have created all the good things and then something else has created all the bad things, because that means there's a God and then there's something else that can create stuff as well. You know what I'm saying?
And that's why we need to question righteousness, Biggage. You understand?
Yeah, so that's
because
what
I hear a lot of
hold on a second, nice, because that's the next topic, what we was going to roll into straight after with Ultra Funky, if he's still there, because he had the next question that built on the back of the first question. So do you want to roll out the second part of the question, what we was going to roll into?
Yeah, bro. All right. I'm putting the question out there to the panel and to the chat. What is righteousness, and can anyone achieve it?
So first, I think we have to give a definition of righteousness, innit? Because I've heard all different varying definitions, you get me? And self-definitions also. So we have to be very careful here.
Yeah, what is the definition of righteousness?
What is the definition of righteousness? Everyone's got we want to get up the lively definition of righteousness, and then we go from there.
So for me, this is a question that when I was studying law, when I was studying what's called jurisprudence or the theory of law, we asked the question, what is justice? So is not righteousness the same as justice?
I would say justice is a synonym, maybe, but not the same. I mean, I would say it was a synonym. But for me, wait, hold on, let me pull out the definition.
The definition is morally right and justifiable. So it is absolutely synonymous with justice.
Sorry, hold on. So
according to the Bible, righteousness, because like I said, there's different definitions in it. Sorry, Ultra, you go through, Virgin.
No, go through, my queen. Go through.
So this is all right. So this is just normal Wikipedia, yeah. Right, it says righteousness, according to the Bible, is one of the chief attributes of God, as portrayed in the Hebrew Bible. Its chief meaning concerns ethical conduct. Yeah, and then it gives, for example, Leviticus 19:36, Deuteronomy 25:1, Psalms 1 and 6. I don't know if people know what those are off the top of their head, but I don't. And it says in the book of Job, the title character is introduced to us as a person who is perfect in righteousness. So that's the sort of more biblical settings.
The story of Job,
but
man, that's how you know God is a pagan anyway, yeah? Have you know the story of Job? Is it Job? Where he's a good man, and he sends and he makes the bet with the devil that he can't tempt him and all that you can't sway him and all that, and makes him nearly have to kill his son or something like that. Is that the right story? Is that the same one?
Boy, me can't remember stuff, man. No, don't lie.
Yeah, that is the story of Job. Job, the devil came to God and said, "I'm sure this is your most loyal subject, your most loyal person on earth, and I bet I can tempt him." And he brought devastation upon his family. But you know, is that right?
Can I just answer your thing as well quickly, Dark Magician? You know, when you said you had to break down what being just was whilst doing your studies, is that correct?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
And what did you come up with?
So me personally, I believe there's no such thing as justice.
Oh, okay.
Justice is an amorphic term. It doesn't have any. It can and it doesn't. So, for instance, there are times when you can show physically that there has been justice has been served, right? But then again, there will always be other people. So justice is subjective. It cannot always be objective. Yeah, and therefore you cannot say that there is an objective justice. Because there will always be someone that will disagree with that.
Moses is like justice, isn't it? Moses is like justice as well, like Dark Magician.
Say that again?
Subjective, bro.
Yeah.
Morals is subjective like justice as well.
Morals and ethics are subjective, yeah, that's right. But there's a difference, okay? So, for instance, there is in law, there is an argument between two very famous jurists. One is called H.L.A. Hart and one is called Fuller, and they argue back and forth over a series of years about whether the law, as we know it, should have fidelity, which means that should the law have morals and ethics in it? Basically meaning, should we have law by the Bible?
Yeah, but weren't the laws of the Bible just based on? They were based on
societies that preceded it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So there's
arts and these things.
Yes, but Nine, we've already had a discussion about biblical law. Biblical law, if you apply it today, it just falls down.
Indeed.
Of course it does. Of course it does. So what we have today is what's called positive law. Okay, positive law is the objective will of an elective legislative, elected by the people. Okay, so what tends to happen in society is there is a tradition, and that tradition becomes so fixed that we demand that it be put into law. Okay, but where do morals and ethics come into that? When we enact a law, when we enact a legislation, do we think first and foremost of morals and ethics?
Yeah, but you're going, yeah, man, but I think we're going away from the topic, man, because once you start talking about law and all of these things, you're just going into a whole different arena, man. Because even in law, you've got different, you know what I mean? You've got the laws of the land, and you got, you know what I mean? You're just going into a whole new arena, man.
Well,
because some of the laws of the land are actually based on morality and this and that. You see what I'm saying to you? As opposed to, you know, like you said, selective, legal, whatnot. So I think we should just try and stick to the topic of righteousness. You get me?
Yeah, sure. Okay, my bad.
So sorry to do that, Bab. No disrespect. Because I'm just saying, do you understand what I'm saying to you? If you start going into law, it's a completely different,
Well,
no, listen. Don't side the topic. Don't side the topic. The question is, what is righteousness, and can anyone achieve it?
Indeed.
I don't think anyone can achieve righteousness. To be fair.
All right.
The reason I say that.
No, wait. Hold on. Becca, big up yourself. Yeah. Welcome to the panel, G Block.
Hi, Becca.
I want you to expand on your opening premise, please.
The reason I say I don't think anyone can achieve it is because everyone's definition of righteousness and morals are different. So my righteousness and my morals is going to be different to Sister Nines. My righteousness and morals are going to be different to Veli's. Do you know what I'm saying? So no one's ever going to achieve anyone's sort of righteousness because everyone's got a different idea of morals and righteousness.
Yes, sure. But remember the question. What is righteousness? And can anyone achieve it? So we need to discuss the what first.
I would say righteousness is the being of moral and justifiable.
Another Wikipedia definition: righteousness is defined as the quality of being morally correct and justifiable. Well done, Doc. It can also be considered synonymous with rightness or being upright. It is a concept that can be found in Indian religions and Abrahamic traditions as a theological concept.
Right.
Okay, so Becca, do you agree with that definition of righteousness?
Well, like I said, everyone's morals are different, though, isn't it?
No. I'm saying, do you agree? Do you agree with what Nine just read? And if not, tell us what you would add or take away from what was read.
Well, the definition that I searched for, it was actually from the Oxford Dictionary, and it's basically the same, similar what Nines was saying: moral, right or justifiable. Similar sort of things would be good, virtuous, upright, upstanding, decent, worthy. So I agree with that, but like I said, people's decencies and what they think is decent is different for everyone else. Do you know what I'm saying? So
wait, hold on, Becca. Do you know what's funny? Do you know what we can do? We can expand on that. Like, for instance, let me ask you a question. Is child rape, does that make you unrighteous or righteous?
What if you're promoting it?
Or doing it?
Well, no, that's not righteousness, is it? Well, in my opinion,
guess what?
That's
Wait,
not
hold on. Are you of a particular religious persuasion?
I follow the Hebrew Israelite.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Well, I'm not of a religious persuasion.
Serious? No.
But I agree with you that the harm of children is unrighteous. So I agree with you. So far we're on the right page. Do you believe stealing, taking somebody's property without permission is righteous or unrighteous?
That's unrighteous.
Yeah, I see. I'm agreeing with you. Look at that. Do you see what I'm saying? Wait, I'm trying to. Okay. I'm gonna throw a curveball here.
Mm-hmm.
Men who get pedicures, is that righteous or unrighteous?
I think that's just personal agreement.
But no, do you know what it is? Because that's not really a question of morality.
No,
which is why exactly that the reason why I threw that in there is to kind of throw a curveball and just show everyone that righteousness is so subjective. And I find that when people plaster themselves with labels, it's kind of to cover inadequacies. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's crazy. But I think as a species, if we sat down together and dumped the fucking egos and the bullshit, we could come up with a system that we all, well, the majority of us agree with. Like, you're a Hebrew and I'm just on the complete other end of the spectrum, and everything I asked you, albeit it's only 2 questions, we're in total agreement. Stealing, the harm of children, what else? Let me think of something that's...
Can I make an observation?
Yeah, go ahead.
Isn't it better to say that we need to find out what righteousness is for ourselves without handing it over to a supernatural being?
Sorry, Dark Magician, I stepped away from the mic. I missed that. Sorry, bro.
I said, instead of if we want to find out what righteousness is and come to a consensus, don't we have to start finding it for ourselves, between ourselves, instead of giving it over to a supernatural being?
Personally,
I think that's in
believe
place
that.
already, though.
Well, it's not though, because well, no,
the mere fact that you as a atheist or an agnostic or whatever, the mere fact that you can find similar moral grounds to Becca, who says she's a Hebrew Israelite, does that not show, you get me, that there's already an element of balance, as it were, just within ourselves as humans? Because do we not believe that generally when we get to a certain age, you kind of know the difference between right and wrong morally as a human?
The golden rule.
That's with or without having, a religion or this or that.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Yeah, because we're all gods and goddesses anyway, so we've all got that sort of compass. That's just me putting in my bit. You understand? But so what I was just saying is that Ultra and Becky, although they're at different spectrums, they still may have a similar moral code. So then, you know what I mean? Just going back to the whole thing of righteousness. Because I mean, I'm sure we would most people know that it's not, right to kill a man for no reason. You know what I mean?
Why didn't I say murder? Oh, I'm so dumb. I'm such a sociopath.
Yeah, bless up the panel, man. Bless up the panel.
Who's that? My brother Fred. Oh,
yes,
shit.
Man, you
my brother Fred, Welcome, my bro.
Man.
Welcome.
Come on. This is a good subject, man. This is a good subject still.
Come on, Fred. You're new on the panel. Chime in, my bro. What is righteousness? And can anyone achieve it?
I'm saying if anyone tells you they're righteous, stone that motherfucker, man. Yeah.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Yeah, I was going to say,
if anyone says they're righteous, stone him.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the truth. But all this talk about God and this God real and all this shit. Like, I don't really subscribe to. Yeah, I heard what I said. But I'm just saying, you can't make that. It's hard to make that claim, because I'm saying even it's hard to make even any claims about God. I'm just a believer in it, and my thing and God's.
You're agnostic.
It's different. Yeah, it's different.
No, I hear you, man. I was just excited about the stoning bit. I'm going to the club now.
Not physically. You don't have to do it physically. You can do it metaphorically. Anything. You know
so what are you saying? If a man's out here claiming to be righteous, we chastise him. Yeah.
Get my slingshot on, boy.
Nah. Don't even feed into him, fam. Just try and question him. And yeah, do that as well. Question him, and the only one that knows that you're righteous is the Most High. Do you get what I'm trying to show you? And the only one you're doing righteousness for is him. I'm not doing righteousness for my daughter. I'm doing righteousness for God. If that makes sense.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I feel I'm doing righteousness for the children. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, most definitely. But he's gonna look after the children. All my faith and my hope is in him. Like, if that makes sense. I can't even explain God.
Bro. As a theist, as a God man, like I'm not. Yes, I'm an atheist, but I understand when a man says, I put my trust in God and Like, it ain't hard for me to understand, right? But I think you're probably the right person then to tell us, because your premise is interesting. You're saying no human being can be out here calling themselves righteous. It's only the God. It's only the God that you believe in, who's like the creator, can decide who is righteous and who isn't.
He'll determine whether you're righteous or not. Do you know what I'm saying? It won't be my job to point my finger and say you're righteous. It won't be like anybody's job to do that. You know what I'm saying? It will just be God's job, if that makes sense. Do you know what I mean?
All right.
But me
wait. Fred, listen. If you want to be righteous, if you try to achieve righteousness whilst you're on earth, like, how do you go about doing that?
Where there's
Like, is
guidelines
there
in
a
the Bible,
criteria?
in the Quran, and all these things, but you man don't believe in that, innit?
No,
But
no,
I'm
no, no,
saying there's
because it's not
guidelines in these things.
belief, bro. It's not about belief at this point. Because the question is, what is righteousness, and can anyone achieve it? So whether it's in the Quran, the Bible, the Bhagavad Gita, anything, whatever holy scripture you adhere to, or none, yes, Baba. Who can anyone achieve this righteousness? Or does
Yeah, you can
righteousness,
achieve
is it
it. You can
predicated on a
achieve
God?
it just like how you achieve the fam, and just like how you achieve the love from your family. You get me? You know they love you because they acknowledge it, and the person that you're serving should acknowledge it. Do you get what I'm trying to show you? If that makes sense, your son and daughters know that they love their daddy, innit, Ultra?
Yeah,
It's a given, innit? So the
Yeah.
person you're serving, you should feel that love from that person, innit? It's a given, innit?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Not person, sorry.
Yeah.
The Almighty Creator. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So
But yeah,
if you
it's a tough
don't,
one. It's a tough one for me. It's a tough one for me because I've never like tried to claim righteousness or go on like I'm righteous. All I try to do is the best I can. You know what I'm trying to show you. And
same here, brother. That's how I live my life.
fell short, Ultra. I
So
fell
is
Yeah,
it?
of
short
course,
bag
bro.
of
We're
times.
human beings. We're
You know
not
what I'm saying?
perfect.
Yeah,
We're not
bro.
perfect. We make
I ain't.
mistakes.
Come on, fam. I've made 1,001 mistakes, but I've always tried to know myself and accept the beating and the blessing in equal measure. So I know, obviously, if I lose £50, I can't cry, and I can't go on like, you know what I mean? If I gain £50, I have to move the same as I lost it. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
So does
Like
that mean
everything.
then that you think that maybe as humans we should maybe refrain from going around and calling others righteous and unrighteous, and just stick to our own thing and make sure that we ourselves
Well, yeah,
are doing
no,
a
that's
good
what
job?
Fred's saying.
Sister, that's half the
no
problem,
one can call
sister.
themselves
That's half the
righteous.
problem. That's half the problem, you know, sis. That's like the labeling and you know what I mean? My thing's more intellectual than your thing, and no, you go and sit one side because my Godson. No,
I hear you,
man.
brother. I agree with you on that, man, Carl. I agree with you there, for real.
If we just follow the principles, sis, yeah, and we just strip the thing down bare, and we just follow the bare principles, the bare minimum 10 commandments, or the 48 laws of Mahat, or you know what I'm saying? Get some laws and some discipline in your blood clot life, and you follow that. You shouldn't even be bumping heads with nobody. You should be blessed love everywhere you go, like. Do you know what I mean? And if it's not blessed love, you're supposed to take it like it is. If someone's showing you hate, you're supposed to still, you get what I'm saying? Like everything's equal balance, I think, innit? That's just my little swag opinion.
Would it be
Yeah, no, I
possible?
rate that, bro. You come in and mixed it up as well, because I won't lie to you. I feel like I'm here, like righteousness, right? And I'm not gonna lie to you. I feel it come from like religious people all the time about righteousness. I'm doing it right, and anyone that doesn't do it the way I do it is doing it wrong. And like whilst I don't doubt their sincerity in them believing that, I feel like the exclusionary undertone of that line surely takes you out of righteousness. Like I don't know.
It's hard.
A part of being righteousness is to be humble. You do realize that, innit?
Come on, Becca.
Yeah, I agree.
Come on.
Yeah, that is it. That is it. Still, that is it.
But is that
But
really
then
though?
again, it's a little seesaw balance in that though, Becca, though. Because if you're too humble, people are gonna walk all over your thing.
Yeah,
So it's a
they're gonna
little
think it's
like,
weakness.
yeah, it's a balance in that, bro, man. Trust me, bro. That's why that's in the Kemetic thing. I like that Kemetic philosophy, man. Because even though
in
I say
Christianity,
Rasta,
though, even in Christian, because in the Bible said God said He will bless you in the presence of your enemies. So He wants you to fight.
Yeah, most man. Like as I said, like to get righteous is hard, innit? But there's teachings, innit? There's little guidelines, there's little things you can follow, innit? And you can try and talk to your maker, innit? Because he is up.
Yeah, but
there,
wait,
innit?
Freddie, how do you then achieve
I gotta go.
righteousness? Oh, sorry, go on, man. Go on.
Yeah, sorry, boss. I gotta go, and this thing's just killing my battery. But
Freddie, so you believe in the Most High, right?
Yes, sis.
All right, good. So just because this is a sort of interchangeable little debate, so let me bring it back again. Do you believe that the Most High makes gay people, Bab?
But I think they're abhorrent, you know. So I don't
Okay.
even
Whether
get
you believe that
into
they're abhorrent or not, are they of the Most High?
It's coming from my maker. Like, you got what I'm saying? I know there's only one Most High, but obviously man make things as well. Like, man obviously add on things, innit? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, they see the marvels of the Most High and then they add things onto it. If that makes sense. You know, like how you come by my house and you saw a nice car and then you said you had 5 nice cars. That's what people do. You know what I'm saying? So it's like what people do, we can't sometimes always attribute that to the Most High. Do you know what I'm saying?
Okay, so you're saying that homosexuality is just basically not of the Most High and it's just coming from somewhere else.
I don't believe it's from the Most High I'm serving. That's all I'm saying. I can't jump out there and say the most. You know what I'm saying? I can't. You got what I'm saying? I just think that the Selassie, the person that I call, the names that I call, I don't think, you get me, he's involved with anything like that. Nothing to do with it.
So why do we find it in animals then?
Sorry?
Why do we find homosexuality in animals?
God bless them animals then, innit? I don't know, but I'm just saying. For I don't think my God co-signs anything to do with anything like that.
Do you want to hear my theory on that one?
Wait, whose mic is that? Oh, it's nice.
I think my theory on that is the Most High more likely probably do create these people, to test us, because that's where it is. Life is a big test, is it not? Freedom of will, that's the whole point of it, is to make choices in life. So he's going to put certain obstacles for us to make those choices.
True, maybe. That sounds logical still. You know, like, but I don't know. I just don't think like, well, as I said, the people in the world, like, they're just adders, isn't it? Like, we like to add on things and we like to remix stuff. You know what I'm saying? I don't think necessarily.
Freddie, listen, just quickly, are you of the belief that your creator is like the source of everything seen and unseen?
Mm-hmm.
Right, okay. So all right, another question. Do you believe that your creator, whichever one you subscribe to, is like all powerful, all knowing, all perfect, all just, and like omnipotent, omnipresent, omniscient, omnibenevolent, all that good stuff, yeah?
Yeah, that's correct, true.
Excellent. Okay, so if your God meets all of those criteria, then surely your God, quote unquote, knows or knew in advance that if he sets this chain of events off that creates the universe, the planets, the moon, the stars, planets, galaxies, black holes, and all the rest, all that good stuff, he knew that there was going to be gaylords. And remember that, like, I don't know if you're a Christian, but I'm gonna. Yeah, no, sorry, Baba. No, because remember, if you're a Christian, remember, God saw certain things, and he, according to the Christian narrative, he flooded the whole blood clot planet because he was vexed, yeah. And then remember, like, God dropped a nuke on fucking Sodom and Gomorrah because of certain things, and yet the gays keep on coming. So I'm just like, that means if he set off this chain of events, who's it on?
Well, you know what, fam? Asking men to explain gays is like asking me to explain condensation, isn't it?
No, condensation can be explained. That's easy.
Nah, obviously the premise of it, the little outside premise of it, but the intricate parts, no one can explain that, innit? And remember all the titles you broke off: the omnipotent one, the mysterious, the all-seeing, all that. I can't know that in the question. I have to know all of that to answer your question.
I hear you. And I respect that. You know what it is, bro? You know what? The reason why you just like, you stumped me is because you're so honest, bro. Like, do you know how many times religious people don't know and they won't say, you know what, I don't know. They'll just keep talking shit. But I respect that, bro. I respect that, bro.
Bro, I'm well read, innit? And I don't know shit, fam. I've travelled the world and I don't know air, fam. I don't know nothing.
This is it, bro.
Me to try and piece this thing together. I'm done, fam. I'm wasting my time. I might as well go and look for some money. Yeah, I'm saying, rather than trying to piece this thing together. You know what I mean, family tree? It's gonna be a lot, innit?
Yeah, I hear you. Now let me ask you. Let me ask you one more question, Freddie. And this is gonna be the kicker now. I want you to be honest. Yeah. Do you think you can quote unquote reach or achieve righteousness if you don't subscribe to a religion or a creator?
Definitely. You can subscribe to the methods. You can subscribe to the methods. You don't have to believe in the Quran to like. Obviously, a lot of people say you don't have to believe in the things to follow it. But you get me? There's lots of people that follow these principles of Rasta, Christian, Muslim, all of that. Like, they may be brought up in the faith, their mum and dad was one or whatever, and they didn't follow it through fully, but they've held on to the principles though, and they're living a good life off the back of that, and that is a fact.
Yeah, I agree with that. And you know what, Fred? I'm one of those people. Like, I grew in a Christian household, and like I said this the other day.
And you know, said Granny never steer you around.
This is what, bro. I was literally gonna drop my nan. Yeah, the way she made me feel growing up, wanted, needed, loved, nurtured, cared for. But she also disciplined me. Don't get twisted, that woman. But that woman, definitely. her behavior, I associate it with her faith, right? And her faith, my opinion,
because you know what? If she went to blues dances, if she prayed to blues dances, and she played to mini skirts and running up and down, you probably wouldn't have been as solid as you are now. When she had some foundation.
Exactly.
When she had a foundation, it weren't just about blues dances and mini skirts and running up. And I'll do what I want to do.
Exactly.
You get me? I don't care, innit? I just make the kids see me doing anything, innit? Because there ain't no good, innit? Like, nah, let's not get too high and mighty. That's why I get worried when Vel talks sometimes, because I see what happened to Saidio, you know.
Hey, bro, listen. You say swell up here. No.
Yeah,
remember, But
I don't want Veli's lips to swell up any bigger than that. They are already.
Listen, Veli's lips are small. Veli's lips are small compared to mine, boy. I've got some blows.
I'm worried for Veli right now. The way he's blaspheming. You get me?
Come and defend yourself, bro.
Man, he jumped off straight away. That's what I'm saying, like. God bless Wells, though. I love him still.
Yeah, but you know what the difference is? No, but remember, the difference is Saidio claims to have a religion and a God, and he swore on that God's book that he wasn't a lying sack of shit.
Yeah,
and
that's
then when
why
he touched the
swelled.
book,
That's why
bro,
he gets swelled.
Whereas Veli doesn't meet that criteria because Veli's not screaming.
Nah, you're right.
I believe rare tear. This man says no.
But Veli's trying to say God's a pagan when sister's reading out a bit about Job. I'm like, whoa.
Wait. Don't you agree?
Huh? Nah, bro. I agree that man attributed all these names to him.
No, but I mean,
didn't come out and declare none of that.
The story of Job. The story of Job.
Nah, the story of Job.
Yeah.
It's just like the story of the man in the job center. It's normal. Hey, Veli, listen, I don't want your lips to swell. Well, please, brother, take it easy on my lad, no? You can explain anything you want to explain, you know, Daddy, but just do on this, the big man. Cause I'm coming off some Bujuban and Hadith, you know? You get me? I'm coming off some old school. Yeah, you don't know about Mighty, you get it? You get what I'm saying? Till I'm laid to rest. You get me? Yeah, so just be easy, bro.
Yeah, man. But like I'm saying, obviously, yeah, you answered the question though, innit? Like about what is it? If God creates everything, how come him create Batman?
Yeah, but Vil, that's not for me to know. That's not even for me to know, Vil. That's just like mysteriously
But
out of my league.
wait, hang on a second. Let me ask you a question. I just thought of this, even though I mentioned it. Right. So pure fuckery and corruption was going on, and then God fucked up and drowned everyone on the planet, yeah, with Noah and ting. And then, I can't remember which order it goes in, but then Sodom and Gomorrah was happening, and God dropped a nuke on the spot. Like, God, it was just pure corruption. So I'm just like, yo, so you say you didn't know this was gonna happen, or you just wanted to drop a bomb? Like what? Like, what's really going on here?
Well, sometimes I don't know how my daughter came out of my missus. You got what I'm trying to family. If I can understand that the doctor induced her and I was there and I held her hand, but the fine intricate details, fam, it's like it's a lifetime's work. Do you know what I'm saying, fam? Like I went Jamaica and I tried to speak to some Rastas up in the mountain, brother, and they've been up in the mountains for years trying to figure out things and know themselves. And
bro, do you know what the wickedest thing is, bro? My favorite Rasta in the whole world, Muta Baruka, yeah? He don't fuck with the Bible, you know?
I know.
He don't fuck with the Bible, and he tells you,
Nah, there's enough, man. Because you know what, right? He's found different ways. Like, there's bare different ways, you know. The Mahat laws and all that. That's a good way to live too, you know, fam. Like the Jehovah Witness thing's probably a good thing, a way to live. You get me? I don't know.
Well, no. Pause.
No, I'm just saying though. There must be people. Nah, but you know what I'm saying.
But yo, listen, I'm gonna jump back off here. I'm gonna add Eric back in. Yeah.
All right, say nothing, Phil. Just take it easy on the Lord, please, brother.
You say that?
Yeah, I just don't beat him up too much, please, big man.
Right. Say nothing, man. Come on, bro.
All right.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. So Fred, yeah, listen, you see when you said Jehovah's Witness, you went too far. But yeah, I hear you.
No, but you know what I mean though, Ultra man. There's goodness in everything.
I hear you. To be fair, if I'm honest with you, this is why I'm not an anti-theist, yeah. I believe personally, if you got a religion and it's making you a better person, all right, cool, hold on to it. You see, if you got a religion because you lost a child or a family member and it gives you hope and and it's getting you through them tough times and rare and you know what? By all means, go true.
And that's what it's literally doing. And that's what it's literally doing.
Ultra,
you know,
can I say something? Ultra, can I say something? I'm an anti-theist, but I don't believe that doesn't necessarily mean that I'm against other people having a religion. Yeah, I'm against religions. I believe the idea of a God, an all powerful being, is neither moral nor ethical. But that doesn't mean to say that I want to stop other people from believing that, or that I would take away the righteousness that they get from that.
But this is the thing, like for me, where religion crosses the line is when they start imposing their bullshit on me.
And doesn't that come from righteousness? The idea of righteousness.
That's unrighteous. No, for me, it's unrighteous.
But the religious would say that we are righteous, therefore we can impose it. See, that's the idea. So these
but do you not see the contradiction in terms, though? But because we're righteous, we can impose.
I do get it. I do get that. But it's the same as saying my ideology, my idea, my way of being is so righteous that it is holy. It's sacred. Those adjectives, using those adjectives, are basically tantamount to saying my argument tops your argument because God, therefore.
Yeah, because God, therefore. Yeah. And it just goes fucking circular.
You know what I think? I think if, trust me, all of that shit was to strip away from the religions, like, I believe this, I believe that, and we went back to the fundamentals, the whole thing's We'll be the shining light of the world. Everything will be working how it's supposed to work. No one will be going to Africa to steal nothing because their morality and the things that they're reading would be able to tell them, no, that's wrong. Do you know what I'm saying?
Do you know what the funny thing
whole...
is, Fred? I disagree. Let me tell you why I disagree with that, right? It's because, like, we have that now. The majority of the planet are theists. There's some, like, the majority of the planet have some sort of creator God.
Ultra.
Yeah, I hear that. I hear that, but if I'm honest with you,
the Pope has never practiced Catholicism in years, big man. The Church of England, what the fuck are they practicing? The African spirituality churches, it's a joke. Because I'm saying to you, obviously, like even blood, certain Muslims ain't practicing the real thing, blood. Look how much fucking bullshit they're running up and down doing. You get what I'm trying to show you? The whole place is some obviously ego thing. I'm righteous than man. I'm this than that. I'm da-da-da-da. If we fuck that off, trust me, bro, half of the problem solved, bro.
But we're almost there.
Yo, Fred, listen, I need to put down the internet for like 5 minutes. This boy needs a new nappy.
Yeah.
And
I'm
he's
gonna
crawling
flash
all
out
over
as
my
well,
bed.
you know.
Yeah, just give me 5 minutes.
Eric, come and say hello, man.
All right, guidance, man. Guidance.
Yo, Eric, big up, Eric. Just give me 5 minutes, Eric. I'll be back. Yeah, big up yourself, bro.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Eric.
Okay, I hear what I heard what you guys are saying and whatnot. And see, that's the thing about it. I will never debate faith with anyone, and I'll tell you why. Because a major point was made by a dark magician when he said that I take no offense to people believing that in their particular faith, whether it's the Bible, whether you're talking about the Torah and the law of Moses, or you're talking about the four Gospels of Christ, whether you're talking about the Holy Quran, teachings of the Prophet Muhammad, So the thing about it for me is this: the reason why I don't debate faith is because I'm a grown man, and I realize that I'm a Baha'i myself. I practice the Baha'i faith. The prophet of the Baha'i faith is Baha'u'llah. Okay, and the Baha'i faith originated out of Persia. Okay, 19th century.
Can you explain
AD.
that a bit more, please?
What the Baha'i faith?
Your faith, yeah.
From what perspective? You got to ask me questions. You got to be more specific.
So, I guess the first question would be: do you believe in a creator of the universe?
Yes.
And which branch of is it Abrahamic or is it pre-Abrahamic?
You mean no? The Baha'i faith is not pre-Abrahamic. No.
So is it a branch of Hebrewism?
No.
Christianity?
No, it's its own independent faith, just as Christianity is, just as.
I've never heard of it. Sorry, I've never heard of it.
Well, if you want to find out more information, because I'm not going to go deep into it now, because that's not what we're talking about now. But go to www.bahai.org.
EAHAI.
No. Yeah. BAHAI. .org.
I've got it.
Okay, and you find out the basics history of it, the basic principles and things like that, and then you can make your judgment.
Sure.
So this is another reason why I don't debate faith, because if I can give evidence for that the faith that I believe in exists, there are scriptures, there's a history to it, people could read that for themselves, and I'm totally open to people reading it for themselves, and then they're gonna make their own judgment. Right, and their judgment may be very much different from mine, just as yours is, dark magician, when it comes to religious faith, whether you believe in it or not. So I'm not going to argue that.
Right.
But I will say this, okay? Nobody's going to be perfectly objective about anything.
Exactly.
Whether you're talking about religion or you're talking about, let's say philosophy. throughout the millennia. Okay,
Mm.
I think that there are philosophical principles coming from all over the world.
Yeah.
Okay, that ring true as to how people live, how people can live more harmoniously together rather than in a more divisive nature apart from one another. And I think that I think that to in certain degrees, even philosophy is influenced by religion. At the same time, there are scriptures that happen to speak about, especially for example, my faith. Okay, Plato is mentioned, Socrates is mentioned. Okay, Rumi is mentioned. Okay, there are philosophers that are mentioned, and from the Baha'i perspective, is that these philosophers, even say Thomas Aquinas, okay, Immanuel Kant is even mentioned, okay, because from the Baha'i perspective is this: these people are not wrong in thinking the way they do. They're not totally wrong in thinking the way that they do, but because they are not necessarily of people of faith, okay, of a particular faith, there's multiples of truth, okay, as to what they say. Now, if you ask a Christian or a Muslim the same question, they may say, well, all those people that I've named, all those philosophers that I've named, they say, well, all they're talking about is rubbish. So see, this is why I'm saying you can't be perfectly objective about it. So I don't pretend at being objective about it. This is a personal thing for me when it comes to faith. This is a personal thing to me when it comes to belief. It's a personal thing to me that that I believe that Baha'u'llah is the most recent prophet known to humankind, brought about, revealed by God to the world of humanity. Okay, that's a personal thing. It's a subjective thing.
Absolutely.
And the thing about it is, again, when you say that, okay, that religion imposes upon humanity, I think I beg to differ. I think that is the people of the book. If they lived by the book, they wouldn't impose their faith upon anyone. Because even when you talk about jihad, as far as the Prophet Muhammad is concerned, when you talk about jihad is to protect the ummah, right? The Muslim community from people who wish to do it harm. You understand? Jihad is defense of the community. It even says so in the Quran. Okay, but now talk to somebody who claims to be a Muslim and he or she is a member of ISIS. They got a totally different perspective. You see what I'm saying? So this is why I've learned over time, as far as I'm concerned, never debate faith and religion with people, because nobody perfectly follows the tenets of their faith. Okay.
Right. So
they don't.
What I would reply to you there is that I too agree with that. I agree that if you're going to argue particular faith and theology, it will just descend into semantics. What I understand by this and what you understand by this are two different perspectives. But my point of being an anti-theist is theocracy, where there are people who want to say, my belief is so righteous that I want to impose it on other people. Yeah, theocrats, which there are very few of, but they are still nonetheless prevalent and still nonetheless very powerful in society, where those people spring up and say, my ideology is so righteous that I feel that I am sacred and holy enough to say that it needs to be imposed on everybody else. Okay, that's where I have a problem, and that's where I will, impose my what I class as anti-theism.
Yeah. Now check this out. Okay, the Prophet of the Baha'i faith, Baha'u'llah, says this. Okay, that God gives us freedom of will, free will, and freedom of conscience. That is, that when you reach that age of maturity where you start to think and contemplate the difference between right and wrong. What is right and wrong? Okay, a person from a religious, spiritual / moral standpoint is going to have a different point of view of what is right and wrong from a person who doesn't think from that perspective. But we can agree on this. We can agree that raping a child is wrong in any circumstance.
But why?
Okay?
But why though? But why? Honestly,
Why?
I'm asking you why. Yeah.
Why is it wrong? You traumatize.
Because it's demonstrably harmful.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's
Yeah,
it's demonstratively harmful to somebody. It will
Yes.
go on. It will go. So we know from psychology and sociology, we know that the reason why adults have psychoses in older life is because of the trauma that they've had as a child. So where you can negate trauma to a child's mind, and they can grow up in a decent upbringing where they can have a wholesome upbringing where they have no trauma to their mind, they grow up to be fully functioning adults without any kind of neurosis.
Fully functioning and well-adjusted human beings.
Without a psychosis and without a neurosis.
I got you, but check this out though. Before psychology was a legal practice, broadly influential practice where people actually go to university and study it and practice it.
Yeah.
Okay, as a means of earning a living. People of religions can say that, well, even before psychology and psychological concepts came into being, per se, formally, that the scriptures have said that.
No, but that's just one form of trauma that can
happen. What I'm saying is this: there's a common ground there.
Of course, yeah. I would say to you, the common ground is humanism. It's not scripture. It's not some revelation that's been given to you by some outside entity. We inherently knew.
No, we didn't. We didn't, magician. We didn't. Back in the day, we were marrying kids and we were sending kids up fucking chimneys. But we know better now.
Right. But the golden rule, yeah, not to murder each other. Okay. We knew that was wrong. Yeah. With the golden rule, not to try and treat. Yeah. Sorry,
yeah, but before psychology became a practice, several thousand years ago, we knew that. Okay, and I mean we can come as far as the 10 Commandments. Okay, thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife.
Sure, but are you saying that we didn't know that before we were given that? Are you saying that
thou shalt not steal? What I'm saying is this: is through knowledge, through learning, through life experience. Yeah, of course. You learn these things because why? It's demonstrably so.
Right.
The intangible becomes intangible. The intangible becomes tangible by how people move, how people actually live their lives.
The greater the suffering, the greater the peace. And that's what's happened over over thousands of years of human sociology. Whichever form you want to put it into, whether it's religion, whether it's paganism, whatever it is, say it's religious sociology, we have been able to develop a system which is now the pinnacle, which we call democracy, and we enact what we call positive law. Positive law is not based upon morals or ethics. It's not contingent upon that. What it's contingent upon, and it's not even contingent upon the idea of creating the most good for the most group of people. I can't remember the name of what that's called, but I'm sure somebody would be able to tell me. It's Jeremy Bentham's idea. Utilitarianism, the greatest good for the greatest amount of people. We don't even have that anymore. What we have is a positive law system away from theocracy. It's secular. It's based upon an objectivity. When we can show that it's demonstrably true to behave in a certain way, they will create the best environment for the whole community.
But then people can say that, but then guess what? Then the religionists can say that, well, it's demonstrably true what's written in the Quran when it comes to these same issues of
And
law.
if that is shown to be true, then we enter it. But if it's not, we can throw it away. The difficulty with the religious is, and possibly not yourself, to be honest, because yours is more spiritual, is that when you're talking about theocrats, theocracy, where they say that it has to be, it has to be. There's no choice.
Oh yeah, I get your point. I get your point. I'm not gonna. No, I won't argue against. That's why I say. I don't debate faith, because if you believe, okay, in the so-called the divine revelation of the prophets of your faith, if you believe in the Creator, then you believe that the Creator chose someone to reveal the commandments of the Creator to humanity at large during the time in which the prophet was chosen by the Creator. So therefore, me myself, I tend to believe that religion is progressive, because with more knowledge, okay, that is more scientific knowledge. Whether you're talking about jurisprudence, the theory, the science of law, okay, whether you're talking about psychology, that science of understanding how people think, how people think and how it influences what they do, okay, or even sociology, okay, that social science of interaction between human beings, okay, how they do it, what's good, what are the pros and cons, okay, what's good about it, what's detrimental about it, okay, these things over time you learn this, okay, and for me, I am one who believes, as Baha'u'llah teaches, that religion and science work hand in hand. For example, Jehovah's Witnesses do not believe in blood transfusions.
No, they don't. No.
Right? Now, Baha'u'llah says this: if it is necessary to get a blood transfusion to cure your blood of whatever poisons that are in it, you need a blood transfusion, you go to a skilled physician, you pray that skilled physician uses his or her skills to the maximum. Right?
So, Veli,
Right?
Zubayda's in the back chat. If you could let her in, please.
And if
sorry, Eric. Sorry.
No, it's no problem. It's no problem. And you make sure that when you go to the blood bank that's going to provide that blood is pure. Okay, so that when you take the old blood out of the body, and you put the clean blood in, that person is cured of the ailment of poisoned blood and continues to live.
Yeah. Shall I tell you why the Jehovah's Witnesses believe that?
Why?
Because they believe because I came from the Jehovah's Witnesses, so I know why they believe that. They believe.
Yeah, I remember you saying that.
They believe that the blood is sacred, and you should not mix the blood, because the blood is where the soul resides while you're in physical form. And so to transfer somebody else's blood into you is blasphemy of the highest. It could literally send you to hell. And so it's better for you to die and be resurrected and be
Sorry, Dark Magician, I'm just calling bullshit. I'm gonna have to call bullshit. If my child is dying and
I agree with you.
Save my child,
I don't agree with
fuck
this.
Dying. I want my child. It's happening. I'm sorry.
Exactly.
I'm sorry. No, wait, hold on. Just pause. We've got another sister on the panel. And I believe she's a Muslim sister, so she can add another perspective to our conversation. Zubayda, welcome. Welcome to the G Block. Big up yourself. Introduce yourself. Tell us where you're coming from.
Hi, Zubayda. It's been a minute.
Yes, brother Eric. How are you, bro? I'm good, man.
I'm good. How about yourself?
Zuzu, your mic is a little bit low. Is there anything you could do about it?
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah. Yes, a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was just listening to the conversation. I think it's quite a good conversation. It's good to hear different perspectives. Obviously, like Ultra Funky said, I am a Muslim sister. I'd definitely like to add my opinion, and I'm always looking for opposition, and I've tried to find that in the wrong places. It's not an actual debate.
That's right.
It's
That's
a
right.
common. And obviously,
Yeah.
you guys sound like good oppositions, but you also sound like civilized oppositions where we can actually discuss it rather than
absolutely
personal
Rather
attack.
than argue. That's right.
Right.
I big up Zabeda for that as well. So just to clarify, the question is, what is righteousness, and can anyone achieve it?
Wow.
Yeah.
Right.
Take your time.
I would say it's like the highest level of like spirituality. It's a firm, what I believe is like a firm connection with the Creator, because obviously to be righteous, you're really putting yourself at a very high standard. I think it's achievable to the best of their ability, but I think to just give it to anybody, I don't think that's appropriate, because I do hear a lot of people claiming to be righteous. And like I said, it's such a high standard to put yourself on. It's almost kind of coming close to being perfect. I don't think somebody that's righteous is perfect, because I think in order to achieve righteousness,
What are you saying? That's blasphemy, yeah? Is that shirky, Elko Peace, yeah?
well, not really, because like I said, in order to be perfect, you have to be almighty clean. But I think to be perfect is different to be righteous, because to be righteous, I think you have to have come from maybe a possible difficult past or made mistakes and rectified that, because that is righteousness. That is coming from one extreme, turning it around and becoming a better person. So that's what I would rather perceive to be righteousness. But I think, like I said, it's a very hard level to achieve, and I don't think we should be giving it to any and everybody. He's righteous, he's this, he's that. I don't think so. I've heard that word righteous been thrown about quite a lot, especially in
I agree.
Hey, Zabeda, I'm going to throw something down at you. Okay, I'm a Baha'i. I think you already know that I'm a Baha'i, right? I think
that's the first time I'm hearing that, Eric. That's the first time I'm hearing that.
But yes, okay, I'm a Baha'i, right? Now, the prophet of the Baha'i faith, Baha'u'llah, born in Iran, in what was then Persia, which is now, of course, the Islamic Republic of Iran. Okay, now he says this, and I tend to agree, but it's very hard. He says, "Strive ye for perfection, though ye shall never attain it."
Yeah, I think that's absolutely correct.
What do you think?
I think that even an atheist can dig that.
Wait, hang on a second. So are we saying that like righteousness is like relative? Like for instance, at what time is it now? Fuck's sake. So at 10 it's 10 to 11 now in the UK. Just I don't know if we got international listeners. In the UK it's 10 to 11 in the morning, right? So could I be righteous at like 10:54 and then like at about 12:07 I become a prick again?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
Oh.
But you weren't righteous in the first place. You weren't righteous in the first place.
No, but
maybe
you're striving,
wait.
you're striving but never obtaining.
No, at 11, I was righteous because I was feeding the hungry. I was disciplined, and I was self-sacrificing, and I was preparing food for the homeless. I made a donation to fucking the Macmillan Foundation. I washed the dishes and I put a load on for the missus. Yeah. And then
10 minutes later, you kissed your teeth.
And then 10 minutes later, I was like, "Fuck that, man! I've had enough of blah blah blah. There's such a cunt." Blah. Yeah.
Right.
Well,
So,
but you're showing your propensity on one hand towards striving towards righteousness, and on the other hand,
falling short.
And on the other hand, you're showing your propensity also towards being a mean, evil prick.
Yeah.
So you're showing two different perspectives there.
So the question then is, if you were given the choice at birth to always be righteous, would you choose to always be righteous, or would you choose to have sin?
I can't answer. I won't even broach the question because it's hypothetical.
Yeah, I reject
Because
sin as a real thing.
I can't experience that
Of course,
as an infant. No, as an infant, come on now. As an infant, come on. The brain is the mind and the brain is not even developed enough to even conceptualize the question you asked.
Okay, Eric, do you
No,
believe?
you can. Jesus is sinless, isn't he?
Yeah.
Weren't Jesus sinless? So we have contextualized it.
But now if you talk about Jesus,
there's a difference between sin and making a mistake. So like the major sins, like fornication, adultery, all that. That was what he classes as sin. But shortcomings like mistakes, we wouldn't class that. Well, Islamically, that wouldn't be classed as a sin. That's why we are told. Yeah.
Z, is it? I asked this question earlier. In your idea of Jahannam, or what you know of Jahannam, is there just nothing but righteousness, or is there also unrighteousness in Jahannam?
So Jannah is basically like all emotions, negative emotions that we feel in this world, like hate, jealousy, anger. We don't feel that. So in a sense, everything.
So how can you have happiness then?
Because that's what it's about. Is everyone? It's a form of desire, kind of. Because in this life we are told not to drink, but in heaven, in Jannah, we will be allowed to drink. Why? Because we believe that this life is a test, and you have to be worthy to enter such a place as Jannah. We're speaking about ultimate desire here. Whatever you want, yeah, you will get. But in order to get to that level, you have to really work hard to it, because the way Jannah is described, there's sayings that even if you were to imagine, heaven, you'd imagine the greatest thing, it won't even be at that level. The real Jannah will be like 100 million times more. So in order to get to the, you have to be tested. It's the same as an exam. You really want to pass, you really want to enter the university, but that process is a very difficult process. You have to study day and night, you have to memorize everything, but the outcome will be worth it.
Yeah, but what if you're wrong? But that's Pascal's wager. We won't go there. So, Zubaydah, let me ask you again, sis, because I'm not sure if I got your answer. Is it? Oh, no. Sorry. Let me rephrase the question for you, because I know you're a theist, right? Is it possible to be a righteous person without subscribing to a god or a religion?
I mean, for me personally, to be righteous, you have to believe in God, because that is a part of righteousness. But you can be, but it doesn't take away the fact that you can be a good person as well. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to believe in a God to be a good person. I think there's a lot of atheists, even like yourself, that are good people. I think you've got more manners than certain people that do prescribe to a God. You understand what I'm saying to you? But at the same time, I think to be righteous, you have to have that connector with the Creator, because we're speaking about a creator that created life. You know what I'm saying? So you have, part of being righteous is giving thanks to the Creator. That's just my personal belief.
Okay. So essentially the answer is no, not everyone can achieve righteousness.
Especially if you're an atheist.
Yeah, but do you know what's funny as well? It's not even like a bad thing, it's honest, right? Because for Zubaydah, one of the criteria to achieve righteousness is belief in a God or a creator. I don't know, creator or God. What's the matter?
I mean, to believe in God comes with, like, you just can't just say I believe in God, because most people that believe in God come from Christianity or Judaism, and that comes with legislations as well. In order to believe in God, you have to do certain things to believe in God, in a sense. So you have to give thanks, yeah, you have to pray, yeah, you have to be a good person, you have to respect God's laws as well, which ultimately
do good
leads
works.
you to righteousness. Yeah.
But if you don't believe, if that essential, so you're saying it's essential to believe in God, but if you don't, you can't attain the same righteousness in this realm as somebody who is perhaps a Muslim.
Yeah, that's what I believe personally, because
and so that it's justifiable for that person to then die and then be thrown into eternal burning hell.
No, because we believe that people can change. You know what I'm saying? But ultimately,
But if I stood before Allah in the day, I would ask him to get on his knees and beg me for forgiveness for all of the hurt and pain that he's caused to everybody in the world. Would he then throw me into hell?
so you say like all the pain in the world.
Yeah.
Like the thing is, we as human beings, yes, we have free will. So it's not Allah.
But I thought Allah wills all things.
So when he wills all things, he sees the unseen in a sense where he knows the past, present, and future. But it is you who has control of what you do. Yeah. So when you are,
that's what free will is about.
But that's not free will, though. That's not free will. How can it be free will if I never had a choice but to have it in the first place?
No, but you do have a choice. That is a part of free will. So
if I kill myself, if I commit suicide right now, is that not a mortal sin?
Yeah, it is, but it's a sin that.
And I'll be thrown into hell. So that's my choice. If I knew that there was such a thing as Allah, yeah, for real, knew that I could. There was absolutely no contention about that. Yeah, Allah came, spoke to us, showed us, and demonstrated. Yeah, I would kill myself because I would not want to be part of that reality. That's my religion. That's my belief. Am I justified in doing that?
But you just said it. It's reality. Yeah. This is the thing. Reality is a very harsh place, and we as people have to try and face reality. No, we don't have to live in this fairyland world that we are being presented
So I don't have free will then.
You do have free will.
So yeah, I choose not to be part of this reality then.
Yes, that's your choice.
I don't want to. But then no, it isn't, because I will then be thrown into hell. See, hell is this concept of hell for Christians and Muslims is a very, you know, it's a difficult thing for you to be able to apologize for, because what you're saying that I have free will, but then you're saying that if I choose to exercise that free will, there's going to be a consequence for that.
Yeah, and that's
yes, and there's a consequence for anything that you do, even philosophically speaking, even jurisprudentially speaking.
So how can you then say?
There's always a consequence for what you do.
How can you say?
Because you're responsible. You are responsible for what you do. God did not create automatons. Is what theologians would say.
If you choose not to follow laws, I'm speaking about British laws in the sense where, you know, don't steal, don't drive while you're under influence. There will be consequences for that.
Sure, but there's nothing like throwing me in hell for eternity.
Well,
then the religious person could say that
if Allah or Yahweh or whoever was to say to me, I've given you free will, but you don't actually have to have it if you don't want to. Yeah, then I would respect that more. But that's not the case. The case is that if I don't follow these laws, I cannot reach righteousness and I cannot go to heaven.
Like I said,
from a theological point of view, yes, that is the case.
It's not theological. It's actual law. It's not theological at all. You're actually.
It is theological because you're talking about religion and spiritual law. That's why I say in general it's theological.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
And the thing about it is, you have the choice to do that, but there's a consequence. See, that's the thing about it. Now, for somebody to say that, okay, well, you believe in a God who gives you free will, okay, and the law gives you freedom of conscience, whether to believe in God or not. However, in the within the Western Hemisphere, okay, there are no governments who have. Well, yes, there are, because, for example, you got the Church of England, okay, in the UK, right?
Yeah.
And in the UK, they consider themselves to be highly civilized. Yes.
Yeah, but that's not the case.
Okay, but what I'm saying is this. This is what the people of the UK consider themselves. This is what the government of the UK considers itself. They consider the parliamentary system of lawmaking. Okay, the idea of having the right to vote, human rights principles, and all this type of thing. that's a part of the parliamentary system of making laws to be to give some, at least to give as far as humankind can go and conceptualize, give some form of justice to people if they have been harmed, okay, by society in general, or even if they've been harmed by the legal system or the government, right? It doesn't make I mean, there are consequences for this, okay? Human beings are responsible for what they do. That's why there's consequences for whatever you do.
There are consequences proportional to the choice that you make. Okay, we don't, for instance, if you commit a traffic offence, we don't put you in prison in solitary confinement for the rest of your life. Yeah. So we're talking about the concept of righteousness. Okay, if I decide, if I knew for sure that there was a all-powerful being, for me, I don't want to be part of that. Okay, I don't want to be part of a being that knows everything, can read all of my thoughts, and has created all the good and the bad in the world. I'm very glad to report that there's absolutely no evidence for that whatsoever. But if there was the case,
the ghost, in other words,
if there was,
the ghost,
I would give it up, and I would quite happily go and just disappear forever. I wouldn't want to be part of that. But what you're saying is that it's righteous for me to be thrown into hell. How is that
I'm
righteous?
not saying no. I didn't say that. I didn't say that it's righteous for
But
you.
that's what ultimately. But that's ultimately what will happen to me.
What I'm saying is this. Okay, depending on your belief system. Okay, all right. Depending on what you believe to be true. Okay, ultimately, there's consequence on either side of this coin. Okay, on the religious side of this coin, on the secular side of this coin, there's always a consequence for what you do, the action that you take based upon your thoughts that influence you to take such an action, right?
Yeah.
So what I'm saying, well, I'm trying to be objective here, and I'm simply arguing that from an objective perspective, that there's a consequence to what you do.
Eric, what is the consequence in your belief, in your religion, in your faith?
Right.
What is the consequence for rejecting God after death?
What is your consequence for rejecting God after death?
Yeah.
Well, from the Baha'i perspective, what Baha'u'llah says is that you develop spiritually once you leave this realm and go into the spiritual realm, and that you will face a stern judgment. Now, can I prove that to be? No, I've never experienced it. Do I believe that to be true? Yes, I do. Yes, I do believe it. I do believe that that simply because your physical frame is buried in the ground, that I don't believe that you stop living. I believe that the soul is the essence of the human being.
Do you believe
this is what I believe.
Is that reincarnation?
Can I just say?
No, it's not. No, it's not reincarnation. It's not reincarnation. The physical body is buried in the ground. It lives no more. The soul, what distinguishes the human being from the animal, that Baha'u'llah teaches is created at the point of conception. That is when the sperm meets the egg. Okay, and at that point, scientifically speaking, the potential for human life begins. Okay, so therefore there is the physio-biological life, and there is the spiritual life, which is the soul. Okay, and I believe, as Baha'u'llah teaches, that the soul distinguishes the human being from the animal. It is the soul, okay, is the soul and the mind in connection together that influences what is considered to be right and wrong, and how you choose to live your life, even though I don't believe that a human being can, without God creating you that way, such as a prophet, okay, unless God intervenes that way directly, then no, I don't think that that utter righteousness is possible for the average
No, I agree with that.
to above average
What
human
was you
being.
going to say, Z? Z, what were
I
you
was
going to
just
say?
gonna say, it all comes down to purpose. You know, like what are we here
Yeah.
to do? I don't believe that we're here to just rot and die. You know, I think when you think about the sort of like experiences that we have as people, you know, even like when we the kind of chemicals in our body, like dopamine, for instance, yeah, like a lot of us strive to kind of feel that these high dopamine levels due to the satisfaction that it gives us as people, and that could come from being with your family, that could come from being with your partner, that could come from many things. And we as human beings, we don't even like the thought of dying because we want to kind of be here and live, and even just the thought of dying is scary, but it's the reality that we are all going to die. But like I said, I do believe that this life is a test, especially when the ultimate goal is Jannah. But at the same time, when we look at the structure of the world and you know the beautiful things that are around us, you know, we have to kind of sit there and think, who created such structures? We're speaking about mighty structures. There has to be a higher being out there to kind of form all of these things. And just, you know, the thought of life, the thought of waking up and breathing and opening your eyes, you know, when you see somebody, right, and for instance you say, excuse me, can you pass me that pen please, and you say, oh thank you mate, yeah, you're just thanking somebody for giving you a pen. But why not thank somebody or the higher being that gives you the ability to live, gives you the ability to eat, gives you the
Because I
ability
don't
to have...
believe that there is any such thing that's ever done that. And if there is a being that gave me life and intended me to live in this reality, then that being is not moral and nor is it ethical. And we should not want to praise such a thing.
And for
Why not
me,
praise such a thing that gives you life though? I just want to ask him, what is your reason for not believing in a god or higher being? So just so I can understand.
Because there's many reasons. Firstly, there's no evidence for such a thing. And secondly, if there was such a being who is the creator of all things, decides who suffers, how much they suffer, and in which ways that they're going to suffer, then that is a being that we should all want to destroy. We should see that as a common enemy. It's not moral, it's not ethical, it's not right for the human existence, and we should seek to try and rid ourselves of such a concept.
but you're being subjective, you're not being
But
objective.
you say, but hold on, can I just say something?
That's not subjective at all.
It is subjective because you're saying simply because you've never seen God, okay, and there's no evidence that you can point to that God exists.
That was my first point.
That God doesn't exist.
That's subjective.
Okay?
That's not
but
subjective.
that is subjective because you don't know if God, you don't know definitively if God exists or not.
I didn't say definitively. I didn't say definitively.
But the claims that you are making, okay, the claims that you are making are not objective.
No, the claims that you're making are subjective.
You're making these claims.
I'm making are
I've already said that. I've already said that the claim. I've already said that I don't pretend at objectivity when I speak about faith. That's why I don't debate it. Okay, I've already said so. Okay, but for you to say that because you're thinking from a different perspective, that your perspective
said there's no evidence for God.
So how do you believe the world was created then? You know, when we're speaking about the early times, you know.
Here is a radical idea. I don't know, and I don't claim to know, and nor can the Bible, nor can the Quran, and nor can any other book. We are trying to figure that out. There are.
Can I just tell you something? Can I tell you something? Hold on, Eric, brother, give me a second.
No, but let me say this right now. Let me say this from my perspective, so he understands where Dark Magician understands where I'm coming from. I never claimed to know. I said this is what I think, feel, and believe, because I believe in Scripture, and I believe that a Creator exists, an Almighty God exists.
Sure.
Okay. This is what I believe. I made no claim to definitively know. Okay.
But I've never claimed that there is a God, or I'm simply replying to the original claim that there is such a thing, and there's no evidence for that at all. Like in evolution, in science, we've been able to show that there is no mind or what we would call an entity that has designed reality. There's nothing to prove that at all.
Is there anything?
That's actually true.
Is there anything definitive? Is that definitive proof? Is it absolute proof?
There's no such thing.
No, wait. Listen to my question.
Yeah.
Have scientists proven absolutely that God does not exist?
You can't do that.
Well, okay, then. That's the point, then. That's the whole point.
I said there's no evidence available. That's what I said. I never said.
Okay, fine. Simply because evidence does not exist doesn't mean it doesn't mean that God doesn't exist. Right?
Can I give you some science behind the Quran? Yeah, because the Quran actually has scientific facts, and we're speaking about a book that was revealed 1,400 years ago in the middle of a desert where there was no technology or any means of kind of finding out these things. And I don't know if you've heard about the sea. I think it's in the Atlantic where it's split between the salty sea and the non-salty sea, and they both come in two different complexions. I don't know if you've heard of that one.
Yeah, I've heard of it, and I believe it. It's been debunked as well.
Well,
that's in Turkey, yeah.
Who has debunked it?
The Bolsters.
But who has debunked it, though?
The Quran clearly describes this, the split between these two seas. Now, how would somebody in Saudi Arabia be able to travel at these lengths, differentiate between these two seas, if it was not some form of miracle? There's also verses in the Quran that speaks about the formation of. Hold on. There's also Quranic verses that speak about the formation of the fetus. Yeah, and it was only hundreds of thousands of years later till scientists were able to explain how fetuses were formed from the tiny cell and the development of a fetus. But the Quran already does explain this.
No, it doesn't actually. There's a famous biologist that actually shows that what the Quran says or it purports to say is actually getting the incubation of a fetus the wrong way round. So the way it describes it or purports to describe the fetus growing, it actually gets the process backwards. And so it has been shown as well that there was some knowledge of this kind of biology back then. So it's the idea that there is any kind of real science in the Quran is extremely debatable.
Really?
Yeah.
So what about the calculation in the Quran that shows the distance from the Earth to the Moon? It's only recently been discovered by lasers, where they bounce a laser off the moon. That was only recently discovered.
The only thing I know about the Quran and the moon is that Muhammad cracked the moon. That's all I know. I don't know about that.
I don't know about that, but I'm saying if you Google it, the distance from the Earth to the moon.
I can look into that. Yeah, sure. But
there's really
I would say it's debatable. I would say it's debatable. That's all.
Yeah. See, this is and that's the point. You see, this is why I don't debate.
Hold on, Eric. Sorry to cut you, bro. Eric, 1 second. We got another Muslim brother on the panel, man like Khan. Big up yourself, Khan.
Big up.
Come on.
Yeah,
sorry, Eric. Sorry.
No, it's no problem. But again, this is why this is again. I can listen to people debate religion, whether it exists or not. Whether God exists or not. But this is something that I'm not going to debate, because nobody is perfectly objective when they talk about these issues as to whether God exists or not. Because why?
But I wanted to ask.
As far as visibility is concerned, there is no definitive proof as to whether God exists or not. But then at the same time, the common factor is for all people of faith that at least of the monotheistic faith is that God exists. There has to be a pre-existence for there to be existence. You don't get, in other words, you don't get existence, from absolute non-existence. You don't get you don't get something from nothing. Ultimately, is the argument.
No, actually, that's not true either. In quantum physics, they've actually been able to show that there's a famous experiment that was done by an Italian scientist. He showed that he got a tube and he filled it with mercury, and then he turned it upside down, and when it dropped, the tube filled with nothing. And they wanted to find out whether the actual vacuum inside between the mercury and the tube there was actually nothing in there. And what they've been able to show is through various different experiments is that there's such a thing inside called antimatter, and that antimatter can come into existence and annihilate itself as soon as it does. It's like a ping pong.
But antimatter exists, does it not? You can't show antimatter doesn't exist.
You can show it exists. You can. There are actually scientific laboratories right now that can show in a vacuum that there are antimatter particles inside the vacuum, and they can read. They can actually get readings from them. They come and go. They spike.
That's right. That means it exists. You can't get readings from something that doesn't exist. Come on, man.
All right. That's objectively true. Yeah. It's because it's demonstrated.
Okay, this is the point I'm making. I'm not debating. What I'm saying is this. Yeah. Okay. One objective truth is this. There's no human being on this earth, or group of human beings on this earth, that are perfectly objective in anything.
Agreed.
In any way of thought. Can we agree on that?
Absolutely agreed on that, yeah. So
this is what I'm saying. Okay. We can have all these arguments and discussions. I like the discussions, I really do. But what I'm saying is this, okay? I'm not going to debate something. Me myself, okay, subjectively speaking, I don't think debate and the arguments thereof and within solve any problems, because the debates continue. People debate all the time. If debating, in my point of view, okay, from my perspective, if debating led to solutions, then you wouldn't have to continue debating.
I don't know,
because you would have your solution. No, I'm just saying that's just from my perspective. That's all.
Yeah, I think that if we can get to a point where we can have like these kinds of civil debates here, we can find common ground. And also, if we can all agree that we don't know everything, and therefore everybody we meet has something to teach us, and we can take that away from any kind of interaction, communicative interaction that we have, then an educated mind, whether they disagree with it or not, they will at least try to figure out whether that's correct or not.
Sorry, family, but I've got to go. So peace.
Okay. Is it Khan? Yeah. Lady Khan. Is it? That's what it says.
Lady who?
It says.
Yeah. Lady Khan.
Done the 9. Done the 9.
Sorry, I apologize.
Yeah, for real. I see my man unmute himself quick. Just stay in your box, man.
No, babe. It's okay if you wanna carry my name, I'll give you permission.
I love the way when you know that I'm talking to you now. I love it. So anyway.
So what do you
It's all love, babe. It's all love.
Yeah, but all I'm gonna say is this, yeah. Look, at the end of the day, we can't prove the Most High in it. It definitely comes down to faith and belief. You with me? And that's why my thing is that if we all just keep our thing in our back pocket, do you know what I'm saying? Don't necessarily have to carry it out into the wider society, the world will be a better place. You know what I mean? Everyone just practice what they practice in their yard. When they come out, they do the common thing. And then when they go back to their yard, they get back to practicing. That's just the easiest thing. But look, at the end of the day, we can't prove the Most High. These are facts. If you believe in the Most High, it's down to faith and belief. You know what I mean? So the rest, the arguing over it, it's long. You know what I mean? It's just long. So that's all I got to say on that. You know what I mean?
I agree with what Nanifa is saying. I mean, at the end of the day, we live in such a multicultural society that we're so mixed up. But my only issue is the kind of political movements that are happening in order to segregate, discriminate, and attack certain people of faith. And this is what's happening this day and age. So it's kind of hard the ultimate goal is sort of finding solutions and finding common ground. But when there is systematic groups that are out there to attack and antagonize my group, this is where we kind of start going left. And a lot of it
But that's true, but Zabida, I'm sure you'd agree, in 2019, all groups of all different types of people are being attacked in all different directions.
Yeah,
You
no
agree?
one's
You understand? So we know that at the end of the day, we know there's a global attack on a whole heap of different things. I completely agree with that. You understand what I'm saying to you? But at the same time, I mean, what is the point of those of us that we're all being attacked? Yeah, then we're all gonna go then and attack everyone else. That doesn't make no sense. That means that they're winning twice. It don't make no sense.
Exactly.
You understand?
No one's tried. The thing is, we're not trying to retaliate. I think most groups are not trying to retaliate, but there is only a certain limit that people can be pushed to the point where, when I mean systematic, to the point where people can't even make a living, because of who they are, whether that be due to their race, due to
My
their faith.
delivery came.
Who you got?
Don't tell us what it is, mate. I agree with you, Z. I agree with you. I think that I am a great believer in religious freedom, and I will even as an anti-theist, I will always fight for that. Always fight for people to be free to practice their religion to a point, obviously.
But
of course,
you're
one must
British
be allowed to
citizen,
practice.
and you see. Sorry, no, just one last question. You're here in Britain, even you, Nanif, as a British person. Do you feel like, because obviously,
Oh, that was a show right there, Zabida.
No,
Hey.
it's just a quick question, because
Ultra.
the main, hold on, Khan, 2 seconds, brother. The main agenda right now in the UK is that Muslims are some sort of threat to the national security.
Yes, I agree.
You think that? But I'm speaking about Muslims or extremists. Which one?
Extremists. I personally would always say, and I always say this, even as an atheist, even as an anti-theist, Muslims are amongst the most kindest and most generous and wonderful people that I've ever met.
I agree.
They're fantastic. My brother is a Muslim. My niece is a Muslim. My niece is a Muslim, and his wife is a Muslim, and they are fantastic people. I have Muslim friends. Great people.
Yeah, but listen, just cut the crap. Just say it. Extremists are cunts. Just say it. Dark Magic, just say it. Extremists are cunts. And it ain't Muslim extremists.
They are what
extremists in most facets of life. If you're an extremist, chances are you're a cunt. That's it.
They are but it's not.
I would say that
not just extremism.
People
it's also fundamentalism. There are people who are theocrats. Theocracy. They want to impose theocracy. They don't want secularism. Where the irony for the most extremist people is the only way to have comity between groups is secularism.
Yeah, like your religion for you, and none for those who don't want it.
Yeah, everybody gets freedom of expression of religion up until a point. Up until a point.
Yeah, I agree with that.
People that are offended by Muslims praying on the streets, do you say that's the point where we cut it off, or do you think, no, that's all right? They're not harming me. They're praying on the streets.
I do believe that there should be times and places for that. Yeah, because it can be if it becomes normalized, it can get out of control, and you literally have whole streets being shut down, and that's not the secular way. That's not comity between groups. So there are designated places for people. So there has to be so there's a guy called Isaiah Berlin. He's a famous Jewish jurisprudence, and he said that there are these two concepts of liberty. He said there is two ideas of liberty. There is positive and negative liberty. Okay, as far as you can live without being interrupted by the state, and as far as the state can let you live without interrupting you. And you have to find a balance between the two, positive and negative liberty. Okay. Now you are free up until a point to manifest your religion how you see fit, but there has to be a limit to that. Of course, there does. That is just logical. That do you agree with that?
But then, of course, there are limits to secular law as well.
Of course,
because when the secular law becomes unfair, then it has to be changed, right?
Absolutely, of course, yeah. But you cannot have that. You cannot have that as as an overarching way of dealing with society in a theocracy, because theocracy will say, no, this is the way it's got to be, and there's no way of getting out of that.
Oh, I agree. I agree with you on that. I agree with you.
So, Dark Magician, what do you say to people like Ralph who say, I don't want to see no ethnicity. I don't want to see someone wearing a sari or a turban or expressing themselves in any other way other than a white Christian way.
Oh, tough luck.
I don't want to see a Rasta walking with a walking stick.
Tough luck.
Well, wait a minute.
That's not society.
Are you not being unfair? If you say that these people can't wear this stuff, you're saying that people have
that's what Ralph's saying.
Freedom of conscience, right?
No, but Khan, that goes against secularism. Remember, what you the premise you just proposed goes against secularism. Ralph's views oppose secularism. It's literally secularism is religions for those who want it and none for those that don't. You see what I'm saying? So if Ralph is saying, I only want white niggers with Christian values and all the rest of it, that flies in the face of secularism.
Sure.
So whether Ralph has those views or not, he needs to fuck off. You see what I'm saying?
Do you know what was so funny
it doesn't matter what Ralph thinks.
Exactly.
Do you know what was so funny yesterday?
No, but
Ralph was rolling around with Braden, yeah? And Braden said to Sarah Garvey, I know that you look at yourself in the mirror every day and you realize this is not your land. You know, you're a black person, this is not your land. And whilst he stands next to an Indian man, it didn't make sense.
No, but it does. It does. If you say to any black man, forget Sarah, if you say to any black don, this ain't your land, I'm sorry, ask any black person, well, most black people, and they'll say, yeah. We were invited here.
That also
We were
applies to
literally.
Ralph, though. But hold on, that applies to Ralph as well. If this is
No, of
not
course.
Sarah Garvey's
Listen,
land
let
because
me
he's
tell you
black,
something.
then it's not
No, well,
Ralph's
that
land
applies to
either.
Australians.
But then wait a minute.
then-
Time out.
That man ain't built to last in that weather.
Wait. You're gonna say as a so-called black person that Britain is not your land? Then why do you live in Britain and why do you live under British law? If that's the case, if that's what you truly believe, why do you live there?
Bro, listen, we were invited here to clean up after the war.
The point of the matter is this: if you think that as an adult, as a man, okay, as an adult male human being, and if you think that Britain is not your land, you have a choice to leave. Do you not?
Yes, I agree with that 100%. Of course, I have the choice. Yes.
Okay, so what I'm saying is this: if you're saying this is not your land, why do you live in that land and live under the law of that land?
Well, white supremacy,
This is the question.
Wait. Look, Eric, I literally just said we were invited here to clean up after the war. So essentially, we helped build what we see today, and I have a part in that.
Or rebuild.
Yeah, rebuild what we see today. Now, saying it's not my land doesn't mean I hate the fucking place. At the moment, England is what I know. It's what I know. It's where my dad is Jamaican, but my mum was born here. It's what I know. When I have sufficient capital to up sticks and leave, I'm out. I'm gonna go sit on the beach somewhere and get fat until I'm dead. That's it. But until such time as I'm able to make that change, I'm stuck.
When you move to that beach, right, and you lay back and be fat and happy, right?
Yes, sir.
Is that going to be a place you consider to be? Is that the place you're going to consider to be your land?
Yes, sir.
The whole country, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, right on.
Eric, can that same thing be applied to us as African Americans? Like, yo, we built that country, defended it, expanded it,
rebuilt it, and rebuilt it.
And that for that reason, it is your land too.
That's right. By practical application. No, wait. By practical application. By practical application. Okay. The black people who live, the so-called black people, right? The Africans of African descent that live in America, that's their land. Why? Because by practical application of building up that land, influencing how law works in that land.
You have what's called equitable interest.
And that
culture and everything. They made the whole thing.
we have a common interest.
Yeah.
Along with the so-called white folks.
But don't
So
you think the
it is
Windrush
our
is
land.
kind of the same thing? Like
No, it's not.
To the Caribbean brothers and sisters that came back and they built up the country after, what I mean? Like, I feel they have that same right to say that too.
Yeah, they do, and
Yeah.
how they've been
Yeah.
treated
Yes.
by the British government
Yes,
is
I agree too.
absolutely disgusting. There are people that have been deported on the quiet, and they've been deported back to a country they've never lived in, and they don't
Same
know.
thing with America
It's
too, yeah.
absolutely disgusting. It's absolutely
Yeah.
disgusting.
Yeah, I mean, I put it this way. For example, the Chinese in America can claim that America is their land. They built the railroads. When they built the railroads, when the common leaders, white European leaders of the government or of European descent of the government said that they were coolies. And the only reason why the Chinese people were there was for the sake of their labor to build the railroads. That the government people, that the private owners of railroad systems devised in blueprints.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So the Chinese have a claim to that too, because they helped build it.
Now in the UK is that the rise of secularism, the sort of division tactics that's happening, you're white, you're black, you're this, you're that, is getting people to almost reconnect to their heritage. Yeah, so like someone like me who was born in this land, yes, I'm British, but I'm not English. So my mother is from Algeria, my father's Iraqi.
Right.
And like I said, due to this sort of secularism, because sometimes I don't feel like being as a Muslim, being as an Arab, that I am not 100%. Because I've heard British people say to me, look, you're British, but then once I kind of mention my heritage and my religion, that differentiates me from being British, because I've been told that I'm not adapted to their culture, I'm an outsider, I'm a traitor. So then that makes me delve into who I really am. And there has been this rise of people actually going back to their countries, yeah, and getting back to their actual roots. And there's been a rise in a lot of Africans as well going back to Ghana. That's one of the main remigrations that people are doing because of secularism. They are forcing people to leave this country because they're
It's not secularism. That's just growth. That's just bound to happen.
But at the same time, there's a law. There is a law.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's still in effect in the UK or not. But when people came over, when people first came over, migrated over to Europe, going back to the Raj in India, okay? When people came over, they said, yes, you can be British, but you will never be English. What's that about?
Yo, one sec. I got a new person on the panel, yeah? Big up Terry Alonso. Is it Terry Alonso?
Welcome, Terry.
Yo, Terry, you are one.
Welcome, Terry.
Unmute yourself.
Yo. Terry, fam, if you don't talk in the next couple of seconds, I'm going to have to drop you off the panel still.
You got to unmute yourself.
Press the unmute button where the microphone is.
Yeah, your mic, his mic's already unmuted, fam. You just have to talk.
Oh, okay.
Yo, Terry. Alright, cool, man. Yeah, he's gone still. But
oh, he left.
Yeah, he left still. Right,
well, is it he or she?
I don't know. I think it was spelled Terry as a man.
Because the name Terry, okay, is used by both.
It was a Terry
men and women, girls and boys. So that's why I asked.
It's Terry.
It was Terry with a Y. It was Terry with a Y. But all right. If anyone wants to have a break or doesn't feel like they've got anything else to add, I want to add Schiffer Don in, Torox in the back chat as well. Still, so but yeah, because Schiffer Don's at me in the chat saying he's got some points that he wanted to add on to this still. So if anyone has finished making any points,
I'm not gonna lie, Bigger. I actually want to speak to Schiffer. I spoke to him. I think I spoke to him last week. I spoke to him last week, so I wouldn't mind speaking to him again, to be honest.
You still there, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, actually, Shiver can take my spot still. Shiver's going to take my spot. But it's just, if there was...
Yeah, well, Velly, listen, if anyone wants to jump in, just put me in the background, put me in the waiting room, and then we'll do it that way. But if you're going to jump off now...
Yeah, I'm going to jump off, add Shipper on, and then...
when you want to come back, just put me in the waiting room.
Yeah. When I want to come back. But if anyone else jumps off, then I'll add Torah and also Melanated Goddess wants to jump on as well still. So just Ultra. If you see anyone at me in the chat and there's a space on the panel, just shout me and I'll jump back on so I can add them. Yeah. All right. I'm going to jump off now. Add Shipper in. Torah, there's no more space, guys.
Belly, I got a question for you before you jump off. How many people can fit on the panel at one time?
6.
Only 6, man.
Only
Wait,
6.
Belly,
Okay.
how much is the premium? How much is the premium StreamYard?
I've paid for it already, man.
Oh shit!
You don't mean you could add more people though? Still.
What? Wait, whoa! The premium thing said you can add up to 10 man. I'm sure it said you can add 10 people if you got premium. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Let me have a look. Anyway, listen. Add Chipper. Bring him through.
Yeah. All right,
bro.
Yeah, man. What was your question again, Eric? There, fam?
No. That was my question. You answered it. How many people? I asked how many people can fit on the panel.
The number.
You said.
Velly. Eric, I'm really sorry to cut you, my brother. Please accept my apologies. Dark Magician, dash him into the waiting room for now because he said he's off, but he'll be back soon. Okay. He's in the private chat. He said that he'll be back soon, so dash him in the waiting room for now.
All right. So Rock and Shipper, you're up next year. I'm gonna. I will be getting the Google Meet still, man. But if you haven't checked, one sec. Let me shout out, Poor Lives Matter, So if you haven't seen, in the description, I've got a PayPal link here. You can donate to my laptop fund. I got a laptop fund right now, So I can.
I'm gonna slap a change in there for you right quick,
Big up Ultra, man.
Hey, Belly, check this out. Okay, I'm going to go to have a smoke break, so you can drop me in the backstage because I'm going to have a cigarette anyway, so I'm not going to be able to contribute.
No, wait, Eric. The Baha'i faith says you can't willfully pollute your body with that kind of vile filth.
But guess what? Guess what? Baha'u'llah also says, listen. Baha'u'llah also says that it is not a sin against the faith to smoke tobacco, also because tobacco comes from seed, which is cultivated in the earth.
Oh my God!
I can show you that.
I'll tell you. All right, listen. Go and pollute up your body. All right, Eric. Listen. Go pollute up your body. Don't make an excuse.
Go pollute up your body. Okay, you know that. So don't start no bullshit now. Okay. Don't start no bullshit with your mean jokes now. Okay. But the point I'm making, Belly, is this, man. I'm gonna go smoke. I can't get.
Eric.
I can't contribute.
Eric,
so
one second. Before you leave.
Yeah.
Guess what happened to my son?
I'm not leaving altogether. I'm not leaving altogether. Yeah, I know the science on smoking. Okay.
No. I was remember on Saturday. I was going to tell you what happened to my son.
Yeah. What happened, man?
He walks into the room, bro. He ate like the whole. I had these little melatonin gummies, bro. He ate the whole thing, bro. I was scared, bro. I thought he was going to die. So I run up there and he was like, no, he was just going to sleep really good. So this boy sleep every day at 8 o'clock now, 8 p.m., bro. Life is good right now. That's what I'm going to say. God is good. Wait.
He what did he eat cannabis edibles or what?
No. It was melatonin gummies.
Say again?
Melatonin gummies.
Melatonin gummies. Okay. All right.
Little snacks, man. I was so scared.
Yeah, man.
Okay.
Let me finish my poor people speech, man. Let me finish my poverty speech. You know me? And my appeal to my friends of religious backgrounds that like to do charity and all them things there. You get me? Let me finish my poor people speech. Well, I've got a laptop fund right now. You get me? It's not a Bentley fund. Yeah, it's not a Bentley fund like my brother's trying to get a Bentley and shit. I was only a little laptop fund. You get me, like MacBook fund and all them sort of shit, things. They like. So if you do want to contribute,
can you get a MacBook for £10? Because I got a spare 10 to have right now.
Right. I'll tell you what, yeah. If 1,000 people add £10 each, yeah, we might be able to get a MacBook and some other bits as well, man. You know what I mean? Like, you get me? Come on, but big up Ultra Funky though, man. You get me? Like, he's gonna be the first donator. Obviously, one of the G Block generals. Otak James Jones in the chat as well. One of the G Block generals. Now we do, yeah, man. So yeah, big up everyone. Yeah. All donations are welcome. Yeah, I don't discriminate against religion.
Hey yo, I'm gonna drop 20 on Friday, bro. I get paid on Friday. I got you.
Well,
yeah, don't worry, bro.
In the end, Belly, money has no religion. Money
has no religion, bro. Trust me. Cash rules. yeah. Anyway, man, let me jump off, so I can add Schiffer and Torok in, yeah. So Eric, you can still stay there still, because Dark Magician.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you there still?
Hey, back.
Dark Magician, are you there still?
I'm there.
Are you still here? Yeah. So was you leaving now, or you
stay for an hour?
You're gonna stay for a bit, yeah. All right.
Okay.
Eric, I'm gonna put you in the side check
Belly,
for a second.
Belly, hold on. Before you put me on the side check, I want to say to G Block Americano, man, I'm glad that your son is safe, man, because I was worried when you said that, yo, man, I gotta rush my son to the hospital.
Bro, I ran,
bro. Yeah, but check it out. I'm thinking that maybe he broke a limb, or he could have eaten something that could have poisoned him on the inside.
I'm sorry about that. Yeah.
Because I didn't know. But no, when you said you had to rush your son to the hospital, that's the point. That's why
just walked in, bro, with the empty bottle, bro. That thing I got it from Costco's, bro. That thing was huge, bro. And he ate it all like it was candy. And he wasn't tired yet. I was like, oh, damn, bro. He's going to fall asleep and not wake up. Bro, I get to the hospital. They started laughing at me. And I was like, what are you laughing? Because you know how white people are at the hospital.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
I'm saving people
I know how people are in the hospital in general. I understand where you're coming from.
All right. Let me jump off quickly, yeah. So Eric, you done, yeah? So
you can put me in the backstage now.
Yeah, because I need to move still, yeah. So I'm gonna add Schiffer and Torok in here. All right, 1 sec. Yeah, Eric, mute your mic here, and then when you're ready, leave a comment in the YouTube. Yeah, and Ultra will shout me, and I'll be able to add you back. Yeah.
Yo, Dark Magician, you was dropping some gems a couple minutes ago, bro. I was listening to that, bro. I was harvesting my crop, and I was like, you love some gems.
Thank you very much, man. Thank you.
Yeah, because I don't know about the whole intelligent design thing either, bro. You got some things, bro.
I'm trying to figure it out for myself as well, but
and the thing is, though, because I realized this, like in Islam, I'm going to hell. In Judaism, I'm going to hell. But
Exactly, and there are Muslims who have converted, and they cry for their parents who have not converted,
and then
they cry for them, like what that cognitive dissonance there is just incredible.
And then, like in Christianity, Muslims are going to hell,
right?
So we got to come to an agreement here. We got to figure out something, especially when it's all Abrahamic. Can
I ask a question, guys? Where are you getting this information?
What?
About if you're a Muslim, you're going to hell. How does that work?
No, we never said that. We said if you're not a Muslim.
Yeah.
Not a Muslim.
Yeah.
Where does it say that? Where do you get this information?
Well, it says quite clearly in several verses in the Quran that if you're an unbeliever, you're going to hell.
Go to heaven?
If you're not a Muslim, you're going to hell. That's what it says in several verses. Can you tell me one of the verses?
All right, let me get it up for you.
No, wait, no, you ain't got to do all that. Wait, it's hellfire. It's hellfire for the kafir.
Unbelievers.
Yeah, unbelievers, right?
All right, so when we talk about unbelievers, do you know what Islam is?
Yeah, it means submission to God.
All right, so let me explain something to you. You said if you're not a Muslim, you're going to hell. Let me tell you why that's wrong, yeah? A Muslim is a Christian, fam.
No, I said if you're an unbeliever.
Yeah. When you say unbeliever, a Christian and a Muslim is exactly the same thing. So if you're a Christian,
because the Muslims don't see Jesus the same way Christians see Jesus.
Z explained to us earlier.
Jesus,
Z explained to us earlier, that in order for you to be righteous, yeah, you ultimately, it doesn't, you can believe in the God, but that's not going to be good enough. You have to believe in the one God, which is Allah, right?
All right. Now, hear what I'm going to say to you. Do you know what Allah means? Do you know what Allah actually? Do you think that's a name?
The one.
All right. Let me show you something. What does God mean? The exact same thing. So if you want to put things in perspective, what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to understand the linguistics as much as you're understanding the words, because you're taking Allah. Hear what I'm going to say. You're taking Allah as God's name.
What about the fact that Christianity says?
I'm sure. Sorry.
So do I have to listen to Jesus and Allah? I mean, Jesus and the.
No. Forget all of that for a second. Yeah. Hear what I'm saying to you. Yeah. Allah means God. It's the word for God in Arabic. It's just a translation of the word God. So if you believe in God, you believe in Allah.
But it's still the Abrahamic God, right?
He's still the same Abrahamic God. It's still Yahweh.
Okay. So if you believe in Hanuman or Krishna, yeah, where is the distinction there?
All right. So if you want to go into distinctions about religions, because
no, not distinctions. We're just talking about specifically gods. Yeah, there are thousands of gods. There have been thousands of gods.
Let me give you the breakdown. Then, yeah, because you wanted to go into gods now. I was only talking about Muslim and Christian, but I'm gonna bring the other ones in for you. So watch this. Every religion has ties to one religion. Every last one of them. Because information on this planet has been traveling around the planet from the beginning of time till now. You know, some people in history like to lie and act like we weren't all connected. We didn't all share information.
I agree.
Now, religion itself, the word religion means to realign. So it's not the original thing, yeah, because you're realigning, yeah? So if you're realigning, there must have been something you was aligned to originally. And what you'll find is in most religions, there are big similarities, and that's why, because they're all realigning. So everyone's looked at the religion that was originally there and said, we want our own version, and we don't like this bit, we don't like this bit, so we're going to take these bits and we're going to use these bits. Them ones over there said we're going to use these bits. Them ones over there said we're going to use the same one as them, but we're not going to say Jesus is God. We're going to say Jesus is a prophet. Do you understand? And another one says we're just going to deny Jesus altogether. So the fact of the matter is,
that religion came before all of them. And
when you say that came before, that's false information. Let's not falsify information.
Judaism didn't come before Christianity. Did not come before Islam.
Hell no.
Islam came before Christianity.
Islam never came before Christianity neither. Christianity, out of those religions, was the first one. In reality, in fact, if you want to put it in perspective, they all come from the same book.
So it wasn't the Hebrews that were given the 10 Commandments.
No, but the original Christians weren't called Christians neither.
No, but you're saying that Judaism did not come before Christianity.
When you say Judaism, yeah, we're going to talk about Israel.
The Hebrew tradition, the canon, the Hebrew canon that was given to them on Mount Sinai.
I don't call it the Hebrew canon. I don't call it that, because the Hebrew canon was not in existence at the time of the book where it gets its story from was in existence.
So why did Jesus say, I don't come to destroy the law, I come to fulfill it? What law was he talking about?
Because the law that you're talking about, it comes out of, if anything, it comes out of Egypt, where those so-called Israelites were living.
No, I understand that. I perfectly agree with that.
Let me make this clear.
I don't think that's liable.
You don't think that's liable? If you do your research, you're going to realize.
I'm not trying to attack. I'm just simply saying. Scholars have argued that the 42 negative confessions inspired the 10 Commandments. I will give you. But we have to understand something here, bro. If you're going to talk about Christianity, we got to realize you got the Greeks, you got the
Byzantines, yeah.
Byzantine, thank you. You got then you got like the different sets of Christianity. If you study early Christianity, bro, it was not aligned at all, bro. There was so many wild things that were going on. Like Jesus was born in the King James Bible. In Ethiopia, he was born in a cave. You know what I'm saying? Like it's so much different.
But here what I'm going to say to you, my brother. Here what I'm going to say to you. There's different versions of Christianity for a reason. All of these books that you're talking about, as far as Christianity, Islam, all of them. The first one that's like that, yeah, is called a Greek Septuagint. That's the first one like it. And that book there, the Greek Septuagint, does not come from a Bible, brethren. It's not called a Bible. It's called a Septuagint, and it's taken from something else. Yeah.
Wait. Let's back up a second. Yeah. The gospel. What is the gospel? What is the gospel?
It's the Greek Septuagint.
Before that, who wrote the gospel?
Before that, where did they get the Greek Septuagint from? Egypt.
I'm saying, who was it? Who were the authors of the gospel books?
Oh, when you're saying the Gospels, i.e., like the prophets and Jesus and
the gospel is Christianity.
Yeah.
I've got you. The gospel ain't just Christianity though, because when you're talking about
to any epistemologist, they'll tell you it is.
Yeah, but you got Old Testament and the New Testament.
The Old Testament is the Torah, is Jewish.
It's not Jewish.
Yes, it is, bro.
No, it's not.
A lot of the original Christian scriptures were burnt as well. We have to understand when you had.
Let me show you something.
And also, bro, we have to also know that Christianity did not take well to like Egyptian Kemetic styles, bro. They were like burning that place.
No, Z is right. Z is right. There were
the Romans who are,
at the time of the original Christians, there were multiple doctrines that have been destroyed and got rid of. What has happened is those Gospels of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, they have been put into a canon via the Council of Nicaea. Yeah, but before that, it was written by Jewish authors. They were Jewish. They were trying to create a different religion. That's what they were trying to do. They were Jewish, trying to get away from the old canon and develop it to the society that it was at the time. And do you know what? There is no historian
Go on.
There's no historian that can tell you who wrote the Gospels. There are people who are attributed to them, but they have been interpolated, which means that their scribes have changed them over time, and they've added and added and added. So we don't even know who the original authors were. We haven't got the original copy, and we don't know. So we can't say what the original people were saying and actually preaching at that time. But it came from Jewish
the most
authors.
authentic scriptures are the Torah and the Quran, I would say, personally. I feel like the Bible has been so corrupted that we can't even rely on the Bible. I would rely more on the Torah.
But wouldn't the Quran depend on the Torah and the Bible though? For like, I mean, especially since all the
it absolutely does. The
Quran came to confirm and clarify. This is the thing.
Okay, but how can you clarify something?
Yeah,
that didn't happen.
The clarifications are, like things like Jesus not being God. Yeah, the Quran clearly clarifies that. It speaks about a lot of the stories.
A world flood.
Sorry.
A world flood.
What about Noah?
Yeah.
All right, Veli Vision, if you can hear me, can you put your PayPal email address in the back chat of StreamYard, please? Because, bro, I'm trying to do it online and it ain't working.
You see what you're not doing, yeah? You're talking from a perspective, but you're not talking from like history itself. One person is talking from history, like, and that's Dark Magician, and I like that. The fact that you're talking history, explaining history. So let me give you a little bit of a history lesson, because I've heard what you said, and I can understand where you may have got that opinion from. But I'm going to explain something to you, my brother. Yeah, there's a guy in history called Alexander the Great. Do you know who Alexander the Great is, or the Greek? Macedonian.
Yeah, the Macedonian king. Yeah.
All right. He conquered Egypt, didn't he?
Yes.
He conquered, he conquered most of the Asian world as well. Yeah, he
conquered all the Persians.
He stopped as far as
the Persians. That's right. He conquered the Persians. He conquered the Egyptians, and then he wanted to conquer the Indies, but he couldn't conquer all of the Indies. So he decided he wanted to go to the edge of the world. What they call, all right, but hear what I'm saying. He wanted to go to the edge of the world, what they call Antarctica, and then that's where he died.
They called Asia, where they found the elephants. They called that the edge of the world. Than the edge of the known world, but obviously we know that's not true.
All right, but that's his story, yeah. So let me explain something to you. When Alexander the Great went story short, yeah, after he died, his generals, yeah, was it Ptolemy the first and the second, yeah. It's these guys who created the Greek Septuagint. Because what they done was they got all the scholars out of Egypt. Now, I'm not going to argue with you about Israelites. What I'm arguing with is this Jewish business. When you say Jewish, when you say anything ish, what you're talking about is a likeness of. You're not talking about the original thing. So we know that they're not the original thing. Where are they getting their thing from then?
Can I
we
just
know
put a caveat in here? Can I put a caveat in here? I absolutely believe that the original Israelites, the original Hebrews were from Africa. I believe that.
All right, and this is why I'm getting into it with you, because what I'm going to say to you is, if these Israelites were in Africa, if you read your Bible, what you'll realize about people like Jesus, Moses, all of these people, for some reason, always end up in Egypt. Now, Egypt is the center of everything.
A master society, though, bro. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but here what I'm going to say to you about Egypt.
I mean, it was a bigger kingdom at the time.
And these were like nomadic people.
When I was growing up. I get you, but here what I'm going to say to you. Egypt was a place where even certain.
You're cutting out, bro. You're cutting out.
So like, can you hear me now?
Yo, Shifadon, you cut out, bro.
You'll have to start that sentence again, man. Yeah, can
you hear me now? Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, think about.
Wow, it's a really bad connection.
People, they. Hold on. Let me go to the connection properly. Hold on. Tell me when you.
Yeah, you keep cutting out of the best moments.
Can you hear me properly? Is it getting better?
Now, yeah, go through, bro.
Right,
yeah,
so
you're good now. You're good.
Yeah. So when we're talking about like Jesus, Moses, important people in the Bible, they've always got some connection to Egypt, or they've been there, lived there. Certain people go there to escape things. All sorts of things are going on. Moses grew up in Egypt. Joseph got sold into Egypt as a slave. So we know to some extent Egyptians and Israelites have been intermingled. They're already amalgamated to some extent. Yeah. Now, what I'm saying to you is, when we're talking about Jewish, we're not talking about Israelites. We're talking about something else. When we start talking about Hebrew, to me, it makes no sense, because if those Israelites and those Egyptians were all intermingling and living together, it would make more sense that their language wasn't called Hebrew. Even if it was written with the same type of letters, it weren't called no Hebrew. Hebrew is something that came later. That's what I'm saying. Now, if you want to put it into perspective now, if that's where your modern day Bible has been taken out of, then realistically, that's where all the religions are taken out of, because you go around the planet, you can't find nothing earlier. Only other thing you can find even close, Samaria. That's the closest thing you can find, which is very similar. Now, putting that into perspective, a lot of people like who know the gospel, know the Bible, know things, they're not taking into perspective that the Vatican, the Vatican's got scriptures that aren't in the Bible that was taken out of the original Bible. They're not putting them in there.
That's right.
And this is fact.
That's true. This is fact. True.
So we know this is all authentic text. If they're the only ones who's got the original text, then they're the ones with the earliest thing. You can't put Muslim above that, because Muslim's the same thing. If Muslim want to say, all right, Jesus isn't God, go into your Bible, into the Christian Bible. That's where your Muslims are getting it from, because Jesus says himself, he says, I'm not God.
Yeah, but there's a problem here, a massive, massive problem. These people that are talked about, like Moses, Noah, Jesus, they simply did not exist, and there's no evidence that they existed.
Neither did the Exodus either.
Yeah, the Exodus is a massive.
Yeah, I agree with that.
The Exodus is a beautiful. Well, not Exodus, but Adam and Eve. Adam and Eve is a perfect example of this. Okay, yeah. We know from genetics that we come from one man and one woman. We know that, right? But there were men and women before that. But we can trace everyone who is alive today. We can trace their DNA and their mitochondrial to one man and one woman. But there were men and women before them. Do you understand that? Yeah. So,
my brother, let me stop you right there. You're right. True. You're right. Listen. You're right. I'm going to stop you right there. And you don't even realize what you just did. So let me show you something. Okay. When you talk about Egypt, we're talking about Egypt now, There's no such place.
I know it's Kemet. I get it. It's Babylonian, and it's
so. Here's what I'm going to say to you: if there's no such place in history called Egypt, then what Egypt is the Bible talking about? Is it talking about Egypt, but that was back then, or is it talking about Egypt?
I can't remember the name, but there's a different name for it. It begins with an E, right?
No, so hear what I'm saying to you, Bobby. Listen.
It got invaded, so it changed the name. They kicked the
I
black people
totally
out.
agree with you. I agree with you.
That's right. So here what I'm saying to you, brother. Are we talking about an Egypt that was back then that didn't exist, or are we talking about an Egypt that's going on right
No,
now?
what I'm
today?
talking about is that there was no flood on this planet, and that has been shown through geology. It's just not. There has been no world flood. There's been local floods. Local floods, but there's never been a world flood.
And how would these people? I'm sorry. How would these people know what is going on around the world, and they're just nomadically walking one area?
Let me show you both something. I'm gonna answer both questions in one. You see the Bible, it's not just dealing with the past, it's dealing with the future, it's dealing with prophecies. So some of these things that we're talking about, they're yet to come. Other things, like when you're talking about world flood, no, not the flood. If you want to go into world flood and them things there, let me give you a bit of an explanation. You see, the world, to you is what you know in it. So loads of Europeans used to think Europe was the world, and that's it. They didn't think there was no more world. People were talking about the edge of the world. You could fall off the edge and stupidness. So over time, the information has traveled. That's what's happened. So people have started to realize again.
Big massive game of Chinese whispers.
All right. But here what I'm going to say to you, if you lived in a place like, for instance, let's say you lived in Africa then, or America, and the whole place got flooded. To you, that's the world. You ain't been nowhere else. They didn't know about boats.
We know this from the Gilgamesh Tales. We know that for the Gilgamesh Tales that came before the Hebrew scriptures, the Gilgamesh Tales talk of a flood. Now, where that actual story comes from is from the Nile, right? So this is the motif. This is how it goes, right? The Nile goes downwards, northwards, into Egypt, right? So when the Nile used to break its banks, it used to destroy everything. Okay, and this is the motif of the flood. When the flood comes, it brings destruction, it brings death, but it also brings new life, because the only way that people would be able to survive was from the waters flooding into the areas and bringing through fresh new life. And that's where what you're talking about, the motif is, it's an old motif. The flood brings death, but it also brings life.
But if you're going to say this now, if you're going to say this, what you're going to have to understand is, that all the things you're saying weren't true, potentially are true then. And then if you put it to some extent, maybe it wasn't the entire world, but to some extent, people believed that thing really happened.
In the Bible, the flood has a very specific question. It has a very specific teaching that the world had been corrupted. God wanted to start again. Then he decided he would never do it, so he created a rainbow. And he allowed a group of a righteous family to grow again. Insects, basically. So that is a very specific teaching, not the teaching.
And then it also means that we would all be genetically related too.
Right, exactly.
One family, and that means the kids would have to be sleeping together.
You see what you guys are doing right now, Like, we're just sharing opinions now. We've gone off of we was getting somewhere with this. Let me show you something.
Go ahead.
If we now know for a fact that a Christian, a Muslim, all of them, they're all the same thing. They're all just doing it their own way. So no one can't damn no one to no hell. We're all one people, innit?
I'm sorry.
So it's about that.
No, but this is where it gets difficult though. We're only talking about the Abrahamics. You know what I mean? Like every Abrahamic faith, Islam, Christianity, and Judaism, disrespects traditional religions of people who are not part of these faiths.
But Schiff, aren't you saying something different there? Aren't you saying that it comes from somewhere else? The source is not what.
That's what I'm saying. Like, he said that they're all connected. Like all religions are connected.
Tell us where that source is. Could you tell us where that source is?
I specifically, I'm saying that place is Egypt, and that place is the center of the world. So it wasn't called Egypt. And if you know the original name of it, if you want to call it Kemet, you can call it Kemet. Some people call it Ethiopia or Ethiopia, whatever you want to call it. But let me show you something. You see, when they went to them places there and they found the libraries and the information they had, what they was doing was burning libraries. And they would keep a copy for themselves. They bring it back to their Vatican.
Information is power.
All right. So check this one out. Look at where the Vatican is placed on the map. All right. Hear what I'm saying to you. Look at the map. Look at where the Vatican is. Look at where Africa is. Look at where Italy is. It's right in between. That's the meeting. But that's the point where they're transferring all the information.
Yeah, but don't forget Rome conquered North Africa. That's, you know what I'm saying? That's the whitening of North Africa started there. Rome conquered it. You know what I mean?
That's
so
why,
it's like
it was so easy. was right next to it.
Yeah, but like, listen, when
Right
you go
next to it.
below the Sahara, go below the Sahel, these places were nowhere near in the Bible. Then you go to
Exactly.
not in the Bible. So it's like, how can these
Because
all
they
be
wanted to miss all of that
connected?
out. Here's what I'm trying to say to you. They wanted to cut all of them things out of the Bible. The Bible was made to promote Europeans.
Yeah.
To promote them into power.
Absolutely, of course.
The Quran was made to promote what
Arabs.
you want to talk about, Arabs or Asians or whatever you want to call them. Yeah.
Not
So
really,
everyone's
not
made
really.
it.
I don't.
You
We
say
don't
this.
believe in nationalism, though. This is the thing.
She
No,
says she don't
that
believe
was
in
for y'all
nationalism.
though.
Let
That
me
was
say
not for
something.
the world.
Listen to me,
Let
brother.
me say
Yeah,
something.
like one thing. Yeah, most prophets. Yeah, when they were revealed the message, depending on where they was from, they was revealed the message in the language of the land. So obviously, Prophet
But
Muhammad
that's vanity.
was in the Arab land. So of course,
See what
the
I'm saying?
language is
That's
going to be.
still
He's the
vanity.
only prophet. Hold on, he's the only prophet as well that was revealed the message in Arabic. All the other prophets were either revealed in Aramaic or Hebrew at the time. Yeah, we're the only
but
it don't make no
faith that
difference though. That
branches
don't make
away
no
from
difference.
Egypt. We branch
I got
away.
you, but
We're
you're
different.
just talking. Hear what I'm saying? You can't bring Islam to the table like it's bigger than anything else anymore. It don't make no sense. Let me explain something to you. Yeah, I'm not trying to demote Muhammad. What I'm trying to say to you is, it don't matter which one you're talking to me about, because they're all from the same thing. They're all talking
To
about the
be a
same
Muslim, we
thing.
believe that Moses was a Muslim. To be a Muslim means one who submits to the will of God. So
That's right.
anybody who
That's
submits
right.
to the will of God, whether he's black, white, Chinese, he is a Muslim. It's not a
That's right.
specific thing.
But
You have
here,
to be Asian or Arab to be Muslim.
listen to this, my sister. Listen to this, my sister. This is what I'm gonna say to you. Yeah. You see this Islam thing. Yeah, is a different thing to this Muslim thing. They're two different words for a reason. Because to believe in Islam and to be a Muslim, you could believe in Islam but not be a Muslim.
Who gets to decide
understand
that?
the difference. You need to understand the difference. Now, if you can understand the difference, and I know you do, that's why you're letting me speak. But here what I'm going to say to you, yeah, realistically, then you can understand that, people wanted to separate themselves into different sections. Different people had different ideas and interpretations of the words when they read them. That's what happened. So it was the Persians or the the Assyrians, whatever you want to call them, those types of people that was enforcing the Islam, and everyone was doing the same thing. Everyone around the world was warring with each other, trying to push their ideas. Do you know what I'm trying to say? Like you got the Vikings, what's the other ones? All the pagan traditions, the Romans, the Greeks, whatever, But then what happened is, when people got to where everyone knew all the information was coming out of what we now know as Africa. So when they got there and they saw what was there, and then it was interpreted to them, some of them weren't happy with what they was hearing, because certain
Can we
people
be
wanted
real
to be
though?
worse.
Can we be? I am so sorry to cut your bill. Finish on land. I apologize. I'm sorry. Go ahead. You sure? I mean, you was hitting the point. I apologize.
All right, let me finish.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I'm sorry.
When different people saw the what was actually going on and where the religion, all of the gods or whatever they was thinking about was coming from, the original ones, they was like, nah, certain people like Alexander wanted to be worshipped like a god. So he tried to make people interpret him as a god, So how many other people were doing the same thing? How many different traditions were being pushed, So at the end of the day, that's all it was. People had their own traditions, cultural traditions. Just like, think about Christianity today. We still got pagan traditions going on in Christianity today. Yeah, in certain sections of it.
There's pagan in all religions, because it's where it came from.
No, I don't want to say it's pagan in all religions. Other religions are considered pagan to other religions. Like
other religions, that's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
That's what I'm saying. That's where I'm like, as an African, I'm like, yo, my brothers and sisters that are on the continent that are below, like that are below the Sahara.
Yeah, but now you know why. Now you know why. Now
That's
you know
not
why.
us.
Because
You know what I'm saying? I say let the Arabs have their they got their prophet.
But hold on, Africa was conquered more by Christians than it was Islam.
Africa was not conquered more by Christians than Muslims.
That's not true.
That's not true in the slightest.
When Christianity came over to Africa,
Islam was on the continent 1,000 years earlier.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Yeah, but the way we came in, we didn't come in the way, because Christianity was the gateway to slavery, to mass slavery. If you look at what the Portuguese done,
the Arab slave trade was longer than before the Christian one.
The Arab slave trade wasn't there to systematically oppress black people. The Arabs were enslaving everybody.
120. My sister.
They did not create borders the way that
my sister. Colonization is different from slavery.
And bring them. Hold on, brother. Yeah, what I'm trying to say to you is, when you look at the conquest of Islam in North Africa, yeah, there were people that obviously fought against it, i.e. like the Berbers, they were completely against it. But because there were certain cultural similarities, because you got to understand a lot of the people from the Middle East and North Africa have the desert that they all share. So they have this Bedouin nomadic culture. So the Berbers did revolt, but eventually they accepted Islam. They embraced Islam because they generally believed it was the truth. But when Christianity came into certain parts of Africa, like Angola, for instance, Portugal, the Portuguese came in there. You know, they made the king convert and whatever, but they stayed in there, stole their resources, yeah, and started bringing other folks inside in order to infiltrate.
All right.
Christianity
I'm gonna
But you're
answer
right.
back to
You're
you.
right. No, she's right. But
You want me to-
it's sad. But the thing is, though, every time we talk about this, it's always like, I mean, not trying to be disrespectful or anything, but every time I talk to a Muslim about the Arab slave trade, it's always a romanticization. Like Christians were worse. Y'all started this. I mean, you started this. I'm just being real. Like I'm in America now. The Europeans didn't learn this just from no one. They came in here and they learned it from y'all. They started this, man.
Brother, do you realize there were black Arabs as well? How was a black man going to enslave his own black?
Let's be real. Arab is not really even a group. You like as we both agreed, it's just a group of people that was given.
Yeah.
It's not really an ethnic
I'm not
group.
justifying slavery, but the thing is,
I'm not saying you are.
the truth here, because I do hear a lot of black folks. They're focusing more on the Arabs than certain Europeans who done.
But
more
let's be real.
injustice to
The
them.
Arab
Yeah.
stuff is still continuing today. Like I mean, like we got to be real. That was 1,400 years to 400. You have like 1,000 years compared to 400. And then on top of that, let's be real on a real level. Slavery for the Europeans ended a hell of a lot earlier. You're talking about Mauritania ending slavery in 1980.
Yeah, but the impact of the Atlantic slave trade is more detrimental to Africans.
No, it's not.
You're saying it's not more
No.
detrimental.
120 million Africans died in the trans-Saharan slave trade. Okay, I'm not even gonna say Arabic, trans-Sahara. Okay, the transatlantic, 50 million. I mean, I'm just saying you have 1,000. I'm being real.
Yeah, but the same way the same way African dies, Arabs died, Europeans died during the.
There were 2 million Arabs. There were 2 million Europeans that were brought down mainly from Eastern Europe and the Caucasus. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, yeah, but they were mainly women that were used for concubines. Okay, they had no problem in breeding. That's why North Africa is white as it is, because Europeans. I mean, I've seen Algerians that are straight up Irish, bro. I mean, like,
No, I
telling me
don't
they're
agree with that,
African.
because North Africa is so racially diverse. This is the thing. You
Yeah,
say
no,
white.
well, North Africa
Yeah,
is, yeah, because you have like
obviously-
the immigration, and then there was the Muslims that got kicked out of Europe, and they came down. You know, I ain't faking on history. I know, you got it.
But you guys are acting as Africa is predominantly black. Yeah, there's only a
Yeah,
small
below the Sahara,
portion-
you right.
Yes, we are a very small portion, but the way I hear it being spoken about is as if we took
Mhm.
over the whole of Africa, even North
No,
Africa.
no. I wouldn't say that.
I still, the white people, though, the lightest, I don't compare to the majority of blacks. Africa is dominantly black. It's still yours. You
Oh no,
understand?
you would
Yeah.
no. When I say conquer, I mean in a cultural sense. Like for example, there are Yoruba that live north of Yoruba land that will tell me that the foundation of our ethnic group, the first king of Dudawa, was Bilal's like student. You will have people that will tell you that you will have people that will try to Hebrew Israelites trying to say that Africans come out of Levant. You got people saying y'all come out of Persia. People are trying to connect themselves to the Abrahamic faiths. Now, if I say Islam is detrimental, I'll say Islam destroyed Africa is just in a cultural sense and in a historical sense. You made Muslim, you have two people of the same clan or the same group. One will look down on the other because the other speaks Arabic and the other speaks his traditional language. Same thing for Christians. I'll be real.
Yeah, but that's tribalism.
Because those who speak English,
The thing
go
is,
ahead.
there wasn't this aspect of race in Africa. You understand?
You're
It
right.
was
That's
more
why Africans sold each other to
tribalism.
slave. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, exactly. It's Europeans who invented race. Yeah, I'm telling you, there was a famous actress. Yeah, she's an African
Uh-huh.
actress. She was in what was she in? Black Panther. You know, the bold lady. I forgot her name, but she's British. But she even said, yeah, because she grew up in Africa. When she
She
came
had
to
no
America,
concept of race. Yeah. No, race is an
right,
American thing. I'll tell you that. You're right.
this is a European thing, because I said this before. I was watching a documentary. Europeans were able to differentiate between black people and white people through the structure of black people down to their skulls, and they accumulated black people to animals, which was a
Yeah.
justification as to why they enslaved them. We didn't have this concept. You understand? We didn't look at man as we didn't even have this thing of black or white. You understand? Either
Well,
Arab.
I've seen some videos by Sarah.
You were
Right.
described by your tribe or your family. That's how people would be able to do kingship. So he comes from that family and that tribe. He's from
That's
this.
true.
It wasn't. He's black. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But no, I was watching these videos from Sarah recently, and homie's been talking about there's been a distinction between black and like Arab and things like that. Like I don't see pale Arabs identifying the black ones as theirs. I don't see that. I've never seen that.
Listen, brother, I'm from Algeria. My mother's from Algeria, yeah? And I've been to Algeria many, many, many times, and I've also been to Morocco. And like, I'm not gonna sit here and like, obviously, the way people make out North Africa is just so racist. It's so racist, and I'm not sitting here denying that there's no racism happening there. But once you actually go there and you feel the vibe and you see the energy, it's not the way that people. It's
Yo,
really
my sister.
propaganda.
Can I jump in for a second, please? Yeah, because I kind of agree with you when you say there's no racism. Because like before I got cut off here, what I was trying to say to you lot is like my knowledge of Islam, yeah, is that Islam was something that was originally from Africa, just like Christianity. That's how you got Muslims. I'm not Muslim. You got mosque built on top of church and church built onto whatever,
Yeah.
So the fact of the matter is, yeah, what I'm trying to say is, what she said about the when the Arabs was coming in and they was taking over, or the Syrians, whatever you want to call them, yeah, like these men weren't coming in racist. They weren't racist. We know this for fact, because she's right. They didn't try to destroy the culture. They left everything exactly as it was. They just tried to embrace it and use it to empower themselves. Just like everyone does. Like you look at all systems of power. They're based around the religion. That's what gives them the power. Do you understand? Because God's given.
I agree. I don't. None of the sisters said.
But it's the same with the Berbers, yeah. The Berbers, yeah. When the Arabs came in, specific history about North Africa. When the Arabs came in, yeah, the Arabs actually respected the Berbers culturally, and they allowed them to live.
They did.
To this
Culturally,
day, yeah,
they did.
the Berbers and the Tuareg and the Sahrawian people, they still live traditional nomadic lifestyles. Yes, they are Muslim, but they still have traditional clothing that they wear. That no one takes that away from them. You understand?
Do you know?
Last thing, brother. Not the way the Atlantic slave trade. They didn't allow you to speak your language. They didn't allow you to. You understand what I'm saying? We didn't do that.
No, do you know what? I respect you because you know your history. But here, what I'm going to say to you, sis. At the end of the day, yeah, oppression is oppression, either way. This is why when Alexander the Great finally managed to conquer the Persians and then got into Egypt, that's why they just let him in. They didn't even try to fight back. Because most of the people there, they didn't want those rulers there, really. Or the fact that they embraced their religion and let them live culturally similar to how they were before was cool, but they were still enslaved and forced to do things they don't want to do. So when we put it in perspective, we got to put things in perspective, and then we got to look at it on a whole and say, here what I'm going to say.
Yeah, sorry.
Here what I'm going to say. You see, us as people, we're doing the same thing today. This girl the other day, she was talking about, someone was channel banging. Like we channel banging now, she said. Hear what I'm going to say. We doing this religion banging thing for years. We need to stop this because Muslim religion, Islam is important to everyone, including Christians, Jews, whoever you want to call yourself. Same way religion
who originated though, bro. Like
here I'm going to say. Here I'm going to say to you. You say it's important to the people that originate. This is what I'm saying to you, my brother. Just let me hear me out for a second.
Go ahead, do you, bro.
Just as much as Muslim religion, Islam is important to everyone on this planet. Every religion is important to all of us because we all need to understand each other and know each other. Once we understand each other, hear what I'm saying? Once we understand each other and know each other, we know how best to get along with each other. So at the end of the day, if them man over there, if I believe that because you're practicing something in your religion that goes against mine, you might be going to hell. I can believe that. But that don't mean we have to kill each other and fight and war and argue over.
You gotta be real though. That's what's happening, bro.
But the thing is, brother,
That's what is
people
happening.
act like as if Islam. Look, if you look at the golden age of Islam, like i.e. the Moors brought so much intellect and so many good things to Europe. Even if you look at the Queen Victoria at the time of the Irish famine, she reached out to a Muslim leader. Even if you look at the Prophet Muhammad SAW, he sought refuge with a Christian king. There are many hadiths about preserving
My
churches
sister,
and
my
protecting
sister,
Muslims.
what is Islam? Islam isn't just a book that you read. It's not just a religion, you know.
It's a way
Islam
of
is a
life.
science. It's not just a way of life. Islam has got so much science in there. There's so much information that people, if you just read a Quran or you just read a Bible and that's all you did, you just read the words and interpret it the way you think the words that what you thought you were trying to see, you know, and don't actually read into the cryptics of it and start understanding the sciences, you miss so many things, you know, because there's a lot of things in there to interpret. You know, there's a lot of laws, you know, things that we're using today when they're taking us to court and stuff. There's a lot of things, laws that are in there.
Yeah,
Do you know what I'm trying to
the
say?
justice system is good. You know, you need like 4 witnesses in order to persecute somebody. How many people to this day get persecuted and unlawfully sentenced to crimes that they did not commit? But in Islam, even though
All
whether you
right.
agree with it or not, in order to make sure that somebody is guilty, there's a certain very strict process to go down. You know what I'm saying?
All right, but what we're missing is, yeah, like I was trying to say earlier, you look at places like the Vatican, they've got the original books and we're not allowed access to them. They need to free up that information because you see them types of information there, the ones that's missing, those are the ones that's going to make the difference, you know? And it's us as a people coming together, understanding that it's always been a rat race. So it don't matter what religion we talk about, they're all systems of power put there to keep the small man down so that we can be their
I'd
slaves.
like to read those books that talk about the Anunnaki.
You understand? All of that, all of them books there. We need to know what's going on because, you know, like I was saying, back in the day, these men were talking about the edge of the world and stuff, and the world's got edges, yeah? Now, they're talking about Antarctica, yeah? Like it's a landmass, you know, but then you got other people saying it's not a landmass, it's a flat earth, and Antarctica goes all the way around the world. So there's different information out there. You can pick that up on the internet easy. The flat earthers, go and look them up. If you want coming from, look up Antarctica, General Byrd and them man there. Like one of my mates told me about that, yeah? What G Block, Panero and them man there, like that's Veli's people there.
Are you Muslim,
That's how
brother?
I got
I don't know.
involved.
Are you Muslim? Or
When you say I'm a Muslim, I'm gonna be honest with you, sis, yeah? Like I refer to myself as an Israelite, but you can refer to me as a Muslim and it don't offend me because I believe in Allah, you know? I believe in God, I believe
Are
in
you
Allah.
Israelite by faith or by
I
blood?
believe in Yahweh. I believe that Muhammad, you know, came with his prophecy and had good purpose and good meaning, you know, same as I believe all the prophets did, you know.
What about
That's what I
Hanuman?
believe. Hanuman, I don't really know about Hanuman. You have to give me some information, brush me up. I don't know what Hanuman is.
It's the Hindu god, the god of war.
I'll be honest, yeah.
The monkey god with many arms.
I don't know much about Hindu gods, and I don't know much about I don't really know much about any kind of like what I would identify as paganism gods because they got more than one god. Do you know what I'm trying to say? So I don't know that much about it, but what I will say is a lot of these pagan religions, when you're dealing with gods, a lot of these people were men. So maybe they were just prophets and people were identifying them as gods. I don't know why they were so revered. So I'd have to look into them and then I'd be able to tell you why I believe they're so revered and if I believe that they were gods or if they were men, because I don't know the history. That's the only way I'm going to know. When I look at, like, for instance, if we're going to deal with Romans and Roman gods or whatever, I know that the Roman gods and stuff was commonly taken from Greek gods. They're quite similar. It's like they was mimicking them.
Their gods were allegorical. They didn't necessarily believe
they
that they were actually true. They were allegorical. Yeah.
Exactly. So that's what I'm going to say on that regard, because I've not done enough study in it for me to start speaking or something like that. That would be unfair to them.
No, but what the point that I was trying to make there is that there are many different gods.
There are.
Yeah, and many people, many different civilizations, and even today, there's still many people that have different versions of a god.
Yeah.
Either all of them are wrong or one of them is right.
But then when we say gods now, yeah, because if you go into a Bible, yeah, you got things like angels, yeah, or you go into a Quran, I'm sure Quran's got angels too.
Yeah,
so if we're going to go into angels,
it was an angel Jibril that gave Muhammad the revelation.
I've got you. And if we're going to go into angels, you know, when people, if we're going to say angels and we're going to perceive it as a real thing, like it actually happened, then yeah, the people who didn't know how to identify angels as angels might have identified the angel as a god. because to them that angel
Exactly.
might
And
be
if you was to meet a so-called God that came to you and said to you, "I am Allah," how would you know whether it was Allah or not, or whether it was not just some being that has far more
see,
power
but
than
now
you?
this
Can
is where
ever
this is
I
where
believe in
this
jinns
is
and angels. Jinns as well
and
have,
Allah
you know,
doesn't
they
Allah
got
doesn't
certain
come in the
powers.
form of a man. Allah does not come in the form of a man.
How
Same
would
way
Allah?
Yahweh.
How would Allah ever? Has Allah ever revealed himself to anybody?
Well, if we're
He
gonna
spoke
deal
to
with that,
Moses.
go back into Quran, Allah has revealed himself. If you want to say him, like I don't use Allah
How
as
did
a
he do
he or
that?
a she though.
How
He
did
spoke
that?
to
I don't use
Moses.
it
He
as
spoke to
masculine or
Moses,
feminine.
but he didn't show himself though. No
So
one has
he,
seen
That's
him.
right. It's shown.
Allah presented itself.
No, not
He
presented
spoke to
itself. Hear what I'm
Moses.
saying to you? Spoke to Moses. So
Okay,
whether
in
it
a
was
voice,
telepathically,
So
whether he could hear a voice.
it used a
From
classical way of a human communication. Yeah,
yeah.
where
So
it could have
humankind comprehend, yes.
right.
Yes,
That's
in order
right.
for the individual to comprehend.
How does Moses?
comprehension.
Let's say for 1 second that Moses actually existed. There's no evidence that Moses ever existed. Yeah, but let's say that he did. Yeah, this being presented itself to Moses. Moses was primitive. Yeah, at best.
All right, let me deal with that first. Let me do
How
what you
can you
said there
say that
first.
he was the creator of all things?
You said two things, yeah. You said Moses never existed, and I'm going to tell you for now.
I didn't say he never existed. I said there's no
God.
evidence that he existed.
All right. You said there's no evidence that Moses ever existed. I'm going to deal with that first.
Yeah.
There's evidence that most of these people in the Bible existed. And
All
the
right.
place where it is, I already told you where it is, but we ain't going to be able to get in there to see it. So there's no point in us arguing about it. We know we know it exists.
But even if there was a piece
Yeah,
of
you're talking about the Vatican. You're talking about
we can't get
the
in there.
Vatican
So
archive
just
in the
because it's
cellar, in
written
the cellar
down
of St. Peter's Basilica in the Vatican City.
right,
Yeah.
but even if it was written down in there, does not necessarily mean that that is proof that there was a Moses.
Yeah, that's where like I don't think about the Exodus either.
No,
you know what?
never happened.
1,000 years from now, Hear what I'm saying, my brother. 1,000 years from now, someone can have your same argument and say, do you know what? Just because it was written down, there's no proof that Hitler ever existed.
No way, because there is more than there are gas chambers. There's
yeah, but where's his
records.
body? Where's his body, man?
But we're not talking about that.
We have photographic evidence. We have photographic evidence of him. We have film of him.
We're talking about, but you're not talking about that. You're talking about the physical personage of a person. You're talking about DNA. You're talking about science. Okay, that's what you're talking about when you say, well, there's no evidence that Moses existed.
That's the only one you're speaking about.
You can't see his skeleton. You can't see his skeleton. You can't see his flesh. Okay,
well, it's arguable, Eric. It's arguable. It's arguable.
Okay,
it doesn't even matter whether he existed or not. We go by the teaching that he supposedly gave to us. That he supposedly led the Jews, the Hebrews, out of Egypt. There's no evidence for that whatsoever. There's no evidence.
Where did he lead them to? Where did he lead them to?
Around the desert. For 40 years.
You know what I'll say to you? Hear what I'm going to say to you, my brother.
Living in the desert.
I'll say to you. Hear what I'm going to say to you. He said there's no evidence.
Brother, at the time of the Prophet Muhammad in the Quraysh, there were Jews in that area.
There's no
okay,
like
fine.
So
okay, fine. Opposition. Even though you can say there's no evidence.
Right.
Okay, lack of evidence is not proof of non-existence, man.
Now, hear what I'm going to say to you. Now, do you know what you just said? That's truth. That's truth. Hear what I'm going to say.
Okay,
Let me just say one thing. You see, you said there's no evidence of any of this Jews escaping from Egypt, and I'm going to agree with him. Do you know why I'm going to agree with you? Because as far as I'm concerned, you know what? If we're going to go by the Bible, then the Bible says that the Israelites were enslaved in Egypt. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what the Bible says. It says it in those words as well. It uses the word Egypt, don't it? Am I wrong or right, guys?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So watch this. I'm saying Egypt never existed. That's to come. That's still not happened yet. But Israelites were in what we know as modern day Egypt. They were there on
that moment in time. At that supposed moment in time, there was a pharaoh living there. There were Egyptians living there. Okay. All right. We can agree upon that. Whether the name has been changed or whatever, there were people there. They kept records, and there are no records of any. So I think somebody was able to do the count. There should have been at least 1 million Hebrews living in Egypt at the time. They would have been, if they were wandering the desert for 40 years, you would be able to find archaeological evidence of camps. And so they were
I'm going
outside.
to argue against that. I'm going to say they were there. There was Israelites there. There weren't no Hebrews, but there was Israelites there. So every time you say Hebrews, now you're going to start to see.
Sure. Okay, I'm sorry. I can only go by like you have a different perspective. I agree with it, but I'm just going by the term.
That's because they confused you. They confused you. What they said
even if the terminologies were different,
you see when they went there, no, but hear what I'm saying. Hear what I'm saying. No, this is what you said. You said they haven't found no evidence of no Hebrews, no of these
they haven't
millions
found
of
any
Hebrews.
evidence of anybody at all. Anybody wandering the desert for 40 years. There are people right now trying to figure that out, and they haven't been able to do so. It is a dirty secret in Israel.
So here
they don't like to talk about it.
Here's what I'm going to say to you. You see, as far as you're talking about, when we're down to Hebrews, I'm going to discredit that one. I'm going to say Israelites. There were Israelites in Egypt at the time when the Bible said
if you
there were
change the name,
Israelites in
there's still
Egypt.
no archaeological evidence for anybody.
As far as those Israelites being enslaved and being like, made to build pyramids and whatever else, like I can't tell you that part's true. Like I don't know where they got that story from because I ain't seen the original one. Like, and I don't speak ancient Latin to be able to really interpret what it says. So I just have to go by what they say the text says, just like the rest of us.
Me too.
By the modern translation. So what I'm going to say to you is, I'm going to say to an extent, there's a chance that part of that story ain't true and that there weren't no Israelites in no slavery. And that if they were practicing, what do you want to call it, Judaism or whatever you want to call it, and they had a Torah at that time, maybe they had to do it covertly because remember, Egypt has already got its cultural system. And, if you look at, for instance, like I said, look at the Bible.
The Hebrews hadn't been given their revelation yet. So they hadn't been given the canon. It was only until, so the story is, the Exodus story is that they were brought out of bondage so that Moses could give them. So people tend to think that the revelation was only 10 commandments. It wasn't. It's over 300. It's over 300 commandments, and the canon is still open. By the way, it's still open. There's still.
So you're just explaining what I'm asking you to explain, really, because that's where they were. They was just there. They was part of the culture then. They weren't in slavery.
But they weren't. That's what I'm saying. There's no evidence for that. They weren't there.
I agree. There weren't no slave. I don't think that is that there was no Israelites in no place called Egypt.
The whole story of Moses falls down right at the beginning. There's no need for Moses.
Do you know what I think that? Do you know what I think we're doing here? Yeah, where we're unpicking the stories and starting to understand that we're looking at that story like it's a past story. And like I said, I believe there were Israelites in Egypt, but I don't believe they was in slavery. And I believe there are Israelites in Egypt today, right now.
No, I think that's true. I think there was.
You know what I'm saying? There were Israelites today in slavery in Egypt. All we got to do is work out where Egypt is today, the real Egypt, because the one we're calling Egypt ain't the real Egypt. You work out where the real Egypt is, then you're going to work out where Israelites are in slavery today.
That's interesting.
And
tell us more about that.
There's a new Moses to come. That's where it is. We've got people still people talk about, for instance, Islam. Yeah, Islam says there's no more prophets. That's the only thing in Islam that I disagree with. Yeah,
but I don't need a prophet. I don't need a prophet. I don't need a prophet.
You say we don't need a prophet, but that's why when the prophets do come, that's why the prophets end up in problems, in peril, and they're going to end up getting executed because we got to bring the people together so that everyone's going to, have a good life.
But
this earth is heaven.
That's where
there ain't no heaven in the sky.
This is where these religions conflict, though, because it's like you can't say that you want to bring everyone together when everyone's religion kind of goes.
So they say that my religion is sacred, my religion is holy.
Like you're not going to tell them. You're not going to tell them.
But that's the point. It's the follower of the religion that say that. It's not the text that say the text of the religion that say that. It's the followers, the people of the book who say that. The people of the book conflict with each other.
I hear you, but
itself.
But my brother, here what I'm going to say to you. Here what I'm going to say to you. My brother, here what I'm going to say to you. Yeah. You see, if you're a Christian, yeah, and you believe God's got a beef with Hindus, yeah? That's God's beef, that ain't your beef. Relax yourself. Calm yourself down, relax your skin.
But that's the point, though. For those of us who believe that there's God and there's a creator, how can you, God doesn't have a beef with the people that that we believe are God's prophet. That is, people.
No,
who
but
have
you're saying that,
scripture.
but he no, but he does, because hear what I'm saying. If say for instance, yeah, say like if someone's a Muslim and they're saying if you're not a Muslim, you know, and you're like for instance a Hindu and you believe in more than one God, then you're going to hell. Yeah, then God's got to be with that person. God's sending them to hell, not you. You don't have that right. That's not
Can I
your
just say
job.
something here? Like
Relax
I
your
agree with
skin.
you guys. Yeah, the problem is not the religion itself. It's the Muslims.
The
But
way
there
it's
are verses.
interpreted.
But
That's
there are
right,
verses.
and therefore
But
that's not.
hold on,
And
Eric.
therefore that's not.
Let me just
But
finish
the
my
point I'm
point,
making
please,
is
brother.
this:
Yeah.
it's not God's
Can
speech.
I just started a point. Let me just allow me to finish.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
What
Go
I'm
ahead,
saying
G.
is.
Go ahead, G.
Sorry, but thanks, brother. But what I'm saying is there are verses in the Quran that says, "Slay them where you find them." Yeah. But what you got to understand is the Quran is also a form of a history book. Yeah. So even though it says kill the kafirs, there is a context to that. That does not mean that you kill every kafir that you see
Doesn't
right now.
matter.
That wasn't. Hold on. That was an event. Yeah, where the Prophet was at war with kafirs. So, and a lot of the Quran and the Bible are historical events and stories that happen.
That's
You
right.
understand? So, and
Great.
plus there are verses in the Quran that says, "Do not be the aggressor." So God is basically giving us a story here. What happened? Yeah, He guided. Yeah, Muhammad to do what he had to do at the time of that war, but it does not mean that we go around killing kafirs. This is what ISIS does. This is interpretation gone wrong.
That's right.
ISIS would read that and think kill all kafirs, but there's a
That's
verse
right.
before that, there's a verse after that, and there's a whole context behind it. And this is the problem. What we have today is the
Can I ask you a question, sis?
interpretation of
Can I ask you a question, sis? Why did you feel that you needed to put that in the conversation? Because we already know that, you know, Muslim is a religion of peace. We already know that. Do you feel like that
there are some
Muslims
people
are
that
under
don't,
attack?
brother. I go down to Speaker's Corner. I've had many debates. People generally think that we're out to get them. Yeah, they think that we are the biggest threat to the whole world, which is not the case. And
Which
they
is
use
that
the
is
Quran.
dangerous. That's dangerous, and that has to be challenged by all of us. But
Who doesn't think that? I mean, I'm gonna be real with you. Like, there's tons of Muslims that okay, let me be real. Islam is just having a bad PR party. If we look at these countries, these are ethnic.
I feel that's why she's defensive, you know.
No, but come on. Let's be honest. Let's be honest, right?
I
Yeah.
see the rise in the right wing. Yeah, but the thing is, yeah, look.
Trust
Let
me,
me
I'm gonna
just
say this
something,
as an American.
I'm here in the UK. Yeah, the right wing. Yeah,
come on,
brother. I don't know if you've heard of. I don't know if you've heard of Tommy Robinson and the right wing. Yeah, these are people
that's
that
another thing. If y'all think Tommy Robinson,
yeah, but forget the saying, sis. Please listen to me, yeah. Forget all of that stuff. We're not talking. Them people don't have no stand in this conversation we're having here.
This is why you have to understand why I have to clarify and
yeah, no, I've got you, sis. You don't have to clarify.
Some people are ignorant. Some people don't understand.
We all in this conversation, yeah. Everyone who I've been speaking to so far, they've already built up their own understanding, so they're not following Tommy Robinson. Don't worry about all of that. What I'm saying to you is, Islam's cool. Everyone is cool. All the religions are cool as far as I'm concerned. As long as everyone can let their God do his work, and they just be a normal person and just live and let live.
To be honest, brother, speaking to you, you've spoken very reasonably and very maturely, and I respect what you're. It's very refreshing to have this conversation with you because, like I said, from my experience, it's not been this, and I said this when I first came on. I'm looking for opposition. I'm looking for people to challenge my ideas, but let's do it civilized. You understand?
Yeah,
but in other areas, it's like F your religion, F this, F that, F this. You know how it can get very disrespectful. But I agree with
sis.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm gonna say to you? Yeah, that I totally feel where you're coming from, and that's why I had to put that out there. To do that because I think Muslims have been under attack for a little while, and we need to all understand. You know, this religion banging thing's got to stop. We're supposed to be people as much as we're religious people, but either way, we're still people. There's no way of escaping that, and every religion is promoting for people to be good people and do the right thing. Not do the wrong thing, not go around killing people, hurting people just so your feelings are satisfied.
I don't think that's
true.
That's
the problem. That's the problem with people nowadays. People have become like bitches. And I'm not going to put that down to women and men having equal rights or saying I'm just
big fact, Schiffer. Big
what I'm trying to say
facts,
to you,
bro.
What I'm trying to say to you is people are too much concerned with what they want all the time. Just because I feel like this, it has to go like that. Otherwise, the world ended. It don't make no sense. Sometimes you got to put your feelings to one side and understand there's things that are bigger than you and your feelings, And that's the only way.
Big fact, Schiffer. Big fucking facts, bro. No, but this is the problem with men, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I find this thing
men are
with
turning into
men.
fam.
Yeah, bro. The slightest
me.
thing you hurt my feelings, and they run off with, bro. Listen, you're a big man. Like, allow it. Like, just for a second.
I know certain
put it
women
aside and
like
grow up.
more like they can handle it more and hold their feelings more. You
Yeah,
know?
but when did this shift take place? When did this shift take place?
Secularism.
When I mean,
LGBTQ.
When did what take place?
I don't say it.
What are you talking about? When did what take place? Men arguing about
when do the men start becoming bitches? And it's like we can't negotiate with each other and think about what's important more than we're thinking about how we feel. It's nowadays everything is how people feel. I think it's social media, and everyone's just turned into bitches, looking in the mirror all the time.
Well, I agree.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, in reference to religion in general, I'm going to make a statement. You all tell me what you think. And based on what I believe. Okay. Now this is, of course, this is according to my faith, right? The prophet of the Baha'i faith, Baha'u'llah, says this: that ultimately all religion is one, because the first tenet that any prophet of God has ever made was allegiance to the Most High, whether you choose to call the Most High, God, Allah, you name it. The divine messengers of God has said the first tenet is allegiance to the commandments of God. Those of us who are theists, particularly those of us who are monotheists. Tell me what you think.
I think that sounds good, and I think that this is why, because what religion are you? What one is your one?
I'm a Baha'i.
A Baha'i.
Yes.
So essentially, you're just agreeing with all other religions.
Yeah, and I've never heard of Baha'i before, but
essentially what I'm agreeing with is this. Okay, the first thing that the prophets or the divine messengers of God, okay, state, the first tenet is allegiance to the commandments of God, the Most High.
All the commandments.
No, listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying that the first tenet, okay, that the prophets of God, the divine messengers of God, the first thing they say is this. Theists, people with faith, okay, who believe in God, they say the first tenet is allegiance to the Most High. The first teaching that's uttered from their lips. I'm asking you, what do you think?
No.
I think that
No? Okay,
I think it's
you say
alright.
no. Wait. Dark Magician, you say no. Why do you say no?
Because if you're talking about being...
No, have you read the scriptures, what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I'm going by what you just said.
In the book, that's the point. That's the point. For theists, they believe that divine revelation from the prophets of God, okay, those persons chosen to be prophets of God by the All High, by the Creator, or however you.
I'm a bit confused by what you're actually asking. Actually,
what I'm saying is this, okay? I tend to believe what Baha'u'llah, the prophet of the Baha'i faith, my faith, says when he says that all religion is one based upon the first tenet of the prophets of God, or those who are believed to be prophets of God. Their first tenet is allegiance to the commandments of God.
Sure.
I believe that's cool because that's what most religions are like anyway. The main thing in Islam is to believe in the one true God. The same thing in Christian, same thing in Judaism.
Definitely a monotheistic religion.
Yeah, but the point of the matter is what I'm saying is this, okay? If you have not studied the scriptures, right, by whom theists believes are so-called prophets, then you don't know. First and foremost, you don't know what they say.
True.
Okay. But if you have read it, at least studied to that degree to where you have read what the prophets say, what their first tenet is, okay, then you can speak on it. If you don't know about it, you can't speak on it.
You don't know, exactly.
You can give your opinions.
That's right.
And you can even give your opinions after the fact.
No,
Okay,
I get your point.
That you studied.
Someone could demonize that religion.
The scriptures to find the first tenet that the prophets make.
All right,
Okay?
I can give you an opinion right now.
To man and God.
I can give you an opinion right now. Yeah. In my opinion, it's wrong to cut off the hands of thieves, and it's wrong to stone adulterers. Do you agree with that?
Well, that's your opinion. Why do I?
No, I'm asking you. If you, I'm not my opinion. It's my opinion. But do you agree with that?
I don't.
So with the cutting off people's hands, yeah.
Wait.
Hold on.
Do you agree with it? Yes or no?
This might.
I don't need to agree with it.
It's like
if you don't agree with it, then you don't have allegiance.
No. Because I'm not going there. I'm not debating it with you. You see,
I
want me to debate with you, Dark Magician. I'm not debating with you.
Are gonna get cut off if you're gonna steal. Are you gonna steal? This will stop a lot of crime, even. Yeah, and it's not where you just catch somebody stealing and you cut his hands off.
I cannot think of anything more barbaric. I really can't.
Let me explain to you, brother. Yeah. Okay. So we're not speaking about somebody that just goes and steals an apple because he's so hungry. Yeah. We're not speaking about that. We're speaking. No, we're not. This is the thing. You don't understand about Islam. Yeah. If somebody is hungry and he steals, you can't do anything to him. We're speaking about organized crime here. Yeah. Now, if you know that if you get caught stealing a whole crate of somebody's products and you're gonna get your hands cut off, you're not gonna do that. Yeah. So this is more of a prevention is better than cure type of situation. And if you see somebody else get their hand cut off, yeah, the next one is not going to steal, and we might have less crime.
Let me be honest, yeah. This debate is dead. It's dead. Let me show you why it's dead, yeah. Because watch this. Both sides have already lost, yeah. At the end of the day, we all know it's not right to steal other people's things because it don't belong to you.
And we all know it's right to cut people's hands off.
Yeah, that's right. On the other side, we all know it's wrong to cut people's hands off and to mutilate people and to physically harm.
The question was shit. The question was if the first tenet is to obey the rules of God, right? Is that correct?
Okay.
Yeah.
No.
So if you disagree with one of those, if you disagree with one of those revelations that were given by the Bible, by Muhammad, whatever, yeah, then you are going against the first tenet. Is that not correct?
When you say disagree, what do you mean by disagree?
So you fundamentally disagree. You don't think that is a right tenet to have. You don't think that you should obey that.
Should obey what one of the prophets is saying.
So if someone's found to be committing adultery,
Dark Magician, as far as I'm concerned, in my humble opinion, yes. When you of your own freedom of conscience, right, and what I believe to be your own free will, decide that you are going to live by divine revelation of a prophet of God, you're all in. And if you're not all in, you're all out. You don't get to pick and choose what tenets you follow and what you don't follow. Yeah. Now, at the same time, as Zubaydah said before, you have to take matters into context. Okay, in the 7th century AD, those were the commandments of God. That, in addition to the first,
by the law of the land. We have to abide by the law of the land. So as Muslims in this country, we cannot cut nobody's hands off because this is not the law of the land. It's actually illegal. But if it was under a Sharia law, which you will not find because no country is actually run by Sharia law 100%, yeah, then that's the only time it will apply.
I think Saudi Arabia is quite close.
No, trust me. Saudi Arabia ain't doing no Sharia law. Trust me. Yeah, they're the biggest.
It doesn't matter who's doing what law because laws are made in certain places and certain times. Different places and different time have got different laws.
This is what I'm talking about. It's according to context, right?
You know what I'm saying?
How can you put context on the whole creator of all things?
What I'm saying is this: because if as a theist, okay, we believe that the Prophet Muhammad lives through and gave his divine revelation during the 7th century AD in an area that was labeled the Arabian Peninsula. Whether that's the right label for it or not doesn't matter to me. what
But he
matters to me is that the time in which he lived, okay, based upon the social traditions and all this type of things, he had to change things up. Okay,
cool.
The point for him was to advance civilization in that part of the world in which he lived according to the commandments of God.
So
right?
it has. So
In the 7th century AD, right? Okay, what I'm saying is this: you can't bring that up to the 21st century, okay, and especially not here in the Western Hemisphere. Why? Because
the law is different.
The laws are different. Yes, the laws are different.
There's no need for Islam then.
What I'm saying is this. Okay, you can say that in your opinion, there's no need for Islam. You can say that, but for the Muslim, for the person who follows what they believe is the divine revelation of a prophet of God, the prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, they do need Islam. It's for them. It provides a moral compass for them.
I absolutely agree with that. Absolutely agree with that. I've got nothing.
It has an influence on how they live their lives. And this is and that's just why I'm saying. But Dr. Dimension, this is why I'm saying that. This is what I'm saying. Hold on a second. Let me finish my point, and I'll shut up. Let me finish my point, and I'll silence myself. What I'm saying is this: you can't impose on anyone else. No, you don't have the right.
That's right.
To do that.
So
because if you impose, wait, let me finish my point, please. Because if you do impose your faith on anyone else, you're not following that first tenet of your faith. And
so then how?
That is to live by the commandments of God. God has wait.
Argue with anyone about.
I don't know of any written scripture where God has commanded the prophet to say, okay, you must live this way, or we have a right, or the people who are the followers of a faith have the right to impose it upon you. If you can show me that, show me chapter and verse, okay, then you got it. But unless you can show me that in scripture.
I'll show you a scripture. There's a verse in the Quran that says there's no compulsion in religion. To you, your way, to me, mine.
That's right.
But there's a problem with that.
That's what I'm saying, though. I'm not arguing against you. I'm not debating with you. What I'm saying is this: I don't know of any written scripture by a so-called prophet of God that states that, okay, the people of the faith have the right to impose their will upon anyone else, even if it is divinely inspired. This is what I'm saying.
That's right.
I'm not debating anyone. I'm just making a statement here.
I've got you, but why are they doing it though? Why are they doing it? Why do you think?
Why?
Politics.
Why?
Because what is the penalty for being an atheist in a Muslim country?
People have agendas. People have agendas that they live by. Okay. Religious groups of people have agendas.
I think this is wishful thinking, and it's.
Let me answer. Dr. Magician's got some good questions. Yeah, like obviously I've heard this sort of stuff raised. Yeah. Under Sharia law, yeah, the only way that somebody would be persecuted for being an atheist if he was to go around on the street saying, "I'm an atheist. I don't believe in God."
So why can't he have the right to do that?
But this is the thing: if you're living, the same way that I'm living under British law. Yeah, I'm not gonna, unless I'm a criminal, I'm not gonna go out of my way to disrespect the British law. So if you're
but sis, that's why you're wrong, sis. That's why you're wrong. You just made yourself wrong, and let me show you why you're wrong. Because no man has no right. No, sis, please let me finish. No man has no right to impose no law on another man, unless that man violated you. Realistically, you got no right to impose no law on another man. Some of these laws they shouldn't exist. That's the truth. We all know it.
I hear what you're saying, but this is the situation that we are in now. Yes, a lot of countries are governed by law. So in this country, it is against the law for me to, I don't know, kill somebody unjustly.
All right.
And there's a
consequence in Islam, it's against the law for you to sit down and obey a law and not stand up for the rights of something that's righteous. You have to stand up for what's right.
And there are certain laws
as
that
a
I
Muslim.
disagree with in this country, and there's certain laws that are
but
similar
sis,
to my laws.
You see what you've done, you just shown us what the problem is.
What happened? He dropped off.
I know he's got a bad connection, I think. It's a bad
What I'm
connection.
saying to you, Magic, you realistically as an atheist wouldn't even want to live in a Sharia country. This is the thing, yeah. There's a lot of fear mongering. Sharia law, Sharia law. You in the UK?
No.
The only time this country will become a Muslim country is if the Queen of England, yeah, takes her shahada and this becomes a Sharia. The Sharia law does not impact people like you. Yeah. So
well, surely it does actually. It does impact me, because if I want to go travel the world, I have to be very careful about where I go. If I'm gay, say I was gay and I'm an atheist, I'm not allowed to say who I am. Imagine if I was to say to you, you're not allowed to say who you are.
But that is the case.
Wait.
I can't say I'm a Muslim in certain places because I can't go to Israel and say, yeah, I'm a proud Muslim without being looked down upon and being persecuted.
That is wrong. That is wrong. That's not righteous. So getting back to the original conversation, that's not righteousness. That's not righteousness at all. You can't.
And it's not righteousness for you to try to convince someone that they should live by secularism either, because you're imposing your opinion and your views on someone else. You don't have the right to do that.
Eric, here is the irony.
And we talk about being objectively respectful towards one another, right?
Yeah.
We have human rights, right?
Yeah.
And with human rights, there are also human obligations to respect the human rights of everyone else.
So do I have the right to be an atheist then?
You got a right to. By law you have a right.
So
you have a right to be an atheist.
if the religion is teaching that it is not righteous to be an atheist, then it is not a human right, is it? And it's not teaching righteousness, correct?
That's right.
No,
okay.
Like I said to you.
Well, first of all,
to be an atheist. Sorry, go on, brother.
First of all, the thing about it is this. Okay, if a person chooses to be a theist, chooses to follow a faith, at the same time, I take it from the perspective of the Baha'i faith, where the Prophet Baha'u'llah says this. Okay. Ye must live by the laws of the land in which ye reside, unless it obviously and detrimentally transgresses upon the laws of the Baha'i faith. Literally, he says this. Okay, so that's my perspective. But that, like I said, again, that's subjective. I don't pretend to be objective. Okay, but when you say that, or at least I'll put it this way, the takeaway I get from how you talk about secularism, okay, in comparison to versus religion, is that what you're saying is that in some respects that religion is barbaric and secularism is civilized. But now but I got a counter argument for you, because civil law, okay, has been barbaric as well, and it is barbarically carried out also. So what I'm saying is this. There's no superiority of either.
No, but there is
over the other. No, there isn't. If both aspects, okay, of human civilization are proven to be, okay, or seemingly proven to be barbaric, one cannot be superior over the other if you're both barbarians and you have a barbarian mindset and you carry out
secularism is not barbaric. Secularism
the way it is carried. Okay, the definition probably is not, but the way that it's carried out is.
I'll give you a definition.
Or the world. Wait a minute. Or the world would not be on fire. Okay. You understand what I'm saying? Because when you say, wait. Because when you say, the fact of the matter is this: there are many parts of many areas on this planet Earth where people are fighting with each other because of political views and or religious views. Okay, that's barbarism. Okay,
of course I agree with that. Yeah, but that's not secularism.
And while secularism is not defined that way, the way it is carried out as far as secular law is concerned, okay, when you're fighting for rights on the third or reasons of state or in your national interest, okay, against the interests of the people that you're going up against, that's barbarism.
That's not secularism, Eric. That's you trying to project that onto secularism to make your point.
Okay, all right, fine. Okay, fine. I won't debate with you. I'll say this, okay? The way secularism is defined and the way secularism is carried out are not one and the same. People do barbaric things in the name of secularism, okay, and living in secular society. People do barbaric things in the name of religion and living by religious faith. What I'm saying is this, okay? The definition of what it is to be a religious person is not exactly the same as it is lived out. The definition of secularism, okay, is not carried out.
I think you're
interaction with listen to what I'm saying. Don't cut me off.
I have listened, but you've
okay. What I'm saying is this: is that the definition of secularism, okay, and the way secular society acts, okay, upon itself, human beings in interaction with other human beings is not exactly the same. It's not one and the same.
Can you give an example?
Or is it? Or is it?
Can you give an example of that?
Okay, you got secular law in France, right, where people are not allowed to wear
that's not secularism.
That's what they claim it is, though.
I don't agree with that.
Wait. So what you're saying is this: you're saying that, in your opinion, in your point of view, that's
not an opinion. In my factual analysis.
But in accordance to law, secular law in France, that is a part of secularism.
They claim
France. The law, that's right. They claim it. Yes, they do.
Yes, but it doesn't come from secularism. It comes from a deeply held cultural belief that has been going on since the revolution. Secularism is a coin. It has two sides to it. Freedom of expression of religion and freedom from religion. That is secularism. And the unescapable irony for any person who is spiritual or religious is that the only way for you to be truly free to manifest your religion is secularism. Because the moment that you enter in what you're saying, that we have the first tenet is to obey the law of the Most High, you automatically are telling people that they cannot be free from religion. Yeah, you are against secularism. Secularism is one coin. It has two sides.
No. I'm not saying they can't be free from religion, because if you listen to what I said, I said if a person of his or her own free will, his or her own freedom of conscience to choose whether they want to be a person of faith or not. Once they choose to be a person of faith of their own volition, of their own will, of their own consciousness, okay,
I get what
then
you're saying.
they have to be all in. Okay, that's
sure.
what I'm saying.
But what if you don't want to be all in?
Hey, can I say
They
something?
don't have to be. You're an atheist, right?
Eric, in some countries you do, and there's a penalty for it. You can't look at the world.
But what I'm saying is this. But you're imposing your secularist viewpoint on those countries where they live.
I'm putting forward an argument, and I'm asking people to try and show me where it's wrong.
Yeah,
I'm not imposing anything on anybody. If people want to have a theocracy, then so be it. Have your theocracy, but you're not going to be able to change my mind by saying to me that you can't be an atheist. It's not right. You're not righteous.
That's what I agree with on the black. That's what I agree with on the black.
I don't have that point of view. If you want to be an atheist, you be an atheist. You're grown man.
The point is, it's not about me and mine and your opinion. There are places that are highly religious where you cannot be an atheist, where you will be killed.
Yes.
Do you understand that? Are you with that, or are you against that?
Yeah, I understand that. But what I'm saying is
your fundamental first tenet falls down.
But what I'm saying, what I'm saying is this, okay? First of all, we're not being perfectly objective in our views. Okay. First of all, because if we're being perfectly objective in our view, and we're saying that there is a perfectly objective reality to what we're saying, there would be no opinions. Okay, there is you know what the reality is. You live by what the reality is.
Yeah, the reality is in some countries that are highly religious, you cannot be atheist.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's demonstrably true. It's objective. There's no subjectivity about it. If you are living in that country, it's going to be extremely difficult for you.
Yeah,
there are ex-Muslims.
You don't live there. I understand what you're saying. But I'm saying this. You have a choice not to live there, right? You have a choice not to live by their law, right?
Hold on. Sorry, Eric. Are you sure it's that easy to move from there?
It's not.
What I'm saying is this. Yeah, there are people who escape from there every damn day, all day. That's what migration is.
There are ex-Muslims living in the UK. There are ex-Muslims living in the UK, and they have been outed by their family. They can never go back to their family because they said they're gay or that they're an atheist. There are literally groups that look after them, that give them safe houses to go because they'll this is how deep these ideologies go. They destroy families sometimes. So you can't put on these rose-tinted glasses and say, oh, everybody can have their religion. There is still a conversation to be had about how entrenched these religions are and how they don't allow people to be who they want to be. But at the same time, scream out and say, we're not being allowed to be who we are.
But is that religion or culture, mate?
It's both. Where does the culture come from?
Well, if you think about it, was that culture like that way before? Do you see what I'm saying? So if you think about it, back in the day,
if you have a fundamental tenet in a religion, an ideology, the culture will spring out of that.
No, of course. But I'm saying when the religion got there was already a culture there, wasn't there?
There was a culture from another religion,
Well, that depends.
So, for instance,
that depends on if you say that religion and culture has existed, okay, in human society from the beginning of human society or not.
Okay,
no, but prove either way. Can you prove definitively either way? No, the question I'm asking though. Listen to the question I'm asking, okay? I'm not debating. I'm asking a question. Okay? Can we definitively prove that it is an objective reality that religion and culture did not exist together since the beginning of humankind?
Yes, they did. But the point, they existed together. That's. Hold on, Eric. But the problem, you're not responding to what we're saying right now, as we stand, not thousands of years ago.
Okay.
I'm putting forth that when these, let's say, modern religions got to a place, the people already had some form of religious culture. And I'm saying when I think it's Dark Magician is saying about the religions teaching this thing, is he sure it's the religion? If he's sure it's the religion and not the culture, or what? Because I'm saying if you already go to a place and they've already got this culture where if you leave that particular thing, you might get killed or you'll be persecuted or pushed out. Then when they convert, they sort of keep that thing because, as we know, there's many people that practice many other things over the religion while claiming to be part of the religion. Correct, Dark Magician?
I agree. Yeah, I agree with that too.
Dark Magician, do you agree?
I don't necessarily agree. I mean, where does this ideology come? The ideology teaches one thing, and then the culture springs from that. Okay, so you can't just say it's a culture and then give it some ethereal name, as if it's just a group of people and traditions spring out, and it doesn't come from a central ideology. It does. It comes from a central ideology.
Hold on, this is the problem, because you didn't answer the question properly. I'm saying to you that there are some things, for instance, that are banned in. Let's use Islam as an example, because I think that's what you're talking about, right?
Yeah,
so let's say certain things. Yeah, exactly. Let's get
but there is difficulties with Orthodox Jewish communities. There are difficulties with the
wait 1 second. Can I ask Issa one question? Issa.
Yes, bro.
Do me one favor today. I'm just.
Oh shit!
I'm gonna propose a challenge to you. Can you answer the question?
Shut up.
Without saying one negative thing about Sunni.
Shut up, you.
If you can say one thing without Sunniism, I'm gonna give $100 to Val.
We'll let the conversation flow naturally. Dark Magician. What I'm saying to you is, bro, are you that knowledgeable in relation to, let's say, for instance, in Nigeria, that some Muslims or those who identify as Muslims might become Christian because it's not a problem. Like the mum and dad might be a Muslim and Christian, and they very much interact. And the religion is not that. It doesn't really come to that kind of level.
All right, so I would say to you, I know what you're trying to say here, yeah, and this is what I would counter with you. I would say, is that because of the people that are, or is it because of I would say to you, are they deciding to have an interpretation of that religion, or is it the religion itself that needs to change?
Right, now this is exactly, now we're getting to the crux.
Yeah, because for me,
can you provide any evidence that the religion? Because all you need to do is just show that the religion says that. Because the whole point is, what you're basically saying is, are they following the religion?
We were having this conversation with Z earlier. Z was pointing out that even if you believe in God, you're not necessarily going to Jahannam, right? So this is the problem with religion. Even Muslims can't agree with each other.
Well, no, when you say Muslims, you have to remember people, human beings, regardless.
Sure. And this is my point.
Different levels.
Right? This is my point.
Hey, wait, Isa, what are the different levels?
Z said that it's not the religion that's the problem; it's the people. Now, I fundamentally disagree with that. I believe that it's the religion that's the problem, and it's the people that can change the religion. Yeah, that's why the people who manifest the religion, they deserve the respect to do that. The religion itself deserves no respect at all. An idea does not deserve respect. The people do. I don't know what someone believes, so I can't say that all Muslims are, dangerous or terrorists. I don't know what they believe. What I do know is how they've treated me. What I do know is how they've come across to me. Yeah, from my experience.
But this is what I'm saying, bruv. I mean, the problem is you're using your one little experience to judge a whole ideology rather than study it. That's a big problem.
I have studied Islam. I've read the hadiths. I've read the Quran.
Hold on. One sec. So where does it say in Islam that you must kill people who leave it?
Who said that? I said that.
That's what you were saying.
I said that it comes from that religion, yeah? When you have a religion that says to people, and it does
wait. Dark Magician, I get his point. What he said.
No, let him finish. No.
I understood. This is the apologetics for.
It's not, brother. It's just a question. Forget with the personal insults. Just get to the point of.
I'm not insulting anybody. Seriously, I'm not.
You said the apologetics. I'm saying I'm going step by step.
Insult. You are using apologetics. What you're trying to do is you're trying to deflect away from the actual ideology itself and say that it's coming out of the ether.
No. Hold on, Dark Magician.
Yeah.
Dark Magician. 1 second. I asked how much.
You're a Muslim.
Hold on. One sec. I specifically went directly to the religion and I didn't deflect. I asked you, where in the religion does it say it? How is that deflecting from the religion?
If I go and get a verse from the Quran, making my point, you're going to come up with some type of, this is not correct. This is not the terminal, but the application is there. If you go to a Muslim country,
how are you going to tell me what I'm going to do?
Because I've debated with many Muslims over years, and you're a Muslim.
And what's that got to do with me?
Each person is an individual,
Okay, all right. Then let's go down that road. Yeah. Let me get a verse from the Quran, that teaches that you're not allowed to be a kafar. Yeah. There are many verses in the Quran that say you can't, that you shouldn't be a kafar, right? Are you disagreeing with that?
I don't well, basically, does it say you shouldn't be a kafar? It basically speaks about kufar. In a very negative.
What is Allah exactly? And what is Allah going to do to the kufar? On the day of judgment?
Hold on. Let me explain. You mentioned kufar. There's also munafiq, which are hypocrites. There's various. This is what I'm saying. A lot of it.
Let's stay on the subject of the unbeliever. Yeah.
No, I understand. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't mean unbeliever. That's my whole bloody point. That's the reason I'm going into it, because when you're interpreting it through other people's interpretation.
Okay,
And that's why I
me the
asked about.
context I'm missing then.
Hold on. That's what
Oh,
I'm
yo,
saying.
big up to Miss South Africa for beating the white girl last night. I love you.
This is what I was saying about studying it yourself rather than what people say and maybe your own interpretation. I totally agree with you. Within the framework and context, there was a thing in regards to treason. But when you're talking about, let's say, once the ideology has been settled and somebody wishes to disbelieve, that's your business, because the word kufar doesn't relate to an unbeliever. There's another word which is la mu'minina, which is someone that does not believe. So that's a very different thing. The kufar is generally somebody who is a stubborn opponent against goodness, and it's been proven to them that this is a good thing, and they are a stubborn opponent of it. For instance, if somebody's never heard of Islam and they're just a Christian, they're not a kufar.
What is the direct translation of kufar?
In what? In a lot of the translations that we see.
In Arabic, what? Come on,
Yeah.
be honest. What is the direct?
Okay, in Arabic, it basically means one who covers over. That's literally what it means.
In the direct. No, I didn't ask you what it meant. I meant the direct translation into English. What is it?
That's what I'm just giving you. That's what it means.
It means infidel.
No, it doesn't. Oh my God! Listen, you asked me what the direct translation, and I've given you that, the literal translation. In the translations you see around, and I'm not saying you're not justified in having that opinion, but they don't actually translate what the word means nor the context. They give you a religious translation, which is from a perspective.
Let me read the Wikipedia page to you. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. The word kafar is an active participle of the foot kfr. Yeah. A pre-Islamic term is described farmers burying seeds in the ground. One of its applications in the Quran is also the same meaning as farmer. Since farmers cover the seeds with soil while planting, the word kafar implies a person who hides or covers. Ideologically, it implies a person who hides or covers the truth. The poets personify the darkness of the night as kafar, perhaps the survival of Islamic religious mythology usage. The noun of disbelief, blasphemy, impiety. That is the direct translation, the etymology of.
There you go.
Is that wrong? Is that wrong? I don't. I'm not an etymologist. I don't know.
That's exactly my point. It's a broader thing, and you've gone into the farmer thing with covering over, because that's
me as an unbeliever. I'm sowing seeds. I'm sowing seeds and creating darkness.
No. That's not what it means. The action of covering over, not the seeds,
which is true.
Right. Hold on. That which has been proven to you to be true. That's the difference. Listen. I understand where you're coming from.
Am I a kafar?
I don't know yet. I have no idea.
Allah, and I completely reject Allah. Am I a kafar?
Yeah. Well, I have no idea, because I don't know what you know for you to have justified rejecting. So, for instance, if somebody gives you a childish anthropomorphic concept of Allah, then you've rejected it rightfully. I reject it myself. So, am I a kafar?
Wait, what is that? What is that called, Isa? If you don't mind explaining.
What do you mean, an anthropomorphic concept?
Yeah. What is that? What do you mean?
But basically, some people have this childish perspective where they believe in like a giant in the sky, and
I don't. Yeah, I could look. I come from a religious background myself, so I have an idea of what God is to me. Yeah, or what it should be, or what I've been taught. Okay, from scriptures. So maybe not from from Islam, but certainly from an Abrahamic perspective. Okay, and he is a creator out of time and space that has the power over all the seen, unseen, all the atoms, everything. Yeah. Okay. Is that fair enough? Or is that too childish?
That's very childish.
All right. Okay. So look now. So whatever I say, you're just going to disagree with. How is that not a?
No, but this is the problem. No. I'm not calling you childish. What I'm saying is, if somebody quotes from the Quran that Allah says that wherever there's gathered 4, he is the 5th. Wherever there's gathered 5, he's the 6th. Some people say that refers to Allah being close. Another verse in the Quran, Allah says, verily he's closer to them than their jugular vein, than their life vein. Again, that's another verse which, let's say, some Sufis are saying that Allah is not outside of time and space as you've presented it. Do you understand? So I'm just saying you sort of
Okay.
broad
All right. So
this whole thing with concepts of
all right,
Allah.
so
Which,
let's try and stay on the subject, okay? You explain to me what you think Allah is, and I will accept it.
Well, that's a bit deep in
Come
regards
on,
to that.
if you can't put it into one sentence, you don't
No,
understand it, then, do you?
bruv. It's not about what, because no. With me, you have to remember, I'm very different in regards to my research and studies.
Sure.
What I'm dealing with is what you present in
No,
relation.
no. You're the teacher. I am the student. You can teach me.
That's fine. That's fine. What I'm saying is,
You're saying to me that if I only knew who Allah was, that I wouldn't reject him so quickly.
No. That's not what
Allah is a black man, bro. You need to pay attention. Pay attention.
That's not what I'm saying. I didn't say you would or
say that
wouldn't.
earlier. You did say that.
Hold on. But I didn't say you would reject or wouldn't reject. You didn't listen to the point properly.
So quickly, yeah.
So all I'm saying to you is the concept of God, because you asked if you're a kuffar, and I'm saying if somebody rejects a concept that I myself reject, how are they then a kuffar?
I can prove to you I'm a kuffar, right? On the day of judgment, if I do find myself standing before a Allah, I will absolutely reject it, and I will say, send me to hell 100%. I do not want to have anything to do with you. That makes
That's fine.
Does that make me a kuffar?
No, that makes you someone that's emotionally reacting to.
No, I'm not emotionally reacting. I've thought about this for a long time.
Yeah, but you don't even know the most basic concept of God that somebody can argue from the Quran. I'm not dissing you. I'm just saying.
Give me a basic. Give me a basic then. Give me something basic.
I gave you. I'm saying the basic you come with outside of time and space and these various things, which is generally.
I can explain to him, Dark Magician. You know who Idris Elba is?
Huh?
You know who Idris Elba is?
Who?
Idris Elba.
Oh yeah, Idris Elba.
Yeah. So when you look at Allah, know that Allah and Idris Elba look just alike, bro.
Allah's one handsome chap.
That's the first concept. Accept that, and you be welcome then.
Right.
Imani, go on, Imani.
My point is this: if there is a being that knows everything, created everything, we have to destroy that. We have to. Okay. It is against us as a human society, as our human understanding, our human knowledge. We cannot countenance such a thing. We have to destroy it. It's evil.
Okay,
that type of entity is evil. That's where I'm coming from. And
but what I'm saying is everything you've said shows that you're emotionally reacting, and you've said how they've treated you and stuff like that. So I understand.
It's not emotional. It's built upon years and years of trying to figure out, reality, and studying science has shown me that there's no need for this. There's no evidence for this type of thing. And then when you see it in application, when you see this religion in application, it is destroying people's lives. And one of the examples that I can give is that if you don't want to be part of that, you are thrown out of your family.
I agree. This is what I'm saying. You're giving all the examples for what I'm saying. Like you are thrown out of your family, bruv. There's many people that leave it and they're fine. But I hear what you're saying. I totally hear what you're saying.
But is it Isa? Is it?
Isa.
Yeah. What I'm saying is that doesn't necessarily mean that I don't want Islam to be around. I do want it to be around, and I do want it to be part of society, because I understand that it is part of the human experience, and we can't just vilify it like that. But what we have to do is be brave enough to say where it's not working and find a solution for it. And as far as I'm concerned, secularism is the solution for all religion. For it to exist and for it not to exist. Because without secularism, the unescapable irony for any theist is that you cannot have freedom of religion without secularism.
Well, if you think all right, here's the problem. What you have to remember is secularism basically is a thing which covers religion under a title of secularism. So, for instance, those people who are ruling a secular society have a religion in and of themselves. They just don't call it religion. They have their own type of religion. So, you can't really get away from that.
No, but so my point has always been, if you have a personal faith, Yeah. I'm more, but anything that we discuss in that is nothing more than just you've got your opinion, I've got my opinion, right? And I agree with Eric on that point. Okay. But it's when we come to the point of when it's affecting other people's lives to be who they want to be, that's a difficulty. We have to be brave enough to have those conversations.
No, bruv, this is the whole point. I mean, I don't know if you noticed that G Block Americana, whatever his name is, Brad, was saying about, he challenges me not to mention Sunni. He challenged me not to mention Sunni. That might indicate
I think I was seeing you were having a conversation with a young gentleman the other day, and I was listening into that, and you were trying to be. Was it you that was having that conversation with him? Where it was about the 13 imams, and you were trying to explain to him,
12 imams,
12 and I could see that you were trying to have an intellectual debate with him, and he was trying to obfuscate from that.
Yeah. This is quite common because, and this is the issue I do have. I agree with everything most people like you are saying. We are looking at something which claims to be the truth, claims to be about peace, but is producing the most barbaric and savage results everywhere it goes.
Right.
Yes.
And my point is that, I think with humanity is sort of putting their head, they're committing kufar by putting their head in the sand, covering their head, and pretending because it's got a religious label, then let's look at this like a religion. There is some spirituality there.
Okay.
And I'm saying the majority of the results are exactly the opposite.
So is it fair to say that because there are, more than one, but there are two very leading ideologies in Islam, Sunni and Shiite, and that's where the culture split comes?
I would say the religious split in the sense of.
So are you saying that that's one of the reasons why we have ex-Muslims being thrown out of their families, and not so much they're not understanding the right interpretation of what kufar means?
Not just kufar, but the right interpretation of Islam, full stop. Because in one ideology, the fundamental principle that permeates and pervades it is conquest and domination of the kufar. So, for instance, from one, I would say the fake Islam, what you're basically saying, what they say there is that the kuffar are subhuman. They don't say this, but everything they say sums up to that.
It's basically intimated in the Quran as well. Like, so for instance, it says, does it not say quite clearly in the Quran that what Allah will do to the kuffar, treat them like animals?
No, but this is what I'm saying is the first problem is to label people or mislabel people kuffar.
That's othering people. That's a classic political way of othering.
Let me just make this a bit clear though, so that we can forward in the conversation. What I'm saying is, from the Quranic perspective, a person is not a kuffar until things have been made clear to them and they continue to come against you. So
how do you go about making it clear to them?
Well, you'd have to have some sort of discussion and debate. That's generally how it works.
All right.
Like,
how about this then? You have lived in an Islamic family. You're born into it. You've basically almost memorized the Quran. Yeah, you probably have more of an understanding than most Muslims do. You can speak fluent Arabic, and you still come to the determination that this is wrong. I don't believe it, and I don't want to be part of this. But I want to retain my culture. I want to retain my identity as a Muslim, but I don't want to be a practicing Muslim. So, for instance, in the Jewish community, I think 85% of the Jewish community are secular. They retain their Jewish identity, but they don't practice. Why can't Muslims get to that point?
Right. Let me explain the difference. Number one, the Jews have held an identity that's tribal or national, so through lineage.
Sure.
So
why can't the Muslims have that, right?
No, not through. This is what I'm saying. No, remember the word Jew comes from Judah, so it's literally an ancestor they're talking about.
But don't you have 12 imams and 12 tribes yourself?
Not 12 tribes. You have 12 individuals, and that's what I'm saying is the difference. So the majority of the Muslim world is not a descendant of Prophet Muhammad.
So those imams, did they exist?
Yeah.
And they were given direct title by Muhammad himself.
Well, the first three were given this divine appointment.
Essentially, you could argue that there are 12 schools of thought.
No, because this is the good thing. They all fall in line. They come one after the other. So there's
12 tribes then.
No. There's 12. It's 12 individuals, right?
Yeah.
And their teachings are all in line. They come one after the other. They're not all at the same time. Whereas the 12 tribes of Israel all existed at the same
Bro,
time.
you should have come earlier, man, because this conversation is hot. Trust me, man. And I've got to go soon. So.
Oh, what did I miss? What did I miss?
No, I just wish that we and you could have had this conversation earlier because I want to carry it on, but I'm going to have to go in a minute. But what I'm trying to get at is that if there is 12 imams, they're almost like royalty in Islam, yeah?
In true Islam, yeah.
Right? So if you are you were a descendant of one of those imams, you have like royal blood. Almost.
People try to pretend that, but I mean, at the end of the day,
is it true though? Or do you accept that?
Nah, not at all. Because there's literally thousands of people that are descendants of Prophet Muhammad, etc. So despite them, let's say, sometimes using it to be like, oh, I'm a descendant of Prophet Muhammad, therefore treat me some sort of superior way. In the reality, unless them and their behavior and their knowledge and everything matches up, that's the only thing that's going to say, well, you're going to be treated differently. The 12, it's kind of like this. The Prophet Muhammad had first cousins, he had uncles, etc. Now, none of them were treated, this extra superior way because of being a blood relative. Do you see what I'm saying?
And
so
that has to be essential, because if it was any other way, that would make Islam a complete wreck.
Well, just think about it. If somebody claims to be a descendant of any individual that was really good in the past, if this particular individual is a despotic whatever, then what's the reason to respect them and give them this high status? It's generally, in true Islam, it's about your character that you're judged in true Islam. In the other one, it's based upon the label. So if you're, for instance, with us, if you're not a Muslim, that's your personal journey, right? If you literally reject, even if you hate Islam, hate Allah, hate the Prophet Muhammad, we're like, okay, as long as, because we believe that's your journey and you're not necessarily going to stay that way. The point is, how do you act to people? So if at home you hate us and so on, but when you come out, you just say hi or you ignore us, you don't cause any trouble, then that's your business. It's not to do with us.
That's not me, man. That's not me. I've got Muslims in my family. I'm not like that at all. I can disagree with an ideology strongly, but that doesn't mean to say I'm going to hate the follower.
No, but this is my point. What I'm saying in true Islam, I'm saying, okay, in the other version, it's about conquering you.
True Islam, bro.
Exactly.
The Islam according to the Quran. This is very simple.
But wait. I heard you say the other day that you have no problem dashing a hadith. Who are you to dash a hadith when that's an eyewitness account? I get that it might contradict with the Quran, but that's too convenient. These people.
No. It's not an eyewitness account, bruv. It's not. What? Listen. One of the reasons why Quranists, and you have to remember, there's two different.
No, I get it. I do understand.
Hold on. In both, look, you have to remember, with us, if we have 12 individuals after the Prophet who have a status of divinely appointed the covenant with Allah, and they are higher than Moses and Jesus, right? In true Islam, then obviously when they narrate something, it's as equivalent as if the Prophet narrated it. Whereas in the other religion, you have, let's say the Prophet says something to his companions, and then the companions say that to someone else, and then they say it to someone else, and then someone writes it down later on.
That's exactly how the Quran was gathered together. It was written on stone. It was written on the back of bark.
No, that's not, bruv. That's not. This is what you've been told, brother. Listen to what I'm saying to you.
Right, okay.
The Prophet said, "I leave you two heavy things: the Quran and my family." Do you really think you're gonna leave something that's scattered all over the place?
Well,
and not just that.
The Quran was not written when he died. When Prophet Muhammad died.
Right. Look, what I'm saying to you is, it was memorized. It was memorized by a lot of people. Number one.
Seriously.
Number two.
You can't tell me that it was memorized. You can't tell me that.
That's fine. Hold on. But it's agreed, even in the other religion, that at least 4 people compiled the Quran by themselves. One of them being Imam Ali. This is already agreed upon. And now the next question.
It was Abu Bakr that put it together, wasn't it?
No. This is what I'm saying. This then leads to the question of why Abu Bakr did not go to these people and use their compilations.
See,
but that would be.
I don't understand. I don't know about that.
My point is, I'm talking only from the hadiths of the other side, which agree that there were 4 people that had the Quran by themselves, their own. But the point is, why did Abu Bakr not go to them and say, right, let me base my compilation based upon what you've got? Do you understand?
That makes sense.
So but that goes into something a lot deeper, and that will have to be saved for any debates with those imposter Muslims. So, but he said I'm not allowed to say Sunni. He said he challenged me not to say Sunni on the show. So I've got all kind of terms, bro. It's very simple.
I am so proud of you, Issa. You have no idea. I look up to you so much. I'm like sitting here like, yo, he's gonna do it. He's gonna do it.
Issa, it has been an absolute pleasure speaking with you, and I really want to have another conversation with you because I think that you could have a lot to teach me about the Quran.
Brilliant.
And I would be very, very happy to hear what you have to say. And gentlemen, I really have to go because I have to go and pick my son up from school. So,
all right, man. Brilliant, bro. No problem, man. Yeah,
big up Eric. Eric, man, I love you, man. You're a great guy.
Big up, Dark Magician. Yeah, I want to get into why you call yourself that if we can at some point. But
it's a Yu-Gi-Oh character.
They call me the Blue White
Yu-Gi-Oh.
Blue Eyes White Dragon.
Oh, I see.
Japanese animation.
Okay.
It's just an avatar that I like. I don't actually believe in magic, so.
okay. I thought it was something deep. No problem, my brother. No. Take care, man. We'll speak soon, hopefully. Yeah.
Right, gentlemen. Thanks a lot. Yeah, I appreciate it. Take care.
Bless you, man. Take care. Bless. Yes. So, Brad.
Yes.
Trying to turn very serious conversations into jokes. You know very well that we're living under the threat of the terrorist ideology, as you've seen by Sarah. Did you watch Sarah's video?
I did. I love
it.
Now let me ask you a question. Let me ask you.
Sugar.
Is there anything you disagree with that video? I do believe he is wrong using Islam because I have been studying a little bit.
Yeah. I mean,
and he's
wrong. He's wrong in regards to some of the translations. Because, for instance, one says slave in English, and in Arabic, it doesn't say abd or anything like that. It says, let's say, a derivative of gulam, which literally means servant. So it's talking about someone that would serve, I don't know, help you, literally like a servant, what we call a servant that helps you, a maid, etc., or a male or female maid.
Well, here's the question I have about Bilal, because the Bilal is the biggest one. That's the one every Arab's going to use. Like, oh, well, Bilal, because every slave master has that bottom bitch. Like, we got to agree. Okay. I'm not trying to say that
that's fine.
The prophet's a slave or slave master.
Yeah.
Saying, but like how do you define that? Because isn't there a where I had to beg to be slave? Like he was like the law's work or something like that. Go ahead.
No, but this is the problem, and these are some of the problems I have with Sarah. He may be too eager to present information, not realizing the information contradicts itself. So, for instance, even in the hadith he showed, it wasn't Bilal being the Prophet Muhammad's slave. It's Bilal according to the hadith, where Bilal says to Abu Bakr, there was an argument and dispute. So Bilal says to Abu Bakr, if you bought me, basically he bought him, Bilal, from a kuffar oppressor, right?
Yeah.
Basically, but the majority of Muslims see it as Bilal was actually freed, in the sense of after he was purchased by Abu Bakr, he was then free to be a Muslim, right? To live his life. But that hadith might indicate, whether it's true or not, this is the thing you have to remember. If it's fabricated, why was it fabricated? But anyway, let's go on. So you have to look at what it's saying is, he's saying, if you freed me for the sake of, let's say, yourself, to own me, then, keep me. But if you freed me for truth in Islam, then let me do what I want to do. Stop trying to oppress me. But it does, because the question it should be asked is, Bilal played this massive role during the lifetime of the Prophet, right? Where whoever converted to Islam would have heard Bilal calling the Adhan. Okay, his voice would have rung through the Muslims' ears from the morning throughout the day to the nighttime. How come when Abu Bakr becomes a caliph, we no longer hear Bilal calling the Adhan, bruv? Think about that.
So you're saying that? Okay, so let me get, because let me see if I can understand from this point. Prophet Muhammad were to go to Saudi Arabia today, would he be pleased with the baby? That's what I'm asking.
I'll tell you what, pleased. You have to remember, these people are almost exactly the same people that he was fighting against in the first place. They just got a different label. That's all. Seriously.
Oh, but see, that's the thing. That's where I have to question a lot of this. That's where I have to question a lot of the attitude, the behavior between some of the Sunni Shiite battles, because it's like, shouldn't the goal be a good Muslim to stop a bad Muslim?
Well, this is the problem you lot are having. You lot are not listening when the far right and whoever are telling you they're doing taqiyya, right? They do not. It's only when people like Sarah, I don't agree with some of the things he says or puts out, but some of the stuff he's putting out is very true, and people are ignoring what he blatantly says. Sunniism, right? Let me explain taqiyya to you. Take taqiyya is basically the concealment of what you have and of what you truly believe, and the basis of that is it came about because people were being attacked, right? Literally for what they believe. So the Prophet allowed people to say, I believe in other gods, I believe this, blah, 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 to survive, right? That was the basis. Now the Sunnis mock the Shia because it became part of our religion. So one of the 12 Imams said you have to do it as part of religion. Now the reason was to preserve your life and preserve the true religion, preserve true Islam. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? So obviously, if you're being oppressed by ISIS for 1,400 years, wouldn't you do taqiyya? Do you see what I'm saying? So it became part of the religion itself. But I'm saying, why would you, as a Sunni who's been the oppressor, forcing them to do taqiyya, gloat over that? Which means you're gloating as an oppressor, aren't you? Whereas the Sunni now uses it, even though he's free in England, he can say he's an atheist, he doesn't believe, he uses it to deceive you, because according to the Sunni, this is what a lot of them say. Watch this. They say the worst Muslim or the worst Sunni is better than the best kuffar. Meaning they've been asked this, brother, and they've said it, that they could be doing all kind of murder, rape, whatever, but he's still better than the most charity giving, whatever else kuffar. And you have to remember, that's their mentality, bruv. It's a class system that they have, that your life has no value.
Damn,
do you understand?
Yeah, also let me ask you, because Zabeda made a point, and I feel like I'm unfair sometimes. I don't say Islam. I don't say Islam when I talk about the Arab slave trade. I only say the Arab slave trade. Okay, Islam. But we have to be real in the aspect of a non-African Muslim would have probably had hell in comparison to an African Muslim at that time. Would it be safe to say?
Which time?
Sunni, huh?
Which time?
The slave trade, the Arabic slave trade, wasn't it like African Muslims just like living it nice? Because you had like Mansa Musa and all them, like they were chilling.
No. Bro, how it run with? You had a group of coons kidnapping other black people and selling them to these mulatto Arabs. Remember, by that time in the Abbasid era, 800 AD and onwards, you had very light-skinned Arabs in rulership then. And they were stealing black people from Africa, who they called the Zanj, through Zanzibar. This is the people need to understand, is not necessarily people that just lived in Zanzibar. That was the port, mainly the place where they rounded them up and organized them and had the selling market. Do you understand? That was the thing. So that's why they called them the Zanj, because that's where they basically, to them, that's where they came from. Do you get what I'm saying? So if England, for instance, was stealing people from all over Europe, but you bought them from England, you'd call them English. Do you get what I'm saying? So that's how it went. So basically, black people had hell, bro. Hell. Not just castration, whipping, the whole lot, bro. Chains. It hasn't changed. This is the thing. This is what I don't get with these so-called Pan-Africanists, bro. They're balling on about what white people did to us how many hundreds of years ago.
I agree with you.
These people are doing it right now, and there's no big outcry, bro. There's no jihad against the enslavers. Do you see what I'm saying to you, bro?
Yeah.
And the Pan-Africanists, bro, we really need to, we need to bring, I see Shakara in the comments over here. Big up my brother Shakara. We really need Shakara's father, to obviously avoid speaking bad about Isa, you know what I mean, or true Islam, but really give a good speech on these damn stinking Sunnis.
Nah, his dad really got
it. Sorry. The imposter enslavers and oppressors.
Oh, no, bro. Val got his money. You can say Sunni now. I wanted to see if you couldn't say Sunni with Dark Magician.
Anyway, well, at least I can. So I'm saying these people that are clearly oppressing our people, you have to remember how comfortable they must feel doing it, knowing that beside them are other Muslim countries. They have no fear or problem doing it because it's something that's normal to these damn people, bro. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So when Pan-Africanists want to keep talking about slavery of the past, I'm not saying not to do that. I'm talking about how the hell you haven't got more passion when it's right here, right now. You get me? In our time period, exactly the same. You get what I'm saying? Why is there, and guaranteed most of the Pan-Africanists that do, they would bun Islam as a whole. Like they bun the whole lot. They say all you Abrahamic faiths, blah 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 blah.
I'm not gonna lie. I was like that in time. Like I think you did a video with a brother, and it was like a white young man, and you said something that like really, it's like, all right, this brother got a point when you said that regardless of what you find, if it's truth, accept it. And when I I saw it was like a younger white brother, y'all had like a misunderstanding, but y'all came to like some tranquility at the end. I like that. I liked how you maintained it. But no, when I see that, because at first I was like, listen, it's Arab, we don't want nothing to do with it. But then again, I'm like, do we want to get rid of Dr. Khalid Muhammad, Malcolm X? Do we want to have like Mansa Musa? Do we want these people gone from right? No, like I can't reject Islam, African Islam, if I may say so. You know what I mean? But I will say this. I would love to see Africans do what your ancestors did with this religion. They weren't pressed to be with the Arabs. You know what I mean?
That's gone though. That's gone. That's definitely definitely gone. Let me just speak up to what Shakara is saying. And he's saying, laugh out loud. In my experience, it's Pan-Africanists, specifically of the nationalist variety, that speak on Arab slavery and current colonial order. 100%. And I'm saying that my whole issue is that mainly it was spoken about as a major past thing and as something which was continuing, but no one could really see what was going on as we can today in Libya. Do you see what I'm saying? Now we've got the internet, we've got, the women and so on speaking out, and people, it's become, I'm saying there's a new openness about it, which needs a new approach rather than the old approach. And I totally agree that the Pan-Africanists have been bunning out. And yeah, but what I'm saying is there isn't what I can see the high focus that it needs. Do you get what I'm saying? And unfortunately, they haven't studied even the Quran properly to know the difference between the imposter Islam and the true Islam, or even the most basic Quranist Islam. Do you get what I'm saying? So that's a main thing. But what you have to, I think, we need more conversation. Like hopefully COE or somebody will review Sarah's video, and we can have a talk on the contents. You know what I mean? I think that would be good for Sarah to come on and we can go through it. And let's say, okay, that's correct. That's correct. Do you remember when there were Sunni, I think there was mainly black brothers, but there was looked like a few maybe Pakistanis and so on there too. They were sitting around the table and they were discussing, what was it? They were discussing.
It was called, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. I know what you're talking about.
So they were discussing several things, but the main thing was when this Brer said about the black woman, that the two, there's Imam, there's four
burqa. Yeah.
Well, she didn't have to wear the niqab. She couldn't demand a high dowry, and she didn't need a wali, which is like a guardian for the marriage that will help her, decide and help her get through with the marriage. And if you notice the Somali, that was the funniest thing. The Somali brother, he took
he hit the cup down. Yeah,
he hit the cup. Is
the Somalis kill me though sometimes, because it's like, bro, like y'all are also dying in the Mediterranean with the Bantu that y'all not trying to like bang with. So it's like the Arabs don't see y'all any special either way either. So it's like, I feel like the continent needs to like sit down and have this conversation. Big up, Shakara. How you doing, bro?
Big up. Yeah, I would say the Somalis have their issues too. Like they have their internals as well. So you have some, let's say, real Somalis fighting against the coon Somalis, just like we have ours in the Americas. And
it's seriously like the southern Somalis against the northern ones. Like the southern ones are more like, yo, we get it, we African, but the northern ones are.
I don't even know.
Yeah, it's like Somali versus Somaliland.
Yeah. I mentioned. Sorry, I'm just responding to content over everything. Leon in the comments. He says we can do it with Takia Watch. Now, I was on Takia Watch's show the other night, and we got into.
Yeah, you did good, bro.
We got into something, and I'm suggesting Takia Watch because I've had several conversations with him. Yeah, we either do it on his channel or whatever, but we must even, I don't know if you know Banksy, right? Now, Banksy is an Iranian who, you know, obviously he comes in at me and said, I'm talking rubbish. The Iranians are Shia and they're worse, or they're even the same as Sunnis, blah, 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 blah. So I managed to help him understand the difference between culture and the actual ideology. Do you see what I'm saying? So hopefully we can explore that a lot more. But he has a great understanding, because I explained to him the chapter and verse where it tells you that Aisha is actually a person who's an enemy of the Prophet, right? So I explained that to him, and he got it pretty quick in relation to trying to take over the political legacy. You get me? From that chapter. So he's pretty quick. But big up Shakara. You're on the show. What's happening, brother?
Yeah, I'm good, family. Man, ain't even got long still. I'm just clarifying what man is saying for the sake of the conversation. Yeah. There's one level on which I'm going to agree with Isa, in the sense of the fact that among some schools of Pan-Africanism, that the issue of the Arab enslavement has not been dealt with sufficiently, if that makes sense.
We focus on the white people too much.
Yeah, but it's but that's understandable in the sense of the fact that most of us coming from a diaspora perspective are dealing with the European imperialism. Yeah, and also the fact that the Europeans kind of came and colonized the entire continent. They didn't colonize the parts where the Arab were dominated. You know what I'm saying? It was so a key issue at the times during which Pan-Africanism was developing as an ideology was European colonization. Yeah. And throughout that process, people began to learn more about the Arab conquest prior to the European, and the relationship between the Arab and the European situation. Yeah. So as schools of Pan-Africanism develop, there begins to be this debate in relation to the fact that, well, these Arabs are also invaders and colonizers. And so there are some who are on this thing, well, boy, they've been there for a long time, you know what I'm saying, blah, 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 blah. And also because
invaders.
But also because of the historic relationship as well. The historic relationship between the Arab world and the Western world in terms of warfare, and the fact that because of that, a lot of the Arab world, or should I say significant parts of the Arab world, were anti-European imperialism. Yeah,
allies.
Yeah. Some people consider them to be allies, but it would also be true to say that there are another significant tradition in Pan-Africanism is what I call the Black nationalist Pan-African tradition, which does flag up the Arab slavery and invasion, and considers them to be the longest standing invaders on the continent at the moment. So there's people like Baba Chinwezu, who is a brother from Nigeria, elder from Nigeria, who wrote The West and the Rest of Us, who also wrote Decolonizing the African Mind. But he's got a whole organization that is challenging this idea of Arab slavery. One of the linguists that I mentioned quite frequently, Kwesi Pra, deals with that issue as well in terms of cultural colonization and the Arabs and them kind of things there. So I'm just making it clear that I'm not saying that what Issa's saying is completely untrue. It would be true to say that there is among Pan-Africanists there are some who don't flag up that issue enough, but it's also true to say that there's an actual debate within Pan-African circles between those that do and those that do not at the same time. You know what I'm saying?
Let me just say something before you. Sorry. Can you please not go so fast when you're quoting important books or people that are dealing with that topic? So I think you said something like they got a movement or somebody. Go on. Who was that?
Chinwezu, yeah. He's from Nigeria. He doesn't have a book on the subject.
Okay.
But he does have various papers on the subject.
Okay. Is he on YouTube?
Yes, he is. Yeah. So Chinwezu is spelled CHIN WE.
Yep.
IZU.
IZU. Okay.
Yeah. His name is just Chinwezu. So that's what he publishes under. So I mean, any of his books are good. But yeah, he does have various, and I'm trying to remember the name of the organization or that he has that is specifically dealing with this particular issue.
Yo, you see this Somali here, bro? He just called someone a non-African dog. Whoa, bro.
Who's that?
I think he's talking to like another. I think he's talking to like an African.
Who's that?
Sam.
Hold on. Let me say something, Shakara. I just want to ask you something.
Yeah.
In regards to the academics, would you agree, right, that there really hasn't been a focus on, and I'm not blaming anyone, I'm just talking about the reality.
Yeah.
That there hasn't been a focus on, let's say, who is actually following the Quran, who is not, the different groups, in other words, if it's basically Islam teaches or Muslims do, there hasn't been a look at, there's actually one group which we can actually say 95 to 99% of the problems have come from this group. Do you get what I'm saying?
I'd say that's correct to some degree. I'd say that's the same for Christianity. Like people that are critical of Abrahamic religions don't tend to break up Christianity into its different, variables and say, well, this one is the worst and that one is not. You know what I'm saying? Well, it's not a Catholic versus Protestant thing. You know what I'm saying?
But you have both of them. No, but can you really do that, considering that both of them, one, are so similar and their differences aren't that big to make them two separate religions?
But I say that the issue that you're flagging up is not one that factors into the dynamic sufficiently enough. So, for example, if we're saying that, like, I don't know, for example, that outside of Iran, and there is an issue with Afro-Iranians, but most, like, if we use Catholic and Protestant as an example,
the
level of interaction that we can say that Africans have had with both, I don't think is the same. If you can't make the same comparison in terms of Sunni and Shia, right? Or our form. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think you can do that the same way. And to some degree, I'd say that there's more of a Sufi influence in Africa than there is a Shia influence for a long period of time. Yeah. So the argument that you're bringing forward is particular to those who come from that school of thought. I don't even think that there's a sufficient enough movement of Black Shias to make it representative in any way, shape, or form.
But that's not my point. What my point is in relation to the knowledge. This is why I mentioned the academia, where even if you haven't come across, let's say, these other people in academics, you will come across the information. And I'm saying it's not going to be difficult to present the information that a specific group are taught and how their mentality looking at non-Muslims come about because of the information and then their behavior towards them. Do you see what I'm saying? So if you have certain ideas where the kuffar are there to basically be conquered, they either come to Islam or they're basically a lesser human being. Do you get me? Once you're taught that as part of the ideology, naturally, if you hold that ideology, that teaching to be the standard position of who you are, you're going to treat people that way. Now, if the opposite is true of the true Islam, then obviously you've got a clear distinction there. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
When you can, you're in there to update.
What's that?
Brad, mute yourself, bro.
Or like.
Oh, my bad. Sorry, ladies, the women.
You are bad. I agree. Go on.
It's African spiritualists. We love.
Hold on. Let me clarify something. Are you Daniel?
Yeah.
So you're the one that was making Shakara laugh the other day, talking about you converted because of Malcolm.
Yeah. That's
my god.
I can't lie. It's funny, man. It was funny.
Yeah.
You know what it is?
Bro, my life has changed.
I didn't even hear what you said properly yet. I just caught bits of it, and because Shakara bust out laughing, I assumed what you said, right?
Yo, Shakara is killing me because he's been watching Father of Harlem, and I'm like, Godfather of Harlem. I'm like, yo, he's gonna get pissed. He's gonna get pissed the more he keeps watching it, bro. It's just gonna get bad, bro. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I need to catch up on yesterday's episode still, but we'll get there. We'll get there.
What's it on? Because is it Netflix?
In the UK, there's not showing, so you have to get one of them blue links, isn't it? Just and like 1, 2, 3 movies or something. We'll sort out.
Yeah, I'll sort something out for you. I'll send you a little something.
Who's that?
Scat's my opinion.
I get it.
Welcome to Islam.
just rolled in quickly.
Yeah. So to answer your point, Issa, yeah. I think there's a couple things there, really. All right. Firstly, I don't know. There is a deficit on scholarship among like the African-centered community on Islam in general. And more often than not, when we're dealing with Islam, we're dealing with Islam in relation to African empires, yeah, that were Islamic. Most of, all of which, yeah, were Sunni in some way, shape, or form. Even those that had a heavy Sufi influence within them. When you look at the governmental structure, and I'm saying most of them were Sunni, but to say that most of them were Sunni is kind of to say that they made a choice between Sunniism and another form of Islam, and I don't think that's the case. No,
not at all.
Yeah,
it was just what came there first.
Basically, yeah. So they were just Muslim as far as they were concerned. In their mind, this was the religion of Islam, right? What's the cool? Yeah. Right? So, but I'd say that largely, if we're dealing with things like Mali and Songhai in particular, largely African-centered scholarship on Islam from that perspective is actually favorable, yeah, or neutral on the issue of Islam in and of itself. So I'm saying that most African-centered scholarship on that deals with Islam is not critical of Islam, yeah, in that kind of sense, in that way, yeah. But I'd say that what you're speaking of is more the job of Muslims. I don't know, for example, that what you refer to as the true Islam view on kuffar is differentiably different from the Sunni view on kuffar. From my understanding, like the issues concerning the Shia and the Sunni have to do with succession, leadership, yeah, and a few let's say theological differences like imamu and kinds of things, right? It's not all, you know what I'm saying, right? So
let me explain that this is exactly what the Sunnis tell people, and that's what they want people to believe. No, guaranteed, bro. Always when they explain it, they always say, "Oh, it's a political issue. Who cares? It's in the past." This is what they want to say so that people don't go further. And
that is so true, though. They always try to bring up the Christians all the time, but
they always try to pretend that it's some simple historical issue which is no longer relevant to today.
Wait, Issa, there's something I want to ask you though, because something that Zabeda said.
Get on the brothers. Yeah, this is one of the things you can clearly see, Shakara, in view of what we call the kuffar, between our position, the Quranic position, and the others' position. It will be clearly seen why they're two separate religions. There are so many things that make it two separate religions. Simple as that.
I hear you. I'm not even going to debate that with you. It's other than to say that you told me already, bro. I've said to you many times, innit, that you just need to go in and break it down, innit? You know what I'm saying, right? But my real point is that I don't necessarily think that it is the job per se, yeah. Because put it this way, if they were going to do that, because it's not the African-centered scholar or Pan-Africanist scholar's job, motivation here to break down Islam for people, they're all going to do it in relation to, you know.
Well, hold on. Who says it's not their job? Because this is why I said academia.
No, I know, even academics, bro. For example, if I write a book here on African Islam, it's like unless there is a substantive manifestation, example of Africans in Shia or Africans in true Islam or Africans in whatever sect of Islam, then it's not. I'm not going to write about it. I'm going to write about what Africans are in relation to Islam, and I'm saying unless there is a substantive movement, of black people, African people in this thing that you're calling true Islam, and it is for people, black Muslims, to do that work then, because their concern is black people and Islam. So it is for black people in Islam to differentiate between this and that and demonstrate how black people were in this and how black people were in that and the difference between this and that. You know what I'm saying? Or black people.
I would. So
let me disagree. Let me just say something very quick. Sorry, but that's where the problem lies, Shakara, because that's not the case. Because if you think about it from the perspective of once they are a Sunni in Africa, it's very easy for rich countries like Saudi to influence them towards the Salafist type ideology, and therefore become totally anti-black or totally anti-African, forwarding the agenda of these anti-black people. So therefore it would be in the best interest of the Pan-Africanists to demonstrate and show them, while they're milder Sunnis or Pan-Africanist type Sunnis or African traditionalist type Sunnis, to let them know that what you're on is something that is halfway towards a totally anti-black agenda. And this is why they're so receptive to these other things, because they come under the umbrella of Sunnism and they've got the same main imams and so on. So I would suggest, if we're looking at defending ourselves from this terrorist ideology, and because I'm talking about the future, people could talk about the past, Mansa Musa, and how brilliant it was, and the Sufis, that's fine. I'm talking about the future and what we're seeing develop on and on and on with those who are wealthy and propagating their ideology, and it's becoming something that's firmly rooted. But I hear what you're saying in general, but I'm saying moving on, we need to really, look into this a bit more.
I do have a response, but I know exactly what to get in, so I'm going to leave it.
I'm going to let you have a response, because I was going to do exactly to some extent what the Black Tech was talking about in terms of referring to the past rather than how we could move on in the future. I do think there is an argument to be made, and I think it's kind of what you're making in regards to the job of Black Muslims to explain possible issues that there might be within the Ummah, etc.
I was
going to point, like for me personally, like obviously I've always tried to look towards the old West African kingdoms and so on and so forth, and how Islam was practiced there, and even so, even if it was a Sunni population, etc., you do have clear forms of our own scholars and scholarship. For example, there was a sheikh called Salim Sawari who wrote quite a lot about how we should behave and how we should act, basically, and put across they had their own ulama pretty much called the Karamugu, which is a Mandinka word made up of the scholars of that region, and their main philosophy was basically how to live among non-Muslims, arguing that we should nurture our own faith and let conversion happen naturally in its own time, rather than through war or any of these types of treating people badly, etc. You should treat people good and show them the best sides of Islam. And war should not be waged except in terms of defense and stuff like that. So I feel like we have had when you look at, like, from a Pan-Africanist perspective of things, for example, like when Marcus Garvey was arguing about Pan-Africanism, his perspective was for Black people at the time to look at the Bible through the eyes of a black man, through the eyes of Ethiopian, basically, right? And so I'd argue that in looking at Islam, it would be to look at it through the eyes of ourselves, and if we do that, it should lead us to places like the Karamugu and so on, rather than down any other anti-black paths. But yeah,
I'd agree with that to some degree, and I'd also say that, because to me, what you just said is not a Sunni Shia thing or a Sunni anything versus anything else thing, if that makes sense. Like it's just about having a religious having space in your religion to deal with your heritage, if that makes sense. You know what I'm saying?
100%.
And having and being able to practice in ways that are relevant to your heritage. Yeah. But now, like for quote unquote purists like me, that's only how but man can deal with that. You know what I'm saying? Like in the same way that man can deal with Christians who have a similar inclination. Do you know what I'm saying? What I'd say in general though is that when it comes to this argument, because obviously, like coming from that perspective, most Africans who are critical of Abrahamic religions are going to do so to the favor of traditionalist culture and spirituality. So we're not the motivation is not, well, leave that version of Islam and pick up this version of Islam. And I don't think it can be expected that those who come from that perspective can make that a priority of their research academically or their work in terms of activism and organization. Like I said, I do believe that if this is the case, yeah, then let the black Muslims who are passionate about these issues, and some of them are doing that, and unfortunately, for Brother Isa, a lot of those that are doing this are Sunni. Yeah, there are a number of black Sunni scholars who are attempting to unveil what they consider to be the truth of Islam in relation to Africa and African people. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And so I'm saying if what they're doing is incorrect, then it is for black people who are Shia or otherwise, yeah, to forward and front the research, the academia, and the activism that speaks to something different. You know what I'm saying? Now, having said that, I would argue that it's not just the black people in Sunniism that have to find a non-African center in order to learn about and institutionalize their religion. Because when you look at, from my understanding, the growth of the modern day growth of the Shia movement in Africa, specifically Nigeria, a lot of those people that are fronting that agenda have veered towards Iran and are schooled in Iran and get their cue from Iran regarding the text of their religion. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know if we can just put it down to Sunniism in relation to Saudi Arabia. Yeah, wherever the center is, wherever the philosophical, academic, or cultural center of your religion, that's where you're going to look. It's like, for example, people that practice Ifa around the world. Yeah, even though there are centers of Ifa in various different places, but everybody looks towards Ile-Ife in Nigeria. You know what I'm saying? Because that is the center of the thing. Yeah, more and more, those that practice voodoo and Voodoo tradition, even though there's an organic development of Voodoo in Haiti, but more people are looking towards Benin because that's the origin of the thing. If you want to learn about the origin of the thing, that's where you're going to go. Do you know what I'm saying? So.
Let me just come to that point on the Iranians and Shia in Nigeria. There are two sort of main groups. There is one which is, let's say, more Iranian backed, and the other one which is more, doing their own thing, so to speak. And that's what I support, where black people have to wake up and understand, we can read for ourselves, we can think for ourselves, you get me? But I would say even still, even though, let's say, they're looking to Iran for whatever reason, there still is not this concept of this jihadi let's conquer. Because I'm saying even Iran itself is, I won't trouble you if you won't trouble me. Do you get what I'm saying? But you can clearly see that these other people have a different agenda throughout history. There are people that, are greedy for your land and your resources. So, to be linked to or take your interpretation from Iran, I wouldn't say is, in and of itself a bad thing in regards to that particular principle. But for me, my point is, I would say in the terms of psychology, that it would be, it would give you a sense of inferiority if you amongst yourselves need to look to some other people's interpretation when you have the black geniuses amongst you. So that's the main problem.
Wouldn't it be better? Wouldn't it be better for, like, I'm gonna say this is what because I mean, coming from a Christian family, I can say that my family is members of a church that knew white people were not going to let us go into their churches. So they Africanized it. They brought it to their own. They my father still preaches today. He always brings up Amos 9:7. He says, when white people want to tell you that they're superior in the thing, they all, oh God, you got me talking like you. When white people want to talk about they're superior in aspects of Christianity, remember this: God wasn't thinking about them when He created the world. And and then my uncle who's a Muslim always says God wasn't thinking about the Arabs when He created the world. He used black clay. Now I don't know if that's in the Hadith, or I don't know if that's in the Quran. Correct me if I'm wrong. But I'm thinking, like, should we be Africanizing this, like kind of showing the pride that, like, God had created this, but He had given it to them because they weren't as blessed as us. They were living in the desert. We living in the plush trees where mangoes destroy. Like, Ghana, we blessed. You know what I mean? But I'm saying, should you scattered minds as a Muslim as well? Shouldn't the Shia Sunnis that are African, the Tawhid, all the Sufis, shouldn't they all be sitting down saying, like, this is ours? Because like Somalis have like theirs, and they I thought like music is like forbidden in Islam, but they be dancing, chilling. You know what I mean? They let their hair go out wild because like Islam is in their heart. It's not like something like a culture to it. You know what I mean? Go ahead.
That's what I'm saying. That's not the case. It's basically you're looking backwards rather than the clearly potential future. And
that's my point. Like, what is the future of Islam?
Yeah. So the future is simply this. If we allow Sunnism to flourish, it becomes an anti-black ideology where black people who, under the banner of Sunnism, seek to assist others in enslaving black people in some form and subduing them and fooling them. This is the main thing I keep telling people, where you'll have people come up and literally lie to you, forgetting that you can go and research the thing on, another time. It's so normal. You have to understand it's very, very normal and part of the religion. And it was proven in the park even, where somebody had a conversation with someone else regarding lying to the kuffar. And they were talking about when you can lie. And they said, or when you're allowed to lie full stop. And one was, I think they said, if a husband and wife have fallen out for something, you can lie to the wife or the husband. And I think they focused on the wife to make the relationship better, or between two friends. But you have to remember, if that's something which is normal to the Sunni regarding them thinking it makes things better, how much more is it easy to lie to people who they devalue as subhuman in the first place? Do you get what I'm saying? Because lying's being normalized based upon its justification. So to come on here and pretend that their religion doesn't teach certain things and so on, it's happening all the time. And when they have sub-Sunnis that are there defending them under the banner of Pan-Africanism or justice and so on, you're finding that, it's really showing itself. We've got Sunni house Negroes, pumping up the place. Because people talk about house Negroes, this is what I'm saying. In both cases, you had the Christian ones back in the day.
Yeah,
and now you've got, should we call it house? No, sorry, tent Negro. That's a good one, tent, because we're dealing with the desert. And we've got the tent Negro. Yeah, it's true. It's true. Like the tent Negroes are really doing their work to defend these oppressors and making any excuse for massa. Because at the end of the day, when you watch anything that's happening with us, it should be, when somebody comes and starts cussing and saying, you blasted Arab this and you Arab slave and because I'm a Muslim, I try not to take too much offense, because they have a passion in their heart for what these people doing to our people. And I understand it. And all I'm trying to do is make sure that they send their negative energy in the right direction. Do you get me? Because we are literally different religions. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's the problem.
Oh crap! Everything is everything in here, bro. That's my brother right there. Oh, So that's I want to hear Scatter's mind's view on that, because you're a Muslim as well. Like, what do you see the future of Islam in regards to like Pan-Africanism and whatnot? Because the reason why I'm more like skeptic when it comes to Muslims is because the religion doesn't really okay, us. African spiritualists, like the thing that was there before Allah, or the thing that was there before the Prophet came to Africa.
Like I say, I've always been trying to be drawn back towards the Islam as it was followed in West Africa by our ancestors in many ways. I'm looking at the scholarship that they produced as much as I possibly can and get my hands on, and it's difficult because a lot of it is very old and quite expensive, but you get your hands on some of it. And like I say, from what I read and from what I see of it, there's not necessarily to be fair, there's a limit to which there is syncretism, as it were, or like for example, amulets would be allowed for some, right? Some African Muslims of the time wouldn't mind if people who had amulets. Some African Muslims of the time had amulets of their own, right? There were others who, but then those amulets go into things, right? So amulet could be a stone or a ornate kind of piece of jewelry or something, but it also could be like a skull or something, right? Like a dead animal's like corpse or something, right? And that's that's taken a bit far. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
The funny thing about that, though, Scatter, is that sometimes for Muslims in West Africa, an amulet was a scripture. It was a a saying from the Quran and them kind of things there.
Yeah, written on a piece of paper and then put into something, right?
Yeah, wear it around the neck. Obviously, that's a whole lot from a traditional kind of vibe expressed through in Islam. But
100%.
But at the same time, then now you get purists who are Muslims who ban that. Like they're not into that at all. So.
Yeah, definitely. You will do. You will definitely do that. Get that. But but like I say, I try to have the Jula Manding approach, the Sawarian approach, as they say, which is to live amongst my fellow non-Muslims and to
See that practice is very popular here in America, because you will hear a lot of Black Muslims say this. He says, "Listen, you're not my spiritual brother, but you're still my people." And he would say that, like, if Allah gave us the power to change the world, we have to start in our own neighborhood. So I go with my immediate family, then outside of my immediate. Actually, that Somali brother said it one time I saw, where he's like, "In the day, if you're going to start, you got to start with your people before you help the world."
That's what the Prophet did, right? The Prophet started with the people. So if you're going to say that the Prophet is the example, and you're going to look at the Prophet started with his people, the people he was from, his own tribe. He didn't say, "All right, come in Saudi Arabia, I've got this truth. Let me travel all the way out to some other people out there." Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
He started with the people he was already with. So I think from that example in itself, you have to peace be upon him. You have to you have to start with your own.
Big up the Prophet. Big up the Prophet.
always.
Big up Adudawa. Big up Olorun. Big up Shango. Ogun. Oh, I don't get attack fear from that. Okay.
I was just saying, with
these people. No.
This was one person, right? You were talking about one person.
But I mean, my issue really is right now the slow way in which Black people are responding to these people. Like we are so quick to dismiss Caucasians who try to justify, their ancestors' slavery and so on, and even their white privilege. But somehow we feel this brotherhood or whatever, this slow movement towards seeing this other group in the same way, despite their own people not having any efforts towards abolishing anti-Black slavery at all. There's not even a bloody discussion on it.
Let me jump onto that one, right? Because I agree to some extent with what you're saying, but at the same time, I feel like we have to have the conversation about anti-Black racism from all sides, not just from the white European side, of course, including from Arabs and so etc. And we have to talk about the history and the concurrent. But I think the issue that I have sometimes is when that conversation feels like it's being brought on as a political strategy from outsiders, for example. So the right wing have recently found it popular to try and work this narrative of Arab slave owners or Blacks, basically, and trying to push that out. And I feel like when we fall into that and we don't look into the fact that, like Shakara has said, there has been Pan-African scholars, both Muslim and non-Muslim, who have looked into this before, historically. Do you know what I mean? Like even in Walter Rodney's book on how Europe underdeveloped the continent of Africa, right?
But you're doing a disservice to it right now, though, bro.
One second, here's a whole chapter on like the history of the Arabs within Africa. So I think as a community, sometimes what we have to do is not put ourselves down. We have to say, we stand on the shoulders of giants in terms of we have scholars who have actually looked into this before. So maybe if I don't know about it, let me look into the scholarship of what our scholars have already done, so I can educate myself on what they've already said about this, this Arab slave traders, etc., and not necessarily just jump to the bait of somebody who wants to basically cause a reaction from me. Like as a people, we have to start taking action and stop reacting. Do you know what I mean? We have to decide what actions are we going to take and are on our mind. So if I'm in a position where I am talking about white racism and white slavery and white supremacy, and then somebody tries to throw the spanner in the work by saying, what about the Arabs? I have a decision there to say, you know what, I could either get thrown off on my course of the action that I set out to take, or I could keep going on the course that I take, and then I could take on that other challenge later on. Do you know what I mean?
I agree. Can I come back quickly here, but just by saying that, in all fairness, on the other side of that argument, the same dynamic tends to say has reared its head in the sense of the fact that you've got people who are Muslim who use European colonization, and Christianization through colonization as a means of giving dawah to Black people.
100%.
You know what I'm saying? And speaking about European colonization and differentiating, whatever was done in the name of Islam from it. You know what I'm saying? So that they're not dealing with that. So it's a point of deflection again. Yeah, we're not dealing with that.
But hold on, this is the thing. See, this is the thing, yeah. None of you lot seem to catch on, and particularly you, Shakara, how it went from the ideology to Arab people, because it's not just the blooming Arabs, because the Sunnis in Pakistan, in India, have done the damn same thing.
Yeah, to the city.
Huh?
To the blacks there too.
To the blacks, but what I'm saying is, it's part of the ideology. So when it's shape-shifted into Arab slave trade, that is what the Pan-Africanists of old have used. Because mainly, obviously, in Africa, that's what they were dealing with, the language of Arabic and the mulatto Arabs. But what I'm saying is,
it depends, because some are dealing with the Arab, yeah, and Arab slavery and them kind of things there. Others are dealing with just Islam. They're just not into Islam, right?
No. But bruv, what I'm saying to you is, once this is why I keep referring to academia. I'm saying, if you have, for instance, a particular group, right? How can I put it? Let's say Christianity, for instance. There isn't much in the letter of the scripture, let's say, of Christianity, apart from, let's say, the Curse of Ham, which details or goes on and on in regards to the enslavement or the suppression of black people. But Sunniism has that and its tradition, because it's made up as you go along by the scholars. So even if it doesn't say thou shalt go out and enslave black people,
there's any amount of scholarship from Christian theologians.
No, but I think what Esau was trying to say is that because of what the few people have done in the faith doesn't mean you should blame the whole faith. If I'm wrong, Esau, correct me.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
What he's saying is that there are Sunni scholars here who wax lyrical on the enslavement of African people and justifications for the enslavement of African people. Am I correct? Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm not, bro. The scholars in Sunniism have a different role than those people in Christianity. What I'm saying?
No, bro, you can say that now. Yeah, you may be able to say that now. And I probably agree with you, but I don't think you can say that for the duration of Christian history.
No, of course, bruv, I agree with you, because you didn't have it in the printing books. What I'm saying to you is, looking right now, moving forward, I'm saying to you that specifically with this ideology, as we're having, because remember, I'm addressing the conversation on what Scattered said in relation to it being written on already, right? And that's the criticism I'm saying, is where he shape-shifted this ideology into Arab slavery. Because I'm saying to you that whoever was part of that group, because they weren't all Arabs, they could have been from Europe, they could have been Persians, and they were, in fact, all of them. Because remember, the Zanj rebellion took place in Iraq, okay?
Yeah. And it wasn't Arabs and so on and so forth.
And it wasn't a Shia, there you go, and you had the blooming Ottomans as well. And I'm saying the thing that they had in common that would allow them to do it with ease was the ideology. Right. And that's what I'm saying, no matter where you are, yeah.
Let me ask you a question. Yeah. When it comes to literature,
yes,
and the fundamental literature of what you're calling true Islam, and Sunniism, right? How much? Give me a percentage in terms of how much of it is the same. The fundamental.
Okay. The fundamental. Bloody hell. It's.
Let's say, let's define it more then. Fundamental literature would be Quran and Hadith, yes?
Okay,
right.
Yes.
Both Sunnis and Shias use the same Quran, yes?
Yes.
Right. Both Sunni and Shias use some Hadith that are the same and some Hadith that are not the same, yes?
Let's do 50-50. Let's just go with 50% in regards Hadith, similarities and differences.
Right, and so based on that 50% similarity and difference, the scholars that come from both traditions would also share 50% difference, 50% similarity.
No. This is the point. Even if the percentage was, let's say, 5%, right? So 5% similarity, 95% different in regards Hadith. You have to look at what Hadith are we talking about. So, for instance, you have certain Hadith in the Sunni religion, which I'm going to get down to when we have this show in regards to Sunniism being the anti-black religion of slavery and terrorism, etc. Because of the nature of the Hadith, okay, it then fundamentally changes the viewpoint of the Muslim towards the non-Muslim as a subhuman being. Do you see the difference? So, for instance, I could give you a whole heap of hadith regarding, how to do your prayers, your wash, your hajj, just general spiritual advice and all of that stuff. Yeah. But the fundamental thing that I'm dealing with in regards to its anti-blackness and its, putting down other human beings, that there you can say is the 50% we disagree with. You see what I'm saying to you? So that's the fundamental
concept of kufar in Islam.
It's basically this. Kufar is basically. I wish that sister, what's her name? Lady Divine, I think, asked me this question and my battery went out. So basically, kufar is a person who is stubbornly against what they themselves have proven to be justice, to be just and true. So, for instance, if you imagine somebody steals from someone else, let's say a cousin steals from someone else, right?
Yeah.
The person who they stole from suspects it's them. And they might hint or mention it, and the other cousins just carrying on like normal, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
Now, that person now finds that in their yard, what they stole, they're like, right, I know it's you. They confront them. Instead of that, and then they even go far and say, listen, I know you're going through hard times, whatever it is. They even say all of this, but that person stubbornly refuses and gives you all kind of excuse and rear-tear-tear. That there is the covering over now, because it's in your face, the truth is there, and now you are covering over and you're stubbornly against the truth.
But you've given me a non-religious definition though.
Because the Quran isn't religious. This is what I keep saying. It's a science book, bro.
Fine, bro. But my point is that kufar, my understanding, deals with people that do not accept Allah as the one God and Muhammad as his prophet, as his last and final messenger. Yeah. So I'm saying, is that not does that not factor into the true Islam ideal of what kufar is?
No.
So it has nothing to do with one God and Muhammad.
Sorry?
So kufar in true Islam has nothing to do with Allah and belief in Allah and belief in Muhammad as messenger.
It can do, but it extends, bruv. What about if a Muslim could be a kufar now? What are you going to say then?
that depends on what is being defined as kufar among Muslims. Well,
no. I'm saying to you Quran. I'm talking about the Quran.
One second. I got to run for like 60 seconds here. I'm not going to say.
All right, bless. Yeah, so as we saw there, unfortunately, our brother Scattered, who is unfortunately infected with the Sunni virus, shapeshift the word.
Big up the Sunnis.
What was being presented, he tried to put it as an Arab slave thing rather than part of the ideology. So what we have to do, black men and black women, is look out for these things. They're unintentional, no doubt.
But Isa. Yeah. Okay, cool. So you make a point, and there's a fair point, right? So I changed the word from Islamic slave trade, right? Because I didn't think it was Islamic towards
from Arab. No, you said Arab slave trade.
Yeah, I said I changed it from Islamic slave trade because I didn't think it was Islamic to Arab. Right. So it wasn't subconscious. That was a conscious decision that I had made because I did not think that the slave trade was Islamic, as in I did not believe it has any basis within Islam. However, I do believe that it was mostly Arabs who carried it out, not only but mostly, right? And for the benefit of an Arab nation that was being built at the time. But anyhow, if we put that to the side, right, and we call it Islamic, right, and I think both you and I will probably disagree that it would not be Islamic. So let's use the political term or politically correct term, which would be Islamist, right? So the Islamist slave trade. If we use that term instead, right, and we make it very specifically about ideology, an Islamist ideology that these people are following, right? To do this, what changes now? What now is the change? What's the substance?
Because it's ridiculous. Because the whole point of the thing is to identify if it has anything to do with Islam anyway. That's what I'm saying to you is, for instance, there are people who are not religious at all, but they find a way and means of using something else to get their agenda across, and that's what this ideology is, an agenda of conquest. That's what I'm saying. You have to look at what's the foremost of the ideology. Is it about peace? Is it about justice?
I have no idea that there was that conquest was the main idea at the time, but what, like, to be
Hold on, did you say you have no idea? Is that what you just said?
No, I am clear that it was about conquest at the time. That the people who went around empire building were doing it for the purposes of conquest. My argument would be your argument is that your claim is that this is based on the ideology. My argument would be that the ideology, really the underlying ideology, is the strive for power and conquest in itself. That conquest in itself is an ideology, in the same way that the Romans went about conquering prior to that, in the same way that the American and the British went around conquering after that. Each of these people used different devices at their time, right? And many of them always used their religion or their church as an underlying pin to really rally people to fight behind their sword and the source. But I'm not sure if the religion itself was always necessarily the cause behind that. I'd rather say that the conquest in itself, and
okay, would you agree?
The ideals of conquest is what really fuels that.
That's fine. Would you agree that the details in, let's say, Sunniism and true Islam are much more than they are for the Christian?
I would argue that that's if we do a modern comparison. I think prior to this, historically, Christians would have had and Jews to that extent would have had a pretty similar kind of world, which was governed. I mean, that the secular worldview that we have today is a very new development, right? So prior to this, the Pope.
No. That's not what I'm asking. I'm saying the Muslims themselves. In other words, the Christian, do they have fundamental details in their religion in regards to warfare? From Jesus, does Jesus teach any details about warfare?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Exactly. So this is my whole point to you. You can't compare the two. I'm saying they are literally referring to hadith that they're following. They are literally referring to commentary in the name of hadith or some scholar or whatever. So the details are there as part of the religion. This is why when you lot make these comparisons, there is no comparison. That's the problem.
So when the British were enslaving Africans, they weren't using scripture to do it.
They were using scripture, and this is what, brother, listen to what I'm saying to you. I'm saying the difference is with Christianity, for instance, you have people giving you the most basic idea. These are the savages. These are the infidels that are at risk. Join the army. Let's conquer, and so on. Very basic, not much detail. I'm saying with us and with this religion, there are details that the person, even if they didn't have these leaders, they off their own back would do the same blasted thing.
All right, Isa, here's a question here. Here's a question. You see, so you're saying that Sunnis use specific hadith, or scholars use specific hadith here, or fabricated hadith or whatever, to justify anti-blackness and enslavement of black people, yeah?
Yes.
Right. So it was there a movement of scholarship, yeah, coming from what you consider to be true Islam at the time, yeah, at that time, that was speaking out against what they were doing, using comparably relevant scripture, Quran or Hadith, to a similar degree, because we're not dealing with two completely different sets of people. Yeah, the Shias and the so-called Sunni and the so-called Shia, they come from the same groups of people, right? So
kind of. Let me put this to you. I think you missed what I said several times. Who was the leader of the Zanj rebellion, bro?
Yeah, but bro, if you're gonna give me that, I can find you Sunnis who fought against slavery. So it's not. So the point is, yeah.
No. Listen to what I said. If you had such, it's not. I'm talking to you about a time period where it was part of the culture, right? It was entrenched, and you have to remember those people who were considered Shia at the time. Yeah. The imams themselves were black, right? This is one of the reasons I guess they could get the support from the Zanj, and they could fit in with the Zanj because they themselves were black. Whereas the Sunnis at the time, their high men, the Abbasids, the rulers, they were mulatto. So this is where they could easily create that big difference between, and say these are inferior because they're dark skinned, and the descendants of the Prophet were known to be jet black people. So this is the thing where you've got this thing where they're oppressing the family of the Prophet in regards to oppression, in regards religious degree, and instead of slavery, whereas the black people are being enslaved. So they're both having this oppression from these people. So what is similar to what I'm doing, they're saying that this is not true Islam. Because remember, we're dealing with tribes. They're not the racial dynamics that we have today, right? In regards to the people and the culture.
I'm saying, but I'm saying, where's the scholarship though? Like, where is it? Can it be said that these man, were forwarding? Like, because obviously that tradition would have had scholars at the time, yes.
It would have had. What I'm saying to you is the way that they done whatever they were doing. Let's say the Sunnis to justify what they're doing. Yes.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be all they're black kuffar in that blatant manner. It would be circumvented. They would circumvent that, but the justification would be that they're kuffar, and it would be something that's naturally part of the culture by then. That's what they would bank on. And what I'm saying is,
bro, I'm asking you, where's the counter scholarship? Wait there.
Right, listen to what I'm saying to you. The counter scholarship is counter Sunnism.
I gave you the counter scholarship, Shakara. I gave you the brother and the Jula Manding and the West African Muslim scholars. And the Kangamuru. So we've already been doing it. Is what my point.
That's not true, because those people you quoted.
It's a good example. You can't knock the evidence that he brought. So I'm saying, do you have evidence comparable to what Scatter just relayed in relation to what you're calling true Islam?
Brother, are you not the whole ideology of what you call Shia is that? This is what I'm saying.
You're all right. Good one, yeah, nice, yeah. Because you could say the same thing, like I'm saying, in terms of any religion in it, just by existing, they're challenging the thing, yeah.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
I'm looking for specific scholarship that speaks to the reality of that time in terms of anti-blackness, in terms of slavery of black people, and where is the scholarship from these people that is direct? Because if there is scholarship directly justifying those actions, and there is a group of people that are forwarding or trying to protect the legacy of the Prophet, it suggests to me, if they have a scholarship tradition, that they would have scholarship that is directly addressing those current day issues, in relation to what they consider to be true Islam. So I'm asking you a sincere question: where is it? Where does that exist?
Right. So I just want you to pay attention to what I say, not what you think I'm saying. Those people, were all the Shia also, and the Zanj also had Zanj on the other side oppressing them. Okay, so it would be ridiculous to try and promote the idea in that time without internet, etc. This idea of black superiority, etc. The whole thing was very simply dealt with if you made it clear that these are usurpers and it's not true Islam. Don't you get it? I'm saying if you pull the whole rug, the foundation from under it, it all topples. If you focus on one point, then you've got black on one side and then coons on the other. That's what I'm saying.
Bro, I'm not asking them to focus on one point. Yeah, it's very different points. But I'm saying but my point is that if you're challenging a religious tradition that you say has usurped your tradition, and you're gonna, because I'm sure. All right, for example, so the Shia scholars at that time, what were they writing about in terms of the Sunnis being usurpers?
I don't know how much writing they could have done, because to be honest, most of them had to try and either pretend to be Sunni or.
But we do have there is recorded evidence of battles and wars. No.
Listen to what you said. What I'm saying to you is we have.
Excuse me, 1 second. 1 second, guys. Hey, you see this comment right here that this guy Samar, I think he's a Somali. He said that the only mix that ever happened into the ages in the Pacific area was only with East Africans and Arabs, since they were the only two trading in contact. Were the East Africans selling Bantu? Is that what this is? Is that how the black imams come in? Is that what we're talking about? Like, yeah. Damn. All right.
Also, I want to ask a question. What were the Moors, Sunni or Shia?
Man's got a run still, but
we got to take this up again, Shakara, because I mean your question.
Shakara, don't go too soon, man.
Let's say I got 5 minutes, but
okay. Let me just try
leave with some more people.
Okay, so what we're dealing with, what Scatters keeps quoting, it's like it's clutching at straws for anything that's any kind of Sunni-ish type blacks. And what these lot go back to, imagine this, Shakara,
yeah.
But this whole Sunniism in Africa, West Africa, North Africa, etc., is basically two main Sunni heads of schools of thought.
Shafi, and Maliki. And this is where you get the fatwa, which is saying that because black women are unattractive, they can't ask for a certain high dowry, right? They don't need to wear the face veil, and they don't need a guardian when it comes to marriage. Now, would you take anything from a flipping clown like that? Do you get me? So whenever he quotes any of these people, once they're Maliki or Shafi, bruv, they're representing coonery. This whole thing of the black women, dark women lighting their skin, it comes direct of them following these blasted devils. And this is my point. I shouldn't have to deal with the details of this when we've got the bloody... Go on.
Bro, let's say I accept what you're saying. Let's say there is contradictions, yeah, or there's more to consider in what Scott has put forward, yeah, than what he has put forward today. All right, there's context to that whole thing. I'm prepared to accept that. At the same time, what he has is a document that speaks to something. It's speaking to the reality of the people at the time and how Africans in Africa dealt with or chose to relate. Yeah.
And when was this, bruv? When was this?
He was in
when are these guys scattered? When are these guys?
It's 13th century, so that's like 1200s.
Right. Mali, yeah. So we have that though. We have that, yeah. What I'm asking you, bro, yeah, is for anything in that vein, bro. Like it doesn't, because there could be more context to it. I'm just looking for something that says, well, these men over here who are committing anti-black racism and enslaving these black people on the basis of the fact that they're black, and also let's say, for example, calling their women ugly and telling the man them that they don't have to pay the same amount of dowry because the woman them ugly. This is anti-Islam, and this is why.
Right. You're not you seem to not listen to what I'm saying to you.
You're giving me a generic thing here.
No. Listen to my specific response. If the people that are attacking you, right? So let's say the people who now have true Islam or the closest to it are Persians. Let's just say that, right? And then the people that are coming to attack you are those people that see themselves subjected to the Sunni slavers. Why are you going to be focused on, black liberation, blah, 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 when they're the people raping and killing you and you're having to pretend you're Sunni? Don't you understand? So that's a different time period. What I'm talking about, in the time of the Zanj, you don't have all of these writings of what you're talking about. So when you get to the 13th century, you look at the 12th, when you get to, let's say, the 1100s and 1200s, you're going to find a whole heap of writing. Do you get what I'm saying?
Bro, I've given you the length and breadth of the history in it. So the Arab slavery, yeah, was over 1,000 years in it.
Right. So I'm saying that, bruv, you're talking about writing. I'm talking about action. I'm saying to you, they got up and bloody fought these devils.
Bro,
what the hell's writing?
Bro, we know of the Zanj rebellion, which was a rebellion of black people. With all due respect,
led by who? Led by who?
No, but it was not a Shia rebellion. You can't.
Listen to the question. Who was it led by?
Apparently, the brother that led it, yeah, the individual brother that led it was a Shia.
Right. Now, were you really trying to tell me that there weren't other Shia part of that rebellion, bro? Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that at all. But what I can say is that there were Sunnis who rebelled. So I'm saying if I'm going to take the one Shia brother, yeah,
Jeez, bro, I can't believe what I'm hearing here.
No, but why not, bro? If you're going to tell me that because the brother was Shia, this is the vindication of Shiaism.
Brother, you're not getting the point. I'm not saying this one Shia. I'm saying he had a whole heap of Shia because they were being oppressed as well.
Bro, they were in tight. But bro, it would be true to say that a significant number, and my research suggests the majority of the people that fought in that rebellion were not Muslim of any description. Yeah. Were not Muslim of any description. So I'm saying, yeah, and we don't know, yeah. Do you know that that all the Muslims that were involved were not Sunni?
What, bruv? Listen to what I'm saying to you. Bro, even if you, bruv, listen to what I'm saying to you. The people in Libya right now that are being enslaved, are they majority Sunni or not?
Bro, you brought the Zanj rebellion into the thing in it. So I'm
but I want to know because the answer is staring you in the face. No, listen, brother, listen to what I'm saying to you. No, I want you to listen to this point clearly. Let's say me and a band of my black Shia roll off to Libya right now, yeah? Do you really think those Sunnis are not going to fight with me to mash up them dirty, stinking Sunnis over there? Don't you get the point? I'm saying to you the ideology. I don't understand what you're saying. Nat Turner used the Bible. Hold on. Nat Turner used the damn Bible, right? but the people he was fighting against were promoting the flipping Bible. Do you understand? So I'm saying to you, the difference is the Sunni ideology, which continues to colonize our people and continues to keep these people anti-black.
But I'm not asking you about Sunnism at the moment, though, bro. I'm asking for evidence of the people them, because you're saying that one is anti and the other is not, right? So I'm saying, well, we need evidence of these things, innit? Yeah. If this is a usurpation of the thing, all right, and there are various ways in which these people are usurping the thing. One of which is anti-blackness and slavery.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say the various ways in which he usurp its anti-blackness. Usurpation came in the form of changing making up an ideology using the label of Islam, and then it came as a point of those people that were descendants of the Prophet maintained their dark skin, their blackness, which they had in line with the Zanj, and the people that were ruling were mixed. The Abbasids, they were the mixed people, right? And they were light skinned, so they used that main difference between the two. And then that filtered down into society. I'm saying, if you've got people enslaving you and trying to kill you, you got time to be writing books and philosophizing, or you're going to get your backside up and fight.
Bro, if it don't exist, then it don't exist. And there may be context for why it doesn't exist. But as far as I'm aware, scholarship and writing and recorded documents of history, yeah, we have, in terms of the Shia Sunni divide from that time until now. Yeah? You know what I'm saying? Right? So things do exist. Yeah, so I don't know if there's a complete whiteout on Shia scholarship from the 700s up until now. Or sorry, when was Ali reigning? It was the late 600s, right?
Yeah, Imam Ali. Yeah. Let's say.
Right. So let's say from that time, yeah, because that's when the thing really kick off. Yeah. Up until between Ali and Hussein and these things. All right. And by then, yeah. But bear in mind, though, bro. By then. Think about what I'm saying now, because the Prophet died what year? 630 something, right?
Right, about 630. Yeah,
630, right? So and the people them start invading Africa in 638, 639, yeah, right? And these things, yeah. So my point
under Omar, the second usurper. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but bro, but my point is that Ali was around them time there. Yeah,
and he stayed out of it. Wait.
I'm not even debating his position at the moment. I'm just saying, Ali was around that time there. Yeah, and from the time of Ali and them thing there, Hussein was around them time there. Yeah, so these obviously had role and position and prominence in the thing while all this was going on. All of that was going on, yeah. And I'm saying,
did you say role and prominence? Hold on, did you say role and prominence? Is that what you just said?
Yes, bro. Yeah.
Is this what, you don't know the story of Imam Hussein?
Yeah. Bro, the fact that he was killed is not evidence of the fact that Julius Caesar was killed. He was still the emperor. Yeah, so I'm saying that he had a role and prominence. He was.
No, I didn't say the fact that he was killed. I'm saying if you don't know the story, basically what it was, you had somebody that was a leader that would openly drink and do all the stuff which others would do in secret, right? And so many other things. So much so that even Sunni scholars have called him a kafir. That's how bad he was, right? And he demanded the allegiance from Imam Hussein. The point I'm making to you is at that time, even Yazid and his family, they were black. So up in the Umayyad period, these were black Arabs who were actually racist against white people. This is why I mentioned the Abbasid.
How do we know about Hussein and his exploits?
Because it was such a massive thing where there was so much, let's say, explosion of rebellion and different people fighting for the leadership and revenge and stuff like that.
Right. So there's documents of history that illuminate what the differences were, what they were fighting over, what their different positions and ideologies were. Am I correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Right. So I'm saying from that time, yeah, for the next 300, 400 years, yeah, is there, from my understanding, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but there is documentation regarding the differences between these two sects, yeah, from that time until now. I don't know of a time when there's a dark ages in Muslim scholarship. I don't know what going on for the Shia them and the Sunni them. I don't know of that, right? And I'm prepared to get corrected, but I don't know of it, yeah? So I'm saying, is there, because during those times, the slavery and the invasions on the continent were already in full flow, yeah? So I'm
when? Give me a date. Don't say them times there. When?
From 639 onward. Yeah. So from that.
Hold on. 639. You're saying there was this Zanj type slave trade. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying the invasions from those people, the Arab invasions into Africa began around that time, innit? And it continued. So whatever stage it was at, it continued, and it grew until, you know what I'm saying, and then they got licked down in Sudan, for a hot minute, and it ended in terms of going further east for a while. Until Sudan eventually succumbed to the thing, right? But across the north, it went, it just went, all right? So I'm saying for all that time, right, where people were documented, because the history is documented, bro, and the differences between these people is also documented. So I'm saying if one group of people develop a tradition of anti-black scholarship that justifies the enslavement of black people in that context, it suggests to me that the other group who are fighting them, who are trying to protect the true Islam of the Prophet Muhammad, would develop a tradition of scholarship that directly contradicts that. So I'm saying, where is it? And if it don't exist, then why?
Okay, so as I draw your attention again, let me correct you on certain things you said before. In relation to what you said about this conquest of Africa in those years, that was, conquering and ruling and, let's say, spreading Sunniism. I'm referring to the slavery and the slave rebellion. So specifically in relation to your question now, it sounds like you're saying, have they spoken about and written about how bad they are for enslaving blacks? Yes?
No. Yes and no. I'm saying that you're saying that the scholarship that comes out of Sunniism is anti-black. Yes?
No, I'm saying the results of it. In other words,
you generally said a minute ago that they have the scholarship is anti-black. The ideology is documented in there.
Listen to what I'm saying when I say it. Listen to what I'm saying when I say that. What I'm saying is, as I said before, there is nothing that says the Prophet Muhammad said go and enslave black people. There's no scholars that generally say go and enslave black people. I'm saying what they have done is basically devalued non-Muslims. Right? Okay, here's an example. In Africa itself, this is after the Zanj rebellion, and actually before it and during this Zanj slave trade, they agreed with the black so-called African Sunnis to not propagate Sunniism to this other group of black people so that they could legally and justifiably enslave them. Do you understand? So it's not this blatant thing you're looking for. I'm saying to you, once you've already got these Sunnis here, and they have bought into the Sunni superiority complex, and then you've left these lot to be the kuffar, right? The inferior beings. You can now you can start a little war. Now you've got beef between them. Now you're allowed to enslave them. Do you not understand how simple that is?
Quickly before you respond, Shakara, can I just ask you, Shakara, in your response as well, to tell me what's the difference between them doing that and the European Christians saying to other Christians that we are allowed to do this because they're non-Christians?
Say that again, sorry. Say that again. I missed it, sorry.
What's the difference between the Sunnis using Sunniism to say to their Sunni friends, let's not propagate Islam to them so we could keep enslaving them, from the Christians at the time who were saying, let me answer
that for you.
Those are not Christians, so we take them as slaves. I was asking Shakara.
Let me answer it anyway.
I'm asking Shakara. You can answer after Shakara. Let's have some order.
I'm not seeing the difference, to be honest with you. I'm not seeing.
Okay, good. So let me clearly explain the difference for both of you. All right, basically as simple as this. Do you agree that according to Sunniism, that everyone is born a Muslim? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Do you agree that Sunniism has been promoted as the black man's original religion, which he's born into? Therefore, if he converts to a Christian or is in a Christian family, he should have been a Muslim. Therefore, he's deviated from this Sunni Kuffar religion as his original natural path. Yes or no?
That's a hard one to say yes or no to, man. I'll say that definitely wasn't how it was promoted to me. But is that how certain people do promote it? Definitely, yeah. Do I agree with that?
Hold on, you just agreed to the first point, so the second point's obvious.
What do you mean?
You just agreed that they're saying that you are born a Muslim, right? A Sunni, right? From their view, right?
Yeah.
So therefore, if you're born into a non-Sunni family, you have naturally been raised to believe something other than when you should have been a Sunni. That's the obvious second question. Like that just flows from the first point.
But the second question you add on a little bit extra sauce when you said that thing about the whole this is the black man's religion, etc., etc. Like that's definitely not how it's
so you haven't heard that it amongst from the Nation of Islam down amongst the black Americans and so on.
The Nation of Islam doesn't say that Sunniism is the black man.
No, bruv, listen to what I'm saying to you. Listen to what I'm saying to you. When they say Islam is the black man's religion, are they talking about the Quranic Islam? Are they talking about what Elijah Muhammad brought, which we know clearly, and then that continued? This is why I said it continued on, or was usurped as a concept by the Sunnis that were saying you were born Muslim. So I'm saying when they're talking to black people and giving dawah in the black community, they're saying, well, bruv, it's the black man's original religion because it's humanity's original religion, but they're speaking to black people. Do you get me? So this is my whole point where my argument comes from in relation to this usurping, this deceitful, fraudulent ideology. That's the difference. So my whole point is the biggest
in the scholarship though, bro. Like I want to know, like when the man was invading, like let's call it, what I'm getting from what you're saying is that whereas you're saying that Sunniism is anti-black, there's not a whole leap in the scholarship that is directly anti-black. So it doesn't speak against black people specifically.
It does in ways like this.
So I know of some things where they refer to black people as inferior in terms of their mentality and even their phenotype, right? I can't remember the quotes off the top of my head at the moment, yeah, but I've seen some stuff in it. But you're saying, generally speaking, it's not direct, not the same way the Christians did it when they came and said basically the skin is of the devil and the hair and everything ugly. Give the white Jesus and tell you that this is God. It's not the same thing where the Sunnis are concerned, yeah.
I would say.
Wait, Farrakhan said the same thing. Said our hair was cursed.
That's another subject for another time. Yeah.
Damn. All right, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay, but what I'm trying to rework my understanding of what he said, isn't it? Because now what he's saying is that whereas it's anti-black, it's not explicitly anti-black, it's implicitly anti-black, and we can judge that it's anti-black more by their actions than by what they wrote down.
No, both. I'm saying intrinsically. This is my point in that they go together because once you find it generational, it becomes a norm. So, for instance, when you keep asking with Rap Raven and whoever, how come every time we gather in the park to talk about black things, these guys who don't know why they're doing it somehow are subconsciously driven to come and interrupt what we're doing? And I'm saying that is what I'm talking about. It's these basic things that they have in their subconscious mind, which is normalized to have this. So a true Sunni who is black will come to try and interfere. If there was a show on COE, where I think he was interviewing a guy outside Iceland in Brixton, right? And there's two guys. I think one, the Sunni is selling his incense, and the guy with dreads is selling books, right? So they were talking, I think something to do with Africa and things going on there, right? The oppression of the
big up Solomon and them man there. I can't remember what they're called, but big up Solomon and Golden Blue and all of them man there.
So the Sunni could not help himself but include, because the conversation is about black people, and I think it was specifically Africa, right? And the Sunni couldn't help include, and Pakistan, and this other country, and these all other countries. Do you understand? And I'm saying that's the nature.
I don't know Iranians who are Shia to be any more amenable to black people. So I'm saying,
you're not getting the point. No, stop. I'm talking about a black man that subverts what. You've never heard me when we're talking about black issues start talking about blooming Iran, have you?
Have you heard me do that?
Bruv, I didn't mention you. I mentioned this guy. Stick to the subject, man. Look, even this one, you can't even stick to the subject.
If you can use my man as an example, then Scatter can use himself as an example. And if you can use yourself as an example, then Scatter can use himself as an example.
No. Scatter cannot, because Scatter does not know even the basics of the Sunni religion, right? And that's clear as hell. I'm not dissing him. I'm just speaking facts.
How do you know this, brother?
I mean, let's go into it then. Let's go into the basics of the Sunni religion.
All right, and while you're doing that, I'm going to take this opportunity to duck out. We're going to have to continue. It's scholarship, bro. I want to see, because you're telling me about a modern day brother in Brixton right now. I'm saying in the annals of history, whereas we can document thoughts, feelings, vibrations, attitudes, behavior towards African people in these things. I'm saying that if the thing is against the thing, it suggests that there should be some protests some demonstration, some movement against what they're doing, because it wasn't a small thing, it was a big thing.
Brother, it's like you're not listening. I'm saying to you, if the people who are used by the government are blooming black to try and oppress you, because they had them as military army, they used the Zanj as military army to also fight against the Shia people. You really telling me that these Shia people are going to stand up and say black power, when the flipping face in front of you is freaking dark as midnight?
I'm not asking you for black power, bro. I'm asking
the protest is against the system.
I'm asking you for sheer scholarship, yes?
Yeah.
Challenging the invasions, the conquest, and the enslavement, of African people. That's it.
I want you to listen. I don't know what's right. Let me say it again. If this is something they're doing everywhere, so for instance, they chose black males specifically in regards to work and black females for sex, but they also had loads of white females, right, for sex. So I'm saying to you, there was a whole heap of things they're doing.
Hold on.
And the central key issue, the central key issue is that it can morph and change according to which time and which scholar and which leader. The solution to the problem.
Bro, if they do it to everyone, then that impact the idea that it's anti-black. If it is specific,
but you're not listening. You see, you didn't let me finish, so you didn't get the flipping point. I'm saying to you, when it came to, for instance, you don't have a European rebellion like the Zanj rebellion. Do you understand? So I said European women was a main focus. Okay, when it came to sexual slavery, when it came to physical slavery, okay, it was anti-black. You do not have them saying that a white woman doesn't need a wali. A white woman from Europe, who's, them type of people enslaved, doesn't have to wear the face veil, can't ask for a high dowry. Do you understand? So I'm saying there's none of these kind of anti-black things over there. For instance, you will find frequently in Sunni Hadith a black, a black Ethiopian slave. They would only have to mention the color. Whereas others, it was a Persian slave or a Byzantine slave. They don't mention the blasted color. Do you get what I'm saying? In a lot of these hadith, or it just be slave. So I'm saying there's an emphasis on their color. But what I was getting at there was when you have a religion that morphs and adapts and it has no foundational basis except conquest and wickedness, the point is to get to the ideology and deal with that.
But you're saying that the ideology is inherently and intrinsically anti-black.
Yes. As a black man, bruv, I want you to listen to the circumstance from which Isa the Black Telek is speaking. Back then, you had Sudan, you had black empires that were still in power. Do you understand? So therefore, even some of those empires, them great blacks that were there, they might have sought to destroy Islam, right? I'm just saying this is something that could be considered. So the point of me speaking now is where my whole continent has been conquered, whether by the devils in relation to Christianity or these stinking Sunni pagan devils, whichever one. I'm saying there's no empire I can speak to in regard. I can't run to this place and say, right, I want to live with those people ruling under voodoo and they've got the powerhouse over there. So I'm saying,
last question. Yeah. Because I'm still not really. I don't know if I'm not putting my question well enough, but I'm still not getting an answer to my question. So I'm gonna go somewhere else, right? When it comes to the 900s, early 900s, the group that invaded and had a significant amount of power at that time was the Fatimids.
Yes.
Right? Were they Shia or not?
They were, let's say, a kind of Shia called Ismaili.
Right. So this was a powerful group of people. Yes. They invaded Egypt at that time. Right. What's it called? At that time. Yeah. Right. Were they invading against the Shia, or were they invading to spread Islam?
No, they were invading against the Sunni.
So that's what I meant, against the Sunni, yeah?
Yeah. So the whole thing was, because you have to remember, the Shia is always something the Sunnis trying to wipe out. So therefore, they're just trying to establish some power base for themselves. Do you know what I mean? So that's
I'm saying wrong. But so they've invaded, and as far as I'm aware, they went as far as Libya, at least, with their invasion. I don't know that they got too far south in terms of East Africa, but they definitely, as far as Kemet or Egypt at the time and Libya, they got to. So I'm saying, did they bring anything different in relation to black people and enslavement?
I would suggest they didn't, but see, this is the thing. Ismailis, I would say the 12ers don't really deem them as Muslim. So, because Ismailism, it has its own. Basically, we would call them deviants. So it's basically the reason why they're called Shia.
We're deviants.
Yeah. They were and they are. But me personally, in the position that I'm at right now, I don't focus on people who I'm talking about in ideology, right? So I'm saying whoever's saying that Imam Ali should have been the Khalifa of Abu Bakr, I don't have no issue. They're not a priority for me. But because you're asking the specific question in relation to them in Egypt and so on and about them, then you're getting the facts. Yeah. So
I'm asking the question though because I'm trying to delineate the differences in terms of these ideologies and how they've related to African people. Yeah. So for example, like we're saying that you deal with the Zanj, and the fact that the person who led it was a Shia. Yeah, my understanding is that the people that were enslaving at that time were not exclusively Sunni either. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know how there's on both sides of that equation. So if this
you don't pay attention, do you? You really don't pay attention.
One of my skills, one of my best skills in life here is the ability to listen. Right. So I've listened to you very.
So tell me what my fundamental things were. What were the two fundamental things I put across in regards to Sunniism and the problem with it in relation to oppression? What did I say?
That it's an anti-black ideology, and it's a usurpation of Islam, professing to be Islam.
So let me correct you on that. One of the things that I put forth in relation to the fundamentals is the use of this term kuffar and the devaluing of the people. So I'm saying that there is what they use.
Yes, bro.
Once you start looking at people through those glasses,
yes,
then there's a cultural. Then anything else can be tweaked in any other way. And this is what I'm saying to you: that fundamentally, this is where you have to start.
Right, all that means is that Islam is anti-kuffar. Sorry, Sunniism is anti-kuffar. To say that, listen, to say that it's anti-black, to say that it's anti-black, because I would not necessarily disagree with you on the fact that it's.
But I said fundamentally. This is what I'm saying. When I say fundamentally, I'm giving you the source. I'm saying to you, since this ideology started this back then with the Abbasids, right, in relation to black people. If let's say 500 years later, it changed towards white people, I would say it's then anti-white. I'm saying because it's built up, Sunniism is made up as you go along, and one thing that's consistent about it is its anti-blackness. That's the bit you're not listening to these key things.
Consistency and intrinsic are not the same thing. Intrinsic means that it is foundational and fundamental to the thing. Yeah, it's the ideology is built on this idea. Yeah. Right, that's what that means.
No, but bruv, you don't understand. This is you're not listening to the part I'm saying to you. If it's made up by if the religion is made up, there are certain things. For instance, all right, let me ask you this: do you agree you can have something that's fundamental that's not even mentioned? Yes or no?
That's not mentioned.
Yes. In other words, it's there every time, but it's not it's not explicitly mentioned. Yes or no?
Yeah, you can have that. Yeah, that's what
exactly. So this is my point. It's not explicitly mentioned, but it's definitely something that's carried on and carried on and carried on, and it's got words around it where the central core of it is not mentioned, but that's the only thing that fits in that space. And this is the point I'm making to you. When something can be made up, for instance, you will find. Hold on. Let me give you a perfect example. How is it that one of the great Sunni imams could feel comfortable to say that black women are not attractive enough, right? Because there's no hadith from the Prophet, there's no verses from the Quran. But this is like a government. Imagine the government, the prime minister saying this, right? The main man at the top of legislation says this thing to the whole nation. I'm saying there's nothing in the Quran.
I'm not debating that. I'm just asking you if the main man, in the Sunni tradition can say that at a time where he's getting a fight from the main man them in the Shia tradition, then it suggests to me that the Shia man them should have something to say about it. Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
No, but there wouldn't have been. That's what I'm saying to you. No. The Shias. Look, this is what I'm saying to you.
Yeah, like if the man of God with this and they're putting forward various fatwa, yeah, in relation to these things, just their behavior with African people.
You're not getting it. You're not getting it. The time when the so-called Shia their interactions were mainly with these Hanafi and these other people in a different area, because look at the area you're talking about. And the problem you're having, you're not listening to the words when I'm telling you that they had to pretend to be Sunni. I don't know what it is. I said to you for years, they've had, for instance, after the Zanj rebellion, yes, after they quashed that rebellion, a lot of Shia, even actually at the time, there was a lot of Shia that refused to support the rebellion, right? And they done taqiyya and so on. This is consistent records. And that's what I'm saying to you is what you seem to be hoping to find is this great outspoken, and it happens now and again, and even the rebellions happen now again, but there's a great amount of opposition from various sides. But the thing that's consistent, if you listen to Sunnis, they say that our religion is a lie. It is taqiyya. And I'm saying to you, yes, a lot of Shia had to do that. Do you get me? So when you're saying what you're saying, it doesn't make sense other than to speak against the whole ideology. And I'm saying to you again, they were not in the situation we are in, where the whole of the African, or do you call African continent, is dominated by these people. They did not dominate the whole of the African continent in that time. So when you keep saying African people,
I hear you. I'm just saying that if something is intrinsic to something and it's consistent, and it's a part of it, yeah, and these kinds of things, yeah, the people them that are challenging that and have been challenging it for over 1,000 years, yeah, there should be something at some point in history whereby those specific things are being challenged from the mainstream of that school of thought. Yeah.
Why?
So for example, like it doesn't take long, yeah. When the African Center movement comes about, for them to challenge all forms of anti-blackness wherever it can be found, wherever they discover it, yeah? Like, you know what I'm saying? Implicitly, explicitly, you know what I'm saying? Wrong.
Say that again. You said that fast. It doesn't take, what was that?
When the African Center scholarship tradition begins to rear its head, yeah? What's it called? Yeah. And I'm talking about African Centered in name and prior to it being in name. So for example, the proto, what you might call proto-Afrocentric scholarship, yeah. Let's say, for example, David Walker's Appeal. We're dealing with the 1800s now, yeah. And he writes this document that is basically an anti-slavery document and challenging the entire foundation of Western civilization at that time, and even in relation to its Christianity, yes. And he's a Christian. And suggesting that the Christians that run the nation of America are more evil, yeah, than all of the people that are called pagans and heathens, and them kind of and similar words in the scripture. There's more wickedness among these people than all of these people, and he challenges the idea of white superiority. You know what I'm saying? These kinds of things. So I'm saying that that's early now, 1800s, when enough black man and woman couldn't even read or write. Yeah, you will find documentation among people from ancient times, yeah, challenging anti-blackness coming from these non-Africans, yeah. So I'm saying, if we're saying, yeah, that there's a tradition that is true Islam, yeah, that has been challenging the usurpation of Islam for over 1,000 years, it suggests to me. And sorry, the usurpation of Islam is producing scholarship, documentation that and manifesting behaviors and using scholarship to justify those behaviors. The counterbalance, not even necessarily to the same degree, because there's more Sunnis than there are Shias, but the counterbalance, because of the fact that Shia scholarship does exist, because of the fact that Shia historical records do exist, it suggests to me that somewhere among them, the challenging to the doctrine of these people in relation to black people and the behavior of these people in relation to black people must be somewhere. So I'm just asking, I'm not even trying to challenge it.
Okay. It's really, okay. Let me put this to you.
Emmy, speak on it, because I gotta go. I really do gotta go. I've been long.
All right.
But educate myself. We'll come back to this another day. All right.
Bless it. Yeah. So the thing, unfortunately, I don't think you heard correctly, was the people who were enforcing this anti-black thing were also black. The Zanj were part of the military as well. They were part of the team that enslaved and conquered and fought against the Shia. I would say that when I don't see how you're going to say, oh, this is anti-black when they're the bloody enforcers of it. You know what I mean? So I understand what you're saying, Shakara, but I think you need to put all these variables together and deal with that particular issue that you're facing right before our eyes today and throughout history. Let me see.
I think what he was talking about was that like more of that.
Turn up your mic, please, bro. Turn your mic up, please.
Is it not high? I thought it was high. Is it not high right now?
Yours is the quietest on here. It's like we have to proper listen. You know what I mean?
So hold on.
Yeah.
One second. Give me a sec.
Okay. Yeah, and you got this. You always got this Queen J trying to disrespect the black select. Yeah, Queen J, whoever you are, you want to be. I mean,
how about now?
You retarded Sunnis just need to study and stop chatting rubbish.
How about now?
Yeah,
can you hear me better?
It's okay. I mean, it's a bit similar, but go on. I'll listen as tight as I can. I'll put the things in my ears.
my bad. I'll try and talk as loudly as I can.
Actually, that's better. Go on.
Yeah. I thought so. It'll probably kick in a bit. I think more. He's like trying to get you to get one of the quotes. I know they probably exist from a later date, even if you couldn't get one from at the time of Xandra Rebellion. I take the date at a later time. But I'll wait for you and Shakara to repeat that conversation.
Let me put something.
Talk about Sunnism.
Sorry,
I thought you was going to talk about Sunni.
What with you?
Yeah, I thought you was going to.
Okay.
Hey, Issa, let me ask you a question though. There's 4 schools of Sunnism. Which one is the
5?
Which one is the which one is the one that's like the most evil, I guess you can say?
Oh, hold on. Let's do with what Scattered said when he said 5. What would you say the 5th one is, Scattered?
Oh, 5.
It depends. There's quite a few. There's a few others in the other category, isn't it?
Like what? What would you say? Can you name one?
Zahiri, or the Wahhabis of the nowadays. But you have Zahiris of old school.
So that's Sunni Issa's Zahari group, and he came from, I don't know if it's Ahmed, but he came from one of the 4 schools of thought. I mean, even most of the people that people quote as being new schools or whatever, they generally come from one of these 4 schools. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
So, you know, and it's kind of like, I mean, people keep saying the 4 schools are jurisprudence, you know, like legislation and law. But I'm saying, well, with Islam, there's no separation, because if you're legislating a law, you're going to be quoting Quran and Hadith and commentary. So there's no blasted difference, and it has to be based upon your beliefs, etc. So I don't know how you can't separate the two. Do you get what I'm saying? For instance, imagine a black woman under the Maliki or Shafi school, and she's demanding a high dowry. The government law will be, no, you can't. Do you see what I'm saying? Do you get my point? So,
all right, cool. We'll get into that as we get deep into it. Is that where do you want to start with it?
Oh, you want to? You know what though? The thing is, this is one of the things I'm holding back. When Shaka is asking me questions, I know what he's asking, but I don't want to say them until there's a proper organized debate. You get what I'm saying? Because Veli hasn't yet started to have, like, let's have a 2-hour debate so people can see debate between the black select and whoever. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So even when I'm talking to you, I'm going to hold back quite a bit and try and skirt around the issue. You know what I mean? But I'll give enough out there.
I mean, to be fair, I'm not here to give a full, you know, whatever defense of whatever. And obviously, if I don't know in it. So,
okay, what would you believe to be the foundations of the Sunni religion?
The foundations of the Sunni religion. I don't know. That's a difficult one. Doesn't it be the 5 pillars of Islam? With the 6 of faith.
Okay, so let's deal with the 5 pillars, right? Would you agree that 5 pillars? The reason they're called pillars is because they hold something up, and without them, it doesn't hold up at all. It falls down. Correct?
I would say so. Yeah.
Okay. Do you agree that women do not have to pray when they're on their menses?
Yes, that's the understanding.
Are they still Muslim?
Yes.
Do you agree that one of the other 5 pillars is doing Hajj in the Sunni religion?
Yeah.
And you do Hajj if you can do it.
Yep.
So there are millions of people that have died and not done Hajj, but they're still Muslim, correct?
Yeah.
Do you agree zakat is one of the 5 pillars and it's giving charity, correct? Yep. Do you agree if you're poor, you don't have to give charity?
For sure.
Okay, so that's 3 pillars gone. Yes?
I think you'll be able to do at least 3 of them anyway, but just carry on.
So the only one that you could say is in place is the Shahada, right?
Yeah, and prayer, but yeah.
No, bro, I've just dealt with the prayer. Yeah? I'm saying a woman, yeah, who doesn't, if she's on her menses, right, she dies on her menses and she hasn't prayed for that 5 days or whatever, she's still a Muslim.
Yeah, but she would have prayed before that, but yeah, for sure.
No, bro, I'm saying that then I'm saying the viewpoint of them being called pillars of Islam. I'm saying the difference between our religions, because I'm saying they are not pillars of Islam. The viewpoint of seeing them is something different. That's because zakat, if you don't know, one of the reasons why they've added zakat as a pillar of Islam is because Abu Bakr used that as a pretext to kill other Sahaba for their money. Do you understand?
That's the that's a historical conversation.
Well, I would say it's always there.
For sure. But yeah.
But I'm saying you presented the 5 pillars, and I'm saying that even if we get to Ramadan, do you agree someone who is ill or whatever? Because I'm saying a woman on her menses still fasts in Ramadan, right?
Yeah.
But she doesn't pray.
Yeah.
However, somebody who's ill doesn't have to fast, correct?
Yeah.
Exactly. So that's the 4th pillar. So in your 4 pillars are not firmly established. So where do you go from there?
But that's the thing. It would be on based on your definition of established. For me, they are still established. It's just my understanding of them would be different to yours. So, for example, all 5 of those things still stand. They all are things that are recommended strongly to do within the religion, very strongly to do within the religion, right? So, shahada, well, that's something it's part of the religion. You say every day, basically, right? Prayer is something that you have to do every day, basically, and unless you have a reason for not doing it, you're going to be doing prayer. Charity is something you're going to be doing unless you have a reason for not doing it. Fasting is something.
Hold on, stop. You're not getting the point. I'm saying if you're a poor Muslim, you don't give charity
unless you have a reason for not doing it. I said that.
No, bro, you're not getting. Bro, listen to what I'm saying. It's either if it says you have to give, and that's across the board, right? Then that's everybody, poor or not. But the point I'm making is that it's presented wrongly. John, don't you get it? I'm saying that doesn't go towards
the way it's presented towards me. I understand it, but I hear you. Fair enough. From your perspective, those pillars don't stand.
Okay, go on. All right, fair enough. You would say that's the pillars of Islam, yeah? The foundation of Sunnism, correct?
Yeah, that's what. Yeah.
Okay.
Now, when you say the foundations, like I say, it's quite difficult. The foundations is monotheism, the belief in Allah, the belief in the Prophet.
Okay. Here's where, do you agree that believing that Abu Bakr is a rightly guided caliph and Umar is a rightly guided caliph are intrinsic and part of Sunnism, so much so if you don't believe they have that status, you're not a Sunni?
Yeah, I would say that it's probably that's definitely the case.
Oh, by the way, when I said, so this is squiggly black, some fool out there. When we're saying charity, we're talking about zakat, specifically part of the 5 pillars. Just to show you how dumb these Sunnis are. Squiggly, whatever his name, squiggly black, didn't even know that the zakat is specifically relating to after the Ramadan, where you give your zakat money according to a certain percentage. And again, this is Sunnis talking all over. Yeah, so, sorry, what did you say about Abu Bakr and Umar? Did you agree that was part of the Sunni religion?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, that really is the foundation of the Sunni religion. Because you could even say, let's say, for instance, another person who is so-called Shia agrees that those 5 are the pillars or part of the foundations of Islam. Let's say there's more pillars than 5 and they're part of the foundation. They are mentioned in the Quran. They are things which the Prophet promoted, etc. Fine. The thing that makes a Sunni is your belief, starting with your belief about Abu Bakr and Umar and Aisha, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Do you agree that the Quran speaks of Aisha as an enemy of Allah?
I don't know the exact, what do you call it? Exact surah on this. But I've heard the debate many times, so I have to say that I have definitely heard this discussion.
Right. So from that basis, what I'm saying to you, would you agree that if somebody holds in high esteem somebody that's an enemy of Allah, would you agree they definitely are not following Islam?
To be fair, I would say that you'd have to debate this with somebody who professes a more stronger knowledge of.
No, listen to the question. I'm not specifying it to that individual nor that chapter. I'm just asking a simple question in regards to holding. For instance, in the Quran, Abu Lahab is mentioned, the uncle of the Prophet Muhammad. Abu Lahab is mentioned. The word means father of the flame, right? He's a well-known, accepted enemy of Islam, the Prophet, etc., of the Muslims. Do you agree? If anyone comes today, it starts bigging him up, they're opposing Islam.
Sorry, I zoned out there when you were talking. Can you say that again?
Yeah. So Abu Lahab, there's a chapter named after this person, Abu Lahab.
Yeah.
Father of the flame, who's the uncle of Prophet Muhammad.
Yeah.
Peace be upon him. Now, if somebody bigs up this person, do you agree, or holds them in high esteem, do you agree they cannot be Muslim and they are Islamic?
It would seem so.
Why would it seem so, not be a definitive yes?
Because, like I say, I'm not completely 100% well versed on the issues on which you're discussing. So,
No. But I've said, forget that. I'm not talking about that verse. I've just given you an open question in relation to people that are open enemies of the Prophet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So Abu Lahab, it's in the Quran that he specifically, no one disputes this, no Sunni, no Shia, etc., disputes this. Okay. Shakara, you say, didn't Allah choose Aisha for Prophet Muhammad? You get that from the Sunni pagan hadith. So yeah, you can find that Abu Bakr was the one that offered Aisha, or the Prophet asked for Aisha in regards to that. So no, that's not the case.
But I think what he's talking about is regards to the will of Allah, right? So all that happens is
no, that's not the case. The Sunnis tell you that the angel Gabriel came with a picture.
I know the hadith that you're referring to. I'm not sure Shakara was specifically referring to that hadith. I think possibly he's referring to the fact that all that happens or all that comes to happen is in Allah's will, right?
But then that would be the same for every prophet, and therefore that just wouldn't make no damn sense, would it? I mean, if that's the case, then why send any prophets?
That's a deeper philosophical question, but we'll maybe come to that later. But we was on Abu Lahab, yeah. So Abu Lahab, opposer, an enemy of the Prophet, yeah. So definitely an enemy of the Prophet, right? Directly.
Yeah, it's literally called the father of the flame. So there's no dispute about him. What I'm asking you simply, if certain people today start bigging him up and saying they're Muslim and they still say the Shahada and they do all the prayers, but they're bigging up Abu Lahab in some way. They say, well, he had some sayings and poems and we follow them and da. Would you agree they've left the fold of Islam?
I would definitely say that's very strange. I would definitely say it probably would. Yeah, very strange.
Okay.
I'm not the one to be attacked very, to be fair. Like I said, I need to be a lot more versed in everything that I'm talking about in those areas. But I definitely say that's strange. It's not something that I would do or I'd embark upon or be involved in. One second, are you saying there's Sunnis that back up this guy? Yeah.
No, I'm not. I was giving that as an example. So what my point is, in the same way that he is an agreed upon enemy, Aisha is a disputed enemy, but both of them are mentioned in the Quran or referred to in the Quran.
Yes, for sure.
So both of them, are referred to as enemies of Allah in the Quran. So my point is, there is this bias on one hand in regards to Aisha, because her and her father and her co-wife's whatever it is, co-sister in marriage, Hafsa's father, Umar bin Khattab, both usurped the Khalifa. So obviously from there they could continue to do what they were doing and change the hadith. Do you agree the Prophet was a takfiri?
Yeah, I believe the Prophet made takfir for sure.
Okay, good. Do you agree in following the sunnah of the Prophet?
I believe in trying your best to, for sure, definitely.
No, I'm joking, bro. I hear what you're saying. I don't know.
Yeah. So, like I said, the dispute about, like I say, I've heard the dispute around that the particular chapter on Aisha, like I'm not sold on it. In particular of what was exactly being said. Obviously, I has referred to it in a particular situation that verse is referring to at the time, or the tafsir behind it goes into apparently a particular situation at that time, and that Aisha apologized, etc. But I will leave that to others to defend, because that's not what I was intending to do. Is like I'm not here to give a full-on defense, because I'm not the person to do that. Of Sunniism, because that's not even like my main position. I think there's criticisms of both these schools of thought, Sunni and Shia, to be fair.
So bring them out, bro.
I'll come to the Shia ones in a bit, but but in terms of Sunniism, like from what I understand of the basics of Sunniism rather than the foundation, I think the foundation was difficult for you to answer, but the basics of it is, like you say, like I said, around the Prophet, around the law, and then around the Prophet's successor and the successorship, the quote unquote rightly guided caliphs, the schools of laws that came out as a result of that, and then the idea of how Sharia is derived as a form of that. So the idea of the scholars, the ulama, the idea of the Sunnah of the Prophet, the Quran, and Ijma being the three main whatever it is of the three things for Sharia and what else would you say about Sunni?
I mean, you basically covered it there. But what I'm saying to you is, it's like when you have Abu Bakr and Umar as part of, because for instance, the things you've mentioned, some Sunnis might differ. For instance, Zaharis disagree on the ijma part, because they're saying there really hasn't been any ijma, right?
Okay, yeah.
So, hold on, let me just. So, the thing that I'm emphasizing is these two characters, right? So, for instance, you could have the teachings of Islam and the principles, but do you agree intrinsic to it is the character of Prophet Muhammad and how you see Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him?
For me, yes, definitely.
But don't you agree in Islam? Yeah, you have to agree that Prophet Muhammad is a sent prophet and messenger from Allah. That's part of Islam, right?
Yeah.
Right. So I'm saying likewise, they put Abu Bakr and Umar in this thing, and they say you have to see them a certain way.
Yeah, I disagree with that personally, but yeah, I hear you.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I personally disagree with anyone. Like for me, the prophet comes above anything and anyone else. Do you know what I mean? And I feel like his Sahaba are alhamdulillah, blessings be upon them and all things. You know.
But this is why I said to Shakara, you're not a true Sunni. That's the whole point, or whatever it is I said, and this is my whole damn point.
I mean, yeah, I heard that. Like, I'm not like on the so complete. Yeah, 100%. Like, I come through that camp, but it's not. I don't tie myself to that camp. But now I was more on whether I knew about the Sunnism that I had been involved in that previously, which I knew about. I know about. Done my research into basically, but yes, whether I follow like that kind of backing is yeah, I'm not really anywhere where anyone's going to tell me. But that goes for like on the Shia part, right? So
we'll go on.
So I mean, I'll put my modern day criticisms of Iran to aside, right? And I'll go to
well, let me say this in regards to Iran or Iraq or wherever Shias are, Pakistan, they're always irrelevant in regards to conversation with me, because you never hear me promoting what they're teaching or what they're saying, etc. You hear me? I'm saying you activate your black to get into the Quran and the Hadith, and then we see what we come up with. Give me about 60 seconds. I'm just going to quickly wee, bro.
All right. You could have said, all right, cool. I see the brother James Jones is in the building. I was going to actually cut out, but now I see you here. I might chill for a bit. Yo, the other day, I fully gassed you up and said to you I was going to do this thing about the hangouts with you, and then I just cut out and didn't do it. But yeah, big up, fam.
Yeah, nice, bro. It's cool. It was the thought that counted.
respect.
I jumped on because I wanted to ask you a question. Yeah, cause I've had this convo with Ziriab, and he was talking about that like it's the 5 pillars of faith are like second to, if you like, the 6 pillars of Iman.
Yeah.
What do you think about that, Isa the Great? Is he still there?
He just went somewhere. I think he's gone to the bathroom quickly.
Oh, okay. Because obviously then that I think that's Isn't that more, in your opinion, Scott? Ain't that more of a better way to judge? I know it's not specific to Sunnism, but as just regards to faith in general, ain't that more important?
Yeah, I mean, I would, yeah, definitely. I probably should have included them. That I do think that is probably a lot more in regards to Sunnism. I'm not sure. I think I was gonna ask. I'm not even sure if the Shiites have that. I'm pretty sure the Shiites do have that as well, but maybe they have. So
that's why the reason it's interesting is because people try to say. I don't mean to keep using him as an example, but I feel like he's a good representation, yeah. But people try to say Ziryab is or he isn't, yeah, or he does or he doesn't take hadith. But his thing is following the science of hadith and proving them to be true or not. Not necessarily by himself, but I guess like doing more investigation, yeah.
100%.
If you follow, if you believe that you are following the sunnah of the Prophet, technically, you could describe yourself as a Sunni just by the way other people describe it, innit?
Yeah.
But
I'm black people. So what's
I
going on?
asked 6 pillars of Iman. Can someone not refer to themselves as a Sunni if they follow them?
No. That's they're Quranic, so it's very different. Like it's very different. Yeah.
But don't they follow? Don't you have to follow? Like, isn't one of the pillars following the books of Allah and
What I'm saying to you, that's just a standard thing. But what I'm saying is not that Sunnis don't have common allegiance to certain beliefs like the Day of Judgment, Allah's one, and so on, and the prophets of the past. The factor is what they hold on to that's contrary to Islam. So Abu Bakr and Umar and the things that they reject, like the divinely appointed successorship after the Prophet. Things like this is what messes them up and makes Sunnism an absolute anti-Islamic religion.
But if like, so isn't it better for you to outline your definition to someone like Scattered, and then he could see where he falls on that spectrum?
No, but he knows already. He's said certain. We've spoke several times in the park. Yeah, I think he's even read, or he seems to be pretty much aware. And from what he was saying just now, he basically sees the Prophet as the main person, and then you got the Sunnah. But I'm saying that is still within the Sunni framework, just like the Quranist is a Protestant Sunni because they've seen the alternative to, let's say, Sunnism is putting the Hadith above the Quran. The Quranist didn't like that, therefore they reject the Hadith. The Quranist didn't investigate true Islam first and come to the people who say that the Quran is the standard criteria and the Hadith are judged based upon the Quran. So likewise, Scattered is still saying, the Prophet's the main man, and he's referring to Imam Ali as a Sahaba, whereas
no. I refer to Ali as an Imam, and I refer to the Caliphs as Caliphs. To be fair, I don't put separate them. I do recognize Quranic verses referring to Ali, but yeah, I just don't go with the whole Shia position. But
No. Listen to what I'm saying. Even though because for instance, Sunnis also refer to Abu Bakr as Caliph and so on, but they still call him Sahaba. And they still call him Imams as well, just like you do. I'm saying.
Yo. What's the Sahaba?
Sahaba means, companion. Or it actually means associate in English, because if you look at the word companion in English, it has the connotations of closeness and, somebody it's a positive connotation. Whereas in Arabic, it has more of the connotation of associate. So in the Quran, it mentions that Prophet Yusuf had ashab, or two associates in the prison with him. On different religions. So in other words, in the Sunni tradition, they tried to make out that a companion is somebody that converted to Islam. So a Jew that, let's say, lent Prophet Muhammad money, he wouldn't be considered a companion. So what if the Prophet liked him, whereas the other companions, a lot of them were hypocrites and betrayed the Prophet? Do you see the conflict there? It's like kind of weird. So the word associate is the best word to use. You know what I'm saying?
So I might convert to your Islam, bro. I like
it. Bro. You had seen nothing.
Let me ask you a question.
If you come to Islam, I'll be happy, Daniel. But like.
Well, no. I'm bringing Africa with me. I'm bringing Ogun with me. So Africa's
already been here, but
Yes.
But yeah, I'm gonna help your mind and help you understand Ogun and Shango and the rest even better, bro. I'm gonna help.
Alhamdulillah.
He said alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. But I was gonna say Shia. I'm gonna say Black Tillet, my brother.
I love it when he's called me. I was gonna say Shia, you know. I love it.
Shia, careful, because a Shia is supposed to be a follower of Ali, right? That's it.
I mean, the thing to me is, yeah, when we start discussing, I really try to emphasize the term Islam of the Quran, because I noticed the term Shia makes people think about Iran and other Iraq and stuff like that. And I'm saying that, you know, when we get down to it, because the principal theme of the so-called Shia tradition is to make the Quran the criteria. It basically is saying the Islam of the Quran. The circumstances, whether governmental, whether political, or whatever it is, has meant that certain governments cannot rule in that way. And that's what you lot need to understand is, you know, if you check out the Iranian people, one of the things of their history is this thing of being like the chosen people. They have this kind of, you know, yeah, exactly. They really think there's some, you know, uppity people, and it's like they look down on everyone. Do you know what I mean? Which I really don't give a damn about, because I'm not calling people to them. You get me? I'm not quoting none of their scholars, their opinions. I'm saying the Black Tilek that I've activated and you lot have as a potential to be activated is sufficient for us to go into the Quran and see those gems of wisdom and see those sacred imams that came after the Prophet and the wisdom of what they're saying. We have it before us. We need to stop looking to these other people, basically.
What was I gonna say? But cool. So you wouldn't say Ali was a companion. You say Ali was.
Yeah, it wouldn't be, if you think of it logically, right? If he's his first cousin, so his father's brother's son, right? And he was raised by Prophet Muhammad when he was about 5. Abu Talib, the father of Imam Ali, was too poor to look after him, so he went to live with the Prophet, and he lived with him and was raised by the Prophet. I mean, how can you call him a companion? They even try to put Fatima, the daughter, as a companion. Like, it's retarded. Only Sunnis do this foolishness.
I hear you. I think it's a hard term. Just, I mean, for me personally, I always took it more as generally just meaning as people who knew and were in and around the Prophet in general. Because, like I say, or like has been said, people have said Sahaba are people. Some people have only met the Prophet 2 or 3 times, etc. So for me, I never took it as this term that denoted a sense of closeness per se, just people who are there in the time of the Prophet and may have had experiences with him. Whereas, yeah, for sure, I would definitely say it's very clear Ahlul Bayt, the family of the Prophet, is obviously closer than the companions or the people who lived with the Prophet, his day-to-day closest companions, as it were, the ones who were his closest friends, would have been obviously a lot closer. I don't know, that just goes logically in my head, to be fair. I never took it on beyond that.
All right, do you know the Sunni definition of companion?
And somebody who has met or was in the time of the Prophet who was a Muslim or converted to Islam.
Can you like give them a 1, 2, and 3 or whatever? So point 1 is what?
That they had become a Muslim.
Okay. Point 2.
That they had met the Prophet and in his time.
Okay, this is the thing. This is you know, this is what I'm saying. I mean, I don't know if you should even come under the banner of Sunni. I don't know what you should be. I mean, let's say you're in transition, right? Let's do it.
I'm saying definitely in no transition. In no transition. I'm definitely I'm firmly in my camp, but I'm definitely, like I've always said, I'm a Muslim who follows Islam and the Quran.
No, when I say transition,
Isa, does the Sunnism support LGBT?
Boy, bruv, to me, I mean, what can I say about, bruv? It's on everything wicked. I don't know what to say, bruv. Let me finish this bit with Sahaba. What's it? I'm scattered. What do you mean you're not? What are you? You're comfortable in your camp. So, I mean, how does that work when, like, okay, what you said about Sahaba, right?
Yeah.
You've got those 2, but the 3rd condition is that they died a Muslim.
Okay, cool. And they died a Muslim, but yours, cool. And you, like I said, I was cool. Go ahead.
But how would somebody know that they died a Muslim?
It's not in my place to what?
I'm saying to you, the people later on after the Sahaba.
I hear you. But I'm just saying, that was more my response. That was my answer. Like, as in, it's like I understand your question. Basically, it's not really my. Okay. It's not my. I'm not gonna try and find the answer for that. Somebody else, like I've said, throughout this, could give a stronger. When I say I'm comfortable in my camp, that doesn't mean that my camp is, as it were, the traditionalist Sunni Islam. Like I've got my own takes on things, to be fair, my own understandings and my own perspective. That one day, similar to you, and I have my reasons, that one day I will get more fully and specific on. But as I say, go ahead. But like I said, I have criticism of both Sunni and Shia, to be fair. So it's not like.
Hold on, say that again. That bit. Sorry, you broke up. Go on.
Sorry, I got criticism of both Sunni and Shia. So
okay. Well, that's what I mean. I would like at some point hear criticism of so-called Shia. What my point
is that after this, yeah.
So what my point is to you, bro, is that hey, ultra atheist, what's going on? I have to kick your. Anyway, I will deal with you in a minute. You wait in the queue for the kicking, right? You're after James Jones, right?
Cool.
Big up. So scattered. As I was saying, because you're more or less presented as a Sunni, right? And this is the problem. I feel it's unfair and unjust that you would be a Muslim on a panel or whatever, and it's not clear what your position is. Do you get what I'm saying? Because it's just a Sunni thing, but you're not really a blooming Sunni. So it's kind of,
I would say I try and follow the sunnah of the Prophet, to be fair, as best as I can. I just don't.
Listen, you know fully well there's people that walk around saying I'm not a kuffar, I'm a Muslim, because Muslim means to submit to the will of Allah or will of God, and I submit to the will, but they don't believe that Prophet Muhammad is the last prophet. You understand what I'm talking about?
So some of the elders, they're not scholars, but the elders that I know, some of the ustads, the teachers that I know, right? Some African Caribbean brothers who converted to Islam in the early days. You might even know some of them, but they're much older than you. And like a lot of them were around in the foundation of like Brixton Mosque and Masjid and that. And a lot of them were, let's say they were moved out at a later date by a different brand of Islam that had come in, and they went around. And so like them teachers there, as far as they're concerned, they're Sunni, it's Al Sunnah, and from what they teach me from our hand, the conversations and the reasonings we hold, it's not it's not an anti-Sunni thing, but I can understand that it's definitely not the traditional Sunni perspective or position that.
So we've got hypocrite. We've actually got a hypocrite Islam there. We've got Sunni, we've got Shia, and we've got hypocrite Islam. What are you telling me?
How's a hypocrite?
Because I'm saying, it's like, what would be the reason? The reasons you're rejecting certain things. Okay. There has to be a basis. Then there has to be a reason why you hold on to certain things. Like, for instance, what criticism would you have of Shia? Let's get into that a little bit. Come.
All right, cool. Let's discuss the Shia Islam. So the first position, first basic Sunni criticism of Shiaism is
not Sunni's, yours.
You know, but okay, cool. It's mine. This is also a criticism of mine. But it's a criticism that is leveled most commonly and to basically is that all things, as I said earlier to Shakara, let's go into philosophical things, right? So are within the will of Allah. So the Prophet had appointed Ali as his successor, right, at the final speech, right?
Yeah.
And then for whatever reason afterwards, Abu Bakr becomes the Caliph, right? He is elected and made Caliph, yeah?
Well, not really, but yeah, he becomes a usurper or a leader according to a sneaky meeting away from the Prophet's funeral.
100%. So usurper, whatever it was that he done, he became the Caliph, and this was allowed by God.
Not the Caliph. He became the leader.
Cool. Yeah. Cool. And this was allowed by Allah, right? This happened. This was.
Yes. And your point is what? When you say allowed by Allah, what does that have to do with anything?
Was that right after Islam came to us, that the Prophet allowed Abu Bakr to take over? Yeah.
No, Allah allowed, not Prophet. Yeah, Allah.
No, Allah. That's what I meant. Sorry, Allah allowed.
Yeah. Yeah, okay.
So
Yeah.
why would Allah allow this if it was supposed to be, as a matter of fact, the will of God that Ali succeeded him?
Brilliant. So this is why I said the hypocrite ideology, right? Is because you're trying to bring over Sunni glasses of predestination, right, and predetermination to judge true Islam. So you're trying to say that Allah has prescribed all these things, it's his will. So if it was his will for Imam Ali to be the caliph, therefore you're trying to say that it was his will for Abu Bakr to be the caliph, really. So if we were to supplant that back in history, where the Prophet was attacked and his teeth was knocked out, was that Allah's will? There were various other things that happened to the Muslim women. Was that Allah's will? Or does Allah leave certain things to human beings via them being tested, as the Quran states? So therefore, the people were advised and warned in regards to Imam Ali, okay? In Sahih Muslim.
Yep.
The Prophet says, "Udhakirakum Allah fi ahl al-bayti." I draw your attention to Allah in regards my Ahl al-Bayt, my family, in which he then said Ali is the master of everyone, etc. Right? The test is their test. So Allah leaves them. It's just like he tested them throughout the whole time. Do you think you say you believe and you won't be tested? So when you talk about Allah's will, it's the people then. Okay, let's go back to the perfect example. In the Quran, do you agree that Moses went up the mountain to get these commandments and speak to Allah, so to speak, and he told his brother Harun, take my place amongst my people and guide them aright, etc. Do you agree? After a certain amount of time, remember he was supposed to go up for 30 days. Allah kept him up there for another 10. It was after the 30 days that they were tested. And Samari came in with his talk about Musa's gone, he's forgot his God and so on. Now, when you say Allah's will, was it Allah's will for this in regard to that? Although Moses left Harun, what would you say of this? In other words, according to what you're saying, if we follow your principle, that would mean worship of the golden calf is legitimate in Islam. That's basically what your principle is saying. True or false?
I mean, the principle is that all things are that come into being and that come to pass is that it's within God's plan. So therefore, that it would have been God's plan, whether that it was or allowed or halal, as it were, is inconsequential to the point.
Because that was your point. That was your whole point. You said the issue you have with Shia, yes, is, and you were going on to say about Abu Bakr and it's within Allah's thing. Okay, let's say it is. What's that got to do with the Shia being right or wrong? How is that an issue with the Shia then?
Huh?
How does the fact that this came about as factual history, why would you have an issue with the Shia rejecting Abu Bakr as a usurper?
Who, me?
Yes, it was you we're talking to.
Yeah, I don't have an issue with that. Like, you can do what you want to do. That's on you. That's my position.
Listen, you were given the problems you have with Shia, right? And this was one of your things. So continue with your issue. What?
I didn't say it was an issue. It was a question, right? The question was, if all things are within the will of Allah, right? Specifically on the successorship, why is it that what was within the will of Allah was not allowed to come to pass? That was the question. It wasn't me giving any position about, or it wasn't any position judgment or moralizing. It was a specific question, a logical question, right? It's a question based on logic. So the logic is, right? The logic is all things are the will of Allah. The second part is Ali was willed by Allah to become the leader, right? The reality is Abu Bakr became the leader. So what I'm trying to say is that if you follow that logical line, and that's the question that I posed to you. So it's not you. So I don't know. Like,
hold on.
Good to me. Hold on. You're doing all this sort of stuff. It's not about me. I'm asking you about that logical.
Hold on. Can anyone oppose the will of Allah?
Do I believe so?
Can anything or anyone oppose the will of Allah?
For me, that's a complex theological question, isn't it? Because that involves free will as well as the omniscience of God, right?
Okay, so this is, you know what, this is a very interesting point, because I don't know what it is with a lot of people mixing up having knowledge of something and causing something. So when you say will, what do you mean by will? Because it seems you might have a different definition. What do you mean by will?
So a will is usually a want, right? A desire.
Oh, I see what you mean. Oh, okay. I would suggest no, but go ahead. Okay, so you're saying Allah wants something and humans can overcome Allah's wants.
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's the opposite of what I'm saying. I'm saying etymological position is that Allah has a will that is always carries through. No matter what happens, Allah's will come to pass, right?
Hold on. I just asked you, can anyone oppose Allah's will? And you said that's a theological, a philosophical something.
Yeah, a theological thing, right? So the idea is, if you have free will, right, as a human, you have the will to do your own thing, right? At the same time, if God has created all things and is as the creator of all things and has knowledge of all things, He has created you with the knowledge of what you're going to do, right?
Hey, does God have free will, Esau?
All right. But that's my point. This is what I'm trying to get to, where I'm saying, despite us having free will, I'm saying when Allah wills something, you've just admitted no one can oppose that. So it doesn't matter about the human's choice. The only options you have, let me put them on the table, scattered, is that Allah intervenes with His will, and therefore none can oppose it, or He leaves it. He doesn't intervene with human free will.
Is his decision making arbitrary, or is it like does he have free will in the same way a human has free will?
Yes.
Can he does, yeah?
Yeah. But let's jump on that.
Wait, hold on, but he's omniscient and that, like he can see the future, right?
Yes.
So how can he have free will if he can see the future? He already knows all the decisions he's gonna make.
Yeah. So what's the point?
But then he doesn't have free will.
You've just proven the point he does. I mean, I don't understand what you... Okay, for instance. Hold on. I'm giving an example. I have nothing opposing me building, let's say, a bed I've got from IKEA. I have free will. I have the capability to build this bed, put in the screws, blah, blah, blah. I know what I'm going to produce. So what's the problem? I don't understand. I've got free will to put these legs on first or this first. I don't get your point. How I have free will, how I build a bed.
Yeah, you're missing my point. I have free will also. I can build a house, right? I can build a house. I can build a house.
I don't think you can, but go ahead.
You're correct, by the way. But let's say hypothetically, yeah.
That's why I use a bed from IKEA, because it's realistic. But go
no, but let's just say I could build a house, right? And I will build a house, right? Now, my free will is contingent upon God's plan, almost, yeah. So He's allowed me to be here. He knows what I'm going to do, but I believe what I've decided to do to be my free will, even though He already knows that I'm going to do it. Right?
G Block Americana, please mute up, bro.
Oh, my bad, bro.
Don't die on us, bro. Don't die on us. We need the American wing. No, but seriously, yeah. So let's say, so I have my own free will in which I can build a house, but God is aware of, or my free will is subject to God's sort of design, grand design, yeah?
No.
No.
Hold on.
He knows what I'm going to do.
No. This is what I'm saying. You lot keep mixing up things. There's a divine plan. Within the divine plan, there are elements of free will of the humans and other creatures.
I accept that.
So for instance, no matter what, there are certain things that are going to happen. Between certain events and other events that are going to happen, there are there are elements of free will, right? So, but this specific event, let's say, is going to happen no matter what, stuff like that.
All right, cool. But then, just quickly, then I have to clarify this. So, is he omnipotent or not? Does he know every outcome and every possibility?
Omniscient. Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna have to Google the differences because I use them interchangeably. But anyway,
omniscient and omnipotent, all powerful, all knowing.
Yeah,
omniscient, are they the same?
All knowing.
No, this is what I love about Ultra Funk, My man knows very religious stuff.
They're the same. Right?
Ultra battering up some people, them boy. Big up Ultra.
That's how we do it, bro. G Block.
G, come on, every Ross. But no, serious now, yeah. So, for example, if I'm a human, and I have free will, but God knows of my plan. As far as I'm concerned, just allow me to land with this one. As far as I'm concerned, I don't necessarily have free will if he knows every eventuality, because essentially, the decision has been made sometime in the past, right? It has already been made, not necessarily by me or by God, but if the knowledge is out there, then it's not necessarily free will. It's not arbitrary. It's not random. Yeah, cool.
Okay.
If God himself, herself, whatever themselves, if God itself also knows of every decision it's about to make, then God is exactly the same as a human being.
Right. Let me start going backwards with your last point and then deal with the other point. So when you're talking about the free will of God and so on, we're generally using the human knowledge of free will and actions and consciousness, and we're projecting it on God. That's the first point.
That's honest. I like that.
The second point, my brother, is this, and I dealt with this, and it's interesting that these brothers didn't get it till after an hour. The example I use is this: imagine a cat, yeah, a normal, not those deformed and messed up cat, a normal cat. You have a plastic piece of chicken, and you have a real piece of chicken, and the cat's hungry. I guarantee you, 100%. I haven't seen the cat jump for that chicken, but I guarantee you 100%, and I know this for a fact, that cat is going to choose the real chicken when it's hungry every single time. The only reason I know that is because I know the basic mechanism of the cat and its psychology and behavior. That is it. So imagine an omniscient that knows you in and out and produced you. Do you see my point? So I'm saying, because of the basic nature of human beings, we see ourselves as very complex when it comes to choosing. But let me put you like this, brother. If you went to McDonald's, okay, yeah.
But I'm not gonna lie. I feel like you should defer, or you should have ceased with the first example, which is we're essentially using a human framework to describe what cannot be known or what we cannot understand. I'm happy with just leaving it there. But
No, because
what are you relating? You're saying, but if you know that the cat's gonna, let's say the cat doesn't have a sense of smell, or let's say the cat's
that's why I said a normal cat. That's why I gave the example of a normal functioning cat, because I've seen some weird cats in my life.
Then what are we doing now?
Sorry,
we're further reducing the argument till it's sort of, or we're shoehorning this argument to make it fit. But we're trying to describe God.
No, brother. The reason why is because I'm saying, compared to the cat,
the point is that
one second, let me just say this little piece. Sorry. What I'm saying is, brother, is that the comparison I'm making is between us and the cat. We're more intelligent. We're more intellectual in our capacity. So likewise, the Almighty is much more superior than us. And we think, when we're asking these questions, we're thinking it's all complex. But when you go to a real superior psychologist, he will actually predict. This is why certain people that are the priesthood, the real priests of our community, and deal with this. This is why they can predict what you're going to do. You get what I'm saying? Because they have an insight based upon so many other forces that are working towards events. Do you get what I'm saying?
This is why every attempt at proving or sort of using some deductive logic to prove a God falls into this infinite regress concept issue, because essentially what you're going to say now is you can give me the precepts and axioms for free will, but then I could just use them on your own God to prove that he's governed by rules, and then it can't be outside of those rules, because guess what all humans understand is the rules. Or the only way
I agree with you, bro.
Axioms, do you get what I mean? So we'll always fall into that issue, like we always will.
No, but it's not falling anywhere, brother. If you think about it like this,
you said you're trying to use a human framework to describe a God, which technically is impossible, because God literally by definition is outside of our own understanding. Yeah. So I would be happy if we left it there, because the chicken, I understand exactly the point you're making, but that's still, it's almost like it's an oversimplification of quite, like, you've chosen to use something that we both understand, the concept of like arbitrariness or free will. Yeah, you've chosen to use that specific term, and now you're trying to sort of adjust or augment the function of this concept of free will to sort of fit this God narrative, as opposed to saying, you know what? Yeah, we don't understand God's free will. He may have it because he can have everything, but we don't understand it.
No. Let me explain something to you, bro. What you have to remember is this: all of these traditions, they basically say that the source is unknowable. That is the fundamental basis that we start with. However, we acknowledge, based upon logic, reason, and rationality, that for the human being to function normally, intellectually, it must exist. In other words,
we can't function normally within what we call creation without being consistent and saying, well, there's some source, whether you want to call it Big Bang, whether you want to call it forces that interacted, don't make a difference. Okay, we a source must have cause and effect, etc., because that's the natural function of the human brain. Maybe if we have another being that functions differently, maybe when you make the quantum computer, it's going to have a different opinion. But not just that, my brother. There's various levels of consciousness that you can perceive the same reality so different. So even when you say cause and effect, even that doesn't make sense to you. So I don't know if you ever tried LSD and these various other things, but imagine meditating, using certain sacred tones, etc., and you can cause your brain to release certain chemicals and have a similar experience to if you took DMT, etc., right? Then trust me, the only thing you're probably going to be able to use to describe those experiences is pure symbols and poetry. Do you understand? I'm telling you, brother, this is how it works.
Go on.
Sorry, so my point to you is, I'm just giving you the foundational logic, reason, and rationality basis, which it seems the majority of mankind hasn't even reached this basic level of how we're supposed to interact. Because you're asking, for instance, if you're posing you're saying there's a contradiction in the sense of I'm presenting something of free will, but then I'm taking it back away by saying, well, no one knows. And I'm saying to you, I totally agree. Now, if you want to explore further into that, it's kind of you have two things on opposite sides, but you have a path in the middle. So now is where you go through the middle to find out. So now you're on the next level now of experiencing those two things you just left.
Can I interpolate really quickly? And Scattered, are you still there?
Yeah, I want to jump back in actually.
Sorry, I hijacked this, you know. I was just gonna say the one of the most intellectually honest positions, and I'm quoting this guy to death now, or who brought it to my attention was Ziriab, when I had a similar conversation with him, and he wasn't easily pinned down on any point, and he basically, as far as he describes God using a principle called via negativa. I'm not sure if either of you are aware. I assume you must be, or
I've heard it before, but I can't remember what. Sorry.
It's a philosophical approach. I'm reading the definition here. It's a philosophical approach to theology which asserts that no finite concepts or attributes can be adequately used of God, but only negative terms, i.e., what God is not. So you can't describe what God is. You couldn't say God had free will, but you could say he was not a human. So, well, our concept of free will, he doesn't have that. Or, you know what I'm saying? Or you say, like, an issue I have a lot of times where it is a bit like. It is a bit trivial, like going through these back and forth exchanges, because none of us can prove what is true of God, right? But it is a good lesson for those who do genuinely believe to not ever try to put parameters around God to demarcate their God, because then that's when it falls. Like, you can have semantic arguments can be used to sort of disprove certain points.
Okay, here's the problem you have, bruv. Tell me something that you can prove or that you know. Tell me anything you think you know for a fact. Give me anything
that I know for a fact.
Well, I'm gonna go shop, and maybe when you come back, you're done.
You what?
Sorry?
I'll go shop. When I come back, maybe you're done.
No. Go on. Sorry, I hijacked this. I'm sorry, Scattered. You lot are having a deeper. I just like that free will game. It's just a fun game to play.
Keep going on that. Keep going on that. Please do.
Yeah, James Jones.
I think.
Sorry, let me tell you what I asked that. You said
that
no one really knows whether God exists or knows about God, etc. So therefore, let's
deal
with
what I said. It's best to describe. I said I can't prove God exists, and you can't prove I can't prove he doesn't exist. You can't prove he can. But your belief in him, because it's unknowable almost, yeah.
Okay. So tell me something you can prove. Tell me anything you can prove then that does exist or doesn't exist.
To myself or to you?
To anyone, to just hear what I'm saying. The same way you're saying I can't prove God exists, let's use the standard for what you're claiming you can prove something exists or doesn't exist. Let's go down that road.
I can prove my innocence in court.
Okay, hold on. That might depend on how much money you got, or you might you might wink at one of the jury females or something like that, or something.
Yeah, but people will regard that as proof or not proof. So they'll say it's either proof or it isn't proof.
But bruv, this is what I'm saying. That's the worst thing to use, because at the end of the day, if you're I don't know whether you're light skin or dark skin, but when you go in a court full of certain white people and then barristers, they're just playing with the psychology of them people in the jury, bro.
Then they might argue I don't have proof, but then if they assume it's foregone conclusion, and I already have proved something. If they regard it as proof, then that's an example of me proving something, no?
If they regard it, now we're getting to the point. See, then it becomes very subjective, and this is my point. I'm saying the same way how we're talking about other things, like can I prove? Let's say you held a cup and you dropped it and it smashed on the floor, right? Or you can say, well, when I dropped this, it was smashed on the floor.
Yeah.
We can now go into the psychology of your existence and your consciousness. Was it just your imagination? Was it my imagination that we shared? Blah, blah, blah. I'm saying when you want to do that about Allah, you can do it about anything. So this is why the foundation.
How tall are you?
How tall? Let's say just about 6 foot.
How did you measure yourself?
Exactly. Via a standard that was agreed upon, which is very subjective, so to speak.
If I agree with that same standard, so let's say you used feet and inches, yeah?
Yeah.
And then you use some kind of measurement device, yeah?
Yes.
And then that measurement device is exactly the same measurement device I have, yeah?
Exactly.
And so could you prove to me that you were 6 foot well?
Exactly, yes. So that's what I said. There has to be a standard.
Right. If your terms, that's what I say. If your terms for God are separate to mine, then it's going to be impossible for you to prove God to me.
No. This is what I'm saying to you. This is where we go through the process of how we're going to prove something to be true or not. But anyway, this is going deep now, because a lot of this stuff I'm not supposed to speak on just yet. So we're getting.
When you say you're not supposed to speak, who's it saved for? Is it saved for the atheists or the Sunnis?
No. This relates to the brothers who are part of the Brotherhood. Let's say. Yeah. I'm saying it goes into more deep stuff. No. Those people that are on the Islam of the Quran. Yeah, true Islam.
Oh, okay. Is that who you refer to as the Brotherhood? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, what, Sunnis are brothers? What the hell? Come on now.
You know what though? Yeah, you know how Raspec's been going at Star for ages now about people bringing people into the fold and out of the fold, and who needs to work with who and whatnot. Do you believe every Sunni, like black Sunni, has ill intentions or has sort of got into Sunnism, for lack of a better expression, for the wrong reasons?
There were several points there. I don't think that every black Sunni has bad intentions at all. Unfortunately, I think we're naive as hell and been brainwashed and to use the words of one of the great black Muslims. Yeah, you've been had, you've been hoodwinked, you've been bamboozled by the stinking Sunni pagan infidel kafir monkey.
I don't think he said the last part for some reason. I feel like he said the first two.
We got to add on to our elders, bro. We got to work with them.
Wait a minute. Wait, Esau. What do you think about Dr. Khalid Muhammad? Sunni?
Oh, this is the thing.
I'm not gonna lie, bro. I'm gonna be mad at you all over again, bro. You picked the word right, man.
I did what?
I'm gonna be mad at you all over again, bro. Just saying.
I don't like the turtleneck, though. I have to admit the turtleneck.
Let me say this. My perspective is the greatest black man that black liberator we've ever had in the last 500 years is Elijah Muhammad, right? That's my position. Dr. Khalid Muhammad, again, I believe is one of our great powerhouses. But from what I've learned from his speeches and Farrakhan's speeches, I think Khalid Muhammad, again, didn't understand the wisdom of what Farrakhan was doing when he was trying to draw some sort of peace between Warif Deen Muhammad. So I find issues there, but obviously I weren't there, but I'm just using that kind of source. But obviously Khalid Muhammad's my guy, bro. You know what I mean? So
yeah, but he was more Sunni. They didn't believe in the 12 Imams, put it like that.
No. Remember, he was Nation of Islam, and then he basically went to Black Panther, didn't he? So that's what I'm saying. You can't. But you can't really.
He was still a Muslim.
Huh?
He wasn't a Muslim when he left the nation.
He was kind of like. He became basically a Pan-Africanist from the Black Panther perspective, or a Black Panther from the Pan-Africanist perspective. You get me? What's this say? Shakara speaks. Yeah, Wallace was a Sunni. I agree, but the point was, I'm saying that Farrakhan himself was trying to build some bridges
with Warith D. Muhammad. And apparently Khalid Muhammad didn't like this. But in fact, you know what? I've been thinking about doing this. I think me and Shakra, and maybe even you, America, G Block Americano, let's do a talk on, was Malcolm right to in fact, was Malcolm and Khalid Muhammad, were they correct? So was Malcolm correct in opposing Elijah Muhammad?
Yes.
And was man, you gonna get okay? So you'll be on the other side, and I'm sure Shaka will be on the other side. I'm gonna represent.
I'm saying yes from the angle of Malcolm X only cared about the progression of Black people moving forward. He became a Black nationalist, and Islam was the weapon that allowed him to organize. There were members that wanted to work with the civil rights movement, but Elijah Muhammad didn't want.
Let's not. No. We're having that discussion. Don't bring out information right now. Save that to your refutation. You know what I mean? Save.
That's a bit disingenuous, Issa, though. You agree with the Nation of Islam, but you fucking condemn Sunnism. Isn't that?
No. Listen to what I said, brother. I said the greatest Black leader. Liberation leader.
Oh no. But you wouldn't take if someone brought you some sheikh or something that was some African guy, but he was from like one of the Sunni schools. I know for a fact you would refer to him as a coon. So
hold on. All right, let me tell you why first, because that's what you should have asked. But anyway, obviously you're guided by Sunnism. So once I tell you why, you'll understand. No. This is what I'm saying. Hold on. Yeah. So now what it is, Elijah Muhammad. The reason why I say that is because he's one of the most genius Black psychologists we've had. He composed one phrase, bruv, which literally sent ripple effects like a nuclear bomb would.
That's true.
On the planet. And he promoted this one phrase: "The white man is the devil." Bruv, this one phrase caused so much ripple effect in the consciousness of white people and Black people, bruv. And I'm saying that there alone, when people that hold on, how many Black people do you think, in a time where they literally believed, yes, we are inferior, so we accepted we're inferior, so don't treat us bad, just like a dog accepts, you the master, I'm a dog, but don't mistreat me.
Elijah Muhammad, I'll say this. Elijah Muhammad crushed. When I say he, like in a period of time when the Black church was getting strong, Elijah Muhammad was like, listen, if y'all are tired of being stepped on, come talk to me. And
humor me for a moment, yeah. Please, sorry, because I'm ignorant, yeah, and I'm not being intentionally obtuse. This is genuine. Yeah. Are there no racist Shias?
Bro, there's loads of racist Shias. He wouldn't. James Jones.
Can I just make this point? The reason I asked that, if you agree with that, fine. Then, so can you not assume that there are some Sunnis then that are equally pro-Black?
Brother, I agree. Brother, listen to what I'm saying to you. Brother, listen. I want you to listen. Please don't take anyone's misrepresentation of my words. My issue is number one with the Sunni ideology, right? And then number two, Sunnis that come against me and true Islam. So for instance, bruv, there's Sunnis that I know. I've got Sunnis in my family and so on. The point is, they just get on with their Sunni life and that's it. We give each other salam. We're doing things. We talk, we joke, whatever. What I'm talking about is people who are actively against us, whether they're doing it sporadically and taqiyya and lying at 1 minute. Do you get what I'm saying? So my point to you is I'm not stupid about the Sunni mentality. When you mention, for instance, a pro-Black Sunni in relation to the Nation of Islam, and the difference is Elijah Muhammad Blackanized. Remember, he made a group that was proper Black. So therefore, the Sunnis of the utmost, if you notice, one of the things, bruv, when I converted to Sunnism, they were so eager to call Farrakhan, Elijah Muhammad Kafirs. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Whereas they would discuss, let's say, deviant groups of Sunnis and make excuses for racist Sunnis. Only now they're catching up, bruv. You don't even know, all of 8 years ago, that Sunni Isa was backing his slave masters in Speaker's Corner when I was talking about the Prophet being Black. Now all of a sudden he's on the Black, well, not all of a sudden, but over the years he's come over. But I'm saying he's not learning his lesson, or he learns very slowly. Do you get what I'm saying? My whole point is Sunnism is like some thing that makes our Black people slow in thinking when it comes to pro-Black progression. Do you see what I'm saying to you? I used,
two questions though. So wait, hold on. Is it a fundamental theological difference, or in your opinion, anti-black racist agenda within the religion problem? What is just the problem with Sunni?
We've been doing this all day, James. I will ask Isa. I just wanted to add in there though, because like I was gonna say, I would personally argue and say that that's the thing of all religion. I think for me personally, having come from a pro-black Pan-African family in the first place and going into Islam from that perspective, I possibly did not get affected by some of those mentalities and those ideas. But I know. I mean, I've got a couple of friends, one of which who converted to Islam and went on to become Shia. So one in particular become a Shia. And that same situation of where whenever you try to talk about something pro-black, they had to throw in something else about some other culture, some other nation, or some other kind of justification whenever you talk about racism in a particular area or even with a particular scripture, for example. They would always find some justification for it. So I would say I don't think it's something that's particular to Sunnis. I think most people who go into religion,
scattered minds.
Yeah.
Why do you think I keep telling you Islam or the Quran? Okay, let me just let me just be, because you lot keep to Shia. What do you think has happened to the Shia mind over the last 1,400 years? Pretending to be bloody Sunni. Do you know what that's like? Pretending to be a Sunni. Meaning when you come out to the masjid, you have to speak like you're a Sunni. When you go shopping, you have to speak. When you go to school, you have to pretend you're a Sunni. Every blasted aspect, even in your flipping house. I don't know if you know, Saddam Hussein used to have people that used to pretend to be Shia to spy on the Shia. As you probably expect that to be the case, right? So my point to you, my brother, is when you're telling me what these Shias are doing and how we've got coons that convert to their Shia thing, bruv, I went to some of the Shia masjids. I know what they're about, but it's no different than me going to a black church and they got a white Jesus there, and that's not normal for them. Something's happened to them. Do you understand?
I would agree with you 100%. I would agree with that. Like
the example of
that's not normal.
It's not an example. That's what I'm saying.
No, but Isa, I'm genuine. I'm truly objective. I can give a shit either way. I believe all of it's make believe. Yeah, but honestly, yeah, there is an anti-black agenda worldwide. So for someone like me that is truly objective, yeah, when you point out the racism, the sort of intrinsic or systemic racism within the Sunni institutions, yeah, I agree with you. I'm like, yeah, I can see it. I can see it lighted, clear as day.
Yo, who's this person in the chat keeps saying Sunni Islam is the Islam of Africa? That's a fucking lie.
What talking though, bro? But I feel
finish your point, James. Sorry.
Yeah, but that's just a reflection of societies, plural, in general. Or that is a global agenda or global anti-black sentiment.
Okay.
For you to point it out in Sunnism particularly, I would assume that not only is that your issue, and I commend you for pointing that shit out, but I would imagine there's a theological dispute within, sort of wrapped within there as well. It's not.
No. So let me be clear. Let me be clear, because what you've just said is what people have tried to miscommunicate my information. The reason why I'm focusing on Sunnism is because I don't find black people joining the KKK nor the neo-Nazis and saying, this is the black man's original religion. You're actually born the KKK. You're actually born neo-Nazi. Do you understand? So the difference is that I've seen black people for years, brother. And then when I look in history, I've seen that through videos and known about it and so on, right? And because I see black people that potentially could do so much more for the black community, right? Converting to this garbage and then cooning and wasting 7 and 10 years before they actually become black again or blackenized to a degree. I'm saying just to skip the whole thing at all, because I'm saying to you, it's something which is hiding. Do you get it? I'm saying because it hides itself as something else. So it's not a Sunni versus Shia. I'm saying as a black man, I'm seeing the black community retarded by this ideology.
More time black people are self-hating anyway. Like that, it is a fact of social conditioning. It's not like the religion didn't do it to them. Like you see normal, regular black guys that do that same shit that Scattered was talking about, which is what about everybody, bro? Kumbaya, like let's include the whole world.
Brother. The difference is it's not claiming to be the black man's original religion and coming from Allah. Do you know this? This is my whole, bruv. Listen to what I'm saying to you. The reason why I'm down with Elijah Muhammad is because no matter what the hell he taught, his fundamental thing was the black man is God. Now, regardless of how I interpret what that God means, he's basically saying you're not a freaking sub-white man. You're not a subhuman, a 3/5 of a human being. You got to look to yourself and produce a future built by your blooming self. Yes or no? Do you understand my point, bro?
Yeah, no. That I do understand. That I do.
Exactly. So what I'm saying to you is, if I could find some Sunnis and basically it's impossible, right? More or less, right? If I could find some Sunnis that were pro-black, okay, and I mean proper studied Sunnis. For instance, Wallace D. Muhammad would have been the perfect example, right? But he's the example of it failing because he tried to bring pro-black Sunnism and it fell on its face, fam. When you study Wallace D. Muhammad's movement, right, he did bring a lot of good things. I'm not lying. He did take some good things from his father, from Marcus Garvey, you know what I mean, the businesses and so on. But the nature of Sunnism is that your mind is generally either going to have something that's let's say pro-black, that overcomes the Sunni thing, and therefore you're not a real Sunni, or the Sunni thing is going to overcome that. And this is a fact across the board, and you become a blasted hypocrite. And this is
sorry, what happened with Warith Dean?
What do you mean? What, his movement?
Yeah, how did he?
You press the leave button, bro. How did he? Let's try and finish off his sentence. How did he? Look, I've done it. I've been trying to press another button, and then I press leave studio, and I'm like, bloody hell, and then I can't get back in. You get me? Yeah, no, that's happened.
You know the thing though is, Isak, is it even possible, bro? Is it even? Because I mean, like, let's be real. Like, Sunni Islam is been there. It's been there long enough, bro. You ain't gonna convince Africans in northern Nigeria. You ain't gonna convince like the Fulani or the Hausa.
Brother, listen to what I'm saying to you. It's not a matter of me convincing. Listen, one of the things that is actually happening now, regardless of whether Isa the Black Tilek does work or not, is people are recognizing, this is my main thing, is people recognize that there's two different religions, not two sects in the same religion. Do you understand? That's the main point. I'm saying that's let's say the religious issue. But my point is, as a black man, because remember, I've been pro-black from day one. And because I was pro-black before I became Sunni, then got brainwashed into that garbage, I still had the pro-blackness. Do you get me? But I didn't have the Arabic and I didn't have the knowledge to argue my case through the religion. That's when I started to understand Wagwan. You get me? And studied my way out of that garbage. Do you get what I'm saying? So my point to you is, in relation to the pro-blackness, I'm saying we've had Sunnism for so long. Look at, all right, let me give you this example, Brad. You have millions of Sunnis in Africa following a Sunni imam who was from Persia, or wherever the hell he's from, right? A Sunni imam. And in his, imagine the government of this Sunni imam says that black women are not that attractive. They're so ugly that they don't need to cover their face. They're so ugly that they cannot demand a dowry. From the government level, bruv, and then African people are going to follow him. They may have said, we're not going to take that part. But I'm saying, I wouldn't follow, bruv. I would gun this blasted monkey. Do you understand? How are you going to ignore, oh, I'll just ignore that and take the rest? The person himself is a goddamn shaitan. Do you not get? I'm saying he himself must be a kafir to say that. Do you not agree?
Yeah, I agree. No, I agree. Exactly. Convincing them to agree, because it's like they'll hold a blind.
No, it's happening, brother. It's happening, my brother. It's happening. It's happening, my brother. So you know what I mean. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, but I think I'm being honest with you. Just being, maybe you're right. I'm not saying you're wrong in any way, but I just think that is a representation of who that person is and what that person is willing to accept, regardless of whatever.
No, what do you mean that person, bro? Listen to what I'm saying to you. Listen to what I'm saying to you. Are you talking about the
authority? I'm saying the believer or the so-called believer. I'm saying that generally speaking, people don't necessarily believe in God, right? Sometimes their belief lies within their in the belief system or the group of believers. So they believe in being believers, and a lot of these people. Like, for example, I remember I saw a debate with you about the jail converts or reverts. Yeah, like you know that there's other reasons for them reverting other than a connection and a personal relationship with God, right?
Are you mad that a lot of them convert because it's true gang in there, bro?
Yeah, but as I'm saying, is the issue Sunnism or their desire to be in the gang?
Well, no, a lot of it's protection, bro. Because you might say, for instance, let's say. I'm not saying Islam of the Quran now. I'm saying, let's say Shia. Let's say whatever. Let's say a black guy in there who is known as a bad man converted to Orthodox Iranian Kun Shia. Let's say he was a Kun. And I'm saying, but he was a bad man known in there. And therefore they come under his jurisdiction. I'm saying that can happen in anything. In Christianity, in certain parts of it, you might have a more racist white thing. It doesn't matter.
But go on.
Yeah. But this I'm done. It's precisely my point. Raspek's been going for God knows how long now about this Sarah guy being British or saying he's British. As far as Raspek's concerned, that sort of takes him out of the fold of being pro-black. Yeah, Pan-Africanism he's got a case. No, Pan-Africanism he has got kind of a case, but at least with the pro-black issue, man, like you can't be British and man enslaved your people. But that's an example of even outside of religion, someone who is joining a movement or wants to be associated with something that's not beneficial for his people, and that's not even that's got fuck all to do with a god and religion. So when you look at these people that you're criticizing, these Arabs are all listen. The Arab hegemony and supremacy is going to be promoted in all facets of Islam. However you want to cut it and splice it, yeah. No. But your opinion is a minority one. Be honest, my bro.
No. What you just said. No. What you just said there. Do you know what the Quran says about them? About Arabs.
About Arabs.
Yeah.
Oh, tell me.
Okay, so it says in chapter 9, verse 101, it talks about the Arab, yeah, which are mainly known as the desert people, or the Romans in the desert, and it says they are the worst. Oh, sorry, it's chapter 9, I think, verse 99. So it's saying that they're the worst, the most deserving of ignorance, and the worst in hypocrisy, right? And there's other verses that tell you in general that these people are a backward people. Do you understand? So this was, I don't know if you saw Sarah's video where the brothers were around the table, right?
No,
the same discussion that you're saying come up where they were saying, well, because the prophet was Arab, therefore, and he's the best of mankind, that obviously Arabs must be superior. One of the brothers, who they're Sunnis, one of them said, well, that wasn't the case when the prophet came to them, because before him, they were mashed up. Do you understand what I'm saying? So if they're trying to say that Arabs intrinsically of being Arab are superior, that's contradicted not only by the fact the prophet came to them in the first place, right? Number two,
but if you look at the, sorry, go on.
Sorry, go ahead, brother.
The greatest sort of representation of Shiism, as far as I'm aware, is Iran, and the sort of what people usually refer to when describing Sunnism is Saudi Arabia. These are both, I mean, Persian, Arab, how they look pretty fucking similar. And as far as what could be described as hegemony, be it the Arab garb, you know, the I don't know, the headdress, I don't know what you call that, the headdress, that like the red, you know, anyway, yeah, it's generally Arab, right? The language is Arab, and we consider that to be inextricably linked with the sort of phenotypical Arab that we see. Yeah. So it's the language, it's the garb, the way they dress, the culture as it pertains to like Arab culture now, innit? Even the North African Arabized culture is all what we consider Sunni and Shia Islam to be. So like it's difficult for you to pull out some kind of like verse in isolation when generally speaking we all accept. And I know there's other verses where like the prophet's meant to be like a prophet can only be from a certain tribe, or the prophet or the caliph can only be from a certain tribe or some stuff like that.
No, bro. Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what you said about Iran. Do you agree that Saudi Arabia was assisted, if not basically fundamentally built by the British, the government of Saudi Arabia as it is today? Do you agree?
100%.
Okay. 100%. Now watch this. Do you agree that the West, so the global government, the powerhouses, have opposed the Iranian theocracy from its inception? Yes or no?
Yes.
Right. So you can't compare the two, because Saudi Arabia has been free to be any kind of blasted Sunni it wants to, whereas Iran has never been free to express himself and evolve and be proper Shia. Do you understand? So they've had to, ignore this, bruv. Let me show you something. They've got things which other Shias are like, are you really a Shia or are you Sunni? This is what Shias, because for instance, in the Quran, it clearly makes clear that Aisha is an enemy of Allah and the Prophet and so on. Now, there are some Shia that go out and curse her and do all kind of stuff, and they even make stuff up. They say she done certain things after the Prophet, which I don't believe, right? But my point is that that's been banned in Iran. Now, I see the political wisdom behind that, okay? But my point is, in regards to, if you want to look at it as a manifestation of, let's say, even the Iranian Shia ideology, it's not, because it has to do X, Y, and Z based upon political reasons, which flow into religion. Do you get my point? So you can't even look at that and say, well, boom, this is Shiism manifest. But you can look at Saudi Arabia and see Sunnism manifest, because they believe Abu Bakr is the best person.
it wasn't a theological point. I was saying like the
when you want to look at Shia, right? Iran is the best or the most
yeah, you see a Persian, a phenotypically Persian face when you look at, and unfortunately they look very similar to their Saudi Arabian, to their Arabian cousins, right? So you see Arabian, you see Persian, you see that what did you mulatto? I think you described it as yeah. Right, that's what you see. There's a point I was making. You're in the minority with your view of like the true true representation of an Arab is, and then also you have the language, which, like I said, is
hold on, wait, hold on. In regards to knowledge, right? Let me show it to you like this. This is one of the things that before Shakara went, I was going to say this, right? One of the reasons why it's not so easy to come out and talk about complexion, i.e., black, being a problem, is because amongst the Arabs, especially in history, bruv, you would always have some really dark child popping up left, right, and center, bruv. So and the thing is, their mentality, their focus is more on your tribe than the complexion. So, for instance, they would know that if you're from Zanzibar or if you're from Ghana or whatever, they know you're not part of their tribe, so they don't give a damn. But they made it part of the black thing as well with the afro hair. Because before I used to wear, you know, that headpiece that they wear, that flipping basically like the head wrap down. Yeah, I used to wear that coming to Speaker's Corner back in the day when I had my thing. This man started speaking to me in Arabic, so people would say, "Oh, people would literally ask me, which part of the Middle East are you from?" They would just assume I'm from that country because I had my beard and all the rest of it. And this guy was listening to someone else, and he asked me something in Arabic. So I think he was asking me, "What is this conversation about?" Because we're both watching the people speaking. And I turned to him, I goes, "I don't know Arabic fluently." Bruv, if you see this man's face looking at me, oh yeah, this is what it was. I had a black cloth on my head, right? And I don't know if you noticed, the black cloth represents descendancy from the Prophet, peace be upon him, right? And black, the word aswad comes from the root, I think it's sawada, which means to be noble and high. Do you understand? So therefore, it's generally the higher status people that in society wear this. So you'd find the ayatollahs who are descendant, or the scholars in the Shia who are descendants of the Prophet, they wear black turbans, and the others are not allowed to wear the black turban. You understand? So this is why this guy looked at me like, "Oh my God, you flipping imposter." Like, it was proper vex, bruv, if you see the man's face. And I was like, okay, so it had nothing to, and this is my point, where it had nothing to do with my complexion. You see what I'm saying? So with them, it's over complexion. Outside of that, they favor the white over the black. But within their own, this is what I'm saying. When you get to tribal, bruv, try and meet people that are extremely tribal. The way that their brain functions is very different than we're used to in this Western world. I'm telling you, bruv. These people are like, you're bloodling it. You know, it's not something we're used to. I can't complain about it. Do you know what I mean? Because it is a good thing to have in general, although justice should trump everything else. But it's very weird for us to think of tribe over complexion when... sorry, go ahead. I've been talking. Sorry.
Listen, I don't agree with any of the points you're making. I'm just saying fundamentally, it's not... All right. I don't know enough to even to disagree with you, so I wouldn't do that. Yeah, I'm not in opposition to what you're saying. However, I would just say to add a little bit of nuance from my perspective, given the fact that I know there's racism in sort of both schools of thought, yeah, be it Shiism and Sunnism, I would culturally, let's say not even theologically, just like culturally, but I would say that I believe the issue lies with the self-esteem or self-hatred, or however you'd want to describe it, of the black man and woman, as opposed to the indoctrination of this religion, as if we're giving it, in my opinion, you give it too much credence. Because in my opinion, and I've maintained this, I believe most believers believe in being believers. They don't believe in this God. The God isn't what governs there. It's the social and cultural implications of becoming a Muslim. Like that guy you described, the Isa guy, one of the main things I don't want to criticize him because I don't know him. He seems
perfect example, brother. Perfect example. Yeah.
He clings on to that culture. And it seems to me that he made his decision before his belief in God. He made his decision to associate with that culture. Do you see what I'm saying? So, exactly, right?
It's as simple as that.
Hey, is it haram to say that you're black first before you're a Muslim?
Is it haram to say
that you're black first before you're Muslim?
It's I would say no. I'm not saying you're retarded, but I would say the question is retarded
because it's normally supposed to be, for instance, Pakistanis, mulatto Arabs ask us that question when we're talking about, because they're talking. Remember, being Pakistani is not your race or your complexion. That's your nation. You get me? So they try to pretend to us that when we're talking about black issues, we're also talking about national issues, because we might say words like black nationalism. But the point is, being Muslim and black are intrinsic, because that's how Allah created me. Now, I might go into philosophical ideas or scientific ideas of me being black is superior or whatever, right? But I'm saying, because of your question, it's being a Muslim and black, there's no confusion there. They're equal, because I'm a human. It's like saying me having, I don't know, me being a human being and being Muslim. Which am I first? It doesn't make sense.
That Somali brother that was just trying to talk about what's going on in his land, and they were like, he just simply had himself drenched in the flag. You know what I mean? Like, he was just trying to bring up Somali pride. They were like, oh, don't talk about Somali, talk about Islam, profess Islam, profess Islam. And you're just like, man can't talk about what's going on? Like, even displaced kids. There was like people who died off the coast of Yemen. And it was like, you would think that, like, you're talking about 100% Muslim country, you would think that that would just be priority for the whole Muslim world. That like, yo, Muslims are dying in the ocean right now. Muslims are dying in the Mediterranean. But it's like, they're black. So, I mean, well, they don't see them as like them. So it's like, what's the point? You know what I mean?
I mean,
I just feel like that's why, honestly, I'm just saying, like, until I see Muslims internalize it, like the fact that when Libya, the thing that was going on in Libya, Mauritania, these are Nigerians, these are Ghanaians, these are
but this is my point, bro. Where's the rambling up of the Sunni nation?
Like the Sunni caliphate, you know, the caliphate up north in Nigeria. These are Hausa and Fulani that are being thrown in the water right now. These are
bro, look at this. Somebody might say to me, well, where's the Iranian army trying to da-da-da? You know what the problem is with that question? Is that them same Sunnis would have been fighting for their Saudi Arabian and other masses to try and attack Iran and other Shias. Do you see the dichotomy that the other Shias are putting? Do you get what I'm saying?
If the Sunnis are trying to talk about Islam is under attack, then why is the House of Assad literally like sucking off the United States government? Like, and it's been like this for a long time, bro. It's been like, bro, when I tell you, son, that in America, the reason why I think it's different for you guys over there is because you guys are getting Arabs fresh out of the sand, bro. You getting them like, you know what I mean? You getting them fresh off their camels. But bro, in America, bro, we don't play, because I mean, like, it's like the Nation of Islam has its place in the black community. So if you disrespect them, you're dealing with the black church, you're dealing with black nationalists, you're dealing with the Black Panthers and a couple of gangs, as well as a lot of the Latinos. Then like full on communities of just like Somali, and to, you know, Niger, Congo, whatever you want to say it, are just worship, or just like, all right, bro, we have this town. You know, you don't see that kind of like rift that I'm seeing from you guys, but I see you guys go through. There's no, like, you're not gonna see someone say, oh, why is there only a black Shiite here? Or why is there only a black Sunni here? Bro, we all niggas to these white people. It don't matter.
But this is the thing, bro. When I went to New York, it was really interesting where you had almost black power Sunnis like in talk.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, no offense here, but I find black Americans quite weird. Yeah. In other words, here's an example. What's that guy that done the program? He done chapters 1 to 5. Oh, flipping, what's his name? He's on YouTube. He's always dissing that guy that disses black women. What's his name, man? There's a guy, Tommy something, that disses black women.
Oh, Tommy Sotomayor.
Right. Who's the guy that made a puppet of him?
Oh, Tariq Nasheed.
Right, Tariq Nasheed. Now imagine Tariq Nasheed is coming out with all this pro-black positive stuff. Then he's using the N-word. Then he's calling him crispy based upon his dark complexion. Do you not find that retarded, bruv? How are you gonna?
No, he calls them crispy. Okay, so there's something known as crispy biscuits, and there's people dance for their biscuits. So there's like, if you crispy, that means you dance for your biscuit from the white man. So it's
this is what I'm saying. When he made the puppet. No, but bruv, have you not seen the video where he's dissing his complexion?
Yeah,
even Tommy Sotomayor was saying that the crispy term refers to his complexion. So you're giving another take on it, which is fair enough. But then you can't take it away from...
Forget what I said then. Because I thought He always brings up crispy biscuits. He's like, niggas are, because, oh, never mind. That wasn't crispy. That was moist. Never mind. Continue, bro.
Right. Yeah. You're right. Yeah, he says about moist. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. So what my point is,
Dr. Moist Johnson. Yeah, go ahead.
oh, you mentioned that, right? See, now Umar Johnson, I have never heard him. Now he's somebody I could say consistent as hell from what I know, right?
Yeah.
Where he's a pro-black, and I've just found this man on a straight line. Whereas there's a lot of others. When you go on Sarnated TV, for instance, I never forget we used to be on their show talking to Ankh and Wajao and stuff years ago. Me and Kalam specifically, and we'd be arguing about stuff, and next minute these guys are calling each other mums this and gonna shoot this and to each other. And we're like, what the hell? Like me and Kalam would be like, what's going on here, bro? You know what I mean? Because we were just having a proper pro-black conversation about building. You then disagreed, and then the N-word is coming out. We're like, what's, you know, like when you're thinking you lot are above this thing, and you're like, wow, okay. Do you get what I'm saying? So it's kind of but I know this is generally from the fact that you lot are living, I don't know if you even are conscious of it, under siege. You know, like somebody in what's that camp? The flipping what are them things called when you put the people in a camp?
Concentration camps?
Like a concentration, you're like in a big concentration camp. I'm dead serious, bruv. Because listen to this, yeah. If police can flip and shoot you down, just imagine you're driving home from work. For instance, if I see a blue light behind me, it's a delay, and probably the most they're gonna do is beat me up or put me in a cell for a night or whatever. It's very rare, unless you're somebody that's known to have drugs or a gun or whatever else, that you're thinking you might get shot and killed just from coming home from work. Do you get? I'm just saying the mentality of my brothers and sisters over there. I'm saying you lot are surviving something still today, and I'm saying I don't think you're
bro. I tell you, we're so mental. Like, bro, I think we've surpassed trauma. I think we don't even understand anymore, bro.
It's so
like,
normal.
Like the talks that the way Pan-Africanism is going right now, because we have a Second Amendment rights to bear arms. There's talk like, yo, if we were going to free Africa, we're going to have to deal with the Arab invaders. I mean, there's the RBG, and the B in the stands for blood, black and green. So
red, black, and green.
To make the continent green and black again, bro. It's like, so there's schools rising up, bro. That is terrifying, and
this is why they made the
American thing you could do, like the most American thing we could do, is to like leave America and establish a country of our own, wipe out the inhabitants that lives there, and then make a mighty nation out of it. Like that's essentially what Americans do. And the thing is, Americans have something known as manifest destiny. So we can literally write down and say, God told us to do this, and the world will just go with it. And that's and you guys you understand why it's so scary, because to be an African American, that includes continental Africans, that includes Caribbean Africans. Like,
oh my head,
is black.
Now you're so hold on. This are you part of that group that's saying no? We're the ones. What do they call again? Is it set? How they basically what they're saying is those people that have had generations of black people in America.
Oh no, I ain't no ADOS. Fuck them niggas, bro.
That's ADOS. Okay.
You know what ADOS is? That means you're on social media too long. That's a hashtag, bro.
No, but it makes sense, bro. No, come on. It does make sense.
It smashes on white women, so you can't be pro-black and eat white. And a black guy that's a prosecutor that's put away more black guys than anyone else. So nah, fuck him. Fuck them.
Oh, I didn't know all of that. I'm just saying the basic. I'm saying the basic idea of it. You make me laugh, I swear. Let me respond to what's her name, Melanated Goddess. She says, check out Omar Johnson when he argued with Seti. His language was horrible. Big up sister anyway, and big up to the black pro-black sisters who was 9 Ifa, and there was another sister, Indigenous Ego. Indigenous Indigo. Big up to the pro-black people in the panel. And the sincere, and protect yourself from the taqiyya, the fraudulent Sunni ideology. Big up to Renegade Raf. I heard you diss me on you gave me a little diss, Renegade Raf, on what's his name? What's the big brother name again? On Jedi show, when he said about Shia Isa talking about Sunni and Shia. Rav, I talk about black and Sunnism versus black. If you go and watch Sarah's video, despite the mistakes in there, the overall thing is correct. Persian Iranians were invaders of Africa before Arabs. Shakara, my brother, I totally agree with you. I agree. But my point is, my whole thing is, bruv, is that number one, when we look at
I
the time of
want to be fair though. I want to be fair though. Saturday Night TV is like conscious WWE, so don't assume the people that you see doing that, bro. That's entertainment, bro. This is like a YouTube thing, bro. Like outside of that, bro, you have to meet the people on the streets. You know what I mean? The pastors in the churches, the imams. Like I'm talking about, like a couple of weeks ago, a sister was sitting in her house. Her neighbor called and sent a police over to make sure she was okay. As the police officer, as she opens up her window to see who was outside of her house, the cop shoots her twice in the face with her nephew in the house. You had Muslims, you had pastors, you had police officer, former military. Bro, it's getting to a point now that if we don't lead the country, you guys won't know what America is. And I'm being real.
Well, this is, bro. But look, I think personally, yeah, I don't know if you've seen the marches throughout Europe.
Yeah.
The pretext in Europe is the Islamification of Europe, right?
Yeah.
That's the pretext. Now, we're thoroughly aware that they're anti-black anyway, these groups, right?
Yeah.
But they've got like a legitimacy. They've got, in other words, a big argument of convincing people when they use Sunnism. Do you see my point? Like when you go into their hadiths and so on, like, hello, you've got a reason. When you go to the quotations that these lot say, they commonly say, I couldn't even believe this, right? There's several guys on YouTube, right, in Speaker's Corner, and they talk about Islam means peace and we just want to live together. And sort of at the end of their little speech, they said, Islam will dominate the world. And I'm like, yeah, you sort of like just erased everything you just said.
How we do, bro. Yeah, he was making fun of.
Were you advocating for Easter? Were you advocating for that we should tell them that they're right specifically on Sunnism, but don't come for us and forget the Pakistanis? Just attack the ideology.
That's why I have no problem with Robinson, bro. Because I haven't heard him say anything about black people, bro. I'm just being real.
Hold on. What did you say
about black people, bro?
I'm saying this. If you want to come at anybody, come at them based upon what they really are. So, for instance, if you're coming at Islam, then you're coming at Islam. If you're coming at Sunnism, you're coming at Sunnism. And
how about your dog whistling? How about your dog whistling with all this Islam shit because you're trying to get rid of mainly Pakistani people from the country? How about that's the reality of? I said the reality of most within England. Yeah, let's put Europe on ice for a moment. Yeah, within England, their issue is with the Pakistani community. That's what their issue is. When they describe, they're not talking about the E Road. They're not talking about fucking Arabs. They're talking about Pakistani.
No, brother. I hear this is all right. Let me explain how we got here. Right, what it was they were complaining about Pakistanis, but they were seen as racist. So then said, okay, we're going to say Islam, and then they was told that that's racist language as well. So this is where they came out and fight and said, well, you know, how the hell is Islam a race? It's not a race, etc. So this is how we got to this level in the first place.
Right. How we cannot, and when I say we, I don't mean I cannot. Me personally, I cannot validate any of them. I don't agree with any of these religions, any of the major Abrahamic faiths. However, I cannot validate their stupidness, or their clear attempt at sophistry and all these little tiny miniature borrower looking demagogues like Tommy Robinson and whoever else. Yeah, I cannot validate or ratify any of their nonsense just for the mere fact of the detrimental effect it would have on a race of people, some of whom don't even believe in the faith that they're describing. The issue is clearly with Pakistanis, and all this black and white unite nonsense. They're not for me, so why would I assist them in the slightest?
Hold on. Let me explain something to you. This is the problem where a lot of people are falling in when it comes to, let's say, Sarah and Tommy Robinson and other people, let's say BVM and Tommy Robinson and whatever. What you have to remember is there are some dedicated anti-blacks in this thing, right? Anti-blacks or everyone non-white, right? But then there are other people who were sitting on the fence who didn't really care about, you just do your thing, I'm doing my thing. And I'm talking about those that are converted into being anti-black. Because what you have to remember is how it's worked is because they can reference black people supporting Pakistanis under the guise of Sunnis against other black people and against white people as a whole, let's say, or non-Muslim white people as a whole. Then those white people say, well, we can't trust none of you. Do you understand? So when you're saying it's against Pakistan, it's also against blacks too. And that's the conversation they've been having. And that's what's really going on. Oh, look, we got Eric. Let me in. Yo, Bigger Valley, if you're out there, Eric is waiting to be let in. James, give me
really have to. Isa is also against Pakistanis. So that's from Jack with the big pack. Am I against my Shia brothers and sisters in Pakistan, Mr. Jack with the big pack? Think about things. You know, I mean, these Sunnis are retarded as hell, aren't they? Really retarded. But this is one of the things you have to really think about. You have to think about how an ideology.
The Nation of Islam and the Black Church have been allies for a long time. Like they originated out of each other. One is just when one stopped being so reactive, because when the Deacons of Defense failed and we stopped shooting at the Klan, a lot of Nation of Islam because they continued to shoot.
No, but this is my point where. But all right, let me ask you this. Let me ask you a simple question, Mr. G Block Americano. Would you agree or would you not agree that when it comes to Black leadership in regards to intellectual prowess, meaning the way they've analyzed the system, the way they've written something, and I'm talking about in their time. I'm not talking about any future. I'm not talking about any past. While they were alive teaching their thing, is Elijah Muhammad the best in the last 500 years or not?
Okay. Oh God, I don't want to say no. Okay, the reason why I have to say yes, only because Elijah Muhammad was a capitalist. He utilized the American economic system. He had farms, schools, he had everything, fisheries, international.
Bro. Did you expect Elijah Muhammad to ask for manna and quails to fall from heaven like they did in the deserts with Moses?
Yeah, but bro, that was spookisms, bro. Spookisms keeps everyone in the seats. You know, yes.
But listen to what you said, the capitalist system. Listen to what I'm saying. No matter, all right, did Marcus Garvey utilize the capitalist system?
Yeah.
Okay. So how? Listen. All right. Who are you comparing Elijah Muhammad to then in this comparison?
You said Black leadership. I mean, when it comes to Black leadership, they rise and fall based on their individual groups.
No. Listen to my question.
In the diaspora.
I'm talking about.
Why are you asking in the diaspora?
All right. Let me deal with the. I'm talking about those people in the diaspora, so America, the Caribbean, England, etc. Yeah. So in regards to resurrecting the Black mind, right, after it's been taught in theory, etc. Because remember, those on the continent, you know, it took colonial times to really, you know, make them to be the way that they are. But I'm talking about us. So we're talking about Marcus Garvey, Noble Drew Ali, Malcolm X, Elijah Muhammad, Dr. Malachi York, who's the other one, Wallace D. Muhammad, even Farrakhan, whoever.
Don't put Dr. York in there, bro. Don't put Dr. York. Don't put Dr. York in there, bro. The Milwaukee is a pseudo, bro. Don't do that.
Hey, you trying to call out Maku or something? But anyway.
Oh, I forgot he is one. Yeah, but no.
Okay. What I'm saying is, we say Marcus Garvey. All right, Mr. Got Kush. Hold on, is that Shakara or is that someone? Anyway? Whoever's Got Kush TV, you can say Marcus Garvey all day, all night. So let's have that conversation between whether Marcus Garvey, the great, compared to the honorable Elijah Muhammad, the great, for his time. And remember, I'm saying only for the time period while they're alive. For instance, I don't believe the Nation of Islam is good for today.
Hey, can
because remember Malcolm X talked about that. He talked about future leadership would follow, would bend foreign money and only want lavish cars and things like that. And I will say that the current, that's even unfair to say because the Nation of Islam has different branches. Because see, in Eric Muhammad, if you know who Eric Muhammad is, Eric Muhammad would definitely break bread with you because you're on the Black Power thing. And Eric Muhammad said,
"What is the major success?" Quickly, Issa, so we can speed through this because
I do have to go. I'm gonna have to be sawing some wood and doing some stuff in a minute. I'll try and talk at the same time. But go ahead. I've got 5 minutes.
You building the ark?
I'm gonna kick you now. Remember, I mentioned the IKEA bed earlier on, didn't I? So
yeah. No, really quickly though. Can you speed through and then we can pick this up another time? Yeah, because I'm gonna jump off in a sec as well. What? Because you keep saying that you believe he was what do you believe he's achieved that was sort of unrivaled?
It's not even necessary. I mean, he achieved a lot, right, in relation to all right, as a Muslim and as a person of intellect, I don't work just necessarily on what they've achieved because sometimes you can be a great leader but your people are just mashed up. So obviously as a Muslim, we know that through history where prophets came and the people were garbage. Do you get what I'm saying? But I'm saying what he presented to the people as solutions, I'm saying they were absolutely the best. In other words, he understood the whole community, the psychology of our people, etc. And he addressed those issues, economic, psychological, everything. You know what I mean?
All right. The second question I was going to ask is,
is historically, if we're using the diaspora as an example, the only community or many communities have achieved social mobility, yeah, as a group, yeah, have achieved as a group, yeah, like the Italian Americans, the Jews, the Irish to some degree, the Germans, what have you, yeah, and now they've prospered, yeah, like examples like, you know, the mob in America, the Jewish mob in America now becoming now like Italian Americans, you know, occupying lots of executive positions and political positions, whatever. Giuliani tried to run for president, whatever. Anyway, yeah, they've never received a staunch opposition as black people have, i.e., you know, COINTELPRO or Edgar Hoover saying what he said about the black people being the biggest threat to American national security, what have you. They haven't received the anti-black agenda hasn't they haven't fallen afoul of it as much as black people. Yeah, there hasn't been an agenda or persecution or war waged against them.
For the Italians, I think they were part and parcel of the majority of them have been part of the anti-black agenda in some form.
Yeah, exactly. The point is, is now we see with like the Jewish community, yeah, they have this sort of evangelical Bible Belt politician support, yeah, and they have this like weird partisan from like Christians and general people that support general whiteness, if you like, yeah, they have this weird kind of they do definitely receive some hate, but they receive a lot of help as well, yeah. Who do you believe? Because we will need like invariably we will need some support at some stage, yeah. Who do you believe it will be black people support to allow us that social mobility which we've been deprived by this anti-black agenda?
Okay, so in my experience in the UK, I mean,
can I posit Chinese as well? So that would be my base.
Oh hell, Chinese. I think we have to be very careful with the Chinese, boy. There's some real. Their anti-blackness is so deep.
I don't even think they're anti-everyone, bro. Because listen,
yeah, I don't see that.
It's new, bro. It's
sorry, though, I shouldn't. And that was just my suggestion. Put your point forward, and both of you, G Block Americano, you do it as well, please, if you don't mind.
Yeah. All right. So my thing, unfortunately, you might not be happy with my answer. At the moment in the UK, this is how I judge something. The white people in the UK, although they had power, they still. In other words, they had power to make black people's lives a lot worse. So we're talking 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, a lot worse than it was, right? They then turned around and started to fight against other racist white people. So in my own life, when I was young, I've seen several white people beat the living crap, at least knock out and stuff like that, other racist white people, especially when they were like making jokes like gollywog and, you know, the afro and whatever else it was, which might have been seen as a joke to them, but then another white person's had put them in their place and banged them up. So for me as a person, as a human being, I can go with those people that have demonstrated that they're willing to join black people in their and assist their fight and their struggle for freedom and pro-justice. Sorry, the screen changed. Yeah, so I would say at the moment the few of the, I don't know if it's the few or the majority of white English or white British people, because I found everyone else that if they were, in other words, everyone else allies with us on the basis of their personal benefit, and when they get where they want to go, they jump off the train. They're no longer interested in helping us with our journey. Do you understand? So they ally with us, yeah, because we've got the same sort of enemy or same oppressor. But when it comes to our agenda, once they've got their agenda fulfilled, bam, they're off that train and we're left to ride the thing by ourselves. In fact, a lot of them jump off the bloody train, then they draw the opponent, the enemy that was against both of us, and come against us. You understand what I'm saying? So yeah, I would suggest at the moment, the only people I've found are British white people. And possibly you could, yeah, never mind. I won't say that.
Hey, can you ask that question again, man? I just want to be able to get it right.
You know what? I'm going to stay on mute. I'm gonna try and listen in while I'm doing my work, but yeah, big up.
Yeah, no, I was just saying, like, who do you think in the same to help all these other minority groups, like let's say an example in the diaspora, achieve social, given given that at the current state of play is there is an anti-black agenda within the diaspora and worldwide, what group will help black people? What other group will help black people achieve social mobility?
I hate to say this, but it's okay because of the divide of black people. When we say this, like for example, it's funny how like continental Africans will refer to themselves as, oh, we're African because we were born here. Then you got Caribbean, then you have Africans in the diaspora. You have three separate groups of the same exact people. Okay. The day that the Caribbean, like for example, like during the apartheid movement, Black, British, and African Americans worked together to expose the injustice of the apartheid movement. You know, Black, British fought in Ethiopia. African Americans fought in Ethiopia against the Italians. Like you have, Ethiopians helped establish the Tuskegee Airmen. You have African, Caribbean, and African Americans creating the Buffalo Soldiers. You have tons of times when the only ally that's ever been like purely successful to the African has been the African. And because, believe it or not, like this is the craziest thing that I have to tell. Like
the question is other than black. So
yeah, that's my answer. Oh well, right now.
Yeah, so like people would argue that there is an ethnic separation between Jews.
I wouldn't say go to the Arabs.
Christians, yeah.
I would never say Arabs. Like, I would rather actually go to Satan himself. I would never go to Arabs. And then white people, it has to be like a select few that we just like pick one by one by one. If we do pick whites, it would have, I would say mainly liberals, but only keep them political and keep it like economic. Like I would even let them at the war table, just be more like, hey, we're doing this thing tomorrow. Can you support us here? Or hey,
but like there are advocates for Israel that aren't Jewish.
Yeah.
Do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
So that is a group helping another group.
And there are advocates against Jewish people who are Jewish living in America.
Yeah, but if we look at the time before Jews were awarded, if you like, for lack of a better word, Israel, and then if we look also within American power structure, within American society, when Jews were not only a minority but marginalized to the point that they were considered to be criminals. And they were the boxers of this world, what have you. Yeah, they occupied menial positions, and now considering they are overrepresented in all executive positions, they were assisted by, to some degree, the power structure within the US. Some would argue the evangelicals. That's like a general criticism against Israel and the fact that the lobbyists are assisted by the sort of Bible Belt states in America. But anyway, the point I'm making is that is an example of a group outside of, so what some would draw an ethnic divide and say one group assisted the other. And obviously we know it's the same with the FBI and the Italian American mob in the beginning. They, one hand washes the other, whatever. So there's been examples of groups assisting other groups and considered to have ethnic differences. I'm saying that considering blacks are at the bottom of all of the socioeconomic metrics, and considering there is proof of clear agendas to suppress and marginalize black people, what other group, because we would need one at this stage, at this point we would need one, what other group would assist us? Yeah. And I mean across the board. So that is Africa, the diaspora. What group could we say we could have common interests and would equally be motivated, or it would benefit them as much as us for them to help us? What group do you think?
Could I make a suggestion? I look at it this way. When you're talking about blacks, okay, being helped by people outside of that spectrum of people, that group of people, I look at it this way. Anybody who's truly demonstrates that he or she is really willing to help black people help themselves, better themselves, their economic situation, their health situation, their educational situation, with the other groups of people that show that they are willing to do that, okay, then in my point of view, I will accept that help. Now, I agree with G Block Americano when they say, well, when people find themselves in the same morass, they stick together because they want to get out of that morass.
Yeah.
Now, granted, you may have other group of people, once they get out of that general morass that they're in together, other groups may splinter off. They may go the other way. Okay, fine. If you're not willing to help me anymore and you go your separate way, go your separate way. But I look at it this way, though. Those people who go their separate way, if they come back at me, kill them all. Let God sort them out. That's my view. What do y'all think?
I can't disagree, but I feel like the first lesson, because I understand what he's trying to say, but like I'm gonna be real, I feel like the first thing we have to get is we have to learn to work together, bro. Like we still have people that believe that, like, not just like a religious aspect. You know, you got people that will, like, I'm looking at.
I feel like you're wasting your time thinking like that, man.
I know, but bro, that's what. This is what my point is, though.
I agree. You know what?
Continue.
You know what, G-Block? I don't mean to cut you off, but I agree with you in that point of view that we need to come together. But the point of the matter is this: the situation that we're in right now is right now, and we need right now solutions. So what I would say is this: listen to what I'm saying, though. Listen to what I'm saying. Right now, in the beginning of things, people who are like-minded together,
that's what I'm saying.
Together. And don't wait for, but listen, don't wait for anybody else to join you. Let them show that they're willing to help you, help yourself.
Yeah, but the question is, right? Yeah, I hear you. But that's a bit of a vague answer because I'm asking you in your opinion because I just want to know what you guys think. What other groups, what other group aligns with our the word I'm looking for, man. What other group would benefit from our success as opposed to our exploitation and undermining us? And granted, I know like logic dictates everyone could benefit from exploiting everyone, right? But I mean to say, given all the players and all the moving parts that we already are aware of, who do you think would benefit us the most aligning with?
Wow, I can't say that.
I'm gonna have to say that, to be real.
You are?
I would say Eastern Europeans, not Western Europeans.
Eastern European, like who? What, like the Ukraine?
Not even Eastern Europeans on that. I'm talking like Russians, maybe. Israel, possibly. But like outside of that, bro.
Israel, Africa.
Huh?
You think aligning with Israel would be beneficial for Africa?
No. Are you talking like diasporan? Are you talking like that?
No, I mean in total. Like, listen, what you have now, unfortunately, of the black man amongst all platforms for the benefit of exploiting the continent of Africa. Don't be fooled. Like, that is the reason for, in the same way the Arab is demonized around the world, because that's the only way to justify the death of 1 million Iraqis, if you believe these people, as Katie Hopkins put it, are cockroaches and what have you. Yeah, that so it would, like, the reward, the detriment and reward would be shared evenly amongst Africans and black people. So this ally is someone who ultimately, to put any kind of value on a black man in a diaspora, you would equally have to value an African, correct?
Yeah.
Right. So I'm saying that if this ally, if we do find one, or it already exists, this ally would have to value both the diaspora, or would have to create, would have to economically, it would have to economically benefit Africans if it was to place a value on the black man, because America is a majority white country, right?
It is.
As in most of the places that we are in the diaspora, we're minorities. Yeah. So to clearly demonstrate a value of black life, you would have to begin in Africa. To clearly consider black people your equals or partners, or demonstrate your willingness to help them, it would economically, at least, it would probably have to start in Africa, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm saying-
Sorry, guys. Can you hear me? Hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, guys. Yeah. Sorry. I don't want to derail the conversation, but if you don't mind, just put on hold a little bit. I just wanted to ask Issa something quickly. Issa.
He's not here.
Yeah, I'm back. I'm back for about 2 minutes. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, you mentioned something about me saying something to you. I just wanted to, I wanted to know because, there's been misunderstanding these last few days. I don't know what's going on. Like, people are saying that I was saying something, and I know you're an intellectual person, so you're not going to take it like I disrespected you. But
No, I was joking, my brother. Me and you have spoke before. No. What it was, you were saying something to Jedi. It was kind of a diss match between you and him, yeah. But just before you got into the diss match, you were saying about religion or Islam in general, and then you said, and Isa like makes it a Sunni Shia thing when they're all the same or something like that. So I was only joking. Like me.
did I say that?
Yeah. It's not a problem though, brother. You're my brother, man.
I swear I never said that, and I never even had a diss match with Jedi.
Yeah. You was on Jedi's show, and when? He was dissing you. This is probably over a month ago, something like that. He was on his show, and it was like a diss match. You were dissing each other over something.
I promise you, I don't even remember saying that. But if I did say that, like, I don't know, man. Like,
no, bro, I'm joking. I haven't seen. The last time I spoke to you, I haven't seen you for ages, innit? You get me?
Yeah.
So I just said, I saw you in the comments. That's the last thing I remember hearing you say on any show. You get me? So I was just like, bring in the brother. You get me? You're my brother, man. Don't worry about that, man. Big up, fam.
No, I probably. I don't even remember saying. Maybe I don't know, but I don't even remember. I don't even sound Sunni and Shia are the same. No, I know that Sunni and Shia are different.
In the sense that, like, you know what? Maybe we should find a video. That's what we should do.
Yeah.
I think the point you was making was Islam. Let's say from your view, maybe Islam was, it's not our black thing anyway. So then, what am I making a difference about? Do you get me? Both of them are not black. I don't know if that was your point. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Maybe. But, either way, anyway, like.
That's no issue, my brother. Don't worry about that, man.
No problem, bro. Yeah.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
If I can ask the whole panel who's left, obviously Veli Vision hasn't got a clue because he ain't studying no black history until he met us. No, not really, Bigger Veli. But to Eric, I don't know what James Jones said, but here's the question. Between Elijah Muhammad, Marcus Garvey, Noble Drew Ali, Malcolm X, who else is a big one? But anyway, let's say for the last 500 years, who would you say is the best black liberation person who produced the best liberation ideology out of those personalities for us in the last 500 years?
I would say the Black Panther Party. I'm not going to lie, still.
Better than Elijah Muhammad?
Yeah. Well, I don't, to be honest, that's not a fair. I haven't really looked into the Nation of Islam like that, so I can't really. But to me, like, I know that they did influence the Black Panther Party, but Black Panther Party took it a different way, still, in the sense that
it was Malcolm X that influenced. Black Panther were more influenced by Malcolm X.
Malcolm X, of course.
So that was after we left. But Eric, do you mind answering, please?
Wow, damn. Okay, quite frankly, as far as the people I know, I will go with based upon my knowledge about the person and their ideologies about life, I would go with Malcolm X only because I know more about Malcolm X than I knew Marcus Garvey and all the other men that you've mentioned, including Elijah Muhammad.
You know more about Malcolm X than Elijah Muhammad?
I know more about Malcolm X than Elijah Muhammad himself, personally, yes.
Okay. Fair enough. All right, no problem. Fair enough. Yeah, I guess I can't.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, brothers. Thank you for answering. I think.
Yeah. That's why,
Yeah,
because
guys,
because really, see, the thing about it is really I can't give, how can I say objective answer because I like all the men that you've mentioned like that. I haven't studied them like that.
Yeah. Okay. I hear what you're saying.
So actually, if I answer the question truly, I'll put up a question mark. I don't know really.
Yeah, I hear that.
Noble Drew Ali, because without Noble Drew Ali, there would be no Elijah Muhammad. There would be no Malcolm X. Noble Drew Ali.
Use the lie. Use the bloody lie. You bloody shape shifted. Not 5%. Will you lot call again? Will you call it more? You more. More scientific.
God, I joined the 5%ers. Gracious. Drop it back right now. But no, the reason why.
Go on.
Wait, were Africans either Christian or Muslim before the Arab? Ooh.
Who says this?
Okay, Funky got a question. I got another question for the panelists. All right. Were Africans either Christian or Muslim before the Arab or / transatlantic slave trade? Neither, bro.
Answer to that is simply this. I mean, there was no such.
And them white ass bastards came. To them hairy ass bastards from the sand came and brought us their curse. And then the white ones came down and brought us their destruction. We were living our life, bro. We were kings. I love that statement. We was kings.
Okay, so to respond to ultra funky atheist or ultra funky agnostic, yeah, of course, as you're fully aware, they were Christians before the the Sunni slave trade. Stop calling it Arab slave trade; it's Sunni slave trade because it wasn't just Arabs. So yes, they were Christians. Muslims, as you know, there were many Muslims in West Africa and other parts of Africa when the transatlantic slave trade began. So the answer is yes, basically, and you should know that already, Mr. Ultra Funky or Ultra Crazy Atheist. You know the score, my brother. Anyway, we're helping you on your own show. This is what the G Block show is for.
If we're going to use the Ethiopian thing, we got to be true about the Ethiopian Christianity. That did not originate in Africa. It came from outside of the continent.
James Jones is killing me.
The Arab influence part of Africa. I don't want to hear that.
James Jones is killing me. He said, "Below."
Was blah,
okay, but then G Block Americano. What was the spiritual guidance or the moral compass for the African people before, let's say, before the Israelites, before Moses,
before Abraham and Faith,
before Christ? Yeah,
you mean African spirituality?
Yeah. See, the thing is, though, the reason that question is so hard.
Go ahead.
They were more on the tribalistic, so-called tribalistic and naturalistic. So some was closer to voodoo and Ifa, animist.
No, we're only talking about one. Like we're only talking about two areas. Let's be real. Like, not can we assume that everybody in society, millions of people, all follow the same faith? Like, can we assume that everyone in society, no one thought, like, you know what, I'm just going to work hard, do right by my neighbor. I don't need to do. I mean, let's like a lot of. Go ahead.
That's not how it worked. You have to remember back in the day, everything was holistic. It was intrinsic. So, you know, you would have sacred rivers, sacred trees, sacred mountains. So your whole area would be, you know, you'd be in tune with nature. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I'm thinking about the ones who would have left. I'm thinking about the warriors who fought wars, the conquerors. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, everyone in society, like, especially when we talk about like nations like Kemet. Kemet was like an international an international kingdom. So you're going to tell me everyone was worshiping at the same time?
No, this is the thing. When you talk about Kemet, you have to talk about the religions of Kemet, so to speak. You get what I'm saying? So
that's another thing, that they were broken up. Like even with Ifa wasn't all like one entity. It was like broken up. People were initiated in different places. You know, they had different houses, different commands. You had some that were more dedicated to Ogun, some that were more dedicated to Osun, some that were to Shango.
Same with Amon Ra and so on, innit?
Both of Shango's. The reason why all kings after that, all kings after Shango were voted. You know, got initiated and became kings. So I mean, you got like this, you got like this, you know what I'm saying? And I feel like with today, with globalization and because of like generalization, how we're able to say all white people are racist, all Arabs are racist. I don't see why that's not a lie. But you know what I mean? Like when you see all these issues, I'm on the black power thing, bro. If you're not black, fuck you. That's how I feel. But you know.
So hold on. So why aren't you saying Elijah Muhammad's the best man then? What's going on there, bro? You traitor. So why are you not saying that?
Elijah Muhammad told me that I was a god. Why would I be mad at him?
That's what I said. Why isn't he the best one then for you?
Because without Noble Drew Ali, he wouldn't exist. Noble Drew Ali was his tutor.
Hold on. Even if that's true, Noble Drew Ali did not produce what Elijah Muhammad
Noble
produced.
Drew Ali was the first one, bro. No. Put some respect.
Hold on. Stop. Hold on. All right. Let me mash. Oh, bruv. You know what? We got to do this. Did Noble Drew Ali give credence and superiority to the Turks or not? Bam! You finished, brother. You finished.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, thank you very much. Take a seat.
You did the whole hocus pocus thing. Damn it.
Noble Drew Ali, bro.
The question was though. Oh wait.
He says, he says Turks. He says Turks are the chosen people, bro. How the hell are you gonna come to black people?
Asking. Are we asking on the plane of who contribute the most to black people, or who was most on the pro-black thing? If it's on the pro-black thing, Elijah Muhammad wins. But if we're doing who initiated the contribution on a big level of black people, Noble Drew Ali wins because he had the same infrastructure that Elijah Muhammad was able to build on. So you know.
So Marcus Garvey had a similar infrastructure. He had
Marcus Garvey's primary focus into trying to galvanize businesses with black people. I will say that it is rumored that like 9 million black people, low key, from the diaspora went back to Africa in some degree. That is a rumor. All right, it hasn't been confirmed. All right. So I'm just saying that, like, you know, when we look at it, you know, it's tough. I'm just saying that it's tough. It's tough to who's the best. I would think productive would be the most productive would be Elijah Muhammad, because Elijah Muhammad did create schools. He does have a 0 repeat offense rate because you have a lot. He's the only organization where a black man can go to jail, get out, and never turn back. Okay, let's not forget he created Malcolm X. So you know, Muhammad Ali.
Oh, no doubt.
You know what I mean? So
no doubt. Well, I'll put it this way. I won't say in the end that he created, because first of all, Malcolm X did go to Hajj on his own, did he not?
Yeah, but that's when he left.
But isn't that how it's supposed to be, though, bro? Like I'm gonna say, like, look at Esau.
But the point I'm making is this: Malcolm X made his own transition for himself by going to Hajj to experience what it meant to be a Muslim. The traditions that the Muslims went through.
Yeah, but that was the Nation of Islam.
Can I add something to the question, Esau?
What are you saying?
Go on.
This is where I'm gonna say Marcus Garvey takes the cake, and this is where I'm gonna say Malcolm X takes the cake, because Malcolm X said to reclaim your African mind. And big shout out to Content Over Thing.
I just seen that. The Asiatic black man really hears a curse.
See, that's the thing. I have to be real about that. That takes a big chunk out of Elijah Muhammad, trying to combine the Arab and the black man as saying we're united and some dumb. No, bro, no.
Hold on, did I know Farrakhan said that apparently?
No,
he
it
said
started with Elijah Muhammad.
No, I don't know. In other words, I'd like to find it, but I'm saying I know Farrakhan said it's a dust caster or something like that, and I was like,
it's the Yaqub thing. It's the story of Yaqub. If you look at the story of Yaqub, it says that we are cursed to have woolly hair. We had straight hair. That our hair on our head looked like our eyebrows.
Yeah, I know. No, but I haven't. I need to find where the hell that is, because what it is, I've heard them say that, but I've never ever seen the source. But either way, I can say this. I'll say this. Most definitely. I would like to hear the wisdom behind that, because
it was a story. It was spookism, bro. Like black people needed like a mythos to get us through.
No, bro. You could tell me a mythos, bro. I can look, all right, let me give you a mythos. Dr. York said our curly hair is 9 ether, whereas the Caucasian is 6. Do you remember that?
Yeah,
right.
But Dr. York also said we come from the planet Risk and we could talk.
No, I know, bro. I know. I'm focusing on this point of our features. I'm saying when it comes to Afro hair, I'm saying, why did Elijah Muhammad, he could have just left that and just left the black man is God or whatever else. But instead, he apparently, I haven't read it yet, chose negative. So I'm saying, why the hell would that happen? So, here we go.
Yeah.
Anyway, I have to get back to what I was doing, but keep up the good work, my brothers. I'll try and jump back on when I can. But I'm going to stay in the
make
chat.
sure, bro. You're going to get that smoke.
Look, I just want you all to know that G block now means God block. Okay, so we've converted it to God block.
Do you know what the funny thing is? This just proves
you're
how
paying us rent.
delusional,
You're not paying rent.
these God men are. They're just making shit up. This is crazy. It's
Your
crazy.
rent has gone up. The more you disrespect the God block, the more rent you're going to pay. So you better be careful, man.
Bro, listen, this is going to be an expensive month then, because we got questions. We got questions that need answering. Oh, no, wait, Issa, before you go, I'm just going to ask you this question.
Yeah.
7 weeks prior to the Arab and transatlantic slave trade, were our African brothers and sisters Christians or Muslims?
Yeah. Yes, they were. Why? I don't
I'm just going to need some proof, so go and do what you're doing and go find that proof.
This is well known, bro.
No, bro, don't just say it, bro. Saying things doesn't make it true. Go and get the Dalil. Go get the Dalil and then talk to me, because you said you got to go. So go.
Hold on, no. I want you to listen.
Oh, so you ain't got to go then? All right.
No. What I'm saying, because this won't take long, right? In regards to, let's say, 500 years ago, it is well known that West Africa was flooded with Muslims. So it's not a thing, where it's unusual at that time, 500 years ago. If you're going back now to 800 AD, you may have had Christians or you may not have had Christians, but more than likely you didn't have Muslims that were being traded at that time. Okay, so the Sunni slave trade, they probably were more in traditional.
So what you saying? There's no Shias involved now?
In what, the slave? There might have been, bruv. I mean, one, they were doing taqiyya, and two, a lot of them don't. They just go with the flow. I mean, my whole point is the ideology, because people keep talking about, the what Sunnis do and what Shias do. But my focus is on the ideology first and the people that are following the ideology. Do you understand? So Shias can be, for instance, in Iraq, there's certain Shias that side with other Sunnis against Shias. Do you see what I'm saying? Because it wasn't a really religious country. That's what I'm saying. They didn't really care. In Syria, bruv, it's the same. You look at Syria 30 years ago, they were wearing high heels, women wear high heels, their hair was out. Iraq was a stain, bruv. Look at Iraq in the 40s. You get what I'm saying? These were proper Western nations, fam. So you can't really bring religion.
Look at Iran in the 50s and 60s. Look how their women dressed.
In who? Sorry.
I'm not gonna lie. I hear you, Eric. Right? But the question was prior
in the 50s and 60s in Iran, women dressed like Western women in Europe did.
Bro, prior to Christianity, the transatlantic.
And I know
Arab slave trade.
But the reason why I say this is because I know Iranian women.
Oh, sorry, two of you speaking at the same time.
In Iran. Okay.
No, Iran. That's what I'm saying. Iran, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, a lot of these, Syria, a lot of these now so-called Muslim countries were more Western than Western when it comes to dress and society. So that's a fact.
Wait. Hey guys, I'm sorry. I had to take Farrakhan out the running. Now and never has a point. Farrakhan's on the whatchamacallit thing now.
What
he's on Scientology right now.
Scientology.
Bro. He said white people less devils.
Oh, he's been doing that for a while though.
Elijah Muhammad was more or less getting that way anyway. That was his goal, according to Farrakhan and according to even his son.
Elijah Muhammad was saying
bro,
that
Farrakhan is done at it. Farrakhan is done at it. Bro, Farrakhan was disrespecting fucking Afro hair the other day.
Other day too?
Farrakhan is done. Farrakhan is done out here. Done.
Bro. Well, no, let me ask you guys though. What about Leo Muhammad though? Because I want to separate Leo Muhammad. He's a different branch,
Oh shoot! I had to come back. Sorry, I had to come back for that. Leo Muhammad.
I love it. Like his Islam, I like. That's an Islamic. Right? That's a
Hold on, let me ask you a question, right? Let me do it. This is interesting because remember Malcolm X gave that speech and he said, "Who taught you to hate your hair? Who taught you to hate your nose and your lips, right, and your complexion?"
Yeah.
Now he was saying that when he was a major spokesman for Elijah Muhammad.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of like, if that's the case, then you could say Elijah Muhammad is teaching them to hate it. Do you see what I'm saying? I really need to. Can you not bring up the Dalil regarding Elijah Muhammad teaching that? Because that is something which.
That's a point. That's a point. Because this was.
Oh, sure. I've refuted myself, and I unfortunately.
Yeah. That's a point. That's a point. I can't even lie.
I know. I'm all about truth. That's the thing. I'm all about truth. But
That's
I still
why
think.
I respect you.
Yeah. I'm all about truth. I have a problem because on one side I give Elijah Muhammad all his props for as I said, the main thing was giving us that position where we had this self-love on steroids. Do you get what I'm saying? That's what we needed, bro. You get me? We're the original man, all of that stuff there. I'm saying from that, we could then be anything else. Do you get me? Once you've got us out of that pit, that flipping quicksand of being inferior to everyone else, the cursed seed of Ham and all of that, because I'm saying that thing there still plagues people today. That's how bad it is. You get me? And he brought something.
I mean, like, I'm not gonna lie. I have the message to the black man in my house. I'm not gonna fake. I'm not gonna fake. Like, I would say most pastors and most black people in America would, like, or at least read it. You know.
Wow. Okay. All right. Well, we're gonna deal with Chakra at some point. We got COE making his little comments. Leon trying to come against Elijah Muhammad because I would like Leon to try.
Bro, Elijah Muhammad, you realize he wasn't like reputable, right? That certain things got exposed about his private life. Which
don't bring that up, bro. Don't bring that up, bro. Don't bring that up.
No, because this is the thing. But imagine, even the fact that you're saying, don't bring it up, don't bring it up, says everything that I need to know.
Hold on. That's fine. I want to ask you a question, Mr. Ultra G Blockery.
G Blockery.
Yeah, I noticed the image you've got as well, but that's fine. I want to ask you a simple question. Have you seen the video where these women that Malcolm was speaking about actually came on a stage and spoke about the incident, one of them saying he was a hypocrite?
Yeah.
You've seen that video, have you?
Careful, Shan. Look, these oranges there.
Yeah,
Look,
yeah.
by your hand.
You pretend to talk to someone else.
Sorry. No, I have seen the video.
I'm joking.
I have seen the video, but my response to that is Farrakhan is done out here. He will do anything he can.
We're talking about Elijah Muhammad. Hold on. Did you try Sunni shapeshift? This guy tried the Sunni shapeshift.
Wait, did you say Sunni shapeshift? You hate those motherfuckers, don't you? Fucking hell.
You said Elijah Muhammad, right?
Yeah,
you said Elijah Muhammad.
Yeah.
And then you come back talking about Farrakhan is done out here. We're talking about Elijah Muhammad. You mentioned his thing. What I want to discuss with Chakra, with COE, possibly yourself and brother Brad and maybe Eric, is the issue that went on with Malcolm X and Elijah Muhammad. Okay, and what really happened? Because
if you know what's funny, Issa, I need to message you something, right? Okay. I need you to watch it, but how do I message you? I'm gonna put the link to a video in the private chat. Can you copy and paste it?
No, I'll play it. I'm on my laptop. I'll play it.
No, because I need Issa to watch this like himself, like by himself, no interruptions.
Wait, Issa, who are you looking for? Because I know you're not about the anti. I know you're all about. I know you're with me about the anti-Arab thing. I'm with you on that. So, who are you rooting for in this? Who do you think was the best leader?
Who?
Okay, so in the last 500 years, I'm saying the best.
500 years? Oh, wow.
Yeah, the last 500 years. Yeah, so basically, when we were stolen from the land, who has come along and come with the most complete and the best ideology or liberation ideology other than Elijah Muhammad? So whatever Malcolm X brought, whatever Noble Drew Ali brought, whatever Dr. York brought, who else? What's his name? Marcus Garvey. Whoever you want to mention, I'm saying Elijah Muhammad was the best. He brought the best liberation ideology. Who are you saying?
Yeah, Issa, before you go, I posted it in the private chat there, yeah?
Got it.
Yeah, copy and paste that link there, and you need to just watch this video. I'm not gonna front. Like, it's like 15 minutes long.
Okay.
Wait, hold on. Is this the right one though? Hold on. No, wait, is this the right one? No, wait.
Don't give me no nasty video.
No, I posted the wrong one.
Oh, now it never.
Fuck.
Don't believe that BS. That's what the FBI
Fuck's sake,
No, it's
hold
the
on.
right one. No, it's the right one. It's the right one. It's 15. It's 15 minutes.
Now or never, bro. Bro, don't believe that, bro. Elijah Muhammad was not more sinful than. Come on, he slept with white women. That's what the FBI released. That was part of like COINTEL 1.0, bro. Come on now, you got this. You know darn well the FBI was like riding on us at that point.
Of course they were.
Bro.
Of course they were.
That's the Hebrew brother saying that.
Where's he
See
going?
me, yeah. Ultra Funky. I've got no problem.
I need
The
you
only
to feed
problem I
that
have
to
with
him, man.
Elijah
I need
Muhammad and those women is if Elijah Muhammad was treating them bad in the way that Malcolm X said. If he had 100 wives and he treated them well, I don't care. You understand? I don't care how many wives you got, as long as you treat
They
them
weren't his
well.
wives. Those weren't his wives. They did that on Savior's Day to make
They
Elijah.
were not his wives. Yeah.
No, listen
They
what
were
I'm
his
saying.
concubines.
Yeah, they were
But even if
concubines.
concubines are a form of wife according to the Bible, that's not an issue. What I'm saying is the justice with how they were treated, because according to Malcolm, they were accused of adultery and put out and mistreated. So that to me would be a big mark against Elijah Muhammad. If that's the case, that would be very low.
Yeah, because he was trying to get a son. He was trying to have a son.
Okay. Well, he had a son, didn't he? You know what? Sorry, I've got to go. I've got like 10 minutes to get this thing ready.
Yeah, Ether, go get your shit done and watch that video. But I don't know if it's the right one. Just give me a minute. I'm gonna double check. Hold on.
Wait, what does he mean? What do you mean by that? I'm a fan now or never. So I swear to God, what is my? I don't know why America, Hebrew Israelites. I feel like come to me for no reason. Like I feel like I just exist, and it's like Hebrews know I'm gonna pick on this nigga right here. I want to see what he has to say. Dag, though, that's gonna bring up some wounds, man. That's some wounds right there.
Yeah. Well, see, the thing about it is for me, okay. The thing about it for me is this, okay. The only way Malcolm X said against Elijah Muhammad is as far as he impregnated, didn't take care of. You got to show evidence.
Yeah.
If you got evidence of it, okay. If you got evidence of it, you can't deny it. It's straight up and down.
He actually what I
is.
believe they try to do was try to make him look moral, and I believe because a lot of his teachings were like empowering of women, and you really can't do that being a womanizer. So I think that's why they called him his. That's why Farrakhan called them their wives, just to keep him, you know. Yeah, they were just trying to like, keep him, you know, like uppity up. Because like, let's be real, Abu Ali was a fraud, bro. Like he took a class in hypnosis and being a magician, but then you can't lie and say
about that.
A lot of the earlier businesses, you know.
Mm-hmm. I mean, if you think about it, I mean, in the end, no matter how much or how little we revere these men, a hustle is a hustle.
Yeah, I mean, we gotta be real. That's what SciNet is doing right now, bro. That's what the ISUPKs, that's what the Moors, that's what all these groups are doing now. They're just running off the Aboriginal movement, bro. There's this thing. Eric, have you ever heard of the Aboriginal movement?
The what?
The Aboriginal. Apparently, the slave trade never happened, bro. When white people came to America, guess who they found there?
Who?
Us.
Who they found?
They found us there.
They found us there, and go on.
And enslaved us there. They never brought us from Africa. That was the point. Oh, some people will tell you that they brought us from Africa. They brought us to Africa from America. Yeah, there's a guy called Dane Calloway. He's in black people.
And he's saying that, okay, that Aboriginal people, okay, or Africans, right, that were there in Africa when white folks arrived, that these white folks.
No. I'm sorry. When white people came to America, they found African Americans that were we're not from Africa. We're not Africans. We're indigenous Americans. That's the whole spiel now, is that we're not from Africa. We are indigenous to America.
And what makes us indigenous to America? I mean, what are the bloodlines? What's the genealogy that they're talking about?
Apparently, the Olmecs were black. So if the Olmecs were black, we are black, and that was it. And because of that,
I heard it.
Into us.
Mm-hmm.
Like
I've heard.
the,
I've heard the story. Yeah, I've heard the story of the Olmec.
So
now,
that's the whole premise now. So you have black people.
I
That,
don't know about. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know the Olmec like that. I haven't studied them like that. I've read about the Olmec, in America and their how can I say, their stone monuments and stuff like that. It's supposedly the image of their faces on them, what they look like, the men and the women and what have you. Now, I've read some about that, but I don't think I've read enough to say that if I could debunk the notion that the Olmec were here, before the white folks from Europeans. I mean, were in America before the white Europeans came there. I would tend to believe that that perhaps they were, because when you think about it, when you talk about America, okay, America was split into the Americas.
Yeah.
Right? We
Yeah.
got the North American continent, right, which consists of the United States of America, right?
Yeah.
Then you got Central America, right? You got Latin America, you got South America. All that shit is America, right? Now, if all that shit is America, that means that it's counted as the same landmass, right?
Yeah.
And the people who lived there before the Europeans got there, okay, they are the people that were there, right?
Yeah, but see, the thing is, people like this, and the one thing I hate is we use this example that, because of another thing that came out of the Nation of Islam, we were running the world before the European did. No, we weren't. Like, just because the whole world was dark didn't mean we were all one big family,
Right. Yeah.
I'm tired of these feel-good moments. We try to expand on ourselves.
Mm-hmm. The only thing that I could say now with some amount of certainty is this. There are human beings who inhabited this planet for many, many years.
Yeah.
Now, and those human beings decided to label themselves as they chose to label themselves, right?
Yep.
And they spoke languages that they developed themselves, right?
Yep.
Okay, and they had their traditions, their cultural traditions, their spiritual / cultural traditions and political traditions, their traditions of how to fight war and defense, how to fight war in the defense if they wanted to take over another country or whatever and colonize another patch of land or whatever that they wanted because of natural resources that were there. Okay, human beings, we've been doing that shit to each other for a long, long time. And we've been labeling this planet, and we've been chopping up and chopping up places that we call continents and places that we call countries within those continents and the tribes of people that live there and all this type of thing. We've been doing this all throughout civilization.
Yep.
Right? And in the means of trying to exalt ourselves and identify ourselves, make our marks in the world, right?
Yes.
Distinguish one group of people from the other, right?
Yes.
And I think we've been doing this since human beings were first started thinking that way. Yep. I remember one saying, how did it go? There's one saying that says, capitalism began when one man put a fence around the area in which he lived and said, "This is mine."
I like that. I like that.
Now, can I how can I say? Can I confirm the full truth of this? No, but think about it. It's a credible notion, right?
Yeah.
Because he could say, well, okay, well, now if you want to live on this land behind my fence because you have no land of your own, or you can't live on your own, okay, fine. You can come and live in the land on my fence, but you're going to work this land for me. That's how you're going to earn your keep. You understand what I'm saying? Because You claim you can't live on your own. You're asking to live in this area which seems secure to you. You know, that seems pretty much prosperous and harmonious to you. So you obviously you think perhaps you can live better here behind my fence than you can outside of my fence. So my rules apply. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, so
Hey, do you think that capital? Well, here's the bigger question. You being a military man, because my uncle told me this one time. He told me that the worst mistake he made was joining the army because he realized that the white American is not that tough. Do you feel that same sentiment?
you know what? I'm gonna put it this way. Now it depends to what degree of toughness you're talking about, because what we the Americans have been taking over the countries as well as fighting in defense of that landmass labeled the United States of America once it was labeled such. Let's say from the First World War, let's say from World War II onward, because the Japanese hit us in Pearl Harbor, okay, in the 40s. So that's World War II. That's when we had the war because we've been attacked by kamikaze pilots, you know, from an empire ruler, 1,000 miles that lived in the land 1,000 miles away from us. All right, and white men fought in that war. Black men fought in that war. They fought in separate divisions, regiments, battalions, companies, you name it. And then
I'm sorry. I didn't phrase the question correctly. All right.
Okay.
He's white men, like in regards to like, you know how black people would see them in America, like, yo, you know, them white people, bro. Them white people, you know, them white people tough, you know, them white people strong. He said that if you were to remove, he said that if the number of people in America were the same number as white people would have never, like, they would have never done anything. After we got freed, there would have been no Jim Crow. There would have been nothing because they would have known that, like, we cannot compete with them on equal footing. But, like, because we're the majority, we have to put these barriers in front of them, you know? Because those people were 10 million. They were killing us. Like, we had, like, in Alabama alone, you had 4,000 black men being lynched a year in Alabama just by itself. You know what I mean? 52 Sundays, and you had 52 weeks out of the year, you had 4,000 black men being murdered in one state. And that's just for entertainment. All right, we're not even talking.
And think about what we didn't have and what they did have. They had force of arms. They had force of arms, rifles, muskets, okay, hatchets and swords, perhaps even machetes. They had physical equipment that they could beat us down with and kill us with that we didn't have access to until we joined the U.S. military, going back to the Civil War. We weren't making weapons like that. We certainly weren't making weapons on the scale and with the technology that those white folks were making it with.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? It's like telling somebody, you know, to fight against let's say a company of riflemen fighting against a company of machine gunners.
Yeah.
The company of riflemen are not going to win.
Yeah, that's why I take pride in what that's why I take pride in what our ancestors survived, because it's like the only way they could with a gun. Like, they had no other way. Like, did you know how many men it took to lynch one of us? 40. It took guys to lynch 40 men. 40 white guys for one black guy to get lynched. Are you kidding me? 40? And then when
but you know what? That sounds insane. How so?
Well, because
are we saying that? Are we saying that one black man has the strength of 40 white men? Is that what we're saying?
That's what apparently it took. DOJ came out with these letters on arrest in regards to lynching. There was a movement out about it called Mississippi Burning, and they had about 100 cases where you had about 40 white men going to jail just for lynching one black man, and it wasn't just like an incident thing. You know, I feel like if we need, I'm not trying to advocate for violence, because the worst part about us being African Americans is that like we built this place. You know what I mean? We settled it, we advanced it. You know what I mean? Because like modern technology, if it wasn't for 3 black women, we would have never gotten this space. You know, the first American car was made by 2 slaves, and everyone says it was Henry Ford. Henry Ford did the assembly line. He did not make the car. You know, and then you have the elevator, the radiator, the elevator, the radiator. I mean, you have like electricity. The internet was done by an Igbo brother. Like, I mean, black hands are the reason why we're successful. You know, the reason why this country is where it is right now. You know, so it's like, you know, and then on top of that, the worst part about it is that because it's like you can blame the FBI for COINTEL, but then you have to look at the DOJ for writing up cases against the FBI for COINTEL, you know, for hiring people to burn down buildings. And it's like, we know the government's evil, but then, you know, like when the government's like trying to correct itself, what do we do? You know what I mean? It's like a tough, it's a conundrum.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
You know, because I mean, the thing about it is, in the end, see, for me, the way I look at it is this. Okay, I'm not about one hue of people against another group, another hue of people. What I'm about is this.
Yeah.
We, okay, as Black Americans in general, we are at the bottom of life in the USA and probably the whole planet around, right? Now, what I say is this. I say if you can use any of the technology, any of the cultural traditions, any of the spiritual moral teachings, what have you, of other people and ourselves, and work it to our advantage, that is what we should do. Because the point of the matter is to bring ourselves up by any means necessary. Right?
Yeah.
And if it means that you have to go against other people because when they see that you're rising up, you're coming together, that you're uniform, you're unified, and they want to break that up, okay, to weaken you, then you go against them, but that's in defense of yourself. And that's my view. My view is more of defensive point of view. Do what you got to do to bring yourselves up when everybody else in the world is telling you that you can't.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because if we keep because listen, with all our pro black groups, with all our pan African groups, okay, guess what? There is not a single consensus yet between us.
Yeah. We can't even decide on identity.
Yes, that's the thing. Because when people say, for example, if we were talking before about this, and I said, well, what do you think would happen if I told my mother and father, hey, I'm not black, I'm African?
Yeah. See, my thing is,
could you imagine?
Embrace that.
Could you imagine what my mother and father would say to me? Because they would say to me, okay, well, then prove it. That's probably what my mother and father would say. Okay, well, prove that. But then at the same time, I said, well, first of all, I can prove I'm not black. I'm not a color. My skin is literally brown. What is black? What is it to be black?
Yeah.
Is my question that I would come to with my parents. And basically, when we talk about black, we talk about black because we talk about the plight of us people who look just like each other, primarily in the same hue, and what societal situation we find ourselves in. We're at the bottom. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The color doesn't matter when the whole group of people are at the bottom of society.
Yeah, I kind of wish we would do like don't ask, don't tell when it comes to like religion and stuff. Like if you're a Muslim, if you're a Christian, whatever, just come with your blackness, you know, leave your ideologies at home, but come with your blackness, you know. Like bring
because
that.
the way I'm seeing is this way. The way I'm seeing is this. Okay, if you want to come with blackness as part of the ideology, fine. But don't come at me with blackness alone. Come at me with a scheme. Come at me with a plan that we can work.
See, I think that's where
You understand what I'm saying?
that because we try to tell people like, oh, well, this religion enslaved us, this religion dead, but it's like, all right, now give them something to replace it with. Because I can tell you, like the toughest thing I had to do was when I left Christianity, I was like trying to figure out, like, right, what do I do now? You know what I mean? How do I pray now? You know what I mean? Like, who do I like when times are tough? What do I seek? You know, where do I put my faith in, my belief? And you know, I'll reach out to one of my brothers, and he'd be like, "Oh, just believe in yourself." But it's like, all right, I obviously can't do it. So what do I do next? Figure out the situation. You know, I'm not gonna laugh. You know, I love what Malcolm X said. Reclaim your African mind. When he said that, you know, I talked to my neighbor's Nigerian. He said, "Well, you're Yoruba. Whenever there's a problem, you're now between a gun and a knife and a machete, which means that no matter what situation comes, you must fight. That's it. You find the answer. You have the internet. You have everything. That's why I got into agriculture, because I'm like, he who controls the means to feed people will control the world. So might as well, you know?
Oh, indeed, yes. As a matter of fact, even me being a man of faith, and as I told you all, I'm a Baha'i. The prophet of the Baha'i faith, Baha'u'llah, says that one of the most important endeavors that all of humankind throughout the world can act upon is agriculture. Because if you can't feed yourselves, you damn sure can't procreate yourselves.
Yeah, you won't be able
right?
Yeah.
You gotta be healthy, you gotta be strong and healthy psychosomatically before you can bring new life into the world and feed it and help it be strong. So it's not stronger. You know, so this is why I said, you know, okay, yeah, I'm a man of faith, I'm a theist, and and you know, I do believe there's a creator. And the reason why I believe this is because the scriptures that I read up until now have not lied to me a single syllable.
See, and that's maybe where maybe because that's the one thing that kind of has me like wavering, because it's like, you know, I have met Babalawo, I have met like Ifa priests and Babalawos have told me that's like, you know, there's no Ifa means life. So if being a Christian or being a Muslim makes you a person, then you must pursue that at all times. You just don't want to be morally bad. So I'm like, I do agree that the inclusive nature in our spiritual system, like other things that just betters us. If it, you know, I look at the Rastafarians, you know, they add on what makes a person righteous, what makes a person good, you know. But then again, it's like when I look at the atheists, like they're looking for truth. So it's like once you prove to them that, you know, there's a God in the sky, they're gonna be like, all right, I got you. But until then, you know, there's no point, you know.
Because the way I look at it is this, okay? Clearly, the notion of okay, a creator, okay. If I look at it as a creator, then I get some understanding, because the creator tells the prophet how to keep creation going, how to tend to the creation that already exists, so that creation can keep going. As in the case of, like you said, you went to agriculture, right? Because he who controls how we are fed controls how we grow in population.
Yeah, and man, I can grow some soup, and I be growing super fruits, bro. Like I literally go around the world, like go around the world and get the fruits that like for example, in Turkey, they have this like orange, bro. It's like more orange than it is skin. And I'm like, you can squeeze it into a cup and fill that cup up with juice, bro. Pure. All you do is add a little water, you know, so it's not all citrusy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that's right. When I went to the Volta region in Ghana like a few years ago, and when I saw like endless amounts of potential to like, yo, we could feed the entire, like at least like from Ghana to like Cameroon in just the Volta region alone. I mean, without even killing this. and then I see people just mainly just want to like get cell phones and stuff. You know, I feel like maybe we need to just do our ancestors did and just keep our faiths, but like actively return to degrees of nature and science. And until we do that, you know.
Indeed, because I mean, in my faith, for example, again, I go back to it because it's where I can draw my reference, not only my moral compass, but my ideology of science and religion working together. Okay.
Yeah.
Baha'u'llah says that science and religion does work together because pure spirituality without logic, okay, scientific form of thinking, okay, leads to mere superstition. However, at the same time, intellectualism and logic and science alone, without any spiritual compass, leads to ignorance. Why? Because you don't have any moral compass as to the purpose for what you do, the purpose for advancing the technology and building on it constantly over and over again. Technology that has to do with agriculture, where you can use the same plot of land to grow fruits, vegetables, whatever you want to grow at 10 times the rate you could do it a century ago.
So
You understand where I'm coming from?
So what crops
In other words,
are?
it's the purpose of the moral compass provides the purpose for doing what you do, because we know simply because AI, okay, is an advancement on even present technology, okay, today, it doesn't mean that you just rely totally on AI if you have no means to control AI and you have no purpose for which AI is going to be used. You know, you don't just do something simply because you can, in other words.
Yeah.
It doesn't always work to your benefit, but to your detriment. That's a 50-50 risk all the time.
Yeah. I agree. I ain't gonna lie. I agree.
So, I mean, the thing about it is, yeah, everybody wants to do something that's going to help them to prosper. That's not a problem. It's not a problem if you invent a technology that people throughout the world use to their advantage and you make billions of dollars from it. The problem comes in when it comes to what was your motivation for the utilization of that technology. Is it just to get you rich, or is it to serve the advancement of human civilization? If your purpose is for the advancement of human civilization and you prosper from it, that's light upon light. What's wrong with that?
Yeah.
But if on the other hand it's just to get rich and you use that technology to dumb down the people who use that technology, then you're evil. And that's the problem for everybody.
You like have such wisdom, because I ain't gonna lie. I'm kind of reactive. You know, I'm more like, you know what? The best thing to do is to do what our ancestors didn't do. So if it's hatred, so be it. You know, I'm not even gonna fake. My cousin told me that the best thing to do is if nobody's gonna bang with you, you bang with yourself. Say F everybody and do your, you know what I mean, do your own thing. You know, and he even said break black down. It was like smaller groups where it's like, if you know that you are, if you got telling us something that's not factual, we run from them. You know, you ostracize them. Ostracize them. I don't know if I'm ostracize.
Yeah, ostracize.
No,
Yeah, that's the word. Yeah.
You know,
in other
so
words, leave them to themselves. Keep them to themselves, and you stay away from them. You keep them away from you. Yeah, that's ostracization.
Yeah.
Yes, I understand what you're talking about, and I agree, because that's why I said earlier before we were discussing things. I was saying that be with the people who are like-minded with you when your purpose is to provide a service to humanity, to help humanity advance. Okay,
Yeah.
And you can narrow it down to your own group. You can narrow it down to just black people alone. But the point of the matter is not to fight against somebody else. No, it's to build yourself up.
Yeah,
I see. Whatever is around you to help you build it.
Yeah, what's it? I heard the brother talking about agricultural. So what are the indigenous crops of Africa that you want to grow?
Oh man, that's a wide conversation because of the different levels of trade and everything like that. I mean, it's impossible to say what's indigenous. Like that, I'm gonna be real. That's the
You can. So do you actually know what's indigenous African food?
Like I'm saying, the culture of Africa, because
something that is particular to the west coast of Africa or the east coast of Africa.
I mean, I can speak for like yams. I can say like I'm not gonna say lettuce. I want to say I forget the name of the greens. Oh Jesus! See, because my major industry is just doing like fruits that people can't get in like the United States. So
yeah, but this is the whole problem now. They're using our products in Africa. So this is what I want to ask you, African people: what actually is African food?
Whatever we want to eat.
That's right. I mean, does it
what
really
is
matter?
traditional? What is actually traditional African food? Not whatever you want to eat.
You really can't quantify that. Like not like today, bro.
Right?
Yeah, because I know what's American food. I know what's American food. What is African
There's no
food?
such thing as American food, bro.
Yes, there is.
There's no such thing as
potatoes is American food. Tomatoes is
What is it?
American
What
food.
is it?
Cocoa is American food.
No. Time out. No.
Potatoes is not American food.
That's not. No, it's not particularly American. No, the Irish.
Are you joking? There's 300 different types of potatoes over the Americas.
The Irish have
There's 300 different types of potatoes. I beg your pardon?
The Irish have potatoes.
You're not serious, bro. You're not serious, bro. We have 300 different types of potato, fam. And you're telling me about Irish potato, something what somebody remixed. Potatoes belong to America. Tomatoes belong to America. That's all American food.
Wait. Guess how many types of fruits and vegetables were brought from other lands to America?
I'm talking about what is African. Show me what is African.
Well, listen. What I'm saying is this, okay? What is African is depending on
corn is American food. Corn is American food. Yeah, corn.
Corn is a native.
Tomato. Potato. That is American food.
Corn didn't start in America.
I beg your pardon?
Okay.
Corn is an American food.
Grown in America.
Corn is indigenous to America.
Show and prove it. Show me your evidence.
Corn. Listen what I'm telling you. Corn is indigenous to America, yeah? Do you know what indigenous mean? It originates there.
Yeah, but bro, you're talking about today. America wasn't called America.
So hold on. So where is corn indigenous to?
Bro, you're saying American.
I'm not saying that I know what it
means to be an American.
I'm telling you, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. I'm telling you what's American food.
That's right, but I'm
telling you, corn is an American product.
Okay, well, show me your evidence. Show me your evidence.
The Mayans and the Incas, they used to use corn. The Mayans and the Incas utilized cassava from the BC period.
Mayans and the Incas don't run America, bro.
Fine.
I'll find it nowhere else.
What I'm saying is this. Okay, I'm listening to you. What I'm saying to you is this. Show me your evidence. Show me the data.
I'm telling you. I told you what's American food. I'm asking you, lot. I can tell you. I can tell you what's American food. Can you tell me what is African food?
Wait a minute. What I'm saying is this: if your food is, then show me the data.
Corn is indigenous to America. Everybody knows that, bro.
Here, let's do something better.
Okay,
let's do something better. I got a better idea, bro. Tell us the name of the landmass we call America today before it was called America.
I'm calling the whole continent America, from all the way from Alaska to the bottom of to Argentina. I call that America, yeah. That is America to me. That's the continent of America, whether it's north or south.
Mexico and north in the United States.
Tobacco is an American product.
No, it's not,
yeah,
bro.
there's over 80 different variations of species of tobacco all over the Americas.
No.
Yeah,
this nigga is crazy.
What you need to understand. What you need to understand is this.
Yeah, I gotta get back to work.
There were people.
Because you Africans, you don't you eat everybody else's food. You don't have no food. You don't know your food.
Is this personal? Because my grandfather.
You don't know your food, bro. Everything you want to take a remix and say that it's African. No, this is our food, fam.
Is it personal for you? Because my ancestors were Buffalo soldiers.
I'm asking you, African man, what is your food? What is your food? You're telling me about African. I've never ever heard an African talk about farming.
White people came.
All I hear African talk about is diamond. That's all I hear African talk about, diamond and gold.
Is that what it is, bro?
So now
all I hear African talk about. I don't hear African talking about farming. I hear they talk about diamonds and gold. You're the first African I ever hear talk about farming. So I'm asking you, what is African crops?
Bro, you understand?
Yeah, bro. Come on, bro.
You think I only grow African food, bro?
Yes.
You are fucking retarded. What the fuck do I look like only growing African food?
You don't know what African food is, do you? You don't know what African food is.
Yo, where's Val at, bro? Because
you don't know what African food is, do you?
What's this nigga?
What is particularly African food, do you?
Only grow one basic fruit, one basic form of food? What is this, bro?
You're from you said you're the Nigerian man. What is indigenous to Nigeria? What food do Nigerians indigenously eat?
Whatever fucking Nigerians want to eat. Turkey legs?
No, dimwit. No. They eat what is indigenous to their land, dimwit. Dimwit. They eat what? They eat McDonald's in Lagos. They have McConnell in Lagos, yeah?
Okay.
Come on, man. See, this is why you don't need to see, this is how I know you're not a real farmer, fam.
Yo. Stay with your alma max. All right. Stay in America, bro. All right. That's where you from.
So what is your food? In Africa, what do you eat in Africa?
I live in America, bro. There's a lot of food that comes.
What is traditional African food? See, you see the thing with you Pan Africans. Yam.
I said yams.
Yeah, we have yams all over the place, mate. There's yams all over the world. What is traditional?
So is tomatoes. So is potatoes.
Say that again. Where in Africa?
Oh my god, bro.
What, tin tomatoes, yeah? That's indigenous to Nigeria.
I might be high.
Wait, Toro, are you okay, bro? You seem to be on a
No, because I'm sick of this. All day I've been hearing Sunni. All day I've been hearing Shia. Now I'm hearing agriculture. Now I'm saying to the brother now, what is African food now? All of you people, you talk all this African, and you don't even know what's traditional African food.
So what food?
Wait. Hold on. Toro.
It also seems like
why is the food upsetting?
Because this is typical. The least thing you can find out what is African food. Anything what black people do, you label it as African. Anything we do in America, it has to be African. So I'm saying, all right, then hold on. I'm saying, make the distinction. Show me what we are actually doing African. What do we actually eat that is African? And nobody can tell you because they don't care about Africa. All they like to do is chat shit.
Chat shit? What does that mean?
It means talk garbage.
See,
I don't speak BBC.
I'm not gonna lie, Torok's on a mad thing. I don't know who's upsetting, but it's a mad thing.
I understand how agriculture's gotten you triggered.
Yes, it has, because we are real farmers. All I hear African talk about is diamond and gold. I've never ever heard them talk about farming. Never. We are the farmers. Original Americans. We are the farmers.
Well, I use some of your methods, like the.
Nah, exactly. That's all you lot can do. Use our methods. Use and abuse. That's all you lot good for. Use and abuse.
Oh, come on, man! Really?
Yes, really. Yes, really. Because you like outsource our products because you got a bigger landmass than us. You use our own products against us now.
Wouldn't the Europeans?
Oh man!
You use our products against us now, and this is mate. You use our own products against us, and it's so bad. You even think them products belong to you now, like cocoa, like all of these products. They belong to the Americas.
Cocoa. Okay, you know what? I'm on my laptop. Let's look up where cocoa originates.
Oh, really? Oh, and you know this how, Tarak?
Reggie, I'm from South America. My people are from the Caribbean.
Where's your evidence? Where's your evidence? Show me something.
The first day I went to Jamaica, I made cocoa, fam. The first day I went to Jamaica, I made cocoa. Cocoa originates in South America, fam.
Does it?
What do you mean?
Really? How long has cocoa been?
This is what I'm trying to say.
How long has cocoa been growing? How long?
From the BC period, from the Mayans and the Olmecs. From the Mayans and the Olmecs have been eating corn, tomato, potato, all the berries, all the smoking tobacco, and all that type of good stuff. Kidney bean.
And you say, and so what you're saying?
No,
what
wait.
You're saying is
hold on, Eric. 1 second. The thing is, Torah, check this out, Torah. Around the world, I'm not gonna lie to you, my bro. Apart from like when we get into like extreme temperatures, like the north and south poles of our planets, bro, what you'll find is there isn't much difference really in what's grown and in each country. I mean, like what country?
We saved the whole of Europe, bro. We saved the whole of Europe.
No, I hear
Where do you think the Irish get their potato to start with? They've never ever had potato to start with. We gave them potato. They took potato from us and they geneticized it in Europe. That is the only potato they have. We have over 300 different types of potato. 300 different types. And this man is telling me about Irish potato. Do you know how angry that gets me? Do you know how angry I should get? We have 300 different types, and one man tells me about Irish potato. He's taking the piss.
Yeah, but why would that upset you though? That's not really something to switch up over, though.
300 to 1 Irish potato.
To switch up over though.
That is madness.
I tell you what. Okay, Tarak, I tell you what works me about what you're saying. Okay, you act as though it is only in South America. Only in South America did they have the proper soil, the proper climate in order to grow these crops that you're talking about that were grown in South America, and that they never grew crops there, right?
This is terrible.
What are you talking about now?
Obviously, you don't know. Obviously, you don't know.
Where does peanut come from? Where does peanut come from?
You don't know what crops are.
Where peanut come from? Where does peanut come from, Reggie?
Bro, peanut is indigenous to Africa, bro. Toro, I swear to you, peanut is indigenous to Africa. Now listen to me. I'm not saying that peanuts don't grow
put your mortgage on it.
On the planet, bro.
I know you're not a religious man. Put your mortgage on it.
Nah, the mortgage is fresh though, bro. The mortgage is fresh. The mortgage is fresh, bro. Allow it.
I can't take this too seriously.
No, it's too fresh. The mortgage is fresh.
Wait, so you're pushing to talk about Sooties. Now we're talking about agriculture. Agriculture pissed you off. I literally said,
Torah, hold on. Wait. Family, hold on. Torah. All right. Look. I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. You know what I'm gonna do? Do you know what I'm gonna do? Because I'm gonna say, all right, look. If I'm wrong, I'm gonna slap £10.
But why did you think that?
Wait. Hold on.
Why did you think that? If you're wrong,
Torok, hold on. If I'm wrong, I'm gonna slap £10. No, fuck it.
No, but why did you think that?
Wait, Torok. I'm gonna slap £20.
It's not about if you're wrong or right, but why do you think that?
Because I've seen before things that are indigenous to Africa, like peanut and cassava, sweet potato, all of that stuff is indigenous to Africa.
It's native.
Bro,
there's indigenous and native. That when somebody else brings something else to another country and it can grow there, it's called a native product. So I could bring sweet potato in my greenhouse. It's not indigenous to England.
Okay. I'm trying to figure out.
So what I'm trying to say to you, the Egyptians didn't eat sweet potato. The Egyptians didn't eat tin tomato. The Egyptians never eat cassava. All of this reached Africa in the 16th century, 15th century.
All right, I gotta get to. Okay, listen.
This came very recently.
Can I say something real quick? Can I say something real quick, please? I'm about to get off. Okay, I literally said I take superfruits from around the world and grow them. When did I say African fruits? So go.
I didn't say you. I'm saying
But you
a lot
said
of the
Africans,
food.
you guys are now talking about agriculture. We've been talking about Islam for the longest.
I said, you only receive a lot of these products in the 16th century. You never had these products to start with.
But I'm not claiming I originate these products.
So this is what I'm asking you. What is your original product from Africa?
Would I originally grow? I don't have bro. I was born here in America, bro. I found out who I was like 2 years ago. So trust me.
No, I understand that, but you said you're agricultural. You said you're agricultural, so I'm saying, okay, then can you tell me what is your traditional African crops and your things then? Because everybody want to talk. Yeah, they're so proud of being black and this that. Food is a culture.
Okay. So
food is your first culture.
In America, I'll tell you. The Bradley Farm in America grew tobacco, grew watermelons, grew corn, and grew a wide variety of fruits and vegetables. There. Okay? Do you know who Witness is? Witness is literally teaching me who I am. So outside of that, you can go ahead. I'm sorry. I ain't gonna say nothing rude. Let me end this on a good note.
Yeah, but where does tobacco come from?
The what? I don't know. Yeah, bro. I was a slave there working it, bro. I mean, well, my ancestors were.
Where was you? Where was your plantation or that Bradley plantation? Was it?
South Carolina.
Is it near Virginia?
In South Carolina, bro. The Bradley plantation of South Carolina.
Okay, well, I'm in England, yeah, and I'm in England, and the majority of the tobacco what we have from England comes from Virginia.
Okay, and if you let me finish,
and if you look at the Caribbean, you have places like Trinidad and Tobago.
Okay, but who's trying to
the whole of the islands? Hold on, all of America down to South America, we have over 80 different species of tobacco, and we don't get to utilize none of them.
What did I say that triggers this man, bro? Like Black Brits, y'all get mad about fruits and vegetables, bro? What's going on?
This is what I'm trying to say. We do in the Caribbean. This is what we're about. We're about this.
DC.
I'm about this. I'm a St. Mary man. I'm from countryside.
Torok is a fucking. Torok has convinced himself he's American, right? So if you say anything,
you convince yourself peanut come from convince yourself peanut come from Lagos.
He's gonna spit on you.
Why did I say peanuts?
Wait, DC, hold on. DC, hold on a second.
Bro, you African American too?
Big up the Idaho potato, man.
I'm Black American. I don't
okay, you Black American too? Oh, right. You Black American too?
Correct.
I'm copper colored.
Okay. Did I say anything about like conquering? Like, bro, what? Somebody correct me. What is this man mad about? You in England? Go take your indigenous land, bro. Go to your indigenous land.
I don't understand the point. So what?
All I'm saying, you people. I'm saying, all right. Then I'll say my point. I'm saying you people that claim Africa, you don't know nothing about Africa. You don't even go into no detail with Africa. Anything you see black in the Caribbean and the Americas, you label it as African, and you don't even know full stop if it is African or not. Just because you see black people doing something, you say yes, it has to be African.
You got the wrong guy here, brother.
I don't know what you're talking about, man.
So what crops come from Africa? We brought to America.
You tell me, bro. Because you obviously, I literally just say I studied agriculture.
You're the Africans. They brought over from Africa. So what is your food you brought from over from Africa?
Bro,
the Asians. Hold on.
I gotta go.
The Asians that came to the Caribbean, they brought their food. The Chinese, they brought their little bits and pieces.
Come here as slaves? Did the Asians come to the Americas as slaves?
They came as servitude. Yes.
Oh, servants, not slaves. So they were allowed.
Servitude. I don't know what's the difference. All I know, somebody's got a whip to my back and I'm working.
Wait, whoa!
And I'm in a different land.
You don't know the difference between servitude and slavery?
Okay, what is the difference? Torok, it's both punishment.
No, wait, Torok. I hear you're pissed off, right? But sometimes we say silly things when we're upset. I'll say, look, take a chill pill, right? Have some sweet potato fries and relax.
So what's the difference? What's the difference from servitude? Somebody's chipped you out from your country.
Wait, Torok, hold on a second, bro.
You could even die out in these conditions. You're not getting paid for these types of things. So what is it?
Torok, hold on a second. Let me ask you a question, yeah? A real question. This is serious, yeah? Who's upset you? Send me his address and I'll handle it, because I'm
coming for the Pan-Africans now, because I heard all morning people complaining over Islam, and I'm thinking, hold on a minute, your DNA don't say that.
Don't say what?
No, because you say that as well. You said their DNA come from the west coast of Africa, so I'm thinking, Why are these two black brothers? I bet they're from the Caribbean as well, to make it even worse. They've been crying all the evening about Islam with something where they're very far away from, and they picked it up themselves. They chose to pick it up.
Bro, I'm not Pan-Africanism. Or I'm not none of that. So I guess.
Were you indigenous?
Nah, I'm me right now. I'm a Hebrew Israelite.
So what's your tribe? Okay, yeah. So what are you? Gad, Judah?
Israelite.
What tribe are you from? What tribe? What Benjamin?
I don't know what tribe I'm from.
I've never heard talk like this before in my life.
When he comes, he's going to
This is
separate
crazy.
the sheep from the goat.
We're
That
bigger
lets you
than
know right there. We really
We're
don't
bigger-
know what
we're
tribe
bigger
we're
than
from. So
I don't know, but he let
So you don't know. So you don't go by the 12 tribe. You don't go by the 12 tribe chart.
Yo, Wagwan.
Hey,
I
big up.
came
I don't know
out
what
with
you've
y'all.
done,
Yo, Torah.
but Torok is on a
Yeah.
mad thing.
It must be my bad pepper seed. Hey man, out today, bro. Trust me, out there.
Tony, I'm trying to make your sister a hot
big up
drink.
Cat Mike, bro.
Oh shit, you
Yeah,
tried to do that,
big,
bro.
big up man like
You
big
done
up man
a
like
damn
got
good
the
job.
Jacob as well.
Son,
Yeah, big up on
I've
the
tried
panel,
to.
YG. Come on.
when you coming
Yeah,
to the
man.
States, bro?
I made you a drink.
Yeah,
but,
bro. You know what? Yeah, I will definitely let you know when I'm coming out there. Still, man, I need to come out there. I've got some family out there as well. I need to.
Oi, Belly, man. Fucking hell, I told you, 2021, Miami Carnival. Let's do this thing.
Yo, bigger.
Yeah, see that, hey, when, bruv, you know it is, man.
You didn't
Shit,
you
man.
didn't chase the dude away. That's the one I wanted to talk. You done ran him up out of here.
You bad gun. Yeah, I was gonna say I might have delayed my show till
That's who
Wednesday.
I came on to talk to, and you didn't chase old buddy away.
So what's the products of West Africa?
You're not going live no more, Scad.
No, I think I'm gonna leave it till Wednesday now. Still, yeah, like you done used up all the best panelists' time until they had to go.
Turo.
Sorry, brother.
Oh, this is scattered minds. I'm not gonna lie. Tell me G Block ain't the place to be.
G Block was supposed to finish at 11 o'clock.
What was y'all beefing over?
I don't know what Bigger's playing at. They have all day G Block out here.
Yeah, bro. You know what happens? Yeah, it's like, bro. It's like when it gets to 11, bare people start jumping on and start wanting to talk bare political shit and whatever it is. Like, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I might as well just let it run. You get me? But yeah, fam. Like, obviously, man who can just run it for as long as possible, and then when the man them are ready, just say, brother, man them are ready, or just jump off and all that. And then,
Oi, Veli, listen, Veli, hold on. Next thing you need to do, bro, is have a look at the name, the title
You can't be running
of
folks
Jedi
off, man.
Show.
That's the dude I wanted to talk
Need to have a look at the title. Oh shit!
What is it?
We are strong.
That G Block has got bare man in their feelings and is hurting hearts.
Oi, bro, we are cold out
G-Block
here,
is
you
hurting
know.
feelings and breaking hearts out here, bro.
Stand up.
Chill Block official. Yo, listen. Next week Wednesday.
Y'all got a couple.
Don't steal my topics, yeah.
Winners on y'all squad.
Come on.
Next week, Wednesday topics, yeah. I'm gonna run a show. I gotta finish with the masculinity one. I want to do the secularism versus religion in regards to.
Man, I wanted to talk to old dude.
In regards to Black Bear McMillian, I want to see which one works better, secularism or religion.
Right.
Torah.
But
man, you can't be chasing everybody away. That's the one I wanted. You didn't chase him up out of here, bro. You can't be doing that. That was my job.
That needs to come back.
Yeah, my man hauled ass. I was like, no, that's who I wanted. What you doing?
What's your opinion on men that get pedicures that cost £28?
That's why I logged on.
Think you are wasting your time, man. You got a nail clip at home, no?
Yeah, but like it's like
you got nail clip and sandpaper.
Yo, Scat Vibes, what's your opinion on men that spend £28 a time on pedicures?
No, because I'll be honest. Go on.
Wait, Toro, full back, man.
I was going.
Just a little bit soft. Just a little bit soft.
Huh?
Just a little bit soft.
Yo, Turek, if y'all was face to face, y'all probably would have
Talk to me. No, expand on that.
No, we wouldn't. No, but we'll be fighting like farmers though. If anything, and that's a good thing, man. Farmers fighting.
Man, he
more
was in his
farmers
feelings, bro.
No, but we have to. No, but shall I tell you why? But shall I tell you why though? I had what's his name? I had asked Getty the other day saying, "Oh yes, we have avocados falling in where my country is, and my uncle is sending them to Lidl's." So I'll go and look on the computer and I see where the avocado pear actually come from. Because when I went to Jamaica, I see enough of these just dropping where I'm from, and I find that avocados from the Americas. So it goes to show the white man actually help Africans. They actually give all the food products, all of these things to try and outsource the black people in America.
You know what? You know what I like about the G-Bot crew? Y'all ask the right questions and y'all don't do opinionated, long-winded responses.
Simple facts, innit? Come on.
I don't
Come
agree
on,
with
God
all
of
y'all
Jacob.
shit, but I'm
Come
like,
on.
okay.
G-Blood, stand up.
And now they're using our own food, what we have in the Americas, as our own culture, and they're saying because we're doing it and we're black, it has to be African. And I'll come to kill that fairy tale.
Yeah, I was.
What are you saying, bro?
I was with you
it's
on
from
it. That's why
the
I said
Native
so.
Americans that live in the trailers, yeah?
I was like, get them.
I know.
Eat.
Don't worry, Brad, man. Yeah, Brad said he's got to work still, man. Don't worry, Brad, fam. You get me? There's still space, cuz when you're ready. You get me? When you come back.
Yo, Buddy wasn't even at work. He went to work.
Come on.
Trust me, we saved the world.
Jacob, hear your voice on the panel. You know that them man are gonna jump straight on the mute you straight away. So.
Fuck's sake.
Yeah,
Right,
man,
listen,
come on,
Scattered Minds.
Yeah, I be traveling,
Scattered
man.
Minds. You said something that really intrigued me. I said, what do you think of men that spend £28 a time
I wanted, man. Come on.
pedicures, right?
It's like, yeah,
and I'm thinking to myself, well, like, you said it's quote unquote a little star. And I'm just like, well, hang on a second. If it's good enough for kings and celebrities, then it's good enough for Ultra. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but that's a cheap one though. You're supposed to get £1,000 haircut. That's what the celebrities are doing, and you're annoying.
Bro, my haircut costs 20 buff and you're done.
You're joking, 20 buff.
Bro, I live within my means. Yeah, I'm not one of these cunts that's gonna spend £300 on a pair of jeans. I can't afford that shit.
Isn't it? That's
Do you understand what I'm saying?
it?
That's an idiot thing. You know what I mean? I heard
You
something.
can save on your pedicure money, you know.
What do you mean? Oh shit, is that the missus? No, it's not.
The money you spend on pedicures.
Yeah, but I don't do it all the time. But they've got that massage chair with the remote control. Yeah, it's wicked, man.
Oh, yo, my brother, Brad's back.
Oh
yeah, I think they do a good job. Standard.
I hear you. Get the pedicures, family. Get the pedicures.
If they do
wait. Hold on. Scattered. Have you ever treated yourself to male grooming?
No, I treat myself to a draw, mate.
You know what? This is what I'm saying. Like, do you not stay in 5-star hotels ever?
No, I get the 5-star ganja.
Yeah. I've stayed in a hotel, had a little massage and everything. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. So you let her like manage the upkeep of your back and spine and trapezius muscles and your lats and your deltoids, but you won't you won't outsource the clipping of your toenails and maintenance of your feet to a beautiful little Thai woman. No,
but they're bad mind though.
When you say it, you convinced me, Ultra. Definitely.
Outsource the work, like Scattered Minds. Listen, some people wash their dishes, some people put their dishes in a dishwasher, and some people pretend they can't wash up without flooding the kitchen so that the wife doesn't ask them to do it ever. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, and I'm saying try different approaches.
Oh yeah, I want to ask you a question, Scattered. Was the Moors Sunni or Shia?
Who knows, man? Probably Sunni, probably Shia, probably a bit of both.
Or have they got their own type of Islam?
Could have even been that too, man. A long time ago. Why? What's up?
So why aren't you black brothers following the Moors then?
I mean, to be fair, we've had a whole conversation about it. I'm not sure how much you were listening, but
listening, man.
Okay, yeah. I mean, we talked about a lot of different stuff. A lot of different stuff.
So you lot don't agree with the Moors then, even if they were Sunni and Shia?
Yeah. Yo, very. You got
Yo.
that wasn't the real Brad, was
Yo.
it?
Hey, I'm not even sure, still I'm just waiting for him to talk, innit? But like I
No,
said,
bro,
I'm gonna
listen,
add you
it
back,
ain't the real Brad, bro. Real Brad came in with a proper profile picture. It's not him, man.
Yeah, nah, he said he's walking to work, innit, man? So I'm just waiting.
Yeah, he's at work, man.
Yeah, so I'm saying now, a lot of
You're
this
still
food,
there?
a lot of the food you lot eating on the west coast of Africa, it belongs to America, so it's not traditional African food. So you lot need to look what is actually traditional African food to start with. That's what I'm saying.
Nice. All right, cool.
Man, y'all
Belly, it's not Brad, bro.
It is me.
Is that you?
I had to get in the car. I was on my laptop, so I had to get in the phone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was trying to figure out why my man was mad.
Which one you want to watch?
Yo, big up, Brad. Welcome back, family.
Yeah, no, I didn't run away, bro.
He ain't run away, man. He's one of us, man. He ain't Ghanaian.
No, I was irked. I'm like trying to figure out, like, what if I learn law? Do I have to know all African laws now? Like,
Yes, of course.
Torok, have you submitted yourself for like one of those DNA tests? The ancestry DNA test?
Oh, the one for entertainment purposes for £100.
Yeah, that one.
How much do you think Oprah Winfrey one cost? And she found out she's from Sierra Leone, from the Creole people.
Yeah, that one. Have you submitted yourself for one of those?
Yeah, but do you know who the Creole people who Oprah Winfrey is related to?
Wait, Torok, answer my question, please.
I'm just saying,
Yes.
Oprah's got a big,
Yes,
Oprah got
Torok,
big
that
money,
one.
you know.
Yeah, no, listen. Yes, that one.
I don't think I can afford that one, but it's not entertainment purpose.
What?
I don't think I can afford Oprah Winfrey's one, but it's not entertainment purpose. But she happened to be lined up with the people from Sierra Leone, but they took from America and put in Sierra Leone. So that's where her DNA lies. The proper DNA.
They took her from America and put her in Sierra Leone.
Yeah, and I'm saying there's people they took them from the 17th century from America into Sierra Leone, Freetown, and when she done a DNA test.
Whoa, Torok, hold on. I don't know if my brain is not working. Are you saying somebody, specifically white people, took black people out of America into the African continent?
Oh, sorry, no, sorry. They took actually black people from England, who they took from America and the Caribbean and all them other places, and they also took people from America and the Caribbean into Sierra Leone from the 17th century. So when
on this position here, on this point here, he's not exactly wrong. On this one point here, the establishment of Freetown was a British colonial experiment of bringing back former slaves and letting them settle after they've been colonized and letting them settle in Freetown and Sierra Leone. And so what he's saying is the DNA test that Oprah Winfrey took showed that she had DNA that was connected to those Americans who had settled in Sierra Leone, Freetown. Now, I'm not sure exactly if that is what was the case because I haven't seen Oprah Winfrey's DNA test. But on that point there were some Africans who did return back to Africa in the place called Freetown.
I'm talking about the first person who set it up. He was an MP from England, and the reason why he done that because he said England is looking like a chessboard because there were too many mixed race couples in England in the 17th century. So Queen Victoria had about 300 ships from England and shipped out those people. Those were the first people to settle in Sierra Leone. Then others followed suit. Wow.
My head hurts.
Yeah.
Wait, didn't Now never have something to say to me though? He said I was the one he wanted. Like, what is that supposed to be?
Yeah, I'm out, guys. Peace.
Yo, wait, where you going, bro?
What's them?
Well, wait a minute. Oh, wait, are you watching the series?
Yeah.
Isn't it fucking wicked? I'm on episode 3.
Are you watching?
It's dystopian, man. It's dystopian. It's bad, but it's really good.
I started watching
fucking hell. Scattered, how are you watching it? Are you watching it properly? Like paying for it or what?
Everything I do is proper and
Big dog.
but
Yeah,
I need to get your phone number right. So I'm holding your Hangouts and I'll send you a link. I'm gonna hold your Hangouts and I'll send you a link to something.
Alright, I'm gonna jump on Hangouts now. Do it now. I'm gonna go on mute.
Right now. Alright, cool.
Nigerian do.
Yeah, and also there's loads of Afro-Brazilians that went
Where the
back
brother go?
or talking into Africa as well, Afro-Brazilian communities. Take for instance Fela Kuti, the grandson of America.
Huh?
Afro-Brazilian communities. You heard what I said. Afro-Brazilian. Brazilian.
No, like it's going in. It kind of goes in and out of it. I'm on the road. So.
Hey, which one is the other dude? What's your name,
Torok.
Torok. What's the other brother name?
Brad, I think.
The agriculture dude.
Oh, it's me, Brad. You call me Brad. Yeah.
Yeah, Brad. Now, I was listening to you earlier, and you gave an opinion about UPK. I asked UPK in the Hebrews.
Right? UPK, yeah.
Right. Now I came up in UPK. Right.
Okay.
And you hold on, bro. Comment.
Oh, go ahead.
You generalized UPK. When were you a part of UPK?
My uncle was.
I said you, not your uncle. When Brad,
that's how this knowledge came to me. Was my uncle? He was serious about us. He was serious about all of us, knowing that we were the tribe of Judah.
Right, but you never went through a camp. You never went through there. You never went through none of that, right?
Oh, do you have some knowledge that is? Was he? What would he say? Was the things he?
My whole thing is when you say something about UPK, right? And you never went through it. You never been a part of it. You never was on the streets. You never was putting in that work. And then for you to make a broad statement as these, all these, this, that, the thirds, how are you getting that? Like it's easy to. I mean, how can you talk about the fact? So if you was never in,
what state are you located in? Like,
I'm
town.
Well, I don't even.
Just
right now, I don't even want to.
Yeah.
I'm out of Virginia right now.
Okay, you DMV like me. I'm in Maryland.
Right,
Okay.
but I'm born and raised in Cleveland, Ohio. My father was born in Brooklyn, and that's how I came into the so-called truth.
Well, let me clarify what I'm saying then, okay? I don't talk about the individual soldier. I talk about the leadership, okay? I know the gentleman that I learned is Tarka still on because I don't want to trigger him again. The gentleman I learned agriculture from, hydroponics, he was in Georgia. He's out of camp. He was part of ISUPK. He taught me. He was a friend of my uncle's. He taught me agriculture. So
I'm triggered.
Okay, I learned from a Hebrew. So if you are offended that I made fun of the organization, if you
I'm not offended. I'm not offended.
Okay,
My thing
that's
is
wickedness.
you speaking on it and you don't know nothing about it.
Bro, can we not lie?
No wonder I was angry. No wonder. I'm in the spirit.
You don't know nothing about it, bro. That's what I'm saying.
Are you part of a camp or are you not in a camp?
I was part of the camp for all my life, bro. I'm a little older than you think, but I was in it. My father was in it.
Okay, so it was your father
before it was called ISUPK.
Yeah. Okay, so obviously
I've been
your
in this
father's
thing for a
not part
while.
of that.
So
You're not part of that. You're not part of that toxic part. That are you like? You're
what's
not
the toxic
You're not part of that.
Explain the toxic part.
The General Yohana types, the Tazariak.
You named the
types.
name. What's the toxic part? What's toxic?
The messages they put out, brother.
That's an opinion, right? So
okay,
according to you,
that's what
according
I'm saying,
to you, the message is toxic. I can get that, but you got to understand your opinion ain't facts, bro.
But here's the thing though. I'm not claiming that though. Like I'm not telling people not to join it. I'm telling people the information I've met from. Like, are you currently a member?
I'm not part of UPK's camp, but I always.
That's what I'm saying. So why did you leave?
Once you're One West though. It was One West first.
My uncle said
pretty
the
much,
same
but
thing
go
until
ahead.
his death. He said the same thing.
One West to the death of me.
Yeah, he said the same thing. He's
Every
one west
camp
of
you
the
see out there is pretty. Every camp
Yo,
you see out
funny.
there is the one West doctrine. So whatever you name, you give it. It's still one West.
Can we agree that like because of the allowing the Latinos in and the Hispanics and all those groups, that now they're calling Black Hebrew Israelites Canaanite dogs now? Like, are you know what I'm saying? Like, there's I think it's called AOI, and it's the new or the Lion's Den. You've heard of them?
I heard of a lot of new camps that sprung up, right?
Yeah. So a lot of these groups all came out of One West. Can we agree? Okay, I'm not gonna lie, but a lot of these groups that came out, I don't talk about them because they are like the RGV Hebrews in the hood, the ones that are in Chicago right now cleaning up the streets. If you're one of those brothers, then you know darn well I'm not talking about you. So you should never ever if I'm making a broad stroke, I'm talking about the dumb.
But see, that's the problem. When you get out here publicly and everybody's listening and stuff like that, that's where I take offense. You know what I'm saying? Because
all right, brother, let me say this.
And hold on. And then you said UPK. Now I was cool with your rhetoric at the time. You said UPK. I'm like, hold on. He don't know nothing about the inner workings of UPK. What is he talking about? So you putting out a message out there that's making UPK look kind of bad, and you never been a part of it.
Correct it then. Allow me to correct it. I apologize for making fun of or saying something rude, saying something disrespectful about UPK. Is that better for you, brother?
It's not better for me.
I genuinely mean it.
It's better for the listeners out there.
So Hebrew brother. So Hebrew brother, what tribe are you then?
You talking to me?
Yeah.
I answered this before. I said I don't know what tribe I am.
You're not
okay. So hold on. What do you think about the Native Americans and all that? Are they Hebrews as well?
If they say they are, I can. Who am I to say who's an Israelite and who ain't?
You said you've been in the school, man. You should know.
I know the school's teaching.
Yeah,
but if you was listening carefully, I also said I'm not part of UPK anymore.
No, but I'm saying the teachings. So like you must have learned something.
The Bible teachings. No. As far as the chart and all that go, that's something the schoolhouse came out with.
Wait, are you Hebrew by blood or by faith?
By blood.
Okay.
Right. So I'm taking it you a Native American, right?
By blood.
I'm Caribbean Native. Yeah, I'm Caribbean Native American as well.
Now let me ask you the question: are you an Israelite?
I don't know, because they said that I think it was the Southern tribe that came to America first, or the Northern Kingdom. So it was like Ephraim and Manasseh and them lot and Simeon that came over first, but Judah, Levi, and Benjamin was in Africa.
So you just don't know, and I can live with that.
No, I do know. I know. And I can give you what I know of and what I've like. Basically, the first people to come over to America, they had to have Hebrew interpreters, and in the Caribbean, in the Caribbean, we call our God the unseen one, Yah. The Cherokees call their God or their unseen one or the Great Supreme Spirit, Yahweh. And these are the type of words. And we also keep a prayer like Shema. And all them type of things.
Bro, come on.
Okay. You dig? Slakia.
All right, now or never. We good?
Yeah, we good. I just sometimes when I hear that, bro, I be like, you ain't been a part of it.
Bro, the reason why I would talk about the Hebrews because my uncle was part of the camp. He left the camp, joined the new one, and they bang on them. So if you're not part of that camp, I understand you take it, but like I'm not Hebrew, bro. Like I accept history and I know who I am. But
what are you?
Huh?
What are you?
I'm not. Well, currently I'm a citizen of the United States. I'll say
That's
that.
a given.
Yeah, yeah. But no, my mother's side I descend from the Asante. My father's side I descend from the Yoruba. So I'm good, and I live in my peace with that. Okay. I tell every brother that I encounter, if being a Hebrew makes you a better black man, then do it. To the best of your ability. I'll never disparage you for that.
You was up here the other day. You was talking like you was a percentage guy. Some percent this.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I did my whole DNA.
2% milk. You were just a lot of percents, man. I was like, dang.
No, I did my percentage thing. 2% milk, right? But no, I did my percentage thing, bro. Yeah, because I learned that most of our DNA comes from our mother. So I would say I guess you could say I'm more Asante than I am Yoruba genetically. But still, culturally, I'm still I find peace and it makes me a better black man. And you being a Hebrew, obviously you ain't out here in these streets. So that makes you a better black man. Can we live in peace together?
I don't know, because man, the Bible says be not unequally yoked. So
unequally yoked, bro.
I don't do the all.
Hey,
here's my thing. I don't do the all black is black thing. You get what I'm saying? And that's why I have a problem with it.
What do you mean by that?
The all black is black, because it's just what I said. All black is black. I don't fall for that narrative anymore.
All right, well, I'll tell you this. If we should have a presentation one time, I'll show you that the whole ADOS thing, I have lineage in this country, okay? So if black in this country, if I ain't black to you in this country, I don't know what the hell I am, bro.
Okay? You would show me what you would show me, and I would still, after you showed me, say I don't believe all black is black. It wouldn't change my viewpoint on anything.
Because the Hebrews are farmers.
I don't know nothing about that. I go right to the grocery store.
The word Arawak. The word
back to the grocery store.
I'm not and say I'm a farmer. I don't know none of that. Like I just
shit.
The word Arawak in Hebrew means Arawaka, means meal makers. Arawaka in Hebrew. I'm just telling you, that's what my people are called, the meal makers. We make the meals. We put the meals on them plates. We get that bread and that spread.
You might be a Jake.
Might.
Hang on a second, Torok. Let me ask you a question, Torok. Do you make meals?
Of course.
Have you made a meal? When was the last time you made a meal?
Oh God, don't even start with my meals. I made cornmeal porridge this morning, and I had steak, cabbage, and fried dumpling. And I got stewed peas, and I got stewed peas for later. God damn it!
Yeah. No, I didn't say meal. I said meal. Meal. You said this. You said they're meal makers, yeah?
Yeah.
As in meal, as in the thing you eat, or a meal as in
both.
the building.
Both, because we're the makers of meals. So you have to understand, food is the biggest commodity anybody can have, and the Americas we've got a majority, or one could say abundance of crops and food. So we are millionaires, but we're never hungry. We don't hungry, so we can't pour. I bet he don't gripe with.
Yeah, I don't feel that way either. Listen, Torah, when was the last time you got yourself a pedicure?
Probably 10 years ago.
Fucking hell. So what do your feet what do they look like? Ugh.
I just cut them in it like a man. Just clip and go and cream.
Yeah, bro. I'm not gonna lie, you sound like the type of guy that's got toenails that cut through the socks. Oh, fucking hell. Listen, I don't know. I didn't have pedicure. Hey, get down! Get down! Yeah, listen, get down now! Don't mess with me. Don't go up there again. No, don't try and bamboozle me with cuteness. Don't do it. Sorry.
Yeah, man.
So Tora, what are you saying? 10 years ago you got a pedicure?
Yeah, 10 years ago.
But 10 years ago you was about what? 10?
12? No, about 20 something, or 23, 22.
Do you know what? I didn't get my first pedicure until I was like way late, man.
See,
way late. I
was up on that Diddy way of life for a long time, man.
Yeah, because I was just thinking to myself, hang on a second, like celebrities and royalty are doing these things. So if it's good enough for them, it has to be good enough for me. Like obviously, like there's certain things the royals get up to that I'm not involved in because it's disgusting. But obviously,
no. But you see with America though, they're up on that from a long time though. Like in the UK, it takes us a while to get into them type of, you know what I mean, luxuries and
that's the thing, bro. It's literally outsourcing work. Like,
do you know how much money they make? They can go around the world with that trade.
Yeah, it's mad. It's mad. Like, just put it this way, they've made about £300 off me alone.
Wow.
Just off me alone. But I don't mean like this year or anything. I mean like in total, innit? In total, I made about £300 off me. Now I'm thinking that's just me, and I don't go often. Now you know what girls are like. Girls are in that fucking place all the time, and then it's mad. It's just mad.
Sure.
It's just mad.
It's a bit weird though, man.
No, it ain't weird. You know why? Because they got a massage chair, and then when you're getting your pedicure, you order it from the men's section of the menu. You know what I'm saying? If you're in the girl section, then yeah, that's fruity, innit? But like if they got pedicure, sports pedicure for men, that's the one you get. No nail varnish, no polish.
I just don't trust them, man.
Why? What do you think they're gonna do? Start painting up your nail?
No, just cut up my nail them in a way, man.
No, they prefer, bro. If you go to some chuckle, any pussy or round the corner underneath a bridge type people, of course they're gonna bust you up and give you disease and all them things. Of course, that's why you have to just pay a little bit more, and you'll be okay.
Okay, I might even try one tomorrow still.
You should, man. But make sure they got the massage chair. If they ain't got the massage chair, it's dead.
Oh, where do you go for your one?
Kings Road.
Where's that?
Chelsea.
Buckley, no wonder.
Yeah, fucking hell.
Boy, you don't have no road called Chelsea North and East London, boy.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, bro. I'm from East, innit? I know what kind of a dive East London is.
Yeah, when I heard Kings, I thought, oh, what Kingsland High Road?
No, I'll never get my no hygiene products from them. Yeah. All right, let me put some water in it for you. All right. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, bro. That's where I'm from, innit? That's where I'm from.
Okay.
So yeah, I know that area very, very well. But I'm embarrassed, you know.
Bloody hell. You could buy yourself a whole grooming kit for £20.
You can, but do you know what the wickedest thing is? You have to do it yourself, innit?
Yeah, true.
And that's long. That's long. The whole point of it is like an experience, isn't it? It's like you get this shit done, pay someone else to do it. It's nice, man.
I know, but you have to walk all the way back home from Chelsea, though.
No. That's a quick £5 Uber, man. That's a quick £5 Uber over Battersea Bridge, over the bridge, past Co-op, turn right, all the way down near the helipad, left, right, left. I'm there.
Made me think there. Yeah, maybe we should set up a business like on Kingston High Road of that.
Ooh. No.
So we can go to Chelsea.
Yeah, for real. Yeah, fuck it up. Oh shit. Oh man. No, listen, man, they have to treat themselves certain times, you know. Trust me. Man, they have to treat themselves certain times. Like, when was the last time you had like a hot lava stones massage?
I don't know what the hell that is, man. I have to go to Lucia for anything lava.
Instead of using their hands, they heat up these fucking stones. They oil them up, heat them up, and they use warm oil to massage you. and you can just feel your muscles just melting. It's wicked, blood. Wicked.
I didn't even know that exists. I didn't even know that exists to us.
This is what I'm saying. Man, them have to treat themselves certain times. Trust me.
No, true say. That sounds proper.
Bro, it's mad. Like, as soon as the stone, like, I won't lie, like, when it touches the love handles, it's like, but then, like, after like a second, it's fine.
Right.
Yeah. And then, like, when it goes onto the back, bro, you can just feel your muscles just like opening up and expanding. It's wicked, bro. And then you walk out like,
wow.
And no
Chinese,
happy ending in it because I'm married. I don't do them things.
Then Chinese got the life, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's wicked, man. It's wicked. Man have to treat themselves, relax, not all the time fighting over vegetables and peanuts. You know what I mean?
True, you know. Maybe they need one in the hood for true, you know.
I'm telling you, bro. Listen, if this place opened up and they made it like said, listen, man, then you get like 10 minutes for free. Every man gets 10 minutes for free. And then you make that 10 minutes incredible. Just get peeps involved, man.
True.
Get peeps involved. But no happy endings because man are married, innit?
Yeah, no, don't baby.
I can't fuck with them things there, car. Naughty, innit? But the legitimate stuff is good.
Wow. That is weird though. They seem like they're proper like I don't know, like they got that sort of area locked, if you know what I mean, like all the massaging and all that type of thing. I don't think the Asians do that.
I tell you who does the sickest like type of massages, the Thai people. Like traditional Thai massage, it ain't about like rubbing you down with oil and all that shit, bro. They do that thing where they click your bones, they put you in the full Nelson and then wrench your body to the left, bro.
That is good, you know.
The Thai thing is mad. Trust me.
Trust me. Have you ever get that when your back click, like they put you in some next move?
Listen, I'm not gonna lie, bro. I'm an expert at this shit. Anytime I'm abroad, pedicures, massage, food, mad. Because I work, bro. All I do is work, come home, family, hangouts, and then go back to work again.
It's true, you know. That's what probably keep them Chinese businessmen healthy, you know.
Trust me.
It's true. Cause I remember watching them kung fu movie. Them man always seem like they are getting pampered when night time comes.
I'm saying. But it's a cultural thing. Trust me, bro. It's a cultural thing. Like you see fighters and all that, like boxers and da. If you see like their routine in its entirety, a lot of it is like rehab, relaxation therapy. Like you see them hitting a bag and sparring, but then they fucking, what's the matter? All right. Yeah, you see them sparring and you see them doing that trash talk press conference. And then as soon as all that stupid shit's done, bro, they're in recovery. They're in massage tables. What do you think all that's for?
Not true.
Like fucking athletes as well, like footballers, sprinters, they spend most of their time in physiotherapy. In physiotherapy, a lot of physiotherapy is fucking massage.
Yeah, no, true. And neck stretch and all that.
Exactly, and I'm sorry if it's good enough for celebrities and world fucking champion athletes. It's good enough for me. I'm sorry.
Sure.
It's good enough for me.
No, it takes a lot for them people to actually, you know what I mean, get on and do what they're doing. Like they need
and perform
some
the way they do. This is what you don't understand. People think you're gonna train, and bust yourself up, and you're gonna make it. Nah, bro. Like your body can only do so much before it's gonna be like. You know what I'm saying? You need to iron out those kinks, man, and keep them ironed out. It's mad. Like when you see athletes before their races, most of them are on a fucking table having their thighs massaged.
Wow.
It's mad. Hey, trust me, it's mad out here.
True, say they're worth how much money, man? They need to be like some next sort of specimen.
Yeah, bro. They're like well-oiled machines. You see what I'm saying? If you're just gonna hit a bag, spar, hit a bag, spar, what's gonna happen to you? Your shoulders, your wrists, your arms, your back. Or your legs. No, man, you need to massage that bitch out.
True.
Massage it out, man. And I'm saying to everyone, if there's anyone even left in the chat, if you can if it's good enough for world champion athletes and gymnasts and kings and queens and royalty and celebrities of all stripes, then it's good enough for you.
Do you
Like,
think
this
that
is what
what
people don't realize. I don't really subscribe to like royalty and celebrity in that sense, because as soon as I met my first celebrity, I was so underwhelmed. It was like, hang on a second, but you're just a regular fucking person.
I know, innit?
The TV made me believe that you had fucking magic.
Yeah.
Like, you could fucking blink water into wine and all this shit.
Yeah, I saw what's her name? Do you remember Yolandi from EastEnders?
Yes.
Yeah, and I wanted
She's
to call
from
her
East, I
Yolandi. Yeah, but she wasn't having it though. She's like, no, my name is Patricia. I was like, come on, please to say that.
Yeah. Do you know what's funny? A lot of those
It's like,
EastEnders lot, they're from East London, you know?
yeah,
A
I
lot
heard
of
Max
those
Branning.
EastEnders lot are from East London.
Yeah, they seem like they got the proper accent, you know what I mean? Or
Yeah, I'm telling you.
yeah, it's true. It's proper hard to find a proper English accent, you know, nowadays.
No, it isn't.
It is, bro. I was watching. What was I watching? Yeah, I think I was watching Black Van Man, and there was this one girl that was like a white girl. She was Hispanic nation. I couldn't understand one word she was saying, fam.
Oh shit. That
But she
Spat
like,
Nation thing is mad, isn't it?
but she sounded a bit like, I don't know. It was like a weird type of English, bro. But it's I don't know if it's new or I just couldn't understand what she was saying.
Yeah, she's probably traumatized, man. You gotta give a girl a break. Like, being involved in Spat Nation, she's probably still trying to find herself. You know what I mean? That's all fuckery, man. Imagine using your religion just to skim people out of a little cash.
And that's like every day in Africa, though. Not being bad, and the West Indies,
No. Do you
and
know what the funny
America.
thing is? It's deplorable. Like, for me, just the fact that it's called prosperity gospel, and the only person that benefits from it is the guy at the top. Like, it don't make sense. Since when does Jesus need fucking money?
Isn't it disgusting, man?
Do you know what I'm saying? This motherfucker would rock up to a rave and turn the water into wine. Understand what kind of don this is? Like, he would turn the party up, right? He never said, all right, listen, we're going to dump all these stupid shit robes and curtains and we're going to start rocking Versace and DKNY. I can't think of the designers. I don't wear expensive clothes, but all those expensive clothes and 15 grand suits and all this stuff. Listen, allow it.
Yeah,
like, if you love God and you love your prophets, then love the God and love the prophets. Where does money really? Like, the worst one was Creflo Dollar. I watched a fucking documentary on this pussy hole.
But you can't blame him, though.
No, of course. If he's gonna surround himself with a bunch of fucking brain dead morons, right? Then fuck it. But
He needs to make a
it's
film.
like, hang on a second. When he says, "I need a private jet," you're supposed to think, hang on a second.
He needs to make a film, man.
Bro, not even that. He's telling his congregation that he needs a private jet. Now, and nobody raised an eyebrow, because remember, it's not the fact that it's a private jet. I mean, more power to him. But I would ask, were any of the congregation allowed to be on that fucking plane with him? And this is what I don't get. It's like, people just really though.
Probably does. America is quite big, mind you.
Yeah, it's just dumb. It's just dumb. Wait, somebody's in the back chat. Veli, I don't know if you can hear. Someone's in the back chat. Wait, what have I done to my phone? Oh shit!
It's sort of like Africa, though. At the same time, Africa, like, you definitely need like a helicopter or a plane, man. Yeah, man. Big up Creflo Dollar, man. I hope I can see him have a film on the big screen one day. The young Creflo, how he came up as a pastor and all that. What's this Torah? Read this website. It can debunk the documentation with your documented. Oh, what? Who's Eric? What? A big what? Farm Crowdy. African fruits and crops. Are you joking me? I'm asking what was one of them, mate. I don't think it can, mate. Oh shit.
Yo, fam. Yeah, man, we done that. Big up everyone that participated in today's show, everyone that contributed. We're going to be live again from tomorrow morning from between 8 and 8:30. Yeah, man, it was a good one today still. We'll have a total different topic for tomorrow. Big up everyone that left the thumbs up and all them things there. Yeah. One love. One love, y'all. Peace. Come on, G-Block. We run this shit. Come on. Done.